This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Nyonyo, look at how hard that uncle works. You should learn from him. With 118 seconds until the red light turns green, Shinchyo-shan, now in his yellow robe, cherishing every second, pulled a Chinese textbook from his takeout box and began to read diligently. This action drew praise from the beautiful young woman sitting next to him in a private car, who made him a role model for her children. Shinchyo-shan, with his excellent hearing, subconsciously raised his voice after catching this message. In the 9th year of Youngha, in the year of Goicho, at the beginning of late spring, we met at the Lanting Pavilion in Shanin, Kwaiji, to perform a purification ceremony. But Mom, he's studying so hard, yet he's still delivering food. Shinchyo-shan was reading intently, when the little girl's voice drifted into his ears again. The beautiful young woman and Shinchyo-shan both fell silent. Ding, effective reading time increased by 1 minute. Student index increased by 1. Ding, the host's student index has reached 1,000 points. The Golden House and Books system has officially activated this. A mechanical notification chime echoed in his mind, and Shinchyo-shan, who had been feeling a bit depressed, suddenly brightened up. Finally, this damn system finally responded. About 2 weeks ago, 38-year-old Shinchyo-shan was suddenly struck by a student system called Golden House and Books. He had imagined that he would rise to the pinnacle of life, just like in the novels. However, the system had no effect after its arrival. It was as if he had received both good news and bad news. The good news was that he had a system. The bad news was that it was a useless system. However, Shinchyo-shan didn't give up on it. After all, it was a rare opportunity to change his fate. So, based on the system's name, he began to slowly explore it. Then, he discovered that simply studying could increase his study master index. Although he had no idea what the increased study master index would do, he still devoted all his spare time to studying. Finally, God pays off. The system activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a newbie blind box. Open it or not. Accompanied by a mechanical prompt. A virtual selection dialog box appeared before Shinchyo-shan's eyes. Yes, Shinchyo-shan made his choice without hesitation. Ding! Host successfully opened the newbie blind box. Congratulations to the host for winning 660,000 yuan in education funding. How much? How much? Shinchyo-shan cried out in shock. Fortunately, he was in the bustling city streets, and no one noticed his unusual behavior as a delivery guy. Rather, it was because the light had turned green, and someone behind him was honking frantically, urging him to hurry. Shinchyo-shan quickly rode his electric scooter to the side of the road where it was out of the way. He grabbed his phone to check if the balance in his bank account had really changed. Then he saw a text message from Yangua Bank sent a minute earlier. Your Yangua Bank card, with the last number 0311, received a deposit of 660,000 yuan at 12:43 on March 3rd, with a balance of 671,265.00 yuan. It's real. A real reward of 660,000 yuan. Shinchyo-shan pumped his fist vigorously. After all the hard work, sweetness finally comes. As expected, with the system, a comeback is not far away. And just as Shinchyo-shan was excited, his phone suddenly rang, and he instinctively pressed the answer button. Why hasn't my meal arrived yet? Less than 3 minutes, and I gave you a bad review. The phone connected, and immediately a fierce female voice rang out. As a veteran delivery driver, Shinchyo-shan was accustomed to this kind of threat. While the majority of customers were easygoing, there were always those who were sarcastic and mean. After all, there are all kinds of people in the world. In the past, Shinchyo-shan would have been polite and appeased the other party. A bad review would result in a deduction of wages, and a single bad review would have wasted his entire day's work. But things were different now. I'm a system-based person. Why would I put up with such wrath? And don't forget to take the trash out the door. Shinchyo-shan was about to retort when the fierce female voice rang out again. This actually made Shinchyo-shan laugh. He had encountered similar situations many times. If the other party was polite and his order wasn't too urgent, he would usually help. But the attitude of the little fairy on the phone was far too condescending. Yes, ma'am. Shinchyo-shan agreed calmly. Just now, he had changed his mind. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. It was truly unbecoming for a grown man like him to argue with a woman. Aren't you hungry and eager to eat? Then you just have to wait. Shinchyo-shan simply turned off his work phone. Then he took the little fairy's takeout from the delivery box. A Korean bibimbap and a portion of fried chicken. Well, that's it for lunch. Shin Xiushan had been busy since morning and hadn't eaten or drunk anything. He had been planning to find a place to eat after delivering this order. Now, he could leave work early. Shin Xiushan rode his electric scooter to a nearby park, then sat on a bench and leisurely finished his lunch. Ever since becoming a food delivery driver, Shin Xiushan rarely had such a leisurely lunch. Most of his time was spent rushing around, rain or shine, grabbing and delivering orders. There was no other way. There were 2 high school students at home. Anyone who has raised children knows the value of 2 high school students. Shin Xiushan dared not rest for a moment, wishing every 24 hours were 48. This year, both children were entering their most crucial year, their senior year. In 3 months, they would both take the college entrance exam. Ding! The host has a newbie mission waiting for them. After finishing his meal, Shin Xiushan was walking around the park to digest his food when the mechanical notification chime rang in his head again. Receive. Shin Xiushan immediately responded. Ding! Newbie mission. As a top student, your academic qualifications are too low. Please take this year's college entrance examination and get accepted into a 985 university. Miss. Shin Xiushan, who was strolling to digest his food, suddenly jumped up. He didn't quite understand the term skill card or premium blind box, but he did understand 100 million yuan in education funding. 100 million. You have to win the first prize in the welfare lottery 20 times to get 5 million yuan. You can get your feet washed forever at the footbath. No, you can just buy the footbath. You can easily fulfill your wish of finding a second life partner. TSK. The thought of becoming a billionaire made Shin Xiushan so excited that he danced with joy, his nose almost bubbling. This truly is the saying, books hold the golden house. Wow, wait a minute. There seems to be a prerequisite? Shin Xiushan quickly reviewed the task requirements. The second half was the key. Please take this year's college entrance examination and get admitted to a 985 university. This, are you sure you're not kidding? Shin Xiushan. I'm 38 years old this year. You want me to take the college entrance examination and get admitted to a 985 university? This is a bit of a joke. Chapter 2. 100 million in education funding is a real treat, but getting into a 985 university at the age of 38 is truly difficult. Think of my children, who study late into the night, or my daughter. It seems they can barely get into a second-tier university. As for my son, who chose the athlete route, his academic performance is only at a junior college level. But since he's an athlete, he should be able to get into a university if nothing goes wrong. But whether it's my daughter, who works very hard, or my son, who chose the athlete route, based on their current grades, the best they can get into is an ordinary university. A 211 university is a long shot, let alone a 985. And yet, the system's assigned novice task is to get 38-year-old Shin Xiushan into a 985 university. Absurd. But, if you call it ridiculous, there's even a 100 million in education funding as a reward. This instantly made Shin Xiushan feel somewhat feasible. The hard-working people all know how hard money is to earn. Well, now's your chance to earn 100 million just by studying hard. Want to give it a try? I believe for most adults, this isn't even a choice. Not? Then you're out of your mind. A little college entrance exam. Just do it. Shin Xiushan immediately pulled out his Chinese textbook from the takeout box. For an illiterate like him, Chinese should be the easiest subject to start with, since it's mostly rote memorization. But just as Shin Xiushan was about to make a breakthrough, his cell phone suddenly rang. This phone, which was still on, was his personal phone. Shin Xiushan took out his phone and glanced at it. The caller ID showed the name Xiangyu. Is that brat causing trouble again? Xiangyu's full name is Chen Xiangyu, Shin Xiushan's son's homeroom teacher and English teacher. Of course, if that was the only relationship, Shin Xiushan wouldn't have used such a close nickname as Xiangyu as a reference. It was fate, really. Shin Xiushan and Chen Xiangyu were classmates in junior high and high school. They spent 6 years together, and even had a naive first love. After graduating from high school, Shin Xiushan, with his poor grades, enrolled in the then popular field of pager repair. Chen Xiangyu, on the other hand, was admitted to a prestigious teachers' university. Afterwards, the two of them pursued their own remarkable lives. No more interactions. It wasn't until many years later, when Shin Xiushan sent his children to Sanjiang City Senior High School, that he reunited with his long-lost first love, Chen Xiangyu. When they met again, everything had changed. Shin Xiushan was a widower, raising 2 children alone. Chen Xiangyu was a young woman, divorced 3 years ago. With their former friendship as a foundation and both having been single for years, the two naturally developed into A poker-playing relationship. They also reached a high level of mutual understanding about their relationship. Shin Qiushan said, "No future, just sex." Jin Xiangyu said, "When flowers are ready, pick them now. Don't wait until there are no flowers left to pluck." And so, the two became secret lovers. All I can say is, pity the love of parents. A father's love is like a mountain. You never know how much your father has endured for you. "Xiangyu, do you miss me?" Shin Qiushan asked with a smile as the call connected. Today was such a good day. He really wanted to find Shin Xiangyu and celebrate. "Come to school." Xiao got caught dating by the dean. Shin Xiangyu said on the phone, a bit amused. That brat. I was wondering why he's suddenly been paying attention to his image lately. Not studying hard, dating at school, huh? Just wait and see how I deal with him." Shin Qiushan cursed as he stripped off his delivery uniform and rode his electric scooter straight toward Sanjiang Senior High School. 15 minutes later, Shin Qiushan arrived at the school gate. A beautiful young woman, seemingly in her early 30s, was already waiting by the security booth. Her skin was fair and delicate, like white jade, and her curved eyebrows were like crescent moons beneath a pair of bright, piercing eyes. Her long, chestnut brown hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, exuding a charm unique to her age. "Teacher Chen." Shin Qiushan waved to his old lover. With the school security present, they couldn't act too intimate. "He's the parent of Shinichio from our class. Director Su wants to see him." Chen Xiangyu spoke to the security guard on duty, then led Shin Qiushan into the school. The school has been cracking down on cases of premature love lately. After lunch, Xiao and his girlfriend were caught red-handed by Director Su behind the cafeteria. Because it's only 3 months before the college entrance exam, Director Su wants to make an example of them and impose a severe punishment. Chen Xiangyu explained the situation as they walked. How was it determined to be premature love? Can't we just take a walk together? Shin Qiushan tried to come up with a clever excuse for his son. Director Su caught them kissing. Xiao had one hand still inside the girl's clothes. Chen Xiangyu rolled her eyes at Shin Qiushan and muttered, "Father and son are the same." That brat. Shin Qiushan was speechless for a moment, thinking that Director Su had arrived too early. If he had gone any later, the situation might have been even more dire. "Is the girl from your class?" Shin Qiushan asked again. "No. From class 2. From Ranran's class?" "Yeah, it seems Ranran introduced her." Shin Qiushan was completely speechless. I hadn't expected his son's premature love affair to involve his daughter as well. What a worry, what a worry. How will Director Su handle this? Shin Qiushan asked, frowning. They say they want to persuade her to withdraw. Shishio's academic performance isn't great, after all. Even if she chooses the athletic program, she might not be able to get into undergraduate studies. Persuading her to withdraw will improve the school's overall undergraduate admission rate, so naturally, this is the outcome the school wants. Persuading her to withdraw? It's just a relationship. Is it that serious? Shin Qiushan was shocked. The college entrance exam was only 3 months away. Persuading her to withdraw now would mean all her efforts would be wasted. Premature love, and a serious offense. This is a serious violation of school rules and regulations, and Xiao has a history of fighting. Expulsion is not out of the question. Chen Xiangyu sighed softly. So, be nicer later. Even if you have to take a disciplinary action, don't let Xiao get expelled. Yes. Shin Qiushan nodded. Xiangyu, wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be right back. With that, Shin Qiushan turned and ran towards the school gate. Qiushan. Shin Xiangyu was bewildered. They almost reached the main entrance of the office building, but Shin Qiushan had already run off. She had no idea why he rushed off in such a hurry. But knowing Shin Qiushan well, she knew he wouldn't do this for no reason, so she patiently waited. If this had been an ordinary teacher-parent relationship, they have cursed. But now, Chen Xiangyu actually thought she was kind of cool, running for her son. Chapter 3. 10 minutes later. Shin Qiushan returned as instructed, holding a black plastic bag. From its shape, it was clear that it contained 2 packs of cigarettes. In fact, Chen Xiangyu had already realized by the time Shin Qiushan was waiting, that he had probably gone to buy cigarettes and alcohol for Director Su. Giving gifts to curry favor with one's child, facing expulsion, was a perfectly normal move. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning the gift, and walked into the office building together. Xiangyu, how much does our school charge for boarding students? Shin Qiushan suddenly asked as they walked upstairs. I think the annual fee for a boarding student is 12,000 yuan, but it also depends on the child's grades. If their grades are exceptional, the price is negotiable. If their student status can be transferred, it's free. Why? Do you have a relative's child coming to board? Shin Chioshan didn't answer directly, but continued, do you accept older children? There doesn't seem to be any age limit. The repeater in class 1 has been repeating for 3 years, and is 21 years old this year. Is your relative older than him? Chen Xiangyu asked curiously. In her opinion, 21 was basically the limit. She had never met anyone older in her teaching career. That's right. Shin Chioshan thought for a moment and said, is 21 years and 204 months okay? I told you 21 is fine. Wait. 21 years and how many months? Climbing the stairs, Chen Xiangyu missed a step. If Shin Chioshan hadn't quickly grabbed her waist, she might have fallen. Chen Xiangyu, held in Shin Chioshan's arms, panicked. She glanced nervously around, but fortunately, class had already started and the hallway was deserted. Chen Xiangyu took the opportunity to kiss Shin Chioshan on the cheek before breaking free from his embrace and saying, Chioshan, stop joking. Who wants to attend our school on a temporary basis? I. Shin Chioshan pointed at his nose. Chen Xiangyu had assumed that Shin Chioshan's I would be followed by a sentence. For example, my nephew, my niece, my friend's child, or something like that. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response. Just a flat eye. Chen Xiangyu's composure immediately lost its composure, her narrow eyes widening. You? Yes, it's me. Shin Chioshan nodded solemnly. You want to come and study on loan? Chen Xiangyu subconsciously raised her voice, her mouth slightly open in shock, unable to close for a long moment. Yes, I do. Shin Chioshan nodded again. Chioshan, it's already this time, and you're still joking like that? Director Su is trying to persuade Xiao Xiao to quit. Chen Xiangyu didn't believe Shin Chioshan at all. She rolled her eyes at the old baby, dismissing him as just nonsense. Who would repeat their senior year of high school at 38? It's simply unheard of. Seeing his former lover's reaction, Shin Chioshan didn't continue the conversation. After all, the first thing he had to do was address his son's premature love affair. He went up to the 3rd floor, where the academic affairs office was located. As soon as he reached the stairs, Shin Chioshan saw his son standing in the hallway as punishment. This kid had inherited his family's tall genes. Not even 18 yet, he was already 182 centimeters tall. About 2 meters away from him stood a petite girl. Though not tall, she had a well-proportioned figure, and judging by her profile, she must be quite pretty. No doubt, this must be the daughter-in-law he had just met. Dad. Shinishu, standing in the corner, spotted his father. He had been watching the basketball game on the playground with great interest, but he suddenly lowered his head and called out weakly. Shin Chioshan said nothing and just kicked the brat in the ass. You're already a senior in high school, not studying hard, dating. You deserve a kick. Shinishiao, without a grumble, grinned and said, Dad, Director Su wants to expel me. Please plead with him. With your attitude toward studying, expulsion is not unjust. Shin Chioshan cursed, then ignored the brat and walked straight to the Dean of Academic Affairs office and knocked gently. Come in. A calm, middle-aged man's voice echoed from the office. Shin Chioshan pushed open the door, a smile already on his face. Director Su, I'm Shinishiao's father. Yes, please take a seat. Su Desai casually gestured toward the reception sofa. He wasn't alone in the office. There were also 2 middle-aged women in their 40s. One of them was known to Shin Chioshan, Zhang Xia, his daughter Shin Yanran's homeroom teacher. Chen Xiangyu had just mentioned that her son's girlfriend was in class 2, grade 3, and that their acquaintance might even have been introduced by his daughter Shin Yanran. So, Shin Chioshan wasn't surprised to see Zhang Xia here too. The other woman, looking to be in her early 40s, and dressed quite fashionably, was clearly his mother-in-law, whom he had never met. Father Shin, how do you raise your children? Our Yao Yao is such a good child, and your son has led her astray. Shin Chioshan hadn't even landed on the sofa when his stylishly dressed mother-in-law started the fight. It was clear she was trying to shift the blame onto the man to protect herself. Yao Yao's mom, calm down. Let's talk slowly. Shin Chioshan sat down and said calmly, we all went through youth. Adolescence is like that, so it's inevitable to have some naive feelings. It's human nature. What human nature? That's easy to say. You have a son, and you're not the ones who suffer. The stylishly dressed woman interrupted Shin Chioshan and turned to the Dean of Academic Affairs, Su Desai, and said, Director Su, look at him, he doesn't even have the slightest attitude to admit his mistakes. No wonder he raised such a child. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, And he's calling it human nature for a child to fall in love early. Su Desai waved his hand. Luoya's mom, aren't we all here now? I want to talk to Shinichia's dad privately. Clearly, Su Desai had already spoken with Luo Yao's mom. The private meeting with Shinchioshan now was most likely about persuading him to quit. Okay, then you guys chat. Luo Yao's mother stood up decisively, gave Shinchioshan a cold look, and stormed out of the office. The two homeroom teachers, Zhang Xia and Shin Xiangyu, followed her out. This left only Shinchioshan and Su Desai in the office. Shinichia's father, I asked you here today to show you how serious this incident is. You know, the college entrance exam is only 3 months away, and it's the perfect time for students to prepare for their final sprint. However, at this critical juncture, Shinichia is openly dating. This not only disrupts school discipline and rules, but also severely undermines the atmosphere during the college entrance exam preparations. The consequences are severe and far-reaching. If every student behaved like Shinichia, our school's admission rate would be the lowest in the city. Given the serious nature of this incident and its devastating impact, our school. Su Desai was speaking passionately when Shinchioshan pulled a black plastic bag from his coat. He then took out 2 cigars and silently placed them on Su Desai's desk. Seeing this, Su Desai frowned and said sternly, Shinichia's father, take these cigarettes back. I'm talking to you about a serious matter now. As the Dean of Academic Affairs, Su Desai possessed a certain dignity. He waved his hand solemnly, and was about to talk to Shinchioshan about trying to persuade Shinichia to withdraw, when the casually dressed parent pulled a red envelope from his coat pocket and placed it on the 2 cigarettes. He said with a smile, Director Su, I know this has a very negative impact, but Xiao Xiao is still a child after all. Do you think you could give her another chance? Chapter 4. Director Su's eyes are like a ruler. Of course, this ruler is only effective when it comes to judging the amount of red envelopes. As the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Su Desai has received countless red envelopes. Just a glance at them gives him a rough idea of how much is in each. And judging by the thickness of the red envelope Shinchioshan placed on the flower box, it should be a round number. That's 10,000 yuan. 2 flower boxes wouldn't shake Director Su's integrity. But the 10,000 yuan red envelope is another matter. Shinichia is still a child. You can't ruin your future because of premature love, right? Su Desai calmly tucked the flower box and the red envelope into the drawer under his desk. His action made his stance clear. Yixiao's father, the school has repeatedly forbidden premature love affairs, especially during this crucial period leading up to the college entrance exam. Director Su, my name is Shinchioshan. You can call me Xiaoshan or Chioshan. There's definitely something wrong with Xiao Xiao. I understand whatever the school decides, but we have to give her a chance to take the college entrance exam, otherwise all these years of study will be for nothing, don't you agree? Shinchioshan took the initiative and stated his stance. The implication was clear. Either a demerit or a public reprimand would be fine, as long as she wasn't expelled. Let's do this. A serious demerit, and a public reprimand at the flag-raising ceremony next Monday. But don't worry, Xiaoshan, it won't be recorded in her file. Su Desai, who was also taking money to avert disaster for others, had already considered the outcome the moment he accepted the red envelope. A serious demerit, and a school-wide public reprimand. It might seem harsh, serving as a warning to others. But since it's not filed in the case, it won't have any real impact on Shinichia. I follow Director Su's instructions. Shinchioshan was very satisfied with this handling and nodded with a smile. Okay, then I let Luo Yao's parents know. Both children must be treated equally. Su Desai waved his hand gently, signaling Shinchioshan to leave, while he spoke to Luo Yao's mother. However, Shinchioshan remained seated on the sofa. Xiaoshan, do you have any questions about the outcome? Su Desai asked, looking at Shinchioshan again. Director Su, I'm very satisfied with the outcome and have no objections. However, I have another matter I'd like to ask Director Su for help with. As he spoke, Shinchioshan subconsciously rubbed his hands. He himself felt a little embarrassed to bring up this matter. Anything else? Su Desai frowned, thinking to himself, 10,000 yuan isn't so easy to come by. Tell me about it. Having already accepted the red envelope, Su Desai had no choice but to listen to Shinchioshan's requests. If it was something as simple as transferring classes, that was easily handled. I'd like to inquire about joining our school as a student, Shinchioshan said with difficulty. Study as a student? Senior year? Hearing it was just a student-only situation, Su Desai's tense nerves relaxed. To him, it was a simple matter. Just pay the money and go through the formalities. Relaxed, Su Desai picked up the Yushi cigarette from his desk, lit one himself, then took out another and handed it to Shin Chioshan. Want one? Thank you, Director Su. Shin Chioshan took the cigarette without hesitation, pulling a lighter from his pocket and lighting it. For the next 30 seconds, neither of them spoke, each of them busying themselves with their cigarettes. Are there any relatives' children coming to study here? Amidst the rising smoke, Su Desai asked. No. I'm on my own. While smoking, Shin Chioshan pondered how to start his conversation, but after much deliberation, he realized there was no room for detours. He simply went straight to the point. Cough, cough, cough. After hearing Shin Chioshan's response, Su Desai, who had just taken a puff of cigarette, suddenly started coughing violently. After a long pause, he dropped his half-smoked cigarette into the ashtray and asked incredulously, Are you saying you're coming to our school as a student? Yes. Shin Chioshan nodded and said sincerely, Director Su, you're familiar with our Shishio's situation. This brat isn't even trying hard with the college entrance exam coming up, so I want to personally supervise him. You mean you're coming here to study just to keep an eye on Shinixiao? Yes. Shin Chioshan nodded again. Shishio's grandfather has high hopes for him, and he's the only male of the third generation of our Shin family. If he doesn't get into college, I'm afraid he won't be able to bear the blow. After much thought, I decided to come to school to personally supervise his studies. This was the only plausible excuse Shin Chioshan could come up with. After all, if he told Su Desai that he was actually going to take the college entrance exam, he would definitely think he was crazy. Xiaoshan, I understand your feelings. But there's no precedent for this in school. And when it comes to studying, I don't think just watching over a child will help. Some kids just aren't cut out for studying, and your supervision won't help. Of course, I'm not saying Shinixiu isn't a good student. He just loves to play, but he's actually quite smart. Su Desai's brows were twisted into knots. He's seen many parents prioritize their children's academics, but this was the first time he's seen one to this degree. This truly exemplifies the pitiful love of parents. Director Su, I know this is a difficult situation for you. But you've seen Shinixia's situation. Everyone else is working hard on their college entrance exams, but he's putting all his energy into dating. If no one's keeping an eye on him, I'm afraid he'd be a grandfather next year. Director Su, pitiful love of parents. Shin Chioshan's words were sincere, but that wasn't the point. The key point was that, as he spoke, he pulled out a red envelope and handed it to Su Desai. This red envelope was just as thick as the previous one. Clearly, this was another significant challenge to Director Su's integrity. Su Desai glanced at the red envelope in front of him, then at Shin Chioshan, who looked sincere, and said with embarrassment, Little Shin, I completely understand how you feel. But this is indeed a difficult matter. Even if I agree, Principal Wang might not agree. After all, this kind of thing is unheard of. Shin Chioshan took out another red envelope and placed it next to the previous one. Director Su, I'm not familiar with Principal Wang. I'm asking for your help. I pay the tuition normally. Just think of it as the school accepting a new student, except this one is a little older. This? Su Desai looked at the two red envelopes in front of him, then thought about the one in the drawer. There was a total of 30,000 yuan. 10,000 would go to Principal Wang, leaving him with 20,000. Although Su Desai, the dean of the Academic Affairs Office, lived comfortably, the thought of getting 20,000 yuan just by asking for it was still incredibly appealing. Alas, pitiful parental love. Su Desai sighed, then with a wave of his hand, stuffed the two red envelopes into a drawer. Xiaoshan, I can't guarantee this. After all, there's no precedent. If it doesn't work out, I return the money I'm not entitled to. Chapter 5. Shin Chioshan's idea was to spend more. If 30,000 yuan wasn't enough, he wasn't short of money right now. Based on the system's feedback, learning at the student's pace at school was the fastest way to increase his academic master index, and perhaps even develop new features. After all, the system's name was Books Are the Golden House. So, naturally, he had to surround himself with mountains of books and oceans of exams. Besides, the reasons he and Su Desai had given weren't entirely nonsense. If he could come to the school on a temporary basis, he could actually help keep an eye on his unreliable son and his daughter, who wasn't particularly studious. In the corridor, Chen Xiangyu, Zhang Xia, and his mother-in-law hadn't left yet. Seeing Shin Chioshan emerge from his office, Chen Xiangyu immediately approached him and asked with concern, How's it going? A serious warning, and a school-wide reprimand. Really? That's great. Chen Xiangyu was overjoyed and quite surprised. She knew Su Desai well. He had made it clear when he approached her that this time, he would kill the chicken to scare the monkey. In other words, both children would most likely be persuaded to withdraw. At least the prime offender, Shen Xiao, would be persuaded to withdraw. However, Shen Qiushan only spoke for 10 minutes. Su Desai had actually changed his mind. Could it be that the 2 cigarettes had an effect? Perhaps. Chen Xiangyu didn't ask further questions for now, thinking she asked more carefully during their next card game. What about our Yao Yao? Same thing? Lu Yao's mother also came over, asking with surprise. When she was talking to Su Desai just now, the other party had a very tough attitude and said that he wanted to persuade both children to give up. So when Shen Qiushan came, she tried her best to pass the blame, hoping to save her own children. Yes, the same, everyone is treated equally. Shen Qiushan nodded. Really? That's great. Lu Yao's mother smiled instantly. Compared to being persuaded to withdraw, being punished, and being publicly criticized were no big deal. As long as it didn't affect her college entrance exam, it was fine. Her daughter, Lu Yao, was pursuing an artistic career. Her academic performance was average, but if she applied to an art school, her chances of getting into an undergraduate program were quite good. Now that the problem has been solved, you two should hurry back to class and remember to write a self-criticism. Chen Xiangyu waved at Shen Xiu and Lu Yao, who were still standing there. Hearing this, the 2 men breathed a sigh of relief and turned to flee. Wait a minute. I still don't understand what's going on. Shen Xiu's father, what do you think? Lu Yao's mother stopped the 2 children as they were about to leave. Yes, we should ask for details. Shen Qiushan nodded in agreement. Teacher Zhang, can I take Yao Yao downstairs first? Lu Yao's mother turned to her daughter's homeroom teacher, Zhang Xiao. Well, after you're done talking, just let her go back to class. With all the parents present, Zhang Xiao, the homeroom teacher, couldn't say anything. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Lu Yao's mother said politely, then grabbed her daughter's arm and said, Come on, let's go downstairs and talk it over. Shen Qiushan winked at his son, Shen Xiu, and said, Follow me. So, the 2 parents escorted their children out of the office building. As they walked downstairs, Lu Yao's mother and Shen Qiushan introduced themselves to each other. Lu Yao's mother told them her name was Lu Mimi, and she worked at a beauty salon. No wonder they dress so fashionably. This profession is at the forefront of fashion. The medical aesthetics industry is incredibly popular in China these days, especially among young women, who are even willing to take out loans for cosmetic surgery. Tell me, how long have you 2 been dating? When they reached a quiet corner downstairs, Lu Mimi, with a stern face, began interrogating the 2 children. Annie, Yao Yao, and I have only been dating for less than a month. Shen Xiu volunteered. Really? Lu Mimi, clearly unconvinced by Shen Xiu's explanation, turned to look at her daughter. Yes, 26 days. Lu Yao nodded gently. Hearing her daughter's answer, Lu Mimi became even more enraged. Wow! You still remember how many days, right? She reached out and pinched Lu Yao's arm. Seeing this, Shen Qiushan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Sister Mimi, don't be impulsive. The child is being thoughtful, which is a good thing. Who is your sister? I was born in 1984. You were born in the 1970s, right? Shen Qiushan's sister Mimi immediately broke Lu Mimi's defense, and her anger was immediately directed at him. I was born in 1987. But Sister Mimi, you do look much younger than me. Shen Qiushan replied with a smile. His skin was quite dark from years of delivering food, making him look older. You were born in 1987? Do you know what the zodiac sign for 1987 is? Lu Mimi rolled her eyes, clearly in disbelief that Shen Qiushan, with his dark skin and rather weathered features, was 3 years younger than her. 1987, the year of the rabbit. Furnace fire. Shen Qiushan blurted out. Seeing that he answered so readily, and didn't seem to be faking it, Lu Mimi was very surprised. You were really born in 1987, I thought you were born in 1978. You look a little anxious. Unlike Sister Mimi, no one would doubt you were born in the 1990s, Shen Qiushan flattered. Lu Mimi rolled her eyes at Shen Qiushan. I finally know how your son tricked my daughter into marrying him. It turns out the root is here with you. Smooth talk. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Xiao. Shen Qiushan winked at his son beside him. Shen Xiu immediately replied, Yes, yes. When I first saw Auntie, I thought it was Sister Yao Yao. Puff. Lu Mimi couldn't help but burst out laughing. What woman doesn't like being praised for her youth, especially when it comes from both father and son? I finally understand what it means to be like father, like son. Alright, that's it for today. You two should hurry back to class. Seeing the Shin father and son working so seamlessly together, Luo Mimi knew she wouldn't get anything out of them just yet. She decided to stop interrogating them, thinking she'd go home that night and interrogate her daughter alone. That might yield some real information. "Mom, I'm going home now," Luo Yao, relieved, called out, and quickly ran towards the teaching building. "Dad, Aunt Luo, I'm leaving too," Shinichio informed them, and quickly followed. "No, you too." Seeing the two getting close again, Luo Mimi grew anxious. She was about to shout to stop them, but Shinchio-shan interrupted. "Sister Mimi, we've all been through this together. The more you try to stop them, the more excited they become. If you don't do anything, they might just break up. Children are so unstable." Hearing Shinchio-shan's words, Luo Mimi was immediately displeased. "So you don't have a daughter? What if they don't manage to control themselves? Our Yao Yao will be the one to suffer." Chapter 6. Shinchio-shan nodded, indicating his understanding of Luo Mimi's feelings. When it comes to premature love, parents of boys are indeed more open-minded than parents of girls. There are still 3 months until the college entrance exam. During this time, we, as parents, should keep a close eye on them and try not to let them spend time alone together. Is that okay? Luo Mimi spoke again. No problem. Then add me on WeChat. Luo Mimi proactively displayed her WeChat QR code. Then they added each other as WeChat friends. Luo Mimi's WeChat nickname was a beautiful beauty medical beauty teacher Luo. Clearly, her work and personal WeChat accounts were the same. Shinchio-shan, on the other hand, had 2 WeChat accounts, one for his delivery work and the other for his personal WeChat account, work hard, work hard, work hard again. For someone with limited education, there was no other way to support 2 children except to work incredibly hard. The WeChat nickname served as a constant reminder. Yeah, you should try. I heard from teacher Zhang that you're raising 2 children on your own. After glancing at Shinchio-shan's WeChat username, Luo Mimi added a note to him. Yes, their mother passed away during childbirth. Then it must have been tough for you these past few years. Didn't you find another one? A few years ago, I felt I'd be sorry for the mother, but then I got used to it. Besides, finding a new one isn't easy in my situation. True. Becoming a stepmother right away, to 2 children at that. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. The 2 chatted idly as they walked towards the school gate. Perhaps due to her profession, Luo Mimi was quite talkative and seemed to have a good personality, the type who lived a carefree life. This was evident from her fashionable outfit and the faintly visible half-tattoo on her chest. Presently, Shinchio-shan had been preoccupied with the child's concerns and hadn't scrutinized her closely. Now that the child's concerns were resolved, Shinchio-shan couldn't help but take a few more glances at this stylishly dressed mother-in-law. She had neatly cropped hair in a fashionable chestnut brown. Probably from meticulous care, it had a subtle sheen in the sunlight, not a greasy look at all. She wore a loose, soft off-white silk shirt. The collar was slightly open, forming a natural V-neck, revealing her delicate collarbone. The sleeves were casually rolled up, revealing a section of her fair forearms. She wore a light brown mid-length knit cardigan. The dropped shoulders softened her shoulders, and the irregular cut on the sides made her look graceful and flowing as she walked. She paired it with dark brown straight-leg suit trousers, framing her straight legs. She wore caramel-colored ankle boots with a crocodile-embossed pattern on the upper, creating a retro and stylish look. She certainly looked younger than her age, perhaps due to her work in the cosmetic surgery industry, where women tend to be more refined. Teacher Jean said they were kissing when they were caught. I'm really worried they've taken it to the next level. As they reached the school gate, Luo Mimi brought up the matter of the children again. I don't think so. Xiao Xiao always goes home with his sister after evening study. The only time the 2 children get to spend time together is at school, and that kind of environment is impossible there. Shinchio-shan analyzed calmly, but in reality, he wasn't entirely sure. After all, his old lover, Chen Xiangyu, said that when he caught the scoundrel, his hand was still inside the girl's clothes. Teacher Zhang probably didn't tell Luo Mimi about this detail, fearing she'd get too excited. I hope so. Luo Mimi thought Shinchio-shan had some truth in his words. By the way, you've worked so hard all these years. How much do you have saved for your son's betrothal gift? What if the 2 of you really do end up together? Of course, it's the woman who brings up the betrothal gift. Shinchio-shan smiled and spread his hands. Then 388,888. Luo Mimi said casually. Sure. No problem. Before today, Shinchio-shan wouldn't have agreed so readily, but now the situation was different. He was a man with the system's support. A 380,000 yuan betrothal gift is just a small price to pay. Wow! You agreed so readily, are you sure you can afford it? Luo Mimi's tone was a mixture of teasing and disbelief. Because Shen Qiushan didn't look like someone who could come up with 380,000 yuan. 380,000 yuan, not 3.8 million. With over 600,000 yuan in his bank card, Shen Qiushan stood firm. He opened the Yangue Bank app, clicked on the account balance page, and showed it to Luo Mimi. I've already prepared the betrothal gift, little brat. Luo Mimi subconsciously glanced at the balance on Shen Qiushan's bank card, a hint of surprise crossing her face. On the internet, even someone with 1 million yuan in deposits could be labeled poor, but the reality is, according to data released by the central bank, only 0.37% of depositors have deposits exceeding 500,000 yuan. Based on a population of 1.41 billion, the number of depositors with deposits exceeding 500,000 yuan is approximately 5.22 million. So, a deposit of over 600,000 yuan is still quite valuable. At least it's better than 99.63% of people. It seems all these years of hard work have paid off. Brother Shen, what do you do for a living? Perhaps the 600,000 yuan deposit played a role, as Luo Mimi's enthusiasm was noticeably stronger. I've run a business, started a business, driven a taxi, and delivered food. I'm planning to go to university for further studies, Shen Qiushan replied truthfully. Going to university for further studies? What do you mean? Are you going for a master's or a doctorate? Luo Mimi was stunned. In her opinion, Shen Qiushan was too old for either. Besides, after working for so long, returning to university was simply unrealistic. I'm planning to take the Gaokao with the kids. I'm studying right now. Huh? Luo Mimi was shocked, her eyes widening. You're going to take the Gaokao with the kids? Participation is the most important thing. I mainly want to motivate them. Shen Qiushan explained. Is that so? You're such a dedicated and good father. Luo Mimi gave him a thumbs up. By the way, Brother Shen, I notice your skin is a bit dark. You said that if you really get into university, you need to pay attention to your appearance on campus. Luo Mimi is definitely a good salesperson, never missing an opportunity to acquire new clients. Upon hearing that Shen Qiushan was preparing for the university entrance exam, she immediately began promoting their store's whitening treatments. Let me tell you, Brother Shen, there are many different aspects of skin care. Ding! Learn new knowledge. Skin care. Reward. A beginner blind box. Note, the beginner blind box can contain items or cash worth between 10,000 and 1 million yuan. Yes or no? Open now? Just as Shen Qiushan was about to find an excuse to leave, a mechanical notification chimed in his head. This works? Shen Qiushan was startled, then overjoyed. This system is different once activated. Simply learning new knowledge actually rewards you. This time it's completely developed. Chapter 7. Yes, Shen Qiushan quickly gave his feedback. Ding! The primary blind box has been successfully opened. Reward. 399,999 yuan in study funds. Accompanied by the system notification tone, Shen Qiushan received another text message from Yangue Bank. His bank card balance reached 7 figures for the first time. Awesome! Shen Qiushan couldn't help but silently exclaim in his heart. After 20 years of hard work, not only had he not saved any money, but he also had a mortgage of hundreds of thousands of yuan. And yet, within a day of the system's official activation, he had 1 million yuan in savings. Life was finally getting better. Brother Shen, do you want to try our store? At this time, Luo Mimi asked again. Sure. Shen Qiushan nodded and agreed directly. Luo Mimi was a little surprised. In reality, she had just been trying to figure it out, but she hadn't expected Shen Qiushan to actually agree. Brother Shen, you're such a straightforward guy. Come on, let's go to the shop and I give you a makeover. Luo Mimi's face was filled with a smile. By the way, I didn't drive. How did you get here? On an electric scooter. Shen Qiushan pointed to an electric scooter parked not far away. Luo Mimi was slightly startled. She hadn't expected someone with a huge deposit of over 600,000 yuan to be so low-key, not even owning a car. Even more surprising was the fact that there was a takeout container on the back of the scooter. It looked like someone was suddenly called to school while delivering food. Our shop isn't far from school, at the intersection of Renmin Road and Bayou Street, only 3 kilometers away. Give me a ride. Luo Mimi naturally didn't want to take the electric scooter, but Shen Qiushan was a potential customer, and suggesting she take a taxi would be a bit offensive to his pride. So, she offered to take the scooter. Then I know your shop. As a delivery driver, Shin Qiushan was very familiar with the area. The moment Luo Mimi mentioned the address, a rough outline of the shop appeared in his mind. Shin Qiushan had delivered food to the shop more than once, but he always left it at the front desk. He didn't recall ever meeting Luo Mimi. Get on board. Approaching the electric scooter, Shin Qiushan held the handlebars and gestured for Luo Mimi to get on first. After she settled in, he got on board himself. At first, Luo Mimi tried to keep a distance from Shin Qiushan, but as the scooter picked up speed, her hand involuntarily wrapped around the man in front of her waist, inadvertently touching what she called abdominal muscles. Shin Qiushan stood 183 centimeters tall. Thanks to his years of delivering food, he had a very good physique, with well-defined muscles. He was the type of man whose physique gave women a sense of security. Luo Mimi had initially felt a wave of fear as she rode the speeding electric scooter. But as she hugged Shin Qiushan's waist and felt his firm muscles, her fear vanished, and an inexplicable sense of security grew within her. This feeling made Luo Mimi's heart race, and she even felt the urge to rest her head on his back. But she resisted. A dozen minutes later, Shin Qiushan parked the scooter in front of the Qiaojiaren Medical Cosmetology Clinic. Luo Mimi disembarked, somewhat reluctantly, smoothed her wind-twisted hair, and led Shin Qiushan inside. Sister Mimi, why did you take a food delivery service back? The receptionist, Zhang Shui, had already seen the scene outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. As soon as Luo Mimi entered, she immediately started teasing with a smile. What takeaway car? This is my client. Luo Mimi rolled her eyes at the speechless Zhang Shui. Huh? Client? Aren't you Uncle Shin? Zhang Shui immediately recognized Shin Qiushan, who was walking behind them. They had interacted so many times that they even knew each other's names. Zhang Shui was a technical school graduate and only 19 years old, so calling Shin Qiushan Uncle Shin wasn't excessive at all. No, Uncle Shin, call me Brother Shin. Luo Mimi corrected the address, then said, Your Brother Shin is here today to work on a project. Brother Shin, let's sit over there. Luo Mimi pointed to the sofa in the reception area and winked at Zhang Shui. Xiaoxue, pour me a cup of tea. Oh, okay. Zhang Shui was reluctant, but she still agreed. Shin Qiushan followed Luo Mimi to the reception area and sat down. He'd been to this shop many times on a delivery trip, but each time he'd been in a hurry, leaving the order and leaving without a close look inside. Only now, after sitting down, did he realize how large this medical beauty clinic was. The combined area, upstairs and downstairs, must have been around 1,000 square meters. Tea room. Zhang Shui, who had come to pour tea, met Lin Yu, another beautician at the shop, who was making coffee for him. Who did Sister Mimi bring with her? Lin Yu hadn't heard the previous conversation. She only saw Luo Mimi bring a man in, so she asked curiously. A delivery man. Huh? A delivery man? Lin Yu was confused. What do you mean? I don't understand. Sister Mimi said the delivery man was a client of hers, and she asked me to pour him some tea. Zhang Shui curled her lips in frustration. I don't know what's wrong with Sister Mimi. How can a delivery guy afford our business? Even if he could, would he be willing to do it? Hearing Zhang Shui's words, Lin Yu burst into laughter. Maybe Sister Mimi's sales this month are so bad, she's desperate and trying anything. As the two were chatting, another beautician entered the tea room. See? Luo Mimi brought a delivery guy to our shop, claiming he's a client. Xiaoxue and I were just talking about that. Luo Mimi is obsessed with sales, dragging anyone into our shop. Does that delivery guy think we have some special services? Haha, maybe Luo Mimi secretly offered them to him. Xiaoxue, go serve tea and hear what they say. A 3-person meeting group quickly formed. After receiving the tea, Zhang Shui was sent off to gather the latest intelligence. Carrying a tea tray, she walked to the reception area and placed the tea on the coffee table in front of Shin Qiushan. Brother Shin, your tea. At this moment, Luo Mimi was introducing the shop's photo rejuvenation program to Shin Qiushan. This program costs 488 yuan per session, but for shop members, it's only 388 yuan per session. Brother Shin, why don't you get a membership? It's more cost-effective. Well, what about membership? Our membership starts at 2,000. Top up 2,000 and get 200 off. 5,000 and get 800 off. 10,000 and get 2,000 off. Plus, a full-body whitening spa. Brother Shin, you could get a 2,000 membership and try it out. Luo Mimi enthusiastically explained, while Zhang Shui chuckled inwardly, why get a membership? Just one session is good enough. Don't you even know what he does? Zhang Shui was silently complaining when she heard Shen Qiushan sigh, "Beauty treatments are great. You have to do them. Sister Mimi, from what you said, it seems like 10,000 is more appropriate. So get a 10,000. Then, tell me more about beauty treatments." Chapter 8. Plop. After hearing Shen Qiushan's shocking speech, Zhang Shui accidentally dropped the tea tray she was holding. "They sold you a 2,000 yuan membership card, but you applied for a 10,000 yuan one. Is your uncle really that rebellious? The question is, do you have the capital to rebel? 10,000 yuan. For a delivery driver like you, that's a month of exhausting work, and that's if you're working incredibly hard. And yet, you went to a beauty salon and applied for a 10,000 yuan membership card. Has delivering food ruined your brain?" Luo Mimi was also shocked. Although she knew Shen Qiushan had over 600,000 yuan in his bank account, she could tell it was all his hard-earned money. So Luo Mimi didn't intend for him to get a too expensive membership card, figuring it would just be enough to save her some time. And yet, her in-law was incredibly supportive. He immediately asked for a 10,000 yuan membership card. "Xiaoxue, go get your membership card for Brother Shen." Recovering from her shock, Luo Mimi quickly winked at Zhang Shui. Opening membership cards is done on the front desk computer, and Zhang Shui is in charge of this. "Hey!" Zhang Shui agreed, picked up the fallen tea tray, and hurried back to the front desk. "Brother Shen, you're so generous. A membership card worth 10,000 is absolutely perfect. Don't worry, this money will definitely be worth it. I guarantee you'll be a fairer complexion in no time," Luo Mimi said with a beaming smile as she dragged Shen Qiushan to the front desk to open the card. Even though making money might seem difficult, spending it is easy. To open a membership card, all you need is your name, birthday, and phone number. Then just pay. As Shen Qiushan swiped his card, Zhang Shui wondered if the delivery driver's bank account was empty. Was he just being silly? The process was incredibly smooth. She hadn't imagined it would happen. Luo Mimi beamed. "Brother Shen, a 10,000 yuan membership card comes with a free full-body whitening spa. Normally, this is 998 yuan. How about we get the freebie today?" "Sure. I follow Sister Mimi's instructions." Shen Qiushan nodded indifferently. He was thinking, "I've worked hard for half my life. It's time to enjoy myself. Brother Shen, come upstairs with me." Luo Mimi pointed in the direction of the stairs and led Shen Qiushan to the second floor. As soon as the two left, Lin Yu, who had been keeping an eye on things in the tea room, and a younger beautician hurried over to the front desk. "What's going on? Did you get your card?" Lin Yu asked impatiently. "Yeah, he got a membership card for 10,000 yuan. Zhang Shui nodded, still finding it a bit unbelievable. "What? A 10,000 yuan card?" Lin Yu was stunned. From the tea room, she could see what was happening at the front desk. She witnessed Shen Qiushan swiping his card, but she had no idea how much money he had on the card. She and her colleague Xiao Xiao guessed it was 2,000 yuan. It was probably Luo Mimi's way of getting him in to boost sales, and maybe there was some kind of illicit deal going on. And yet, he gotten a 10,000 yuan card. Delivery is so lucrative these days. A 10,000 yuan membership card just like that? Xiao Xiao, another bystander, was also stunned. She felt like she missed out on billions. She ordered takeout every day and dealt with the delivery guys constantly. If she'd known it was so easy to scam them, she should have cultivated better relationships with them. That's what I'm saying. If you build good relationships with the delivery guys, maybe you can get a membership card worth 10,000. Lin Yu teased, half jokingly and half seriously. Just then, a delivery guy walked into the store carrying a cup of milk tea. "Rich lady's milk tea. Mine, mine." Zhang Shui waved at the delivery guy and took the milk tea. The delivery guy, having delivered the order, turned and walked away. But he had only taken 2 steps when someone called out, "Brother, wait a minute." "What's up?" The delivery guy turned around, puzzled. Lin Yu smiled at him and asked, "Brother, would you like a membership card?" "What's that?" The delivery guy looked confused. "It's our beauty salon membership card. You're so exposed to the sun, you really need some whitening," Lin Yu said with a smile. The delivery guy, who had finally realized what was happening, was speechless. So this woman was trying to sell her beauty salon membership. It seems business is really tough these days. Even a delivery guy like me isn't immune. "I can't afford it," the delivery guy replied bluntly, striding out of the salon. "It doesn't seem like it's going to work out that way either." After the delivery guy left, Lin Yu curled her lips slightly. That delivery guy and Sister Mimi obviously know each other. Maybe they really have some sort of backroom deal. Xiao Xiao whispered. There must be something going on. Zhang Chua nodded. Sister Mimi can get a delivery guy to give her a membership for 10,000 yuan. That's impressive. Lin Yu exclaimed. Upstairs. In the beauty salon. As Shen Qiushan lay down on the beauty bed, Luo Mimi finally realized that her full-body whitening spa treatment for him wasn't quite right. Because it was a full-body spa treatment, all clothes had to be removed, leaving only underwear. In fact, if the female customer didn't mind, it would be best to remove all clothes, as many women also attach great importance to whitening and maintaining their buttocks. So, when Shen Qiushan lay on the beauty bed, Luo Mimi felt a little embarrassed. But he had already applied for a membership card, and was already lying on the beauty bed, so she couldn't change her mind at the last minute. So she had to bite the bullet and say, Brother Shen, this full-body spa treatment requires removing clothes. If you mind, can we try another treatment? I don't mind. Shen Qiushan waved his hand nonchalantly. A grown man like him, what was there to be afraid of? Trousers too? Shen Qiushan quickly removed his shirt. Thanks to his long, intense work schedule, he maintained a remarkably good figure, showing no signs of middle-aged weight gain. Broad shoulder blades resembled outstretched wings, deltoids bulged, biceps and triceps bulged, and abdominal muscles were neatly arranged like carefully carved chocolate cubes. Luo Mimi had felt the firmness of those muscles earlier. While riding the electric scooter, the touch gave her a profoundly powerful feeling. Seeing it with her own eyes, Luo Mimi's heart raced. A woman of her age couldn't handle this. Her inner womanly virtue immediately began to crumble. Take it off. Just leave it on in shorts. After calming herself down a bit, Luo Mimi said firmly. Okay. Shen Qiushan responded, pulling his jeans back down. This left him in nothing but boxer shorts. Sister Mimi, you don't need to take this off, do you? Shen Qiushan quipped casually. No need. Luo Mimi shook her head, her voice betraying her feelings. She muttered to herself, this bulging thing? I wonder if it's going to be of any use. Chapter 9. Anyone who's had a spa knows that a so-called spa involves applying essential oils or similar substances to the body, followed by a meticulous massage. The various benefits advertised are often unattainable. They primarily serve to relieve fatigue and relax the mind and body. The full-body whitening spa Luo Mimi was about to give Shen Qiushan was only so-so. Customers' feelings of success were largely due to the beautician's skill, which made them feel they were getting their money's worth. Luo Mimi was a seasoned beautician, so her technique was impeccable. She first had Shen Qiushan lie flat on the beauty bed, gently applied a warm towel to his back to relax his pores, and then began applying whitening lotion. Her hands nimbly extended along the spine, rubbing her palms against the skin, her fingertips precisely pressing acupuncture points. Shen Qiushan alternated between a tingling sensation and a sense of relaxation. Overall, it was a simple matter of 2 words, comfortable. This allowed Shen Qiushan, who had been a slave for most of his life, to experience the joys of wealth. If he hadn't activated the system, he wouldn't have bothered to do this 998 spa treatment. After all, he had 2 money-eating idiots at home. Every day, just opening his eyes cost him hundreds of dollars, so he didn't have the spare cash for this kind of thing. But things were different now. Shen Qiushan was a rich man with $1 million in savings. There was nothing wrong with enjoying himself. Of course, Shen Qiushan's original intention was to learn some skincare knowledge from Luo Mimi and see if he could get some benefits from the system. But the spa treatment was so pleasurable that Shen Qiushan was so engrossed in enjoying himself that he completely forgot about learning. He even fell asleep during the spa treatment, feeling so relaxed that he had a dream that was inappropriate for children. In his dream, a voluptuous technician caressed his skin inch by inch, her slender, nimble fingers invading his forbidden zone from top to bottom. Finally, she broke through the barrier and engaged him in a satisfying encounter. And at the crucial moment, Shen Qiushan suddenly woke up. The lights in the salon were dim. Luo Mimi sat beside the bed, gently kneading Shen Qiushan's muscular thighs. Whether it was the dream or Luo Mimi's overly intimate movements, Shen Qiushan found himself in a somewhat awkward position. Brother Shen, you're awake. Luo Mimi greeted him softly when she saw him open his eyes. You actually fell asleep. Shen Qiushan muttered softly, then tried to recall his grandmother's voice and smile in his mind, forcing himself to calm down. Watching Shen Qiushan perform such a trick right before her eyes, Luo Mimi teased with a smile. Brother Shen, you're having a sweet dream, aren't you? Yeah, I dreamed of getting married. Shen Qiushan wasn't a pushover. Having already smoothed over the awkwardness, he immediately followed up on Luo Mimi's question. Haha, I see. Luo Mimi laughed heartily, her hand deliberately nudging Shen Qiushan's thigh. Sister Mimi, Your shop is legitimate, right? Shin Qiushan immediately teased. Why? You still want something less legitimate? Luo Mimi pouted slightly. That's not what I meant. Shin Qiushan quickly waved his hand away. Sex trafficking is illegal. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Even if you want it, you can't. This is a legitimate beauty clinic. Luo Mimi feigned anger and slapped Shin Qiushan on the thigh. Yeah, it looks really legitimate. Shin Qiushan nodded in agreement, then changed the subject. Sister Mimi, can you tell me more about beauty? The spa service was almost over, and if I didn't learn more, it would be too late. There's so much beauty knowledge out there. What do you want to hear about? Anything is fine. I know nothing. Then let's talk about whitening. Luo Mimi was an experienced beautician, after all. Her theoretical knowledge was solid, and she spoke eloquently about the subject. Ding, student points +1. Ding, student points +1. Shin Qiushan listened for a while, but his student points only increased, and he didn't receive any more rewards like blind boxes. The full-body whitening spa service was over. Shin Qiushan checked the time. The entire service had lasted 2.5 hours. While the $9.98 service fee was steep, the service experience was truly excellent. Brother Shin, you can rest a little longer. We have tea and snacks available. Do you want any? No, I have things to do. I have to go. Shin Qiushan waved his hand. He had been heading back to the delivery station since leaving school. He knew the customer he stood up would definitely complain. But it didn't matter. He was going back to the delivery station to resign. Now that the system had been officially activated, he no longer needed to deliver food to make a living. The most important thing for him right now was study hard. Get into college. Although this seemed a bit absurd to a 38-year-old like him. But for 100 million. He had to give it a try, no matter what. Besides, he was now the chosen one with system support. Getting into a 985 university wasn't completely impossible. After getting dressed, Shin Qiushan stretched and then, accompanied by Luo Mimi, went down to the first floor. Brother Shin, you've had a good rest. The receptionist, Zhang Shui, had completely changed her demeanor. She had previously called him uncle, but now she had taken the initiative to demote Shin Qiushan by a generation. Calling you uncle is fine too. Shin Qiushan smiled and waved his hand. In fact, he quite enjoyed the age gap, especially if something could happen between the two. An uncle would clearly have a stronger impact than a brother. As expected, men become bad when they have money. To think that was even on his mind. Shin Qiushan cursed inwardly, before being warmly escorted out of the store by Luo Mimi. Sanjiang High School. It was almost time to get off work. Su Desai found Wang Guangqing, who had just returned from a meeting at the Education Bureau. Boss, I have something to report to you. What's the big deal? Just tell me if you have something, old Su. Wang Guangqing casually gestured to the reception sofa in his office. But Su Desai didn't sit down. Instead, he walked over to Wang Guangqing's desk and whispered, Here's the thing. There's a student who wants to come to our school on a temporary basis, but he's a little old. I'd like to ask your opinion. A little old? How old? Wang Guangqing immediately grasped the point and asked casually. 38. Su Desai paused for a moment, then truthfully reported Shin Qiushan's age. How much? Say it again? Wang Guangqing scratched his ear with his little finger and looked at Su Desai in astonishment. 38 years old. He's the parent of a student at our school, and takes his child's education very seriously. Su Desai embellished Shin Qiushan's story, then silently pulled a red envelope from his trouser pocket and placed it on Wang Guangqing's desk. He sighed, Leader, pity the love of parents. This is the first time I've met a parent like this. Why don't you let him try? Wang Guangqing didn't answer immediately. Instead, he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk. After a long silence, he paused and tapped the red envelope next to him. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, let him go. Chapter 10. On the way to the takeout station, Shin Qiushan received a call from Su Desai, saying that the student placement had been approved and that he should go to the school tomorrow to complete the paperwork. This outcome was within Shin Qiushan's expectations. Sanjiang Senior High School was a key municipal high school, ranked slightly above average among Sanjiang's nearly 100 high schools. Its management and student enrollment couldn't compare to those top schools. Thus, it shouldn't be a problem for Shin Qiushan to pave the way for a student placement with a red envelope. And so it turned out. Tomorrow, 38-year-old Shin Qiushan would be able to return to high school after a 20-year absence. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of emotion. They say time can't be reversed, and life can't be repeated. For Shin Qiushan, Returning to high school was essentially a chance to relive his youth. As his thoughts drifted, Shin Qiushan had already arrived at the takeout station entrance. "Brother Sean, Lao Zhang's been looking for you for ages." "Lao Shin, what's up? Why are you still out of contact?" Two riders, half leaning on their electric scooters, spoke up upon seeing Shin Qiushan. "Something's going on at home. I need to rest for a while," Shin Qiushan replied as he strode into the takeout station. Several delivery drivers were chatting while replacing batteries on their electric scooters when one of them said, "Business is really tough these days. I was delivering food to the beauty salon this afternoon, and this chick actually asked if I wanted a membership. I don't know what she's thinking. Haha, is that chick interested in you? TSK, if she sleep with me for a few days, I actually consider it. She looks quite flirty. How many more days of sleep? Then you've been working for nothing this month." If Shin Qiushan had heard this kind of chat before, he would have responded. But now, Luo Mimi's clever tricks involuntarily surfaced in his mind. "Old Shin, you're finally back. What's going on? The complaint line is practically blowing up." Just then, Zhang Chang, the station manager, emerged from the inner office carrying a large teapot. Seeing Shin Qiushan, he immediately started complaining. "Something happened at school, and I went to school temporarily," Shin Qiushan explained briefly. "Then why did we lose contact? Customers haven't received their orders, and the complaints have flooded all the way to headquarters. I spent a lot of time explaining it to them." Station manager Zhang Chang had a good relationship with Shin Qiushan, and he had certainly spoken well of him when the higher-ups called to inquire. "It's okay. Just deduct the money from my salary. Also, Brother Chang, I'm quitting this job for now. I'm taking a break." Shin Qiushan returned to the station because he had a good relationship with Zhang Chang and needed to tell him in person. "Huh? Quitting?" Zhang Chang was startled and frowned. "What's going on? Something big happened at home? Do you need any help?" "No." Shin Qiushan waved his hand. "I just want a change of pace. I treat you guys to a drink when I have time." "Really? If you have any problems, just tell me, brother. I definitely help if I can." Zhang Chang suspected Shin Qiushan had something to hide, otherwise, he wouldn't have quit so suddenly. After all, he had 2 high school kids to support. "Brother Chang, you really can't help me with this." Shin Qiushan leaned over to Zhang Chang, put his arm around his shoulders, and whispered, "I'm preparing for the college entrance exam." "What the hell? You're taking the college entrance exam?" Zhang Chang exclaimed, his eyes widening. His shout drew incredulous glances from the delivery drivers nearby, who were chatting about young women. "Brother Sean, are you taking the college entrance exam? Old Shin, you don't have a fever, do you? Isn't your child taking the exam this year?" The delivery drivers were all stunned. Shin Qiushan had only intended to tell Zhang Chang, since he cared more about him, but the news had spread to everyone at the station. But Shin Qiushan didn't explain. Instead, he smiled and said, "Everyone come to the graduation party. I'm leaving now. I still have to study." Before anyone could react, Shin Qiushan had scurried away. However, after he left, the entire delivery station erupted in chaos. Has old Shin gone crazy? I think so. Who would take the college entrance exam at such an old age? Brother Sean, are you in your 40s? 38, 2 years older than me. Taking college entrance exam at 38? What's Brother Sean thinking? Haven't you seen him reading a whole book every day lately? I think he's serious. Whether he's serious or not, taking college entrance exams at 38 is like tying a rope around a chicken's butt. Bullshit. Everyone was talking, and soon the news that Shin Qiushan was taking the college entrance exam spread among the delivery men. After all, it was too unbelievable. Even then, after leaving the delivery station, Shin Qiushan went to the fresh food supermarket to buy some fruits and vegetables, then rode his electric scooter home. He lived in Wangjianjiwan in Sanjiang New Town. It was called a new town, but it was actually a former suburb. Because it was far from the main urban area, housing prices were relatively cheap. A few years ago, Shin Qiushan took out a loan to buy a 125 square meter, 3-bedroom apartment. However, his father lived with him. 3 rooms weren't enough for a family of 4, so he partitioned the living room, creating a small room with just enough space for a bed, which he occupied. Of the remaining 3 rooms, his daughter Shin Yanran occupied the master bedroom with its own bathroom, his son Shin Yixia occupied the second bedroom, and his father occupied the south-facing guest bedroom. After charging his electric bike in the carport downstairs, Shin Qiushan carried vegetables and fruit upstairs. However, he didn't go directly back to his own home on the 20th floor. Instead, he took the elevator to his sister's house on the 19th. Over the years, as Shin Qiushan was busy earning money to support the family, his 2 children and their father often ate at his sister's house, so Shin Qiushan often delivered groceries directly to his sister's home. "Brother, why are you here so early today?" Shin Dehua opened the door after hearing a knock and was puzzled to see his brother. It was a little after 5 o'clock, the peak time for food delivery. "Wow, you can't eat it? Fish and pork ribs." Shin Dehua couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the large amount of fish and meat in Shin Qiushan's hands. "My 2 are preparing for the college entrance exam, and little potato is still growing, so he needs to keep up with the nutrition," Shin Qiushan said as he handed the dishes to his sister. Then he noticed his father sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at his phone. "Dad, you're here too," Shin Qiushan called out, but received no response. Clearly, old Shin's attention was focused on his phone. Shin Qiushan changed into slippers and moved closer to his father, curiously examining the screen. A female anchorwoman was seen swaying vigorously to the alluring music. Her long white legs and the bulging white rabbits that seemed to be about to burst out were particularly eye-catching. Old Shin was so engrossed in watching that his mouth almost stretched to his ears. His dry fingers were still frantically prodding the screen at the anchorwoman's command. Chapter 11. Shin Qiushan watched along for a while. He had to admit that these borderline female streamers understood men. Any normal man who came across this kind of live stream would give it a few extra glances. If a man saw a video like this and quickly scrolled past it, then there was likely only one possibility. His wife was right next to him. "What? You're saying he might be gay?" No, no, no. According to big data algorithms, gays are unlikely to see such borderline videos. Shin Qiushan glanced at old Shin, who was absorbed in the video, and sighed. "Dad, this is a lucky time. In the past, an ordinary worker like Dad wouldn't have had such a treat. It would have been unthinkable." "Well, if you like, watch it. She's over 60, who knows how much longer she can watch it." After a dance, the female streamer sat back in front of the live stream screen and continued her live stream competition with the next person. The visual impact of her sitting position was incomparable to her jumping up just now. Old Shin's interest immediately waned, and he turned to look at Shin Qiushan. "Why are you back so early today?" "I went to school, and the school officials caught your grandson dating." Shin Qiushan sat down next to his father and replied casually. "Is Xiao Xiao dating someone?" "Is your grandson's wife pretty?" Old Shin asked curiously. Shin Qiushan was speechless. His father had a strange way of thinking. The school official's arrest was the main point, but he was actually concerned about the beauty of his grandson's wife. "The school wants to expel your grandson," Shin Qiushan said again. "What? Expelled?" Old Shin curled his lips and said angrily, "Why? Just because Xiao Xiao is dating? It's such a big deal. What's the big deal? The college entrance exam is in 3 months. Xiao Xiao has been made an example of by the school, a warning to others, understand? I told you before, don't spoil him too much, and now something serious has happened." Shin Qiushan deliberately made the matter sound more serious, hoping to get his father to reflect on his overindulging of his grandson. "What does Xiao's relationship have to do with me spoiling him? I didn't spoil you back then either. And now, you brought me a daughter-in-law at 19 and became a father at 20. I think Xiao Xiao is much better than you." Old Shin snorted coldly, glaring back. Shin Qiushan was speechless. When it came to dating, his son, Shin Xiao, couldn't compare to anyone his age. How was it decided in the end? If they really dared to expel Xiao Xiao, I'd talk to Shishi's grandfather. I don't believe he ignores such a serious matter. Old Shin stiffened his neck again. Hearing him mention Xiaoxiao's grandfather, Shin Qiushan subconsciously frowned, then stopped trying to keep the secret. "I gave a little gift to the dean of their school, and it was resolved." "Bah! Those grandsons. All they know is accepting gifts." Hearing this, Old Shin spat in disdain. But after learning his grandson was fine, he pressed on. "Is your grandson's wife pretty? Xiao Xiao is such a handsome guy, he's got to find someone pretty. Pretty, like a fairy." Shin Qiushan, tired of being asked, replied casually. In fact, in Shin Qiushan's opinion, his daughter-in-law, Luo Yao, was just okay, petite and cute. During school, this type of girl is often more popular. But in Shin Qiushan's eyes, Luo Yao was far inferior to her mother, a charming wife. As long as she's pretty, that's all. I trust Shishu's judgment. Old Shin nodded contentedly, then returned to watching a video of a beautiful woman dancing. Just then, the door suddenly opened from the outside, and Shin Qiushan's brother-in-law, Zheng Yi, returned home with their daughter, Zheng Shurhan. "Brother, you're here so early. Zheng Yi was a little surprised to see Shin Qiushan at home at this hour. Uncle, aren't you delivering food today? Zheng Shurhan, now 9 years old, already had a bit of a grown-up vibe and could converse with adults on the same wavelength. Shin Qiushan smiled and said, "No more deliveries." "What? No more deliveries?" As soon as Shin Qiushan finished speaking, old Shin, who was standing beside him, put down his phone and glared at him, asking, "What are you going to do if you're not delivering food? Don't tell me you're starting another business." A few years ago, Shin Qiushan used all his savings and a borrowed 100,000 yuan to join a popular mixed noodle restaurant. It went bankrupt within a year, and not only did he not make any money, he was also saddled with over 100,000 yuan in debt. In the past 2 years, he's finally paid off his debts and gotten some relief. So, when he heard that Shin Qiushan seemed to be planning something new, he became anxious. "No business." Shin Qiushan waved his hand. "Brother, have you found another job?" Shin Dahua, upon hearing the voice, emerged from the kitchen, holding a platter of sliced cantaloupe and watermelon. She placed the fruit plate on the coffee table in front of her father, but old Shin had no intention of eating the fruit at the moment. Instead, he frowned and stared at his son, who was always a source of worry for him. "Dad, I'm going to college." Shin Qiushan never stopped talking until he was shocked. And as soon as he said this, everyone in the room was stunned. "Brother, you're going to college?" Shin Dahua raised an eyebrow, as if he had seen a ghost. "Brother, how much have you drunk?" Zheng Yi chimed in. Old Shin was even more direct. He grabbed the vibrator on the sofa and began to pepper Shin Qiushan, the rebellious son. "Go to college. You're almost 40 and still want to go to college. Why don't you just go to heaven? I don't think you ever get through a peaceful day like this." Shin Qiushan was beaten so hard that he ran away, his head in his hands. "Dad, father, old Shin, stop it. My uncle is going to college." Little Potato Zheng Shurhan found the scene hilarious. She took a piece of watermelon from the fruit bowl and ate it happily, while watching her grandfather chase her uncle with the vibrator. "Dad, don't get angry yet. Let me tell you what's going on, brother." Zheng Yi tried to mediate the fight while calming old Shin. "I was exaggerating when I said the college entrance exam. I'm planning to accompany them for 3 months, supervising Yanran and Xiaoxiao through their final sprint for the college entrance exam." Shin Qiushan quickly explained that he had only mentioned the college entrance exam directly to test his father's attitude. Now that old Shin's stance was clear, the matter of college entrance exams would require some tactical and strategic thinking. However, old Shin still refused to accept this explanation. He glared and scolded, "Why do you need to accompany them to school? Just focus on delivering takeout. If you accompany them to school, who's going to earn money? The whole family will be starving, right?" Shin Dahua chimed in, "Brother, accompanying them to school is really unnecessary. The college entrance exam is in 3 months, and Yanran and Xiaoxiao's grades are almost set. There's no need for them to accompany them, right?" Seeing that his sister had aligned herself with their father, Shin Qiushan quickly winked at his brother-in-law, Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi immediately understood and stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Dad, I think you're thinking about Yanran and Xiaoxiao. These 2 kids aren't really focused on their studies, especially Xiaoxiao. If we don't keep a close eye on them, they might not even get into college. So, I think it's necessary for you to keep an eye on them." Chapter 12. You accompany them to school. Then who earn money to support the family? Are you counting on my meager pension? Old Shin's lip curled to his ears, his face stern, a stark contrast to the way he'd been watching the beautiful woman dancing. Yanran smiled. "Their grandfather gave them 100,000 yuan, asking me to urge them to get into university." Shin Qiushan had originally not wanted to mention the children's grandfather, but since his own father wouldn't let him quit his job to accompany them until the money issue was resolved, he had no choice but to bring the children's grandfather into the picture. He gave 100,000 yuan? Humph! The sun is rising from the west. Old Shin was surprised, but he also acted as if the other party was right to give him money. "Brother, did you really give me money?" Shin Dahua was also surprised and asked in disbelief. "The money's all in my card. How could it be fake?" Shin Qiushan said, pulling a piece of watermelon from the fruit bowl, taking a big bite, then looking at his father. "Since they're paying, I have to at least give them some form, right? It's only 3 months anyway." "Okay. It's his money anyway, so just treat it like a 3-month break." Old Shin's attitude took a complete turn, clearly showing his strong dissatisfaction with his in-laws. Even if they paid, he wouldn't get anything out of it. Shin Qiushan wasn't surprised by his father's attitude. After all, the children's grandfather had come to claim custody of the children shortly after they were born, and wanted to change their surname to theirs. How could old Shin let his grandchildren take someone else's surname? Naturally, he disagreed. In the years that followed, the two sides frequently clashed over the children. There's too much to tell about this story, given the time span of 17 or 18 years. In short, both sides now despise each other. Okay, I go upstairs and read. Having convinced his father, Shin Qiushan happily went upstairs and dug out all his son's first-year high school textbooks, several of which were still quite new. This kid's textbooks are all 90% new, and I don't know what he's learning all day, Shin Qiushan cursed inwardly as he took the history book and began flipping through it. The current college entrance examination uses a 3+1+2 format. 3 refers to Chinese, mathematics, and a foreign language. 1 means candidates choose one of physics and history. 2 means candidates choose 2 of the 4 subjects, political theory and politics, geography, chemistry, and biology. So Shin Qiushan didn't need to study all the subjects. In addition to the 3 major subjects of mathematics, Chinese, and foreign language, he chose history, geography, and political theory and politics. These 3 subjects all required rote memorization, and Shin Qiushan felt that as long as he put in the effort, he could still get some good grades. Physics and chemistry were different. He had been away from school for so long, and in these subjects, formulas were the only thing that mattered to him, and he had no idea how to understand them. Learning them was too difficult, and it wasn't easy to get started. Ding, study index +1. Ding, study index +2. As Shin Qiushan became more focused, his study index increased faster and faster. He had previously experimented with studying for more than an hour, and the rate of increase in his study index doubled, from 1 point per minute to 2 points per minute. Study for more than 2 hours, and the rate of increase doubled again, to 4 points per minute. Shin Qiushan hadn't tried it any longer, as he never had the time to study for 3 hours straight. However, based on the previous changes, he could probably tell that for every additional hour of continuous study, his academic master index would double. But what else could this academic master index do besides activating the system? After studying for an hour and a half, Shin Qiushan's attention wandered. Beep, warm reminder. Academic master index can be exchanged for items in the system mall and entered into a lottery. A mechanical notification suddenly chimed in Shin Qiushan's mind, answering his questions. There's a system mall? And a lottery? Beep, warm reminder. The wake-up command for this system is little yellow, little yellow. Huh? Little yellow, little yellow? Shin Qiushan immediately tried it. A lovely female voice echoed in his mind. I'm. Accompanied by this lovely female voice, a virtual system page appeared before Shin Qiushan's eyes. This feels right. Until now, his connection with the system had been a spiritual connection, and now it's finally materialized. His information was displayed in the center of the system's main page. Host, Shin Qiushan. Age 38. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 78 kilograms. Current academic ability index, 1258. Below were secondary pages that could be opened. Skills mastered, basic cooking. Basic learning. Basic page repair. Basic appliance repair. Below the chaotic array of basic skills, intermediate skills began to appear. However, Shin Qiushan currently possessed only 4 intermediate skills: romantic skills, eloquence, electric scooter driving, and motor vehicle driving. Below intermediate skills are advanced skills, but Shin Qiushan only has 1 advanced skill, this. Shin Qiushan didn't know whether to be happy or sad. So, after 38 years of living, aside from his good poker skills, he has no other strengths: intermediate love skills, intermediate eloquence, and advanced sexual skills. This is a natural-born gigolo. In ancient times, he could have been a princess's favorite. Shin Qiushan reflected on his past. He was indeed popular with women. Although he never remarried, he had never lacked women around him. And if his wife hadn't died during childbirth, he probably could have been a gigolo. Because he and his late wife, Lin Chushua, were a classic yellow-haired will-o'-the-wisp boy kidnaps a beautiful, wealthy woman scenario. If his wife were still alive, his high-ranking father-in-law wouldn't have let him live like this. It can only be said that Shin Qiushan was destined to be a gigolo, but his luck wasn't great. All is past. Shin Qiushan stopped thinking about his deceased wife and found the system mall on the homepage. Clicking in, he discovered that there were only 2 items for sale: a memory capsule and a sperm replenishing and chi invigorating pill. Note 1. Memory capsules stimulate the brain's memory and last for 2 hours. Note 2. Sperm replenishing and chi invigorating pills quickly restore energy and stimulate physical potential for 2 hours. Both are great. Having a system is different. Shin Qiushan sighed silently, then looked at the prices of the two items. Each one cost 1,000 points of academic mastery. Shin Qiushan checked his own academic mastery, 1,258 points. That meant he could redeem either a memory capsule or a sperm replenishing and chi invigorating pill. However, he didn't redeem them immediately. He had finally accumulated over 1,000 academic mastery points and needed to spend them wisely. So, he entered the lottery page again. Rules: 1,000 academic mastery points are used to enter a lottery, and you can win any random prize. There are 2 options in the center of the page: 1 draw and 10 draws in a row. Below that, there's a slogan: take a chance, and your bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Take a draw, and your motorcycle becomes a Land Rover. Chapter 13. Shin Qiushan knew all too well how tricky the lottery was. So, with a score of just over 1,000, he wouldn't even try it. Exiting the system page, Shin Qiushan read for a while longer, and before he knew it, 10 o'clock had arrived. He put down his history book, and went to the kitchen to cook a few bags of deluxe braised beef noodles with egg and sausage. By the time the noodles were done, Shin Yanran and Shin Ishu had just returned home from evening study. As he entered, Shin Qiushan heard his daughter Shin Yanran complain, "Shin Ishiao, don't fart in the elevator next time." "Shin Yanran, you're being too nosy." "What's wrong with me farting?" "Okay. I tell Luo Yao tomorrow." "Sister, why did you take it so seriously?" "It was just a joke." "I definitely won't do it next time." Shin Yanran snorted, tilting her head back and walking into the living room first. The two were twins, a boy and a girl, who had been fighting since they were little, and bickering was a daily occurrence. "Dad, instant noodles for supper again." Smelling the aroma wafting from the kitchen, Shinichio shouted at the top of his lungs, his tone barely concealing his disappointment. "You starve if you don't eat?" Shin Qiushan retorted, then scooped out the cooked noodles and placed them on the dining table. "They're actually quite fragrant." Shinichio tossed her school bag onto the sofa, smirked, and whispered, "Dad, how did you get old Sue to do that? He's going to fire me, isn't he? Eat your noodles, and stay out of my business." Shin Qiushan naturally couldn't tell his son about the red envelopes. The kid was a loose-lipped person, and it would have a bad impact if it leaked out. At this moment, Shin Yanran, who had returned to her room to change into pajamas, also sat down at the dining table. She took the smallest bowl of noodles and quietly began to eat. "Yanran, are you close to Luo Yao?" Chen Xiangyu said earlier that Shinichio and Luo Yao were introduced by her daughter. "It's okay, not that close," Shin Yanran replied guiltily. "Then why did I hear you introduced her to your brother?" "No way." Shin Yanran shook her head decisively and explained, "Luo Yao and I always eat together, and Shinichio always shamelessly comes up to us." Shin Yanran, have to be honest. "Last month, I secretly bought skins and got punished by Dad." "You paid for the meal." "If I don't ask you out, will I starve to death?" "And I didn't ask you to date me." "But you created the opportunity for us." The siblings started arguing again, and Shin Qiushan waved his hand impatiently. All right, stop it." "Ahem, I have an announcement to make." Seeing Dad suddenly look serious, Shin Yanran and Shinichio instinctively put down their chopsticks. "Starting tomorrow, I'll be accompanying you for 3 months. Our whole family will work hard together to pass the college entrance exam." After saying this, Shin Qiushan waved his fist. But Shin Yanran and Shinichio were both confused. "Dad, what do you mean by accompanying you? Are you going to watch us study during the evening study session?" Shinichio asked, frowning. "Dad, do you mean renting a house near the school to save commuting time?" Shin Yanran understood it this way, because some of her classmates' parents who lived far away did just that. Those senior years of high school are a race against time. Saving 40 minutes of commuting time every day can solve a huge problem. "Well, that's one way." Shin Qiushan nodded, then shook his head. "But that's not what I'm talking about. Starting tomorrow, I go to school with you, study together, and take the college entrance exam together. If you two can't even beat me, that's just unacceptable." After hearing Shin Qiushan's words, the siblings were completely stunned. They exchanged a look of disbelief. "Dad, your idea is unrealistic. Taking the college entrance exam is fine. Anyone can apply through the adult registration channel, but the school won't let you study with us." "Yeah, so what's the point of you, a parent, attending classes?" The siblings raised their doubts in unison. Shin Qiushan waved his hand. "I'm just letting you know. I have my own plan for how to proceed. Eat a bowl of noodles, and go back to review. Xiaoxiao, wash the dishes." "Why me?" Shinichio pouted unhappily. How about we talk about Luo Yao? Forget it. I better wash the dishes. Shinichio immediately backed off and quietly began to eat her noodles. The next day, because they had to attend morning self-study, Shin Yanran and Shinichio left the house at 6 o'clock. Shin Yanran, what do you think Dad is going to do? He said he wants to go to school with us. Is that true or not? Of course it's false. How could the school let a parent do something like that? Yeah, I think it's false too. Dad probably drank too much last night and was just talking nonsense. The siblings quickly agreed, both thinking their father was delusional. 9 o'clock. Shin Qiushan arrived at Sanjiang Senior High School on his electric scooter. But just as he reached the school gate, he was stopped by the security guard. Stop! What are you doing? Uncle, I'm going to school. Shin Qiushan pointed to the backpack he was carrying. It was Shinichia's discarded one. Figuring he needed one for school anyway, he carried it on his shoulder. Going to school? The security guard's dentures nearly fell apart at this explanation. How could we have students as old as you in our school? We didn't have any before, but we do now. Shin Qiushan pulled cigarettes from his pocket and offered 2 to the guard. I call Director Su right now. The guard took the cigarettes and looked at Shin Qiushan doubtfully. This was too absurd, but Shin Qiushan's calm demeanor didn't seem like he was lying. Director Su, this is Xiaoshen. Well, I came to register, but was stopped by the security guard at the school gate. Uncle, take a call. Shin Qiushan held the phone to the security guard's ear. When the guard heard it was indeed the Director of Academic Affairs, Su Desai, he let him in. Watching Shin Qiushan ride off on his electric scooter, the security guard took a puff of his cigarette and muttered quietly, if he can go to high school at this age, can I go to college too? Shin Qiushan went straight to the Academic Affairs office and, accompanied by Su Desai, completed the relevant paperwork. Xiaoshen, do you want to go to class 2 or class 5? Su Desai genuinely believed Shin Qiushan was trying to supervise the children, so he let him choose between the 2 classes. Class 5, right? Shishiu's the most troublesome kid. Shin Qiushan simply chose his ex-lover's class. This would not only make it easier for him to watch his son, Shinichia, but also for him to date Chen Xiangyu, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay, I take you to see Teacher Chen. By the way, there's one more thing I need to say. Principal Wang has only agreed to let you try it out. If it affects other students' studies or has any negative impact, your placement will be revoked at any time. Su Desai sternly warned Shin Qiushan as he led him to the senior class office. Chapter 14. Don't worry, Director Su. I won't cause any trouble for the school. Shin Qiushan promised with a smile. By the way, you're taking the college entrance exam too, right? Su Desai asked again. Yes. I like to give it a try. Shin Qiushan nodded. Then when the students register in a few days, I have someone bring your information over. Although it's a unified exam, you'd be taking the exam for adults, not with the other students. Su Desai had taken the money after all, and figured he'd do Shin Qiushan a favor if it was convenient. Okay, Director Su, thank you for taking the trouble. Shin Qiushan had originally planned to go there himself, but this saved him the trouble. As they spoke, the 2 of them had already arrived at the door of the senior year group office. Su Desai didn't even knock, but pushed it open. 5 or 6 teachers were sitting in the office, some chatting, others marking papers. Seeing Su Desai arrive, everyone stood up and greeted him. Chen Xiangyu was grading English papers when she saw Su Desai arrive. Teacher Chen, come here. We have a boarding student assigned to your class. Su Desai waved at Chen Xiangyu. Oh! Chen Xiangyu was somewhat reluctant, thinking to herself, why would I assign a boarding student when the college entrance exams are almost here? One more student meant more worry. Chen Xiangyu left the office and didn't see the new boarding student. Instead, she saw her old lover, Shin Qiushan. She was startled, wondering if Shinichio had gotten into trouble again. Ishia Dad, why are you here again? In front of Su Desai, Chen Xiangyu addressed Shin Qiushan in a formal manner. Teacher Chen, let me tell you something. Xiaoshen is the new student. Su Desai took over, patting Shin Qiushan on the shoulder and solemnly saying, Xiaoshen can study here while he's here, and he can also watch Shinichio learn. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Teacher Chen, please take care of me in the future. Shin Qiushan greeted with a smile, though he winked as he spoke. Okay. Chen Xiangyu's brain was still short-circuiting. An old lover had suddenly become her student. What a mess of hierarchy. Teacher Chen, I leave you here. I have a meeting, so I'd be leaving now. Having completed his task, Su Desai turned and headed upstairs to his office. Goodbye, Director Su. Shin Qiushan waved to the worldly wise Mr. Su. After he went upstairs, Chen Xiangyu led Shin Qiushan to a blind spot at the end of the hallway where there was no surveillance. Qiushan, what's going on with you? How did you become a boarding student? Seeing no one around, Shin Qiushan brazenly wrapped an arm around Chen Xiangyu's slender waist and said with a smile, I just want to see you every day. Stop it, we're at school. Chen Xiangyu pouts, twisting her waist, but it's just a feigned struggle. You know Shishu's situation. He only has 3 months left. I want to keep an eye on him. I don't want him to make the same mistake I did. Shin Qiushan explained seriously. Then you don't have to come to boarding school. This is the first time I've seen a boarding student your age. It's bound to cause a stir among the students and parents. Who knows what will happen then? Chen Xiangyu says with some concern. I won't affect teaching or the students' studies. Just let them ignore me. Shin Qiushan shrugged. And they probably get used to it in a few days. I'm impressed. Chen Xiangyu still felt this was a bit outrageous. She sniffed at her former lover's strong scent of masculine hormones and grumbled, when you were in high school, you didn't study at all. Now that you're old, you're really into it. You never stop learning. There's no set time for learning. Even if you study late, you can still achieve great things. Shin Qiushan said, gently stroking his former lover's slender waist. Your recent reading has been worthwhile. Chen Xiangyu was surprised to hear Shin Qiushan say, there's no set time for learning. Even if you study late, you can still achieve great things. However, she knew her former lover had been bringing a book with him on his deliveries lately. At first, Chen Xiangyu hadn't taken it seriously, simply thinking Shin Qiushan might have been bored while waiting for his order and was just reading. Unexpectedly, his old lover was actually planning to borrow the book to study. As the saying goes, books contain golden houses, and books contain beautiful women. So, reading is good, and people should read more. Shin Qiushan sighed again. I can't believe you've realized the importance of reading at the age of 38. Chen Xiangyu smiled, then suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Shin Qiushan on the cheek, whispering, since you love studying so much, come over to my house tonight, and I help you with your English. Okay. Teacher Chen. Shin Qiushan immediately showed off his poor English. Okay, come with me to class. Since this is a formal loan, I have to tell the students. Chen Xiangyu broke free from Shin Qiushan's grasp, smoothed her messy hair, and led Shin Qiushan towards the classroom for class 3 to 5. This class was math. The math teacher was currently reviewing yesterday's math test. With 3 months left before the college entrance exam, all the courses had already been completed, and the students were busy cramming papers every day. This so-called sea of test questions tactic is also used in most high schools. Because of his height and poor academic performance, Shinichi was assigned to the last row of the classroom. By this time in his senior year, every class had an unwritten rule. Poor students sat in the back, while good students sat in the front rows. Shinichi's desk mate was also an athlete named Wang Yupeng. Both of them were at the bottom of the class in math. They couldn't understand anything the teacher said, so they simply ignored it. At that moment, Shinichi was using Wang Yupeng's phone to log into his WeChat and engage in flirtatious conversations with Liu Yao, a smirk occasionally crossing his face. Suddenly, Wang Yupeng bumped him with his arm and exclaimed in horror, Fuck, your dad. Fuck your uncle, Wang Yupeng. You're not even letting my dad off the hook, are you? Although Shinichi was being rude at the moment, he couldn't tolerate someone suddenly calling him his dad. He had to retaliate. Your dad, it really is your dad. Wang Yupeng stammered, pointing toward the classroom door. Shinichi Yao, still chatting with Liu Yao, didn't even look up. Your dad. If you keep calling me that, I hand over your phone. At that moment, the voice of Chen Xiangyu, the homeroom teacher, suddenly rang out. Teacher son, 2 minutes of your time. We have a new student. At Chen Xiangyu's voice, all the students, either buried in their papers or engaging in sly behavior like Shinichi Yao, looked up. When Shinichi saw his father standing next to the head teacher, he was stunned. The phone in his hand fell to the ground with a snap. Fuck, it's really my dad. Chapter 15. Shinichi Yao, bring your dropped phone to the front. As the homeroom teacher, Chen Xiangyu had long cultivated the skill of vigilance. Especially since the classroom was so quiet, she immediately determined that the sound coming from Shinichi was the sound of a falling phone. Ugh! Shinichi picked up the phone with a mournful look. The phone's owner, Wang Yupeng, looked even grimmer. He pressed his hand firmly against Shinichi's thigh, refusing to let him hand it over. However, it was all in vain. Under the pressure of Shin Xiangyu's powerful gaze, Shinichio obediently returned the phone to the podium. He glanced at his father as he returned to his seat. However, Shin Qiushan wanted to rush over and give the brat a kick. Math class, playing with a phone, how could he not be watching him? By the way, where did the phone come from? To keep the two children focused on their studies, Shin Qiushan forbade them from bringing phones to school. Shin Qiushan subconsciously glanced in the direction of Shinichio's seat, and the answer came to him. Wang Yuping's face was filled with a look of despair. Come to my office after the college entrance exam to pick up your phone. Chen Xiangyu simply slipped Wang Yuping's phone into her trouser pocket. Teacher Chen, didn't you say there was a boarding student? Where is he? Math teacher Sun Xing asked curiously. In fact, he wasn't the only one. The students in the class were also curious about where the new boarding student was. Teacher Chen had only one parent come with him, and some students recognized this parent as Shinichia's father. But where was the student? Ahem. Let me introduce you all. Chen Xiangyu couldn't quite figure out how to introduce Shin Qiushan. After all, his situation was completely different from that of a typical boarding student. This is our new boarding student, Shin Qiushan. His situation is a bit special. He's a bit older than you all, but there's no set schedule for learning. Even if you start late, you can still achieve great things. Everyone, give a warm round of applause to welcome this new student. Chen Xiangyu quoted what Shin Qiushan had just said to her, then led the applause. However, everyone in the class, including the math teacher, Sun Xing, was stunned. Their mouths agape. Is he older? He's old enough to be a parent of these students. No, he is a parent. His son, Shinichio, is in this class. This means his son and his father are now in the same class. Classmates. This is simply unprecedented. Shinichio, who had just returned to his seat, was completely bewildered. When he came to school that morning, he and Shin Yanran were discussing the possibility of his father accompanying them to school, and they both thought it was ridiculous and impossible. How could the school allow their father to do such a thing? And now, his own father had suddenly appeared in his class. He was actually in the same class as him. Brother Xiao, if I understand correctly, your dad is now our classmate. Wang Yupeng turned around and looked at Shinichi in shock. The shock of this news had temporarily forgotten the pain of having his phone confiscated. Not only Wang Yupeng, but several other classmates, who knew that Shin Qiushan was Shinichia's father, also turned to look at him. Those students who didn't know the relationship between the two focused on Shin Qiushan's age, whispering to each other. He's way too old. He looks like he could be my dad. I have to call this student uncle from now on. There's a president in his 80s on the other side of the ocean, and I have a high school classmate in his 40s. The world has finally become what I hoped it would be. Some people whispered in the classroom, others sighed with emotion. For these hard-pressed high school seniors, who spent their days buried in mountains of books and seas of exams, the arrival of this older student, Shin Qiushan, added a touch of gossip to their tedious lives. Old Shin, please introduce yourself. Chen Xiangyu wanted to say student Shin, but she couldn't utter the words, instead calling him old Shin. Shin Qiushan walked to the podium and scanned the classroom, taking in the innocent faces. He felt as if he were 18 again, a wave of excitement welling up inside him. Hello, students. My name is Shin Qiushan, and I'm 38 years old. From now on, you can call me Old Shin. Of course, if you prefer, you can call me Uncle Shin. After all, at my age, I'm old enough to be your uncle. When Shin Qiushan said this, some students in the classroom couldn't help but laugh. Calling a classmate uncle is so abstract. Shin Qiushan continued, returning to school at my age may seem unusual, but I think it's a very meaningful thing for me, and for those of you who, like me, didn't study hard enough when you were young and now regret it. When it comes to learning, it's never too late to start. Age is definitely not a problem. Emperor Gaozu of Han, Liu Bang, started his rebellion at 48 and became emperor at 54. Chongmu was exiled for 19 years before returning to Jin to become king at 62. Jiang Zia left the mountains at 72 and became prime minister at 80. Lady Shi led her army to war at 100. Shin Qiushan listed several examples of late bloomers, then added with a smile. Also, Sun Wukong was over 500 years old when he embarked on his journey to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures, and Bai Suzhen didn't leave the mountains to fall in love until she was over 1,000 years old. And I'm 38 this year. Taking the college entrance exam is normal, right? Ha, normal. Shin Qiushan's words stirred the students' spirits, and they couldn't help but respond. Chen Xiangyu glanced at Shin Qiushan in surprise. She hadn't expected her old lover to have such a gift for public speaking. With just a few words, he managed to make a perfectly reasonable case for his 38-year-old studies. Because he listed only famous figures, he seemed incredibly impressive, not just some old outcast. Brother Xiao, your dad worked in a pyramid scheme, didn't he? Even a simple self-introduction can be so inspiring. Wang Yupeng whispered to Shinichi beside him. At that moment, Shinichi didn't want to talk at all. All he could think about was how he was going to get through the next 3 months. If his phone hadn't been handed over, he would have posted something on Bihue. I can't believe my dad and I were high school classmates. The thought of being in and out of class without being able to escape his father's eyes made Shinichi want to die. This wasn't even school, this was torture. Wang Yupeng, vacate your seat and move to the side. Old Shen, take the seat he vacated. After Shen Qiushan finished speaking, Chen Xiangyu gave Wang Yupeng another order. Okay, Teacher Chen. Wang Yupeng readily agreed, then secretly nudged Shinichi with his knee and jokingly said, this time I'm really sitting at the same table with Dad. Chapter 16. Shinichi was in no mood for jokes. He was screaming furiously inwardly, who in my family understands? My high school desk mate is actually my dad. Is there anything more tragic in the world than this? Shen Qiushan could probably guess what his son was feeling right now. If his high school desk mate had been his own dad, he'd naturally be devastated, but, from a father's perspective, he felt reassured having his son under his watch. Under the gaze of young children, Shen Qiushan slowly walked to the last row and sat down next to his son. Chen Xiangyu, standing at the podium, glanced at the father and son sitting side by side. The power of genetics became concrete in that moment. These two were a perfect copy and paste. Shen Qiushan's current state was a good indicator of what Shinichi would look like in 20 years. Math teacher Sun Xing's eyes followed Shen Qiushan's steps, naturally curious about this older, part-time student. Because this was the first time he had encountered such a thing in his vocational teaching career. Sun Xing was 36 years old, and this student was 2 years older. He was still wondering how to address Shen Qiushan from now on. Should he call him Brother Shen? Maybe calling him Old Shen like Teacher Chen would be better. Sun Xing pondered this, and just then he saw Shen Qiushan and Shinichi sitting together. The math teacher's eyes widened behind his glasses, and he suddenly understood father and son. If nothing unexpected happened, this older student must be targeting his son. Sun Xing knew exactly how Shinichi performed in school. He could tell that Shen Qiushan, as a father, had made up his mind, using the excuse of a student's transfer to supervise his son's studies. Alas, how pitiful are the hearts of parents in the world. There are only a handful of parents who would go this far for their children. For a moment, Sun Xing felt a little sympathy for Shen Qiushan, the old father. At such a young age, making such a decision must have been under immense pressure. What would his family think? What would his friends and family think? What would the teachers and students at school think? The external pressures alone were innumerable. Sun Xing was also a father, and he believed he could never do this. He had to say, he was a great father. Thinking of this, Sun Xing's respect for Shen Qiushan grew even stronger. Okay, let's get back to the test paper. Let's look at question 8. After calming himself down a bit, Sun Xing picked up the test paper again. Last row. Shen Qiushan turned his head to glance at his son. The boy rested his hand on his chin, a look of despair on his face. The math test paper was nowhere to be found on his desk. Where's the test paper? Bring it out, Shen Qiushan whispered. Oh! Shinichi hurriedly pulled the math test paper from his desk and pretended to examine it. Shen Qiushan sighed silently, realizing that his son probably didn't understand what Sun Xing was explaining. He wasn't surprised, as Shinichi's math grades were already quite poor. I guess I have to talk to this math teacher sometime. Shen Qiushan pondered silently. Just then, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Listen to a junior teacher's lecture. Study points increased by 5. Shen Qiushan was stunned for a moment, subconsciously looking up at Sun Xing, who was sitting behind the desk, poring over the test paper and explaining it intently. Junior teacher? It seems the system has all teachers graded. Listening to a junior teacher's lecture adds 5 points of study points per minute, which is 1 more than the study points gained from studying for 2 hours straight. 6. Looks like there's a lot more to this system than meets the eye. Shen Qiushan was secretly delighted, and then he listened attentively to Sun Xing's explanation of the test paper. Although he could barely understand it at his current level, it would still leave some impression in his mind, something that would be useful when he reviewed it. Math class was already halfway through when Shen Qiushan arrived, and with the introduction of his transfer student taking up a few minutes, the class ended after only 20 minutes of listening. Shen Qiushan earned 100 points in the Academic Master Index. Dad, I need to pee. Shen Qiushan was about to chat with his son, Shinixiao, when the boy pushed his chair back and ran out the back door. Seeing this, Wang Yupeng, who had been watching the situation, immediately followed him out. Before leaving, he greeted Shin Qiushan, "Uncle Shin, I need to pee too." Before Shin Qiushan could even respond, the two of them had already vanished. In the hallway, Wang Yupeng caught up with the urinating Shinixiu and burst into laughter. "Brother Xiao, how do you feel about sitting at the same table with Dad?" "Get lost." Shinixiu glared at his gloating best friend, then strode towards Class 2, Grade 3. "Brother Xiao, weren't you going to the bathroom? You're going the wrong way," Wang Yupeng shouted, chasing after him. However, Shinixiu didn't even turn back. He quickly ran to the door of Class 2, Grade 3. "Luo Yao, your boyfriend's boyfriend." A boy sitting in the first row, seeing Shinixiu, turned around and shouted to the class with a grin. Shinixiu and Luo Yao's relationship had been caught as an example, and the news had spread throughout the grade. So when the boy saw Shinixiu, he thought he was looking for Luo Yao. "Pang Xiaolong, shut up." Luo Yao, sitting in the third row, glared at the boy named Pang Xiaolong, then stood up from her seat with a beaming smile. Being caught as an example had actually fueled their rebellious spirits, forming a life-and-death bond between them, and their relationship had only grown closer. So, seeing Shinixiu running to find her after class was heartwarming. However, Shinixiu now held onto the doorframe with one hand and pointed at Shin Yanran, who was sitting in the fourth row, with the other, shouting, "Sister, sister. Something's happened, something serious." Shinixiu's voice was a little hazy because she had been running so fast. Shin Yanran, meanwhile, was fixing her bangs with a small mirror in one hand and a small wooden comb in the other. Seeing Shinixiu standing at the door of her classroom, she reluctantly put down the mirror and comb and walked towards the door, complaining, "Shinixiu, break is only 10 minutes. What are you yelling about? Baby, what happened? Tell me slowly." As his girlfriend, Luo Yao was much gentler. She took the lead and reached the classroom door, speaking softly. "Talk over there." Shinixiu pointed to a deserted corner at the end of the hallway. "What's going on? You're being so secretive." Shin Yanran, having been called out of the classroom, pouted and complained. At school, she often didn't want to acknowledge Shinixiu as her younger brother, because the other person is always so impulsive and reckless. "Sister, I want to drop out." After reaching the end of the corridor and catching her breath, Shinixiu said with a sad face. Shin Yanran's reaction was calm. She rolled her eyes slightly. "Then just drop out." Compared to Shin Yanran's composure, Luo Yao was much more nervous. "Huh? Drop out? Baby, what's wrong?" Shinixiu glanced at her calm sister, then at her nervous girlfriend, and said with a tearful voice, "Dad's here." Chapter 17. Shinixiu, the dad, is quite capable. This applies to Shin Yanran as well as Luo Yao. If the two of them ever get married, Luo Yao will naturally call Shin Qiushan dad. But at the moment, Shin Yanran and Luo Yao were both a little confused, not quite understanding what Shinixiu meant. Shinixiu explained clearly. "What happened to Dad?" Shin Yanran asked, frowning. "Wasn't I clear enough just now? Dad is here," Shinixiu said with a sad face. "Not only is he here, but he's sitting next to me. This life is unbearable." "Huh?" Shin Yanran and Luo Yao, having fully understood, were both shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. "Shinixiu, you're serious? How old is our dad? How could the school possibly let him come?" Shin Yanran still found this ridiculous. Her father was already 38. Even if he wanted to come to school to supervise their studies, he needed the school's approval. But how could the school's leadership approve a parent's presence on campus as a student companion? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. "Baby, you didn't fall asleep in class or have this dream." Luo Yao also found this ridiculous. She just met Shinixiu's father yesterday. He clearly wasn't a scholar, and there was no way he was attending school at that age. "If you don't believe me, ask Wang Yupeng." Shinixiu waved to Wang Yupeng, who was standing nearby. "Brother Peng, come over here and tell them if my dad is joining our class on a temporary basis." Wang Yupeng deliberately kept a distance from Shinixiu and the other two. He appeared to be waiting for Shinixiu, but in reality, he was silently observing Shin Yanran. He had been secretly in love with his best friend's older sister, Shin Yanran, since high school, but Wang Yupeng was too timid to confess his feelings. He was also extremely nervous whenever he saw Shin Yanran. Now, hearing Shinixiu calling him over, Wang Yupeng quickly adjusted his hair in front of the window, tugged at his uneven collar, and then tucked his left hand into his trouser pocket, striking what he thought was a very cool pose before pretending to walk over. However, His overly long forward sway left Shen Yanran and Luo Yao speechless. Shinixiao, why are all your friends so weird? Shen Yanran grumbled softly. He doesn't think walking like that is cool. Luo Yao muttered softly. Shinichi rolled her eyes. Hurry up. Class is about to start. Wang Yupeng didn't quicken his pace at his friend's urging. He had his own rhythm. He couldn't take his left hand out of his trouser pocket, because that's how the overbearing CEOs in idol dramas usually walk. When he got closer to the three people, he finally pulled his hand out, but then pressed it against the wall in what he considered a domineering pose. Seeing this, Shen Yanran and Luo Yao both rolled their eyes inwardly. Ahem. Wang Yupeng cleared his throat and prepared to begin his story. But just then, two girls came up the stairs around the corner, chatting as they walked. Girl A, let me tell you, there's a 40-something extra student in our class. Girl B, what? A 40-something student on loan? Is that true? Girl A, of course I'm kidding. I heard the guy is Shinichia's father, and he's here to help him study. Girl B, damn, is that even possible? That's outrageous. Girl A, even more outrageous, our homeroom teacher arranged for Shinichia to sit at the same table with his father. Haha, I can't even imagine how Shinichia feels. Girl B, sitting at the same table with his own father? He's probably suicidal. Girl A, anyway, I saw him run away after class. He might actually commit suicide. Zhang Yuding, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Shinichia couldn't bear it any longer and let out a ghostly howl. Zhang Yuding, who was sharing gossip with her friends, was startled. She looked up and saw Shinixiao, Shen Yanran, and the others standing around the corner above the stairs. Shinixiao, you scared me to death. Zhang Yuding patted her chest and quickly ran off with her friend. After all, they were just cricketing behind someone's back, which was quite embarrassing. Equally embarrassed was Wang Yupeng. He had originally planned to recount the story of Uncle Shen coming to their class as a student. Unfortunately, before he could even utter a single word of Uncle Shen's student borrowing story, which he had been mulling over for ages, it was abruptly ended by a stranger, proof that a long lead-in makes it difficult to deliver damage, and it's also incredibly easy to be harvested. How did our dad do it? He actually managed to convince the school leaders to let him come as a student. Shen Yanran was still incredulous, but despite the shock, since her father wasn't in her class, Shen Yanran didn't feel much else beyond the shock. Baby, you're so pitiful. Luo Yao sympathized with her boyfriend. She openly took Shinichia's hand and gently rubbed it in comfort. Shinixiao, Dad has been working so hard for you. So, can you please try harder? Try to move up in your grade ranking on the next mock exam. Shen Yanran didn't think her dad's visit to the school had much of an impact on her, so she lectured her younger brother as the eldest sister. Shen Yanran, don't talk without thinking. Why don't you try sitting at the same table with Dad? Shinichi retorted with a bitter face. Dad sent you here because he saw you weren't doing well enough. My grades aren't as bad as yours. Shen Yanran snorted softly, then reached out and patted Shinichi's arm. Study hard and feel Dad's love, dear brother. With that, Shen Yanran walked back to the classroom with her neck tilted high. Baby, did you see that? Shen Yanran's face is full of gloating. Oh my god, how could I have a sister like that? Shinichi sighed, her face gloomy. Even on the other side, Shen Yanran had just walked back to the classroom when she heard some classmates gossiping. Did you hear? There's a 40-something boarding student in class too. What? How old is he? Over 40? Did I hear wrong, or did you? You heard right, over 40. Holy crap. Is that true? A 40-something high school student? That's ridiculous. Yeah. A 40-something high school student. That's too abstract. Where did you get that? It's totally wrong. He's clearly 38, and that guy is Shinichia's dad. What? Shinichia's dad? Doesn't that mean Shen Yanran's dad? Yes, Shen Yanran's dad. Hey, Shen Yanran's back. Just ask her and we find out. And so, Shen Yanran, who had just returned to the classroom, was surrounded by gossiping classmates. Shen Yanran, who had just thought her father's presence at school was irrelevant, suddenly felt Shinichia's despair. Chapter 18. Class 3 to 5. Shinichi walked into the classroom as the bell rang and returned to his seat, feeling dejected. He found his once messy desk had been tidied by his father, with a class schedule taped to the corner. Pay attention in English class. Shinichi had just sat down when his father whispered. Got it. Shinichi gave a perfunctory nod, then looked out the window, lamenting inwardly. When will this end? At this moment, Chen Xiangyu, the homeroom teacher of class 3 to 5, and also an English teacher, entered the classroom carrying a stack of papers. English teachers are usually the most fashionable, and Chen Xiangyu inherited this glorious tradition. Today, she wore a moon-white silk shirt. The soft fabric hugged her slender figure, the neckline slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. A classic four-leaf clover necklace adorned her fair neck. She paired her trousers with a pair of dark gray, straight-leg suit pants. The smooth lines accentuated her legs, making them appear straight and slender. She walked with a light, confident gait. A simple black leather belt cinched around her waist accentuated her slender waist. "Stand up!" Class monitor Wu Ruhan shouted with full energy. The students immediately rose and shouted in unison, "Hello, teacher." Shin Qiushan also stood up, but he didn't join in the shouting, mainly because he was a little uneasy after being away from campus for so many years. For Chen Xiangyu, this was just a part of her daily routine, but upon seeing Shin Qiushan in the last row, she felt an inexplicable urge to smile. They were clearly lovers, but now they'd become teacher and student. Before, when they played poker, Shin Qiushan always liked to jokingly call her teacher Chen. Now, their teacher-student relationship has become a reality. As expected, art originates from life. The plot of the short film has become reality. "Take a seat." Chen Xiangyu waved her hand casually, then divided the test paper into two, and tossed them to the students in the first row. "Hand them out." While the students were handing out the papers, Chen Xiangyu frowned and said, "Yesterday's test wasn't very difficult, but many people didn't do well. Even with this level of difficulty, some people couldn't even get 70 points. At this level, the highest they can get on the Gaokao is 50. I've repeatedly emphasized that as long as you memorize the required Gaokao words, 90 points will be easy. It's only 3,500 words. Even if you start now and memorize 50 words a day, you have memorized them in 70 days. Is that hard?" Chen Xiangyu spoke in a burst of habitual output. At this moment, the student handing out the papers handed out Shinixia's. Shin Qiushan took it and glanced at it. 68 points. So, just as his ex-lover had said that some people couldn't even get 70 points, she was referring to his own son. Shin Qiushan raised his foot and kicked his son Shin, cursing softly, "Damn it." Shinixiu grinned, not daring to say a word. After all the papers were handed out, Chen Xiangyu began to explain the questions. The word increase has appeared countless times, and someone still can't spell it correctly. "Shinixiu. Increase, spell it out." Chen Xiangyu suddenly called Shinixia's name. Increase. Shinixiu stood up and spent a long time trying to addition, but couldn't remember the first letter. Shin Qiushan frowned at his son's poor performance. If he hadn't been a transfer student, he wouldn't have realized firsthand how incompetent his son was. "Wu Ruhan, tell him." "Addition." Class monitor Wu Ruhan pronounced it fluently. "Shinixiu, write the addition 50 times, and send it to my office when you're done." "Next question." Chen Xiangyu continued to explain the test paper. Shin Qiushan glared at his weakling son in anger. What a shame. It might have been okay before when he, as their father, wasn't around, but now every time Shinixiu made a mistake, Shin Qiushan felt as if he'd been slapped in the face. Ding! Listen to an intermediate teacher's lecture. Academic mastery score increased by 10. Just as Shin Qiushan was trying to urge Shinixiu to memorize words, the system notification suddenly rang in his head. Ugh! Intermediate teacher. Xiangyu was actually recognized by the system as an intermediate teacher. Great! One level higher than Sun Xing before. While feeling deeply moved, Shin Qiushan was also secretly delighted. If his old lover was an intermediate teacher, then he could definitely ask her for more private tutoring in the future. Seeing his academic master index rapidly increasing, Shin Qiushan directly redeemed a memory capsule from the system mall. He had wanted to try out the effects of this thing last night, but since his academic master index was only over 1,000, he didn't dare waste it. But now the situation was different. Taking a class with Chen Xiangyu, an intermediate teacher, could earn him around 400 academic master index points. She was the homeroom teacher of class 3 to 5 of senior high school. Between her regular class schedule and evening self-study, she spent a lot of time in class every day. If nothing unexpected happens, just listening to her lectures for a day would earn him over 1,000 points in his academic master index, not counting other classes. So Shin Qiushan is now daring enough to expend his academic master index. Ding! Memory capsule has taken effect. It lasts 2 hours. With a mechanical beep, Shin Qiushan felt as if his Ren and Du meridians had been opened. Everything Chen Xiangyu said seemed to be etched directly into his mind, the kind he could never forget. Even more amazingly, as Chen Xiangyu lectured, the words in the English textbook in front of him would also be etched into his memory, as he glanced at them. This is incredible. Life is truly different with hacks. At Shin Qiushan's age, his memory had already begun to decline. But now, he has gained the memory of a super brain. He feels incredibly powerful now, even rivaling intelligent AI. On the podium, Qin Xiangyu would occasionally glance at her old lover out of the corner of her eye. At the beginning of the class, Shin Qiushan seemed a bit overwhelmed, out of place in the classroom, a bit like a teacher attending an open lecture. But after she had been explaining the questions for a few minutes, she realized that her old lover seemed to be listening intently. He was so focused that he even ignored her glances, his face a look of meticulous seriousness. Could he understand what I was saying? Impossible. My grades in high school were even worse than Shinichia's now. What little English I learned back then should have been forgotten by the teacher long ago. But why was he listening so attentively? Excessively concerned about her old lover's well-being, Qin Xiangyu was slightly distracted. After explaining question 10, she skipped to question 12. Teacher, we haven't covered question 11 yet, a student in the first row reminded her. Qin Xiangyu finally gathered herself, glanced at question 11, and said, this question actually overlaps somewhat with question 3. Which one should I choose? C. Success. As soon as Qin Xiangyu finished speaking, a voice rang out from the last row. Chapter 19. This kind of answer was a perfectly normal occurrence in class. Normally, upon hearing a voice like this coming from nowhere, no one would even glance up, and the initial reaction was typical. But then, many students' faces flashed with astonishment, and some even turned their heads in curiosity, because the person answering the question this time was the older student, Shin Qiushan. After math class, the students in class 3 to 5 were all quietly discussing Shin Qiushan's presence, and they all came to the same conclusion. Shin Qiushan was actually there to supervise Shinichia's studies. The students were somewhat frustrated by this. After all, no one wanted another parent in the class. This was like planting an undercover agent in our camp. So, the students all assumed that Shin Qiushan, the undercover agent, couldn't possibly be here to study. However, he actually volunteered to answer a third-year English question. This was truly shocking. Compared to the students, Qin Xiangyu was even more shocked. After all, they knew each other well, and it was clear who had the most patience. Qin Xiangyu had just been thinking. Her old lover seemed to be listening attentively, but the problem was, he shouldn't be understanding, and yet, just now, he had wiped his ass with a piece of gauze and let it slip, and the most shocked person, of course, was Shinichia, who sat next to his father. He didn't even know the answer to that question, and yet, his father had answered it so eloquently. Shocked, he felt a surge of humiliation. He couldn't even answer the question his father could. If his sister, Shin Yanran, knew this, she'd laugh at him forever. Wang Yupeng, who sat to Shin Qiushan's right, was also extremely shocked. His academic performance was comparable to Shinichia's, and he was considered one of the dragon and phoenix chicks in the class. So, he didn't know the previous question either. And yet, Shin Qiushan actually answered it. Uncle Shin, amazing. Wang Yupeng silently gave Shin Qiushan a thumbs up. Just now, after meeting Shin Yanran after class, and after returning to the classroom and seeing Shin Qiushan again, he suddenly had an idea. He came up with a new way to pursue Shin Yanran. That was to win her father over first. If he could gain the approval of Shin Qiushan, his father-in-law, it would be like successfully stealing the family property. Yes, it's C. Success. Qin Xiangyu confirmed Shin Qiushan's answer and continued explaining the question. Shin Qiushan was also taken aback by his own blurred-out answer. He hadn't expected the memory capsule to be so effective. It's a shame that the items in this system are all redeemable immediately. Otherwise, if I could get a few for my nerdy son, his grades would skyrocket. Never mind, let's just improve my own grades first. Get into college, get 100 million, then my nerdy son will instantly become a wealthy second generation. If he's still a nerdy kid, let him get married and have kids soon, and Shin Qiushan will raise his grandchildren. No, I'm only 38, and he can rebuild a secondary account. If his main account is too useless, he can rebuild a secondary account himself. After weighing the pros and cons, Shin Qiushan continued to listen attentively. Seeing his 38-year-old father so serious, Shinichi didn't dare slack off and focused all his energy on the English test in front of him. Shinichi wasn't stupid, he just hadn't developed a habit of studying since childhood. This had something to do with his father, Shin Qiushan, who was constantly struggling to make a living and had little energy to oversee his children's studies. Thus, Shinichia's academics had been largely neglected since childhood. He had poor self-control and spent most of his energy on play. Over time, it would be a miracle if his grades were good. Now, Encouraged by his father, he listened attentively to the class. Shinichio still had a solid foundation in English, at least much better than Shinchoshan's current level. Therefore, he understood most of the questions. He circled any unfamiliar words with a pen, intending to memorize them when he had time. The fourth period of the morning was physical education. As everyone knows, physical education teachers in the third year of high school are often chronically ill. Chin Xiangyu then requisitioned the fourth period as well, covering 3 and 4 periods at a time, finishing the unfinished test. This back-to-back class schedule was a common occurrence in the senior year, and the students had long since become accustomed to it. During breaks, if someone wanted to go to the restroom, they would raise their hands to signal for their departure. After 2 consecutive classes, Shinchoshan had gained a great deal. Not counting the knowledge etched into his mind, his academic aptitude alone had increased by 950 points. "Mr. Shin, come with me." The noon bell rang, and Chin Xiangyu waved to her old lover sitting in the last row. "Okay, Teacher Chen." Shinchoshan's Teacher Chen was perfectly smooth. After all, they had called him so many times in private. "Dad, I'm going to have lunch with Wang Yupeng first," Shinichio said, seizing the opportunity. "Brother Xiao, let's wait for Uncle Shin. It's his first day at school, and he's not familiar with the cafeteria." To Shinichia's surprise, Wang Yupeng actually offered to wait for his father. "You?" Shinichio's mouth twitched, and he shot a fierce glare at his best friend. Thankfully, Shinchoshan waved his hand and said, "You two go eat. I need to talk to Teacher Chen." Hearing his father's words, Shinichi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pulled Wang Yupeng aside. Come on, the cafeteria will be full soon." "Uncle Shin, how about I save you a seat? You really don't want to eat together?" Wang Yupeng wasn't giving up. "Winning your father-in-law starts with small steps." "Shut up." Shinichi quickly covered Wang Yupeng's mouth and dragged him out of the classroom through the back door. Elsewhere, Shinchoshan caught up with Chin Xiangyu and whispered, "Want to have lunch together?" "Yes, let's go to my house." Chin Xiangyu's home was in the neighborhood next to the school, a 5-minute walk, so she usually went home for dinner unless she was particularly busy. She believed that home-cooked meals were naturally healthier. "Let's go our separate ways. I go back to the office first." Chin Xiangyu whispered another warning. It was lunchtime, and if they walked together, it would inevitably attract gossip. "Okay." Shinchoshan understood and quickened his pace. After leaving the school, he walked to the nearby Vank Garden complex with ease. Since he had already recorded his fingerprint on Chin Xiangyu's fingerprint lock, Shinchoshan went straight inside. It was a 90-square-meter 2-bedroom apartment, but since Chin Xiangyu lived alone, she had converted the second bedroom into a small classroom to occasionally give extra lessons to students. Shinchoshan opened the refrigerator and found chopped cauliflower and pork belly in a crisper container. This was Chin Xiangyu's habit. Every morning she cut the vegetables for lunch, then stir-fry them in the pan when she got home. Since he arrived earlier, Shinchoshan took over the cooking duties. But before he could finish cooking, Chin Xiangyu returned. She walked into the kitchen, hugged Shinchoshan from behind, and said softly, "Don't cook yet. You're so tired from attending classes. Go inside and rest for a while." Chapter 20. Chin Xiangyu and Shinchoshan are the same age, both full of life and energy. Usually, when Shinchoshan delivers takeout to her house in the evenings, he stopped by her house to rest for a while. Shinchoshan has been quite busy lately. He hasn't been here in about a week. So Chin Xiangyu's behavior wasn't a surprise to Shinchoshan at all. He turned off the gas stove, hugged Teacher Chen, and whispered in her ear, "You don't have to go to the bedroom to rest, right?" With that, Shinchoshan carried Chin Xiangyu directly to the kitchen island. The memory capsule was supposed to last half an hour after class, so there were only about 15 minutes left. Shinchoshan was surprised to discover that the memory capsule's efficacy allowed him to clearly remember Chin Xiangyu's response to every attack. This meant that Shinchoshan could select the optimal attack strength and rhythm, quickly aligning his granularity with Teacher Chen and delivering the best possible response. Student cafeteria. Shin Yanran, making a rare move, approached Shinichio and sat down across from him. "Where's Dad?" Teacher Chen called him away after class, and I don't know where he went. Shinichio mumbled, gnawing on a chicken leg. "I guess he went out to eat. Or maybe he found a corner to eat a steamed bun. After all, he's not working anymore, so he needs to save as much as possible." Shin Yanran rubbed her chin, speculating, then glanced at the extraordinary food on Shinichia's plate and frowned. "Dad's gone to eat steamed buns. Can you be more frugal next time? I have gym practice this afternoon. I won't have the energy if I don't eat enough." Shinichia argued confidently, swallowing the chicken leg in his mouth. He asked, "Where's our Luo Yao? How dare she sit at the same table with you in the cafeteria? You two will be criticized by the whole school at the flag-raising ceremony next Monday. Have you forgotten?" Shen Yanran rolled her eyes. "Oh, what a stupid school. You're not even allowed to date." Shen Yixu cursed. "You think you're having a premature relationship? Luo Yao too. She actually fell for you." In Shen Yanran's eyes, her younger brother, Shen Yixu, had few good qualities, and was instead riddled with flaws. In fact, most siblings of similar age felt similarly. In the eyes of the older sister, the younger brother was useless and full of flaws. In the eyes of the younger brother, even if the older sister was as beautiful as a fairy, she was still an ugly woman no one wanted. "There are people who like you. Why can't Luo Yao like me?" Shen Yixu pouted and retorted. But just as he finished speaking, Wang Yupeng, who was sitting next to him, suddenly choked and started coughing violently. "Brother Peng, what did you eat?" Shen Yixu reached out and patted Wang Yupeng on the back twice, a puzzled look on his face. Although he and Wang Yupeng were close friends, he had no idea Wang Yupeng was harboring ambitions of becoming his brother-in-law. This was because Wang Yupeng was rather timid when it came to relationships, and didn't dare to bring it up. Especially since Shen Yixu was Shen Yanran's younger brother. If he told Shen Yixu about his feelings, Shen Yanran would likely hear about them, and Wang Yupeng would be even more afraid to face her. Many times, young people who are just beginning to fall in love are like this. They become timid in front of the person they like. "No, nothing. Ahem, I go get a bottle of water." Wang Yupeng stammered, then stood up and headed for the small supermarket in the cafeteria. "Bring me a bottle." "Sprite." Shen Yixu shouted at his friend's back, then turned and asked with a grin, "By the way, how are things going between you and that Zhou Yu?" "Get lost." "Bullshit. Stop talking about him. It's so annoying." Shen Yanran cursed. She had already heard Shen Yixu mocking her by using Zhou Yu. As for Zhou Yu, the man the siblings were talking about, he was the monitor of Class 2, Grade 3, and a classmate of Shen Yanran's. Last Christmas, he had confessed his love for her in front of the entire class. But Shen Yanran simply despised him. Not only was he shorter than the 172 centimeters tall Shen Yanran, but his mannerisms were rather slick. At 18, he gave the impression of being 48. Of course, this could also be Shen Yanran's biased attitude. Hating the whole family is also hating the whole family. So naturally, Shen Yanran publicly rejected that confession, but Zhou Yu refused to give up and even declared, "Never give up." And he actually kept his word, sending Shen Yanran gifts every now and then, and showing his affection whenever he had the chance. Shen Yanran always clearly rejected him, but Zhou Yu was like a dogskin plaster, refusing to give up. If someone were pursued so fervently by a handsome man who was excellent in every way, it would be called loyalty and infatuation, but if someone were pursued so fervently by a greasy, short guy like Zhou Yu, it would be harassment. Shen Yixu knew Shen Yanran's weak spot, so they would often use him as a biological weapon during their arguments. This time, Shen Yixu had clearly succeeded again. "Brother Xiao, your Sprite." At this moment, Wang Yupeng, who had gone to buy water, returned. He placed a bottle of Sprite in front of Shen Yixu, hesitated for a moment, then placed a bottle of Red Bull in front of Shen Yanran's plate without saying a word. Shen Yanran looked up at Wang Yupeng in confusion. "For me?" "Yeah, I bought it on the side." Wang Yupeng stuttered. "Thanks, but I don't drink Red Bull." Shen Yanran pushed the can of Red Bull back and said to Shen Yixu, "I'm going to find Luo Yao." "Wait a minute. Give her this meatball for me. My baby loves it." With that, Shen Yixu picked up a meatball from his plate and placed it on Shen Yanran's. "TSK." Shen Yanran rolled her eyes in response, picked up her plate, and left. Shen Yixu happily took a long sip of Sprite, then pointed at the Red Bull Shen Yanran had pushed back and said, "Brother Peng, you didn't need to buy any. You don't need to look after her for my sake." Wang Yupeng hummed, took the can of Red Bull, and tucked it into his school uniform pocket. He thought to himself, "I give it to Uncle Shen later. I have to start with Uncle Shen." At the school gate. After lunch, Shen Qiushan felt exhausted. As he walked toward the campus, he silently complained, "I better not go to lunch next time. One meal, 2 jobs. Who could stand that?" Uncle Shen. Just as Shen Qiushan was considering returning to the classroom for a nap, a chubby boy with a shaved head suddenly blocked his way. "Do we know each other?" Shen Qiushan had no idea about the chubby kid in front of him, and asked with a suspicious look on his face. "Uncle Shen, I'm from Class 2, Grade 3, and a classmate of Shen Yanran's. My name is Zhou Yu." The chubby kid introduced himself with a smile, then handed a can of Red Bull to Shin Chioshan. Uncle Shin, you tend to get sleepy this afternoon, so you like one. Oh, so you're Yanran's classmate. Thank you. Seeing Zhou Yu's enthusiasm, Shin Chioshan didn't hesitate and took the Red Bull. He was currently enrolled in Class 5, and didn't know much about Class 2, Grade 3, where his daughter was. But getting to know Zhou Yu might allow him to learn a few things about his daughter, Shin Yanran. Uncle Shin, I heard you're very good at English. Did you pass the CT6? Zhou Yu asked again with a smile. Huh? Who said I'm good at English? Shin Chioshan was bewildered. It's all over the school. They say you answered the questions on the test paper instantly in English class. No one in the class could answer faster than you. They also say Teacher Chen came to you after class to ask questions. Zhou Yu excitedly relayed the rumor. Shin Chioshan was completely speechless. During class, he only blurted out that one unscripted response. After class, his ex-lover called him wipey. How did it get so widespread? These young people are as good at gossiping as the village aunties. Chapter 21. Uncle Shin, I'd be grateful for your guidance on any difficult English questions in the future. Zhou Yu spoke again. Well, let's learn from each other. Shin Chioshan said perfunctorily, then, as he walked towards the teaching building, asked, Xiao Zhou, you and Yanran are classmates. How's her study attitude lately? Very good. Shin Yanran is very hardworking. Zhou Yu responded positively. However, Shin Chioshan felt that this answer was clearly too official. While his daughter certainly required less study than his son, Shin Yixiao, she wasn't exactly hardworking either, and he knew that. Xiao Zhou, you know I'm here to help you and your sister learn. I'm in Class 5, so I'm not very familiar with the situation in Class 2. I hope you can tell me the truth. Shin Chioshan said sincerely. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment, then corrected himself, saying, actually, I think Shin Yanran still has room for improvement. Shin Chioshan nodded, believing this was the truth. By the way, Yanran isn't in a relationship, is she? No. Absolutely not. Zhou Yu shook his head decisively. Are you so sure? Shin Chioshan himself wasn't sure if his daughter was in a relationship. As a father, he couldn't ask too many questions now that she was older. This was one of the drawbacks of a single-parent family. Anyway, from what I've observed, she's not. Zhou Yu was naturally certain of Shin Yanran's relationship status. He closely monitored her every move, and if she was truly in a relationship, he wouldn't be able to hide it from him. Shin Chioshan nodded slightly. So, have any boys actively pursued her? Oh well. Zhou Yu subconsciously puffed out his chest, then pushed his black-framed glasses, which were stuck on his nose. He said in a deep voice, a girl as outstanding as Shin Yanran is bound to have suitors. And her suitor is also very outstanding. He's the class monitor, and comes from a wealthy family. He's a bit of a rich kid, right? Uncle Shin, what do you think of such a prospect? Shin Chioshan glanced at Zhou Yu. It's not you, is it? Zhou Yu didn't expect Shin Chioshan to guess what he had seen. He stepped aside slightly, creating some distance between them, and then bowed solemnly. Uncle Shin, let's get to know each other again. Zhou Yu, class monitor of Class 2, Grade 3. Ranked 48th in the class on the last mock exam. Shin Chioshan waved his hand, signaling Zhou Yu not to accept such a grand gesture. He then carefully examined the chubby boy before him. He said it before, this guy didn't seem like they just happened to meet by chance. It seemed as if he'd been waiting at the school gate specifically. As expected, he was targeting his own daughter. Yanran's decisions are her own, and I won't interfere. However, before she goes to college, I absolutely do not support her dating. Shin Chioshan stated his stance. Uncle Shin, don't worry, I won't affect Yanran's studies. Besides, I want to wait until college to have a sweet romance. For now, academics are the priority. Zhou Yu said solemnly. Shin Chioshan didn't respond. He knew his daughter well, and there was no way this chubby boy in front of him could become his son-in-law. Neither his height nor his looks were up to par, but this kid could serve as his spy in Class 2, Grade 3, so Shin Chioshan simply added him as a WeChat friend. When Shin Chioshan returned to the classroom, lunch break was almost over. The students were almost all there, some chatting quietly, others napping on their desks. But his son wasn't there. Shin Chioshan returned to his seat, and picked up a Chinese textbook to flip through. Uncle Shin, you're back. He hadn't turned a few pages when Wang Yupun came over with a smile, and placed a bottle of Red Bull on the table. Uncle Shin, you tend to get sleepy in the afternoon. Drink this. Huh? Red Bull again. Shin Chioshan glanced at the Red Bull on the table, Then at Wang Yupeng. Where's Xiao Xiao? Why didn't she come back with you? Wang Yupeng hesitated. Did he go on a date? Shin Qiushan immediately understood. He said he went to the stationery store near the school gate to buy a pen. Wang Yupeng hadn't intended to betray his best friend, but his lying skills were so poor that his eyes subconsciously avoided him as he spoke. Shin Qiushan didn't ask any further questions. He pulled out the can of Red Bull he had forgotten to return to Zhou Yu from his coat pocket. I have another can here. Keep it for yourself. Uncle Shin, keep it all. I still have Coke. Wang Yupeng pointed to the Coke on his desk and sat back down. Shin Qiushan glanced at the 2 cans of Red Bull on his desk and thought, it's only the first day, and 2 brats are already showing off. I wonder how many more will come. Shin Qiushan wasn't surprised his daughter was so popular at school. After all, it was her genes. Not to mention his handsome father, Shin Yanron's mother was also a school beauty back then. Their children are certainly no less beautiful. Shin Qiushan was just thinking about his daughter when his son, Shin Yixiao, finally returned to class. His previously good mood plummeted when he saw his father already in his seat. Family. Who could have imagined? A high school student would return to the classroom every day to face his own father. Is there anything more despairing than this? Have you written the words Teacher Chen punished you with? Shin Yixiao was silently complaining when his father's voice rang in his ears. I was about to write them. 50 times, let me check first. Shin Qiushan said with a stern face. As if you understand? Shin Yixiao muttered softly. I don't understand. Shin Qiushan rolled his eyes. You kid probably doesn't know as many words as I do. TSK. Shin Yixiao curled his lips in disdain. Dad, you just got 1 question right in class. You're being a bit overconfident. Even though I'm at the bottom of the class in English, it depends on who I'm compared to, right? It's like the last place student on our national table tennis team. Sure, he's not good on our national table tennis team, but outside of it, he's still pretty impressive. Shin Yixiao had been simmering down his frustrations with his dad for sending him to school on a temporary basis for a long time, and finally got the chance to vent. Shin Qiushan's words were meant to provoke him, and seeing the brat fall for it, he immediately said, How about this? Let's compare vocabulary. Use this complete collection of vocabulary words required for the college entrance exam. Have Yupeng randomly give us 50 words to dictate, and see who gets the most correct. Okay. Let's compete. Shin Yixiao agreed immediately, but we can't compete in vain. Let's make a bet. If you lose, you quit tutoring in our class. How's that? Chapter 22. Shin Yixiao used the bet to make his demands. Okay. No problem. To Shin Yixiao's surprise, his father agreed directly. His eyes lit up. Really? Keep your word. Shin Qiushan smiled faintly. When has your father ever broken his promise? But since you've made a request, I have to make one too. If you lose, I test you with 50 words from this book every day. If you don't memorize them, you can't see your girlfriend. Okay. It's a deal. Shin Yixiao agreed without hesitation. He was naturally confident in this bet. If others didn't understand his father, he did. His father's English was probably still at the level of, How are you? I'm fine, thank you. And you? This level. He actually wanted to compete with a high school student in vocabulary. Isn't that overestimating one's abilities? Although his English grades were a bit disappointing as a high school student, he was still an elite who had gone through 9 years of compulsory education. How could he possibly lose to his own dad, a veteran who had been away from school for over 20 years? Go, go, go. This round is a sure win. Confidently, Shin Yixiao shouted to Wang Yupeng, Brother Peng, come here. What's wrong? A drowsy Wang Yupeng was slumped over his desk, ready to take a nap. I want to compete with my dad in English vocabulary, and you be the referee, Shin Yixiao declared. As soon as he said this, several classmates around him turned their heads, their eyes gleaming with gossip. Although they were all busy with their own things, they all shared one thing. They were all consciously or unconsciously observing the every move of Shin Qiushan, the elderly boarding student. After lunch break, the news of an elderly boarding student joining class 35 had spread throughout the school. After all, this was so unusual, it was simply unbelievable. As a result, news about Shin Qiushan had become a hot commodity among the students. Whoever had first-hand information about Shin Qiushan had the final say in their circle of friends. For example, if several people were eating together in the cafeteria, and one of them was from class 35, they would have absolute say. It was precisely because of the students' curiosity about Shin Qiushan, the elderly boarding student, that the class 35 students, with little information available, were forced to exaggerate the limited information they had. This is how Zhou Yu got his hands on the news about English genius and teacher Chen volunteering for guidance. So, upon hearing that the father and son were going to compete in an English vocabulary contest, the students, who had already been keeping an eye on Shin Qiushan, perked up. "Shinishiu, how about I be the referee? My English grades are much better than Wang Yuping's." A boy wearing glasses volunteered. I do it. I'm the English class representative. It would be more fair for me to be the referee." Yin Lei, the English class representative, came forward with a smile. No matter who wins or loses, this father-son duel will become a legendary story in the school and a hot topic for students after dinner. So, if I could be the referee and witness the match in person, I could definitely brag about it for a while. He could even use this as a topic to flirt with a girl. Yin Lei had even thought of his opening line. "Junior, you know that father-son showdown, right? I was the referee back then. Let me tell you." While telling the story, he could even pretend to casually take her hand. TSK, this referee position. It has to be me." Yin Lei was just thinking happily when a clear female voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Uncle Shin, I'm the class monitor. I be the referee." The speaker was Wu Ruohan, the class monitor of class 3 to 5. The girl was pretty, cheerful, and had excellent grades. She was very popular in the class. Clearly, Wu Ruohan was also a gossip lover. This father-son showdown was unprecedented in the history of Sanjiang High School, and she wanted to be a witness. "Class monitor, why are you joining in the fun? This is something in our English community." Yin Lei had even thought of his opening line to flirt with the girl, so he naturally didn't want to give up his role as referee. "What do you mean by you're in the English circle? Don't I learn English? And on the last mock exam, my English score was 1 point higher than yours." Wu Ruohan argued, her fair, swan-like neck lifted. "Then, there has to be a first-come, first-served basis. I was the one who suggested it." Yin Lei shot back. Right. It has to be in order." The boy who spoke first immediately nodded in agreement. Seeing the 3 children vying for the judging position, Shin Qiushan was speechless. However, since the children were so enthusiastic, he didn't want to disappoint anyone, so he said with a smile, "How about this? Each of you pick 10 words. Including Yu Peng, that's 40. Well, one more." Shin Qiushan waved at the children watching. Me. Uncle Shin, me. I do it. Everyone immediately raised their hands in response. But just then, the bell rang. The homeroom teacher, Chen Xiangyu, entered the classroom just as the bell rang. The first period of the afternoon was originally history, but the history teacher had something urgent to do and had moved the history class to the 8th period. So Chen Xiangyu changed the class to English. Entering the classroom, she found a group of people gathered at the back, making a lot of noise. Frowning, she walked up to the podium and slammed the stack of papers in her hand onto the desk. "Return to your seats." At Chen Xiangyu's voice, the students, who had been so excited just moments before, suddenly became like mice seeing a cat and quickly returned to their seats. Class monitor Wu Ruohan and English class representative Yin Lei, who had just missed the chance to be a judge, were both gloomy, muttering to themselves, "Why didn't you start class later? Wu Ruohan, what are you doing?" Chen Xiangyu, unaware of what was going on, called out the class monitor's name. It's like this, Teacher Chen." As a devoted supporter of her homeroom teacher, Wu Ruohan hesitated for only a second before recounting the incident in detail. She had assumed that the matter would be over after Chen Xiangyu had listened, but Chen Xiangyu instead looked at Shin Qiushan, who was sitting in the last row, and asked, "Mr. Shin, are you sure you want to compete with Shinichio?" "Yes, I'm sure." Shin Qiushan nodded confidently, knowing his former lover was asking if he was confident of winning. "Okay, in that case, I be the referee. Old Shin, you and Shinichia go to the blackboard and write, one on the left, one on the right. Everyone else, bring out your scratch paper and follow along. Then, your classmates will judge each other's work." Chen Xiangyu immediately devised a plan to allow the father and son to face off fairly, while also allowing the rest of the class to participate. Seeing that their homeroom teacher, Chen Xiangyu, was willing to step up and preside over this father-son duel, the students in class 3 to 5 were all excited as if pumped with adrenaline. If it had been the same pattern as before, only a handful of people would have seen Shin Qiushan and Shinichio's papers. But now, it was different. The entire class would be witnessing them. How many words did they get right or wrong, and even which words they got right or wrong, would soon spread throughout the entire campus. Chapter 23. Shin Qiushan nodded to his old lover, thinking the proposal was a good one. Fair, just, and open. Even his son couldn't deny his loss. However, Shinichio was a little depressed. He wasn't worried about not being able to beat his father, but that writing down the words on the blackboard would likely be embarrassing. Shinichio had memorized the printed copy of college entrance examination vocabulary, but his mastery was limited. If Jin Xiangyu gave him 50 words, he figured he could get about 30 right at best. If he was a little unlucky, it might be a 50-50 chance, meaning he might end up with one blank. But at this point, Shinichio couldn't refuse. He gritted his teeth and walked to the blackboard, standing on the right side, closer to the door. He even stepped aside, making sure his father didn't copy his answers. Shin Qiushan stood on the left side of the blackboard and took a brand new piece of chalk from the chalk box. "Are you all ready?" Jin Xiangyu, standing behind the desk, formed the perfect dividing line between the father and son. Normally, she faced the students, but now, with her back to them, she leaned against the desk, allowing her to observe their progress. First word, knowledge. The father-son duel officially began, and Shin Xiangyu answered the first word. The students wrote down their answers, then craned their necks to stare at the father and son at the blackboard. Shinichio, holding the chalk in his right hand, scratched the back of his head in frustration with his left. His luck wasn't good. He couldn't remember the first word. Shin Qiushan, on the other side, quickly wrote down his answer, knowledge. The students all silently spelled it in their heads, then expressions of surprise crossed their faces. Correct. 1:0, father and son duel. Father leads. Jin Xiangyu was naturally surprised. Normally, middle-aged people who had been away from school for years would struggle to spell such a long word correctly. Shinichio, who hadn't written anything, glanced at his father on the other side. He felt as if his father had written an answer. After all, the chalk in his hand had left something on the blackboard. He must be bluffing. Shinichio knew his father well. Although he had no education, he was very intelligent. He often fell for his tricks in daily life. The second word, habit. Homeroom teacher Chen Xiangyu's voice rang out again. Shinichio happened to know this word, and he immediately wrote his answer on the blackboard, habit. He was smug in his heart. There's no way my father could spell this word. The score was now 1-0. In Shinichio's opinion, his father definitely didn't know the first two words, so a 0 was a natural outcome. In reality, in the minds of the entire class, silently acting as referees, the score between father and son was now 2-1. Shin Qiushan also easily wrote the word habit. Patience. Shin Xiangyu came up with the third word. Shinichio scratched his head again, muttering, patience, patience. However, intention wasn't going to work at this point. If he couldn't, he still couldn't. Okay, continue with the 1 o'clock score. Although he only managed to write one of the three words, Shinichio remained confident, as he felt his father wouldn't be able to do any of them either. What he didn't know was that in the minds of the judges, the score had already become 3-1. Shin Qiushan easily wrote out the word patience. Patience. The dictation continued, and Shin Xiangyu asked several relatively difficult words, such as technology and investment. Both words were long and prone to errors. However, Shin Qiushan wrote them down perfectly. Shinichi nearly pulled the hair off the back of his head. Silently complaining, Teacher Chen must be doing this on purpose. Testing such difficult words makes my advantage seem less significant. 8 words had already been asked, and Shinichi had only written down 3, leaving 5 blank. However, one of the 3 words he had written down was wrong. He imagined the score to be 3-0. The actual score was 8-2. Shin Qiushan was ahead. After these 8 words were tested, the entire class had a new assessment of Shin Qiushan's abilities. Initially, when he got 2 or 3 words right, no one was too surprised. Their parents' generation, mostly born in the 1980s, had many attended university, so knowing English was not uncommon. But now Shin Qiushan had gotten all 8 words right. This wasn't simply a matter of knowing a bit of English. Furthermore, Shin Xiangyu had deliberately chosen a few relatively difficult words. Currently, only about half the students in the class had gotten all 8 words right. Shin Xiangyu was even more astonished. She hadn't expected her former lover, besides his poker prowess, to also possess such high English proficiency, something she had never demonstrated before. It was truly impressive. Well, next time we play poker, we can try communicating in English and find something different. Shin Xiangyu's thoughts wandered, and she actually strayed off track. After a brief moment of distraction, the dictation continued. Later, Shin Xiangyu didn't specifically test difficult words, but instead asked for words that appeared frequently on the test paper. This actually improved Shinichia's chances of spelling correctly. If he was given a group of 3 words, he could usually write 2, sometimes even all three. For a moment, Shinixiao's confidence soared, and his left hand, which had been constantly scratching the back of his head, was casually tucked into his trouser pocket. His previously upright stance changed to one with his left foot forward and his right foot behind, forming a roughly 45-degree angle between the two legs, his center of gravity resting on his right leg. It was a confident and cocky stance, one of the signature moves of the spirited youngsters and the Willow boys. However, Shinixiao's confident stance left the other students in the classroom bewildered. They all grumbled inwardly. "What are you so confident about? You've even been outplayed by your own dad." Wang Yupeng, who could probably guess Shinixia's thoughts, suppressed a smile and inwardly exclaimed, "Father-in-law is awesome." Shin Qiushan was naturally observing his son Shinixiu from the corner of his eye. After confirming his victory, he deliberately made a few mistakes. After all, he had been away from school for 20 years. It would be a bit unrealistic to perform at a godlike level right after returning. A few mistakes would make it easier for everyone to accept. 50 words were dictated. The score of this father-son duel was already in the minds of the judges. 45:30. Shin Qiushan was in the lead, a decisive victory. However, Shinixiu had no idea how badly he lost. He casually tossed the unused piece of chalk into the blackboard slot, dusted off his hand, and smiled at Chen Xiangyu. "Teacher Chen, you're the referee. My dad said he won't be in our class if he loses. You have to make sure he sticks to his word." However, to Shinixiao's surprise, the classroom erupted in laughter as soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 24. What are you laughing at? While beating my dad isn't exactly a glorious thing, there was a bet after all. We have to accept defeat, right? Shinixiu said confidently. Although this brat wasn't a good student, he had a genuinely good attitude. He got along well with his classmates, and didn't care about their laughter at all. Chen Xiangyu rolled her eyes at him. Old Shin got 45 words right. Don't you have any idea how many you got right? What? How many words did my dad get right? Shinixiu was stunned, looking at his father at the other end of the blackboard in disbelief. Go check it yourself. Chen Xiangyu pursed her lips slightly, then turned to the rest of the class and said, after your classmates review each other's answers, those who got 5 or fewer wrong will get 20 replies per word. Those who got more than 5 wrong will get 50 replies per word. Clearly, Chen Xiangyu was using the number of words Shin Qiushan got wrong as a guide. The students didn't dare to raise any objections. You're a senior high school student about to take the college entrance exam, and you can't even do a dictation like a middle-aged man. How dare you bargain? Shinixiao leaned over to his father, examining the words he'd written on the blackboard with a look of nitpicking. However, a new problem arose. He didn't know some of the words at all, so he had no idea whether his father's answers were right or wrong. Take it and compare it yourself. While Chen Xiangyu was taking dictation, she also wrote down her own answers. She handed them to Shinixiu and said to Shin Qiushan, Old Shin, go back and sit down. Okay. Shin Qiushan nodded, then patted his son on the shoulder. A man of honor, once you've spoken, you can't go back. After saying that, he returned to his seat. Uncle Shin, you're amazing. You're my idol. As soon as Shin Qiushan settled into his seat, Wang Yupeng, standing beside him, beamed with joy as he gave him a thumbs up. Shin Qiushan nodded calmly, the demeanor of a hidden master. On the podium, Shinixiu looked at the words his father had written on the blackboard and checked his answers. Although his father's English was poor and crooked, his accuracy was very high, not even a single mistake in the first 20 words. Shinixia's mouth twitched subconsciously. He thought this was a tough match. It turned out to be a tough match, but he was the one being beaten. No, when did his father become so good at English? This is too fake. Shinixiu was baffled, but he had to accept the result of losing the PK. Are you convinced of this defeat? After Shinixiu finished checking his answers, Chen Xiangyu asked with a stern face. Actually, I didn't do very well. Shinixiu was stubbornly stubborn. However, the moment he said this, the classroom erupted in boos. Chen Xiangyu rolled her eyes at him. Losing is losing. Remember to keep your promise. Go back, and don't forget to write each wrong word 50 times. As referee, Chen Xiangyu concluded this father-son showdown. Shinixiu scratched the back of his head out of habit, and returned to his seat with his head drooping. Dad, when did your English become so good? How could I not know? After returning to his seat, Shinixiu muttered softly. There's so much you don't know. Stop talking and pay attention. Shin Qiushan scolded softly, then turned his gaze towards the podium. After this English class, the next 2 classes were dedicated to self-study, so Shin Qiushan simply bought another memory capsule. The effect was truly remarkable. In the morning, thanks to the memory capsule's efficacy, he had memorized nearly every vocabulary item required for the college entrance exam. This time, he also focused on studying English grammar complete works. Shin Qiushan had already quietly formulated a study plan for himself, memorizing vocabulary first, then studying grammar, and finally practicing a massive amount of listening exercises. With this combination, getting a score of 120 or above on the English test should be no problem. Not wanting to waste the memory capsule, he remained motionless in his chair after English class, continuing to diligently study English grammar complete works. Seeing his father working so hard, Shinichi felt a little ashamed. However, the guilt only lasted a few seconds before he winked at Wang Yupeng and dragged him to the restroom. Brother Xiao, how could Uncle Shin, who's so brilliant, produce a poor student like you? Wang Yupeng said casually while standing at the urinal. Get lost. You only know a few words. Shinichi curled his lips in disdain. If Dad were truly brilliant, would he not have even made it to university? Because he didn't make it to university, my grandfather placed all his hopes for the Shin family's revival on me. It put so much pressure on me. TSK? I can't tell. Wang Yupeng didn't believe Shinichi's nonsense and retorted, placing his hopes on you. Then why not rely on your sister? She's much better academically than you. My sister? Shinichi laughed heartily, then spun around abruptly. She has it. Damn. Because they often hung out together, Wang Yupeng had quick reflexes and quickly stepped back, avoiding the biochemical attack. Shinichi said smugly, Yupeng, you don't understand? My grandfather's generation was very patriarchal. It wasn't just him, my grandfather was too. When I was little, he even wanted me to change my last name to his. So, in my grandfather's view, Shin Yanran would eventually marry off, and only I could continue the Shin family's legacy. Do you understand the value of being the eldest grandson? Wang Yupeng, accustomed to his best friend's narcissistic style, immediately scoffed, the eldest grandson. It's as if your family has an heir. That hurts. Wang Yupeng's words really hit a nerve with Shinichi. My family's poor. I didn't think much of it when I was little, but the older I get, the more sensitive I become to money. As a sports student, Shinichi had always wanted a pair of Air Jordans, but given his family's financial situation, he was too embarrassed to ask. Hiss. No, I need to squat in the toilet. After finishing his toilet, Shinichi was about to pull up his pants when the urge to poop hit him. He quickly opened the door to one of the toilets and rushed in. Brother Peng, give me some toilet paper. Love you. Shinichi, already squatting, yelled in a sly manner to Wang Yupeng outside. Wait! Don't tell me when you come out. Wang Yupeng cursed as he left the men's restroom. Shinichi, squatting in the toilet, reviewed today's father-son showdown. He was, of course, deeply resigned to losing to his father, even wondering if his father had colluded with the homeroom teacher, Mr. Chen, to cheat. Just as Shinichi was pondering this possibility, he suddenly heard the voices of boys chatting outside. Latest news, Mr. Deng from Class 5 challenged his son to an English word dictation competition, and he actually won. Isn't his son Shinichi? Yes, that's him. That's nothing surprising. Shinichi is a noob anyway. If you put it that way, it seems so. Shinichi is still too noob. Damn, Shinichi, squatting in the toilet, clenched his fists tightly. And then? Puff. It went smoothly. Chapter 25. Yanran, something terrible has happened. Your dad and your brother are fighting. Class 2, Grade 3. Zhou, his hair styled like an adult, ran to Shin Yanran's seat. Huh? My dad and Shinichi are fighting? Shin Yanran was shocked, her beautiful eyes suddenly widening, her long eyelashes fluttering rapidly like the fluttering wings of a butterfly. At the same time, her delicate lips slowly parted into an O shape, but even in her surprise, two dimples appeared faintly on her pretty face. How did they start fighting? Shin Yanran asked anxiously after a moment's pause. Zhou, still absorbed in Shin Yanran's stunning beauty, was momentarily distracted. Yanran, don't listen to Zhou's nonsense. It's clearly Uncle Shin and Shinichi competing in an English word dictation competition. At this moment, Luo Yao, who already had first-hand information, came over. She rolled her eyes at Zhou and scoffed, It's a shame you don't work for a gossip magazine. It's clearly a competition between father and son, but you're making it sound like a brawl. Zhou chuckled. He had indeed mastered the clickbait headline trick, otherwise, Shin Yanran wouldn't have paid any attention to him. I haven't finished yet. I was going to tell Yanran in detail. Thank you so much. Shin Yanran glared at Zhou fiercely, then pulled Luo Yao aside and asked, Tell me, what exactly happened? According to Zhang Yuding, the loudspeaker in Class 5, Uncle Shen and Shinichi made a bet to see who had the largest English vocabulary. If Shinichi won, Uncle Shen would give up accompanying her and leave school. If Uncle Shen won, Shinichi would have to memorize 50 required college entrance exam words every day, and if he didn't finish, he wouldn't be allowed to see me. At this point, Luo Yao curled her lips in grievance and muttered quietly, "It's just a bet, but they even included me in the bet." Ahem, my dad was also concerned about Shinichi's academic performance. Shen Yanran explained on her father's behalf, then pressed, "What was the result? Shinichi won?" "Wrong." Zhou Yu suddenly shouted, then beamed, "Yanran, Uncle Shen won." Teacher Chen randomly tested 50 words, and Uncle Shen got 45 correct. Shinichi only got 30 correct. 45:30. Uncle Shen crushed Shinichi to victory. Huh? Shen Yanran was shocked and turned to Luo Yao, questioning her. Really? Yes, it's true. Luo Yao nodded, then asked, puzzled, Yanran, is Uncle Shen good at English? Everyone was saying at noon that Teacher Chen always asks him for help with English problems. Shen Yanran was completely stunned. She tried to recall her father's experiences over the years. He worked in a factory, started a business, driven a taxi, and delivered food. He changed jobs many times, but none of them seemed to have anything to do with studying. Lately, for some reason, Dad had been reading a book all day. Could this be the legendary sudden enlightenment? According to Class 5 monitor Wu Ruhan, Uncle Shen seems to have deliberately made 5 mistakes to save face for Shinichi. Master! This is a true master! Zhou Yu sighed, silently exclaiming in his heart, Father-in-law is awesome. This rumor is getting more and more outrageous. The wrong words are all intentional. Shen Yanran frowned slightly. At this rate, wouldn't her father be a genius in a few days? Then, as the daughter of a genius, wouldn't it be too embarrassing for her to not even make the top 100 in her grade? Shen Yanran had never expected her father to cause such a commotion just one day after arriving at school, and it put a lot of pressure on her. Yanran, why don't you memorize some words too? What if Uncle Shen wants to challenge you one day? Shinichi loses, so does she. You can't lose. At this moment, Luo Yao said from the side. TSK. Don't compare me to Shinichi. He's so bad, it's normal for him to lose. There's absolutely no way my dad can beat me. Shen Yanran curled her lips in disdain, clearly possessing the mysterious self-confidence that runs through the Shen family. However, after Luo Yao and Zhou Yu left, she couldn't help but open the college entrance exam essential vocabulary and mentally decided to memorize the words she wasn't fully versed in. What if Dad gets a little crazy and wants to challenge her? Losing would be so humiliating. Shen Yanran is a girl, after all, and a famous beauty throughout the entire senior year. She has some dignity. At the men's restroom entrance, Shinichi walked out, cursing, "You only know how to gossip behind my back. If you have the guts, tell me who's a loser, right there in front of me? Have you ever seen a loser run the 100 meters in 11.15 seconds? Shinichi, squatting in the toilet, heard someone chirping at her and wanted to rush out and teach them a lesson, but felt it was too disgusting, so she gave up. By the time Wang Yupeng brought the paper, the people who had been gossiping about him had already left. Alright, Xiao, it's all known to the whole school anyway. There are plenty of people gossiping about you behind your back, not just those two. Wang Yupeng was clearly a comforting person. What? The whole school knows? Shinichi was stunned. No, I just took a shit, and the whole school knew about it. Brother Xiao, this is the age of self-media. Even though my phone was confiscated, that doesn't mean others don't have phones. It's known to the whole school now. In a few days, it might even be known nationwide. Wang Yupeng continued, Brother Xiao, maybe you even become an internet celebrity by then. Nationwide. Shinichi was in a state of panic. Embarrassment in his own high school was fine, but if this became known nationwide, no matter where he went to college, it would be dug up and become a black history that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Brother Xiao, don't be so pessimistic. Look at it another way. If you become an internet celebrity, you won't have to worry about employment. But with your poor academic persona, it's hard to sell products. Well, let me think of something to promote. Oh, I got it. Let's promote some crazy fans. Okay. When the time comes, just shout 135, and I post the link for you. Wang Yupeng chattered away, plotting his influencer marketing strategy. At first, Shinichi ignored him, but when he heard the words brainless fan, he snapped, Get lost, get lost. You're the brainless one. And more. Everyone else goes 1, 2, 3, post the link. Why should I shout 1, 3, 5? Wang Yupeng chuckled. You can't even count. How brainless you are. You've established your persona. Get lost. Chapter 26. Every afternoon, the 7th and 8th periods are training time for the physical education students. After the 6th period, Shinichio said hello to his father, who was diligently studying English grammar, and then left the classroom with Wang Yupeng. Brother Xiao, your Uncle Shin is incredibly studious. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was also going to college. On the way to the gym, Wang Yupeng sighed. His seat was directly to Shin Qiushan's right, and out of a desire to please his father-in-law, he had been silently watching Shin Qiushan's every move. From his observation, Shin Qiushan had been intensely focused on the English grammar textbook throughout the 5th and 6th periods, not even taking a break between classes. He was just putting on an act for me. I can't fool you with this little trick. Shinichio shrugged, looking as if he'd seen through everything. No way. Uncle Shin seems so dedicated. He doesn't even move during breaks. Wang Yupeng disagreed with his best friend's opinion. You only see the surface. Das Kapital says, see through the phenomenon to the essence. Shinichio cleared his throat and said proudly, now, let this genius lead you through the fog and reveal the truth. Brother Xiao, the pre-swing is too long, and there's a high probability of ineffective damage. Wang Yupeng used his personal experience from the morning to remind his best friend. That's because your mechanics are terrible. Shinichio retorted, then explained, after secretly observing my dad for a whole class, I discovered that although he was always reading diligently, his speed was much faster than normal. Normally, a full page of English grammar would take 3 to 5 minutes to read quickly, but he often turns the page in 10 to 20 seconds, or even a few dozen seconds at most. What does that mean? It means he's just acting, playing the role of a hardworking father to me, trying to set an example for me, his son. It's just that my dad's acting was a bit exaggerated. We've all seen people who study hard, but have you ever seen anyone study as hard as he does? After saying that, Shinichio whistled. Really? That's what I was thinking. I always felt something was wrong. So it's because he's turning the pages too quickly. Brother Xiao, it has to be you. Wang Yupeng gave a thumbs up, clearly agreeing with Shinichio's point. As they spoke, the two of them had already arrived at the gym's locker room. This meant there were already 6 or 7 people changing in the locker room. As soon as Shinichio entered the locker room, everyone immediately surrounded him. Brother Xiao, you're finally here. Brother Xiao, I heard Uncle is really tough. Brother Xiao, while losing to your father isn't shameful, we need to get back at him. Ah Xiao, don't worry, I be measured. I carry the banner of athletic students. Everyone was talking at once, but Shinichio was bewildered. No, what are you going to do? Especially you, Ah Bin. What are you going to do? Shinichio looked at the skinny, dark-skinned man with a buzz cut. He was a middle and long-distance runner named Gao Bin. He was from Guangzhou and spoke in a stilted Mandarin. Among all the athletic students at Sanjiang High School, he also had the best academic performance, ranking 91st in his grade on the last mock exam. He was the only athlete to rank in the top 100 in his grade. Brother Xiao, you must be aware of this. We athletes have become the butt of ridicule throughout the school. Next to Gao Bin, Su Zhishui, wearing a white Nike training shirt, approached with his phone raised. Brother Xiao, take a look at our school forum. Shinichio and Wang Yupeng immediately looked over curiously. The post on his phone was titled, Father and Son Duel, Shinichio Gets Badly Beaten. While this title was factual, Shinichio was naturally upset to see himself portrayed negatively on the school forum. Little did he know, the title was quite polite compared to the content below. 3rd floor, Shinichio is an athlete. What's the big deal about losing? 7th floor, so he's an athlete. That makes a lot of sense. 9th floor, as everyone knows, athletes are just idiots with strong limbs. 10th floor, please, fellow commenters, be polite and stop slandering idiots. 14th floor, athletes? Just a bunch of trash, who only know how to date. The Sanjiang High School forum is usually pretty quiet. After all, forums are a dime a dozen these days. But today it was much busier than usual, thanks to a major event like the Father-Son Showdown at school, and the students were all gossiping. Originally, these people were only attacking Shinichio, but as the incident became more and more popular, the entire group of athletes was dragged into the fray. Because they were using fake accounts, these people were unrestrained in their attacks, using all sorts of sarcasm and harsh language. In fact, if you look at it rationally, you see that most of these people are motivated by personal emotions. For example, some people said that jocks were just good at dating. If nothing unexpected happened, the girl he liked would most likely be snatched away by an jock. These negative comments dealt a heavy blow to Gao Bin, Su Zhishui, and the others. Naturally, everyone was furious. Guys, this is my fault. I'm so sorry to have you all blamed. Shinichia took the blame. Ah Xiao, that's being a bit too formal. Gao Bin patted Shinichia's shoulder. We athletes, we've always thrived together and suffered together. Besides, we're all members of the school football team. We're a team. Su Zhishui immediately chimed in. That's right, we're all doing this. Seeing both of them beaming with excitement, Shinichia instinctively frowned. Tell me, what's your stupid idea? Ah Xiao, you're just so smart. Gao Bin chuckled and then laid out his plan. I'm going to form an Avengers alliance. Let's challenge your dad. Huh? Shinichia looked confused. How do we challenge him? Let's all get together and compete with your dad in an English vocabulary contest. Prove with concrete actions that we athletes aren't trash. We're all very skilled. Use our results to crush any doubters. At the end, Gao Bin pumped his fist vigorously. Yes, crush the doubts. Crush the doubts. Su Zhishui and the others followed suit, pumping their fists in agreement. For a moment, the locker room erupted in excitement. Seeing this, Shinichia was completely stunned. He had never dreamed that a father-son showdown between him and his father would cause such a massive chain reaction. Is this the legendary butterfly effect? I gently flapped my wings in the classroom of class 3 to 5, and the entire group of athletes erupted in excitement. What if we lose? Just as the excitement was boiling, Wang Yupeng asked weakly. Chapter 27. Opping. Take that depressing talk back. We athletes will definitely win this match. Gao Bin was brimming with confidence, as if energized by a shot of chicken blood. Yes, the athletes will definitely win. We will definitely win. We will definitely win. Su Zhishui and the others immediately joined in, shouting their approval. Aben, how do you want to compete? Seeing the atmosphere build to this point, Shinichia turned serious. I'm not trying to excuse myself, but my dad's English vocabulary seems to be quite impressive. Today, Teacher Chen randomly selected words from the required vocabulary for the college entrance exam, and he got 45 correct. Our class monitor, Wu Ruhan, even explained that my dad deliberately got 5 wrong. So, we still can't underestimate our opponents. Gao Bin seemed to have already thought of his revenge plan. He said solemnly, people say we athletes have strong limbs and smooth brains. This time, we just want to show them that we athletes are not a bunch of reckless men. Since we've decided to challenge, and since it's a matter of honor for us athletes, we absolutely cannot underestimate our opponents. So, I'd like to set the challenge time a week from now, so we have another week to prepare. From today on, all of you brothers, work overtime to memorize your English vocabulary. Starting tomorrow, meet at the stadium at 5:30 every morning. I lead the team, and we memorize English vocabulary while training. Brothers, for the honor of our athletes. No problem? Gao Bin asked loudly. No problem. Go, go, go! It's just a week, no big deal. Everyone immediately expressed their support, their emotions overflowing. Shinichi was stunned. Meet at 5:30 every morning to memorize English words? That meant he had to be out the door at 5 o'clock and up around 4:40. Just as Shinichi was lost in thought, Gao Bin patted him on the shoulder and, speaking in the voice of a Hong Kong gangster, said, Ah Xiao, we definitely get you back what you've lost. Let's go, brothers. Deliver the declaration of war. Gao Bin waved his hand, and Su Zhishui and the others immediately followed him out of the locker room. Clearly, the group had already discussed this before Shinichio and Wang Yupeng arrived. No, they have a declaration of war. Shinichio and Wang Yupeng exchanged a glance, then hurriedly followed. However, before the group even left the gym, they ran into Yang Wei, the gym teacher and their coach. What are you all doing here if you're not going to training? Hurry up and get out there and run 5 laps to warm up. Yang Wei had been waiting in the playground for ages, but no one showed up. Seeing Gao Bin and the others just emerging from the locker room, he was naturally furious. Teacher Yang, aren't we just going to change clothes? Yeah, we just changed. The group, who had been so aggressive just moments ago, immediately backed off and, amid Yang Wei's scolding, went back to running laps. Brothers, train first. We can challenge them after training, and it's the same if we fight them later. But we have to practice our English words now. Now, listen to my commands and recite them aloud. Gao Bin said as he ran, then began to recite English words aloud. Football, Football. With him leading the charge, the other gym students followed suit, shouting in unison, Football! Football! Gym teacher Yang Wei was standing in the middle of the playground, chatting with Bao Dandan, the girls' coach and also a gym teacher. A sudden voice startled them both. They all looked towards the boys' team. What are these bastards up to now? Yang Wei cursed. Looks like they're memorizing words? Bao Dandan asked. Memorizing words? Memorizing words during training? When did these bastards get so motivated? Yang Wei simply didn't believe it. He knew the soldiers under his command well. Aside from Gao Bin, who performed better in academic subjects, the others were typical underachievers. And then, Gao Bin's voice rang out again. Attitude? Attitude? The other gym students, attitude, attitude this. Yang Wei was completely stunned. He scratched his ear with his pinky finger, then looked up at the sun. It was indeed turning westward, but it certainly didn't rise from the west today. They're really memorizing words. You know what? These guys are suddenly serious. They look pretty cool, Bao Dandan said with a smile. What the hell? It's like a tree blooming. Yang Wei folded his arms over his chest and shouted to the athletes, led by Gao Bin, faster. Speed up. Gao Bin, faster. Faster. The athletes followed suit and shouted in unison, faster. Faster. Yang Wei, fuck. These bastards. They're simply going against the grain. Bao Dandan laughed uncontrollably on the sidelines. Only Gao Bin and his group of athletes could pull off something like that. Shini Xiao, on the team, felt strangely ignited. Losing to his father, and becoming the laughing stock of the entire school, had truly stung him. Even while squatting in the bathroom, he already made up his mind to memorize English vocabulary and stage a comeback. However, once he returned to the classroom and faced his English textbook, his fighting spirit had gradually waned. Even if a salted fish occasionally turned over, it was still just a salted fish. Shinichia had been lazy for far too long. Change wasn't something that could happen overnight, so his desire for revenge had practically dissipated before he even joined the PE team. But this time was different. Outsiders like Gao Bin and Su Jishui were fighting so hard to defend the honor of athletes, so why shouldn't he, the person involved, fight too? Looking back on his high school days, it seemed like I just muddled through, never really putting any effort into my studies, so, this time, why not give it a try? Those boys are crazy. What the hell are they yelling about? The boys were so loud that they inevitably startled the girls stretching in the middle of the playground. Looks like he's memorizing English words? Are you crazy? Why are you memorizing English words during training? Or is it because these boys just have abnormal brains? Actually, they have abnormal brains. Several girls started complaining, and then a plump girl holding a shot put came up and said, you can say others are abnormal, but Shinichia is definitely normal. Look at that powerful stride, that powerful running style. How could he run like that without a normal brain? Hearing her words, several girls immediately turned their attention. Xiao Dongmei, Shinichia already has a girlfriend, so don't worry about him. Of course, he's doing well with Luo Yao from class 2. Luo Yao can dance, play the piano, and sing beautifully. Look at what you can do. What can I do? Xiao Dongmei raised the shot put and threw it towards the sand pit. Let her throw one of these shot puts. Chapter 28. 7th period ended. The memory capsule had worn off. After studying for over 2 hours straight, Shen Qiushan stretched, then stood up and left the classroom to go to the toilet. Did you hear? The gym students are going to challenge that old man from class 5. What's going on? Which gym student? Gao Bin? He seems to be the only one who's good at studying. No! The gym students. All of them. They're fighting for the glory of the gym class. These gym students are crazy. Why are they challenging an old man like Ding? They're just bullying him. They say old Ding's English is amazing. These gym students might not even win. I don't think so. He's old. No matter how good he is, he can't compare to us youngsters. Squatting in the toilet, Shen Qiushan passively accepted the news. He was also somewhat speechless about the gym students challenging him. Sure enough, only little brats could do such childish things. However, from another perspective, this might be the very charm of youth. The courage to make a fuss. The willingness to make a fuss. And the energy to make a fuss. But once you get older, many things give you a headache just thinking about them. So how can you have the energy to make a fuss? Back in the classroom, Shen Qiushan had barely even settled into his chair. Gao Bin, Su Jishui, and several other athletic students arrived at the door of class 3 to 5. Wu Ruhan, please call Uncle Shen for me. Gao Bin nodded at Wu Ruhan, who was sitting in the first row. Clearly, the two knew each other. Having already spotted Gao Bin and the others, Shin Qiushan walked out without Wu Ruhan even having to ask, "What's going on?" "Uncle Shin, we're both on the school sports team, and Shinishia and I are teammates. We heard you have an extensive English vocabulary, and we'd like to exchange some ideas," Gao Bin said, pulling out an envelope and handing it to Shin Qiushan. "Uncle Shin, this is an invitation." "Wow, there's an invitation." Shin Qiushan smiled as he took the envelope and opened it. It was indeed a formal invitation. "Dear Uncle Shin, hello. We are honored to extend our sincere invitation to you to participate in the English vocabulary competition to be held next Monday at 5 p.m. on the first floor of the school cafeteria. This competition aims to promote English communication among students, improve their English vocabulary, and prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. We sincerely hope that you will accept this invitation and join this exciting event. Sender, all athletic students in the senior year group." After reading the invitation, Shin Qiushan smiled and nodded. "Okay, I be there on time." "Okay, Uncle Shin. Then it's a deal." Gao Bin had expected Shin Qiushan to consider it before giving a response, but he was surprised by his willingness. "It's a deal." Shin Qiushan smiled and nodded, then returned to the classroom with the invitation. After delivering the challenge, Gao Bin and the others quickly left the building and returned to the training ground. "Uncle Shin, can I see the invitation?" Wu Ruhan, who had long since lost her curiosity, whispered as Shin Qiushan passed by her desk. "Take it and have a look." Shin Qiushan slammed the envelope onto Wu Ruhan's desk. He chuckled to himself. "Children are just so curious. Class monitor, can you lend it to me?" "Class monitor, I want to see it too." Me too, me too." Instantly, the classmates surrounded Wu Ruhan. Since so many people had gathered, not everyone could see clearly. English class representative Yin Lei simply read aloud while looking at it. "These athletes are quite polite. They even sent me an invitation." "That's not an invitation, it's a declaration of war. That's called using courtesy before force." It seems these athletes aren't completely clueless. They actually challenged Uncle Shin. They're really overestimating themselves. The match is next week. I'm actually looking forward to it. Haha, I want to see Uncle Shin wreak havoc and crush those athletes. After reading the invitation, everyone immediately started talking, and at the same time, they all glanced at Shin Qiushan, intentionally or unintentionally. However, Shin Qiushan acted as if nothing had happened. He returned to his seat and began reading a history book. Staying calm in the face of adversity. This is what a master does. Wu Ruhan, Yin Lei, and the other little kids couldn't help but sigh inwardly. On the playground. During a break from training, Shinishu sat behind the basketball hoop, enjoying the cool air. Wang Yupeng leaned against the hoop, his eyes fixed on the teaching building. "Brother Xiao, do you think Uncle Shin would agree?" Neither Shinichi nor Wang Yupeng seemed suitable to be part of the group sending off the challenge, so they didn't follow. "He'd probably agree. My dad's no wimp. Even if he knew he'd lose, he'd probably agree." Shinichi offered his own assessment. "Yeah, I think so too." Wang Yupeng agreed, then saw Gao Bin, Su Zhishui, and the others huddling and shoving out of the teaching building, nearly all with smiles on their faces. It seems Uncle Shin really agrees. I knew he'd agree. But I have to really work hard from now on. I don't want to lose to my dad again. Shinichi stood up, a rare look of seriousness on his face. "Yeah, I work hard too. I absolutely can't lose to Uncle Shin." Wang Yupeng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Ah Xiao, Uncle Shin has accepted the challenge. Next, we all have to work hard." Returning to the playground, Gao Bin nodded solemnly to Shinichio, then waved his arms and said, "Brothers, keep practicing. Make some noise. Let everyone know that we athletes are also working hard. Okay. Go. I love English." Following Gao Bin's encouragement, the athletes, their hormones surging, immediately began to memorize English words. Just then, a business car pulled up in front of the office building, and Principal Wang Guangqing and Director of Academic Affairs, Su Desai, got out one after another. The office building was actually quite far from the playground, but the noise made by the athletes was so loud that Wang Guangqing and Su Desai heard it as soon as they got out of the car. At first, they thought some students were fighting on the playground, but upon listening, they realized that the athletes were just memorizing words together. What's wrong with these guys? What's the trigger? Principal Wang Guangqing glanced at the people around him in confusion. But everyone looked bewildered. They had just returned from a meeting, and were unaware of what had happened at school. Just then, physical education teacher Bao Dandan emerged from the office building. Wang Guangqing quickly waved at her. Teacher Bao, what's going on with those brats? Principal Wang, you mean the boys on the gym team? Bao Dandan asked with a smile. Yeah. Wang Guangqing nodded. They're usually so lazy, so why are they suddenly working so hard today? They're competing with Old Shin in an English vocabulary competition. They're trying to defend the honor of the athletes. The competition is next week, and they've started working hard already. Bao Dandan briefly explained. Old Shin? Which Old Shin? Wang Guangqing was bewildered. As the head of the school, he was incredibly busy and had long forgotten about the addition of an older accompanying student to the senior class. Principal, it should be Shin Qiushan. The one I mentioned to you. Su Desai quickly took over. Oh, that student's parent, right? After Su Desai's reminder, Wang Guangqing finally remembered, after all, he had accepted the red envelope. Yes, it's him. Su Desai nodded, then turned to Bao Dandan. Teacher Bao, can you tell me in detail what's going on? Why did these brats want to compete with Shin Qiushan in English vocabulary? What kind of competition was it, and where was it held? Okay, then I tell you in detail, but some of it I've only heard. Bao Dandan immediately explained the background to the father-son showdown and its current consequences, and even mentioned Shin Qiushan's exceptional English proficiency. After hearing her story, Principal Wang Guangqing's face lit up with a smile. I never thought Shin Qiushan would become the big catfish that revitalizes the athletic students. Su Desai quickly agreed. Principal, your summary is absolutely spot on. When Teacher Bao was talking about this, I was wondering what this effect was called. Now that you've mentioned it, I remember it's the catfish effect. Wang Guangqing smiled and nodded. If this can improve the performance of these athletic students, even just a little bit, that would be a good thing. Principal, since they're going to compete, should I contact the senior year teachers and ask for their support? Seeing Principal Wang Guangqing's interest, Su Desai immediately followed up. Then let's say hello. Wang Guangqing said, as he walked into the office building. For students with poor English scores, improving their vocabulary is the fastest way to improve their grades, so this kind of English vocabulary competition is worth promoting. Okay. I'll be in the senior year office in a minute. Su Desai nodded repeatedly, silently sighing. I didn't expect to receive a surprise from a red envelope. Chapter 29. The 8th period was history. Shin Qiushan had hoped to gain some academic proficiency by attending classes, but the history teacher, Zhou Ling, didn't even qualify as a junior teacher in the evaluation system. Listening to her lectures was worse than Shin Qiushan's self-study. But Zhou Ling, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, seemed quite interested in Shin Qiushan, occasionally glancing at him while she reviewed the papers. She was probably curious about Shin Qiushan, an older accompanying student. Unable to gain academic proficiency from the teacher, Shin Qiushan quietly studied on his own throughout the class. However, the appearance of Zhou Ling, a blank slate teacher, served as a wake-up call for Shin Qiushan. The teaching staff is of varying quality. If you want to get as much as possible by attending classes, the best way is to attend the Tianju class. The so-called Golden class is actually Class 1 of Senior 3. The student body in Class 1 of Senior 3 is not fixed. The top 66 students in each monthly exam automatically enter the Golden class. This Golden class naturally has a skewed allocation of resources. Sanjiang High School's best teachers teach in the class. While it's impossible to guarantee that all teachers in the class are blank slates, the chances of having one are definitely lower, and the probability of having an intermediate-level teacher like Shin Xiangyu is also higher. There's even the possibility of encountering a senior teacher. However, Shin Qiushan's chances of getting into the class for free are still quite difficult. First, the top 66 students in the class are notoriously difficult to achieve. Second, even if Shin Qiushan did manage to pass that threshold, the school leaders wouldn't necessarily grant him a precious spot in the class. After all, Shin Qiushan was merely a tutoring companion at school. His test scores had nothing to do with the school. Besides, if an older accompanying student like Shin Qiushan were admitted to the Tianju class, the student's parents would be furious. It seemed like we had to take it slow. Shin Qiushan pondered silently. With 5 minutes left before get out of class ended, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and looked. It was a WeChat message from his old lover, Shin Xiangyu. You must be tired of studying. Go home and rest for a while after school. The message was followed by an emoticon. Shin Qiushan's thighs subconsciously trembled after reading the message. I went out for lunch, but ended up taking 2 breaks. Another break in the afternoon. Who could resist that? Shin Qiushan quickly replied. I'm having dinner with the kids. I haven't seen Yan Ren yet. Xiangyu, okay. Xiangyu, How about I give you some English lessons after evening study? You seem to be working hard. English lessons? That didn't seem like a good reason to refuse. The main thing is that Shin Seong-yu is an intermediate teacher, and her academic performance has been boosted. So, I really need to learn English, but these tutoring sessions are really exhausting. Just as Shin Chio-shan was struggling to make a decision, Shin Seong-yu sent another message. Seong-yu, don't worry, I do it myself. Shin Chio-shan, okay, they say sensible women are always sought after. They can put themselves in your shoes and think about you. The school bell rang. Shin Chio-shan and history teacher Zhou Ling almost left the classroom together, but one went through the front door, the other through the back. After leaving the classroom, Shin Chio-shan headed straight for Class 2, Grade 3, where his daughter, Shin Yanran, was. Along the way, he garnered star-like attention. He had a near-perfect turnaround rate. You could even faintly hear the chirping of students. That's Shanisha's dad, right? Is he the old man from Class 5? I heard he accepted the challenge from the athletes. Shin Chio-shan quickly arrived at the entrance of Class 2, Grade 3. Coincidentally, Zhou was just emerging from the classroom. Upon seeing Shin Chio-shan, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Uncle Shin, are you looking for Yanran? Yes, call her for me. Shin Chio-shan nodded gently. Okay. Zhou hurried back to the classroom. Yanran, Uncle Shin wants you. Shin Yanran and Luo Yao were discussing what to eat. They didn't plan to rush to the cafeteria during peak hours, so they decided to go later. Hearing Zhou's call, Shin Yanran hurried out of the classroom and, as expected, spotted her father in the hallway. Dad, you've been here all day, and you just remembered you have a daughter, right? Shin Yanran tugged at her father's arm, pouting. I'm here to have dinner with you. Come on, call your brother, and let's go out to eat. Shin Chio-shan planned to take the two children to a place away from school to improve their meals. With over 1 million yuan in his bank account, he had no need to skimp on food and drink. Go out to eat? Can I bring Luo Yao with me? Shin Yanran asked softly. Of course. Shin Chio-shan smiled and nodded. He didn't dislike Luo Yao as his daughter-in-law. The little girl was quite adorable. However, as someone who had experienced this, Shin Chio-shan knew that the chances of her becoming his real daughter-in-law were very slim. But this didn't stop him from being positive about this daughter-in-law. Besides, his mother-in-law was also quite skilled. If Shin Chio-shan hadn't been busy today, he'd have wanted to try it out. After all, he already had a membership card. Then I go back and call her. Shin Yanran returned to the classroom with a beaming smile. Looking at his daughter's tall, beautiful figure, Shin Chio-shan smiled a fatherly smile. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Uncle Shin, can you bring Zhou along? Shin Chio-shan turned around, and was met with the eager gaze of the chubby little boy, Zhou. He had been eavesdropping on the conversation between father and daughter. Of course, Shin Chio-shan didn't deliberately avoid anyone. After all, what they were talking about wasn't anything private, so Zhou had heard everything. The chubby little boy learned that Shin Chio-shan was going out to dinner with Shin Ishio and Shin Yanran, and that he was also bringing Luo Yao. Luo Yao was Shin Ishia's girlfriend, and therefore Shin Chio-shan's daughter-in-law. Therefore, Zhou felt that if he could attend this dinner, he would be Shin Chio-shan's officially certified son-in-law. A family of 5, all together. What a harmonious and heartwarming scene. Xiao Zhou, today's not convenient. Sometime. Shin Chio-shan decisively rejected Zhou's attempt to force a team-up. He silently grumbled inwardly. You little fat toad, you're still trying to get your hands on our swan. You're dreaming. People are visual creatures. First, Zhou's appearance wouldn't pass muster with Shin Chio-shan. Second, this little fat boy was too greasy and scheming, as evidenced by the fact that he waited for him at the school gate at noon. Of course, someone with a personality like that of the fat boy Zhou, you might be more popular in society, and do well in the corporate world. But Shin Chio-shan doesn't like this kind of personality, and he knows his daughter well. Shin Yanran is the kind of heartless person with simple thoughts, and is not suitable for dating a scheming boy. Chapter 30. I understand. Uncle Shin, I go to the cafeteria first. A flicker of disappointment flashed across Zhou's eyes, and then he waved goodbye to Shin Chio-shan with a grin. This little fat boy is truly cunning. Shin Chio-shan sighed silently in his heart. Uncle Shin, I heard you were going to treat me to dinner. At this moment, Luo Yao emerged from the classroom, arm in arm with Shin Yanran. Her lips curled slightly. A bright smile graced her pretty face, like the first cherry blossoms blooming in spring, pink and tender. I have to say, my little brat has good taste. Luo Yao is a standout among the cute girls. Well, what would you like to eat? Shin Chio-shan smiled and nodded. Hot pot. Yanran wants hot pot too, Luo Yao said gracefully, without the slightest hesitation. When did I ever say I wanted hot pot? Shen Yanran flatly denied it, thinking that hot pot was too expensive. A meal for 4 people would probably cost around 200 yuan. Today wasn't a special day, so there was no need. Besides, my dad probably secretly ate steamed buns at lunch, and I couldn't be as naive as my younger brother, Shanishu. You clearly said so at lunch. Luo Yao muttered softly. Let's have hot pot. Shen Qiushan made the decision immediately. He could probably guess what his daughter was thinking. Compared to his son, Shanishu, he was more sensible. Of course, this might also have something to do with girls maturing earlier. The 3 of them left the teaching building and headed straight for the gym. After training, most athletes would shower in the locker room and change before coming out. Therefore, the gymnasium students often left a little later. Shinichi was no exception. On the way to the gymnasium, Shen Qiushan was thinking about equipping the 2 children with a communication device, otherwise, it would be too inconvenient. However, a device like a cell phone, with all the 5 poisons, was absolutely forbidden for them to use at this stage. So, he needed a communication device that allowed real-time communication, but lacked entertainment features. A phone watch. Shen Qiushan suddenly thought of the phone watch that Little Potato wore on his wrist every day. Not only could this device communicate in real time, but he could also keep track of the 2 children's location. With the device disabled during class, it could only receive and send calls and messages. It met all of Shen Qiushan's needs. Yes, this is it. Shen Qiushan made his decision. Just then, the gymnasium suddenly rang with the sound of a harmonious recitation of words. Equality, equality. These gymnasts are working so hard. Luo Yao couldn't help but sigh. Dad, did you really agree to compete with them? Shen Yanran turned to look at her father. Yes, I agree. Shen Qiushan smiled and nodded. If competing with me helps them improve their English scores, don't you think that's a good thing? It would be a good thing for them. But if you lose, will you feel embarrassed? Shen Yanran asked curiously. Adults, after all, have to save face. Losing to a bunch of kids would be embarrassing. If you don't feel like I'm embarrassing you, then it's fine. Shen Qiushan shrugged lightly. Of course I'm not embarrassed. But if you could win, Dad, I'd be even more proud of you. Go for it. Shen Yanran smiled and extended her fist. Her intention was naturally to have a father-daughter fist bump. They had done this many times before. Shen Qiushan understood and was about to complete the ritual with his daughter when a burly woman suddenly appeared and completed the fist bump in his place. She then waved her fist at Shen Qiushan and shouted, Uncle Shen, go for it. I'm rooting for you. Who are you? Shen Qiushan looked at the suddenly appearing girl, bewildered. Uncle Shen, my name is Zhao Dongmei. Like Shenixia, I'm on the school sports team. I won the shot put championship at the city's middle school sports meet. Zhao Dongmei proudly introduced herself, holding a 4-kilogram shot put in her left hand. Awesome. Shen Qiushan gave a thumbs up, but inwardly he was muttering, why does this girl look so fierce? Just then, a group of athletes began to emerge from the gymnasium. As they walked, they were still discussing next week's competition. Then, they spotted their enemy, Shen Qiushan, from a distance. Xiao, Uncle Shen is waiting for you, right? Gao Bin looked at Shinishu, who was walking behind the group. Probably. Shinishiao, who was chatting with Wang Yipeng, looked up and immediately saw his father, his girlfriend, and his sister. Shinishu quickly ran a few steps. Dad, are you waiting for me? Waiting for your meal. Let's go hot pot. Shen Qiushan waved his hand. Hot pot. That would be great. Shinishu immediately laughed, then winked at his girlfriend, Luo Yao, standing beside him, as a greeting. And so, under the gaze of the gymnastics students, the family of 4 walked towards the school gate, chatting and laughing. Watching the 4 people's backs, Wang Yupeng felt a little worried. He also wanted to join them. After all, the seat next to Shen Yanran was still empty. Unfortunately, he always had to go home for dinner after school, otherwise, he could have shamelessly gone in for a free meal. 100 points, hot pot restaurant. Perhaps because it was near the school, the owner had a little tip, naming his hot pot restaurant 100 points. And it was quite effective. Many students actually came to check in before exams to enjoy a meal at 100 points, hot pot. Shen Qiushan and the other 3 found a table by the window. He and his son Shinishu sat on one side, while Shen Yanran sat across from him with his daughter-in-law, Luo Yao. Shen Qiushan naturally left the task of ordering to the 3 children. Shen Yanran sensibly ordered only vegetables and a few meat dishes. However, that brat, Shinishiao, complained that there wasn't enough meat, and ordered 2 more plates. Luo Yao, on top of her already ordered dishes, added a serving of her favorite fried bean curd skin. While waiting for their meals, Shenxiao and Luo Yao ran to the buffet to get fruit and snacks. Shen Yanran whispered, "Dad, isn't this too extravagant? This meal alone will cost more than 200 yuan. It's okay. We're not short of money these days. Eat as much as you want." Shen Qiushan smiled and waved his hand. "Dad, you never took money from Grandpa before. What happened this time?" Shen Yanran had wanted to ask this question yesterday, but hadn't found the right opportunity. "Think it over. He's your grandfather, after all. Just consider this alone, and I pay it back later." Shen Qiushan said this casually. But just then, Shen Yanran, who was sitting across from him, suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Second aunt. What a coincidence." Shen Qiushan followed his daughter's gaze and, as expected, saw a figure that was both familiar and unfamiliar. She had neatly short hair, with the ends slightly curled inward, gleaming chestnut in the sunset. A few strands of hair fell casually across her forehead, perfectly framing her smooth, full forehead. Her beautiful eyes were like a clear spring, pure, and without a trace of impurities. At that moment, she was also looking at Shen Qiushan through the glass window of the hot pot restaurant, but her delicate face was devoid of any emotion. Chapter 31. The beautiful woman standing outside the hot pot restaurant, staring at Shen Qiushan, was Lin Xiaomo. She was the second sister of Shen Qiushan's late wife, Lin Qiushua. The Lin family boasts 3 daughters. In addition to this second sister, Lin Xiaomo, Lin Qiushua also had a younger sister named Lin Jiaoyu. However, the younger sister was born thanks to Mr. Lin's sons, so she's relatively young, only 20 years old and still in college. Speaking of this second sister, she was born in late summer, so Mr. Lin named her Xiaomo. When Shen Qiushan's wife was still alive, he and this second sister-in-law had a good relationship, often teasing her about why she wasn't called Lin Liqiu, since she was born only 6 hours before the beginning of autumn. "Second sister, come in." Although she knew Lin Xiaomo couldn't hear from outside, Shen Yanran still gestured and called out. Since his wife's death, Shen Qiushan's interactions with the Lin family haven't been frequented, though the 2 children would stay at their grandfather's house for a few days during the winter and summer holidays. As a result, Shen Yanran and Shen Yixiu were both quite familiar with their second aunt, Lin Xiaomo, and as the elder, Lin Xiaomo often gave the 2 children pocket money. Outside the window, Lin Xiaomo nodded at Shen Yanran, then walked around to the main entrance and into the restaurant. This second sister-in-law wore a long, khaki trench coat. The loose fit, however, gave her tall figure a uniquely elegant air. The hem of her coat swirled as she walked, like a spring cloud, showcasing a carefree and effortless air. The casually tied belt of the trench coat cleverly outlined her slender waist. Her presence inevitably attracted the attention of some male diners, but Lin Xiaomo's delicate yet stern face seemed to clearly read the words "no strangers allowed." "Second aunt, why are you here? Did you just get off work?" Shen Yanran stood up to greet her and gave her a big hug. The sight of the 2 beauties, one large and one small, hugging each other made some of the male diners slow down their eating. "Brother-in-law?" After separating from Shen Yanran, Lin Xiaomo nodded to Shen Qiushan, her brother-in-law sounding distant and unfamiliar. "Please sit down." Shen Qiushan and his table seated 6, and even Lin Xiaomo could fit in. "Where's Xiao Xiao?" Lin Xiaomo asked, taking off her windbreaker. She wore a fitted white silk shirt underneath, its delicate texture like flowing moonlight, clinging to her graceful figure. The front was slightly taut, outlining a dazzling curve, like rolling mountains, imbued with a mysterious charm. "Second aunt, I'm here." Shen Yixiao, holding a plate of watermelon in his left hand and a plate of snacks in his right, just happened to hear second aunt Lin Xiaomo calling him. He placed the 2 plates on the table and asked with a smile, "Second aunt, why are you here? Did my dad call you?" "It was a chance encounter. This is fate between us and second aunt," Shen Yanran replied for Lin Xiaomo. Just then, Luo Yao returned with a plate of watermelon and snacks, a half-eaten cookie still in her mouth. "Second aunt, this is my classmate Luo Yao," Shen Yanran introduced with a smile. "Hello, second aunt." Luo Yao quickly swallowed the half-eaten cookie and greeted Lin Xiaomo. "Yes, hello." Lin Xiaomo glanced at Luo Yao, then at Shen Yixiao, already guessing their relationship. She immediately looked at Shen Qiushan and said pointedly, "The college entrance exam is in 3 months, you know that, right?" "Of course I don't know that. I live my life counting the days." Shen Qiushan, of course, understood the questioning coming from this second sister-in-law. She was probably trying to say, "The college entrance exam is almost here, And you're not even bothering with Shixia's relationship, and are even condoning it. But Shin Qiushan pretended not to hear anything. He pointed to the QR code on the table and said, "Scan and order whatever you want." Lin Xiaomo raised her slender eyebrows slightly, but ultimately said nothing. She silently picked up her phone, scanned the QR code on the table, ordered 2 more plates of meat, a serving of tripe, and a serving of shrimp paste, and finally clicked the checkout button. Lin Xiaomo herself had a small appetite, and by ordering so many meat dishes, she naturally wanted her nephew and niece to eat more. At this moment, the waiter filled the table with the dishes they had ordered for the first round. Besides the restaurant's subtle name, the plating was also quite thoughtful. Several plates of meat were served on inkstone-shaped plates, and the wooden box containing the vegetables had the words Zhuangyi Wankai written on it. "Shenixia, put your claws down. I need to take a picture." Seeing Shenixia about to pick up her chopsticks, Shen Yanran quickly scolded him. "You don't have a phone, so why are you taking pictures?" Shenixia muttered softly. "Second auntie does." Shen Yanran turned to look at Lin Xiaomo beside her and said with a smile, "Second auntie, can you lend me your phone to take a picture?" Lin Xiaomo nodded, unlocked her phone, and handed it to Shen Yanran. Shen Yanran happily began filming her own take. "Shenixia, could you please cooperate and stop looking so grumpy? Dad, your collar's messed up." After taking photos of the delicious food, Shen Yanran directed everyone to take a group photo. "Can we eat now?" When Shen Yanran finally finished, Shenixia said impatiently, "Eat, eat. You only care about eating." Shen Yanran grumbled as she briefly edited the photo before handing the phone back to Lin Xiaomo. "Aunt, send me a copy of the photos on WeChat later." Shen Yanran and Shenixia both had phones, but Shin Qiushan didn't allow them to bring them to school. They could still use them occasionally at home. By then, Shen Yanran had already thought of the message she posted on her WeChat moments when she got home that evening. "Family and food are the only things you can't let down." Adding the group photo, it was a perfectly high-quality WeChat moments post. "Yanran, what was your score on the last mock exam?" Tender lamb slices simmered in the pot. Shen Yanran had just grabbed a piece, but before she could place it in her bowl, Lin Xiaomo's voice suddenly rang in her ear. The girl's joy faltered, and she whispered, 489. Lin Xiaomo frowned slightly upon hearing this score. Last year, the admission score for undergraduate history majors in Sanjiang province was 478. Shen Yanran's score was only 11 points higher than last year's undergraduate admission score, and that was just the mock exam. Lin Xiaomo works in the higher education department of the Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau, in the college management section. The last mock exam was a citywide test, and the questions were said to be easier than last year's college entrance exam. Under these circumstances, Shen Yanran only scored 11 points higher than last year's undergraduate score. Based on her current grades, it was still uncertain whether she would be admitted to an undergraduate program. Aunt, Shenixia scored 385. Before Lin Xiaomo could speak again, Shen Yanran wittily announced her brother's score. Shenixia, who was busy eating, was startled at the news, and the mutton hot pot in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. Chapter 32. Shen Yanran, please be a human being. Shenixia glared at her sister fiercely, then raged inwardly. Shen Yanran, having successfully deflected the attack, blew gently on the lamb she had just picked up, dipped it in sesame paste, and began to chew it with relish. Lin Xiaomo's frown turned into a furrowed brow upon hearing her nephew Shenixia's score. Last year, the passing score for the general education exam for undergraduate sports majors in Sanjiang province was 405. Shenixia only scored 385, 20 points short of the passing score. And that was with the relatively easy mock exam questions. If he were to actually take the exam, his chances of getting into undergraduate school would depend entirely on luck. For students in Shenixia's grade range, luck often plays a significant role in their overall score. With a bit of luck, it's quite possible to score an extra 30 or 40 points. Xiao, you be 18 next month. You're a real adult now, and you need to learn to take responsibility for your own future. Second aunt, I don't want to say anything more. I hope you can make the most of the next 3 months and avoid any regrets. Lin Xiaomo warned solemnly, her genuine anxiety for her nephew evident. As she spoke, she glanced at Luo Yao calmly. Clearly, in Lin Xiaomo's view, this girl was a major factor in her nephew Shenixia's poor academic performance. Second aunt, don't worry, I'm working hard. Shenixia quickly expressed his support. Lin Xiaomo nodded slightly, then turned to Shen Yanran and said, Yanran, you have to work hard too. Your grades are very precarious right now. Yeah. Aunt, I tried my best. Shin Yanran nodded repeatedly. But as soon as she finished her words, Shinichio scoffed. This was his way of retaliating against Shin Yanran for using him as cannon fodder. Shinichio. Me can't stop you, can it? Shin Yanran glared at her brother. Suppressed by his bloodline, Shinichi remained silent, eating his meal in silence. The meal was over. When Shin Qiushan went to pay, he discovered that Lin Xiaomo had already paid. He glanced at the bill the cashier handed him. The meal cost 337 yuan. In reality, the average cost per person at this hot pot restaurant was only around 40 or 50 yuan. The slightly higher cost for the group was mainly due to the large amount of meat they ordered. Seeing Shin Qiushan holding onto the bill, the cashier offered, "Sir, if you don't want an invoice, I can give you 2 bottles of Sprite." The cashier had clearly misunderstood, assuming Shin Qiushan was asking for drinks under the guise of an invoice. 2 bottles of Sprite for 1 Red Bull, okay? Shin Qiushan, who had been merely looking at the bill, paused for a moment, then pointed to a row of Red Bulls behind the counter. Sure. The cashier readily handed Shin Qiushan a bottle of Red Bull. Lin Xiaomo was walking toward the door with her 3 children. Seeing Shin Qiushan take a Red Bull from the cashier, she instinctively shook her head. Lin Xiaomo, from a well-off family, would never take advantage of someone like that. Yes, to Lin Xiaomo, this was taking advantage. But to some, this wasn't taking advantage. It was simply a matter of course. The merchant evaded taxes. So what's wrong with giving me a bottle of water? There's no right or wrong in this matter. It's simply that differences in upbringing and ideologies have shaped different values. Thank you, second aunt, for treating you to hot pot. Leaving the hot pot restaurant, Shin Qiushan pouted at the 3 children. Hee, thank you, second aunt. Second aunt is so generous. Shin Yanran and Shinichi quickly expressed their feelings, and Luo Yao sweetly chimed in, thank you, second aunt. Lin Xiaomo waved her hand nonchalantly, looking at Shin Qiushan and saying, let's talk privately. Okay. Shin Qiushan could probably guess what the second sister-in-law was going to talk about, but since she opened the conversation, he couldn't refuse. You 3 should go back to school first. Shin Qiushan waved at the 3 children, then handed the Red Bull in his hand to Luo Yao. Give this to Zhou Yu and tell him I gave it to him. Zhou Yu had previously given Shin Qiushan a can of Red Bull to curry favor with him, and he didn't want to owe the fat kid a favor. Even if it was just 1 can of Red Bull, now was the perfect time to settle the debt. Oh, okay. Although Luo Yao felt a little bewildered, she nodded. Let's walk back to the school. After the 3 children were some distance away, Lin Xiaomo spoke. I'm fine with that. Shin Qiushan shrugged nonchalantly. Is Luo Yao Shishia's girlfriend? Lin Xiaomo asked, gazing at the backs of the 3 children in the distance. Yes, I am. Shin Qiushan nodded and explained, actually, I only found out about this yesterday, when Shishia's homeroom teacher called me. So that's how you handle it? Xiao Xiao has the college entrance exam in 3 months. Lin Xiaomo's tone was cold, yet already tinged with questioning. It's because the college entrance exam is only 3 months away, and I don't want this to affect Shishia's mood. Forced interference will only make them rebellious and counterproductive. Shin Qiushan offered his reasoning. Oh, that's true. After a moment's silence, Lin Xiaomo suddenly sneered, my sister was just like that back then, so you understand better. Shin Qiushan didn't respond, because Lin Xiaomo was telling the truth. When he and Lin Qiushua were together, it was a classic the rich man kidnaps the beautiful, rich woman scenario. Lin Qiushua was a student at Sanjiang University. Shin Qiushan worked as a network administrator at an internet cafe near Sanjiang University. The 2 met at the internet cafe where Shin Qiushan worked. Lin Qiushua was surfing the internet when a thug, attracted by her good looks, approached her. Shin Qiushan, heroically saving the beauty, chased off the 2 thugs. After a few interactions, the 2 began dating. Later, Lin Qiushua's father learned of their relationship, and naturally, old man Lin strongly opposed it. Sanjiang University is ranked number 1 in Sanjiang province, and is also well known nationwide. And his daughter, a top student at Sanjiang University, possesses both talent and beauty, and a promising future. How could he allow her to date Shin Qiushan, a delinquent? But the more he objected, the more insistent Lin Qiushua became. So much so that old man Lin's strong opposition actually became the catalyst for their relationship. Finally, while still in school, Lin Qiushua became pregnant. Originally, the child could have been aborted, but Lin Qiushua, angry with her father, simply dropped out of school and eloped with Shin Qiushan. While this story may seem cliché, it occasionally happens in real life. The reason is that wealthy daughters are often overprotected, their hearts pure and kind, and even worse, their unwavering belief in love. The combination of these two innate conditions has given rise to a vivid description, love-brained, given his past with his late wife, Lin Chuxue. When Lin Xiaomao said Shen Qiushan understood better, he couldn't refute her. Even in his dreams many times, Shen Qiushan seriously considered what would have happened if Lin Chuxue hadn't died in childbirth. Their long-term relationship might have been difficult. After all, Lin Chuxue's marriage to him was truly a downgrade. When the passion faded, leaving only the daily grind of life, this gifted daughter might find herself unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Of course, this was just Shen Qiushan's speculation. For the next 3 months, I watch over them for you. Lin Xiaomao suddenly spoke. Huh? What do you mean? Shen Qiushan looked at his second sister-in-law with suspicion. I'm being transferred to Yanran and Shishio's school as vice principal. So, I keep an eye on them for you. Lin Xiaomao's gaze drifted off into the distance, resting on the 3 figures walking away in the setting sun. Chapter 33. What? You're being transferred here to be vice principal? Shen Qiushan exclaimed in surprise. This second sister-in-law had always worked at the Municipal Education Bureau. It was truly unexpected that she'd suddenly been transferred to a university. It's just a temporary secondment. Lin Xiaomao glanced at Shen Qiushan, who seemed a bit overly concerned about her job transfer. Isn't my transfer a good thing for Xiaoxiao and Yanran? A good thing. Of course it is. Shen Qiushan chuckled dryly and asked, when do you start? Next Monday. That's pretty soon. Shen Qiushan instinctively reached into his trouser pocket for a cigarette. He habitually craves a cigarette when he's nervous or distracted. You don't want me to be transferred to Shishi's school? Lin Xiaomao asked suspiciously. Ahem. That's right. Shen Qiushan hadn't originally planned to tell the Lin family about his college entrance exams, but now it was clear he couldn't keep it a secret. Rather than Lin Xiaomao discovering him at school after he took over, it was better to confess now. Xiaoxiao and Yanran's college entrance exams are only 3 months away. Their scores are both hovering just above the undergraduate entrance line, so I want to help them make that final push. Yes, that's only natural. Lin Xiaomao nodded slightly, rarely agreeing with her unreliable brother-in-law. So how are you going to help? Lin Xiaomao asked casually. By accompanying me to school. Shen Qiushan didn't beat around the bush and revealed the answer directly. Yes? Lin Xiaomao paused slightly. By accompanying me to school? You mean you have to go to school too? Lin Xiaomao has been working in the school management section of the Higher Education Administration Office for the past few years. She interacts most with school leaders, but she's never heard of a parent accompanying their child to school. Putting aside objective factors, like whether the parents are willing or not, and whether time permits, the school wouldn't do such a thing. While Sanjiang Senior High School isn't a top-tier high school in Sanjiang City, it's still a key city high school. The school's leadership shouldn't allow such an absurd move. Do you want me to secure a place for you to attend school after I take over? Lin Xiaomao asked, frowning. That's not necessary. Shen Qiushan shook his head. This second sister-in-law had clearly misunderstood. I've already been approved to audit classes. Today is my first day. What? You've already started. Lin Xiaomao's mouth dropped open as she stared at Shen Qiushan in disbelief, her beautiful eyes, clear and tranquil like a tranquil lake, suddenly stirring. She couldn't help but silently scorn. What the hell are these school leaders for? Is this even allowed? What a joke. Did the school leaders agree to let you study with me? After calming herself down a bit, Lin Xiaomao asked. Yes, they agreed. Shen Qiushan naturally couldn't bring up the red envelope issue. He knew his second sister-in-law. She was a righteous woman, unyielding and unyielding. She wouldn't tolerate such dirty transactions. And the reason she stayed true to her heart and stood up for herself wasn't because Lin Xiaomao was exceptionally talented and everyone had to conform to her values. Mainly because she has a father in a high position. After graduating from graduate school, while other students were still struggling for their careers, she had already joined the Municipal Education Bureau. Now, at 31, she is the Deputy Director of the University Management Department. This demotion to the high school vice principal position was primarily to secure a full-time position and pave the way for future transfers to other units or universities. They actually agreed? Lin Xiaomao was incredulous. The school leaders are open-minded and sympathetic to parents' hopes for their children's success. Shen Qiushan said with feigned gratitude. Lin Xiaomao frowned and said nothing. After silently walking a few steps forward, she suddenly said, wait a moment. With that, she walked into the China Construction Bank self-service center on the side of the road. When she emerged, she had an envelope with the bank's logo in her hand. Even if you don't work, your children still need to eat. This money is a loan, you have to pay it back. As she spoke, Lin Xiaomo handed the envelope to Shin Qiushan. Thank you. When Lin Xiaomo entered the ATM, Shin Qiushan had guessed what she was going to do, so he already decided to keep the money himself. This was halfway to making up for his earlier lie. He told his family that the child's grandfather had given the money. Now it was the second aunt who had paid. After all, it was the Lin family who paid. Are you still going back for evening study? Lin Xiaomo asked again. Shin Qiushan nodded gently. Yes, I'm in Shishi's class, so I can watch her study. You and Xiao Xiao are in the same class. Lin Xiaomo was shocked again. The teacher takes care of me, and we're deskmates. Shin Qiushan smiled. Lin Xiaomo raised her delicate eyebrows slightly. Shin Qiushan was speaking in Chinese, but when combined, it formed a ridiculous story. Class is almost time. I have to go back. Seeing the students already jogging towards school, Shin Qiushan quickly checked the time on his phone. Sure enough, there were still 10 minutes until evening study. Lin Xiaomo nodded slightly, watching the 38-year-old Shin Qiushan and a group of high school students run into the school like a parent sending their child to school. Watching the tall, burly figure disappear into the distance, Lin Xiaomo smiled bitterly and shook her head, muttering to herself, sure enough, unreliability doesn't change with age. Others are still striving for their careers at 38, but her brother-in-law had actually returned to high school at the age of 38. Although he was just accompanying her, it was still quite shocking. In any case, Lin Xiaomo had never heard of anything like it. Class 2, Grade 3. After Luo Yao returned to the classroom, she walked straight to Zhou Yu's desk and handed him the Red Bull Shin Qiushan had given her. For me? Zhou Yu, who was reading, looked up at Luo Yao in astonishment. Luo Yao nodded and was about to explain when Zhou Yu said, Luo Yao, you know, the person I like is Yanran. Although you're also very talented, but... Stop! Luo Yao quickly interrupted Zhou Yu's narcissistic speech. Uncle Shin asked me to give this to you. It wasn't my personal wish, so please don't make things worse. With that, Luo Yao strode back to her seat. Zhou Yu, upon learning the truth, was on the verge of tears. He understood that Shin Qiushan was politely rejecting his advances. Alas, it seems the path to winning over father-in-law isn't easy. Zhou Yu sighed silently. However, he wasn't one to give up easily. His businessman father had taught him that when trying to win over someone, one must always remember the 4 words. Appeal to their preferences. So, what exactly did his father-in-law like? Zhou Yu stroked his chubby chin and pondered. Just then, Zhang Xia, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 3, entered the classroom. It was common for homeroom teachers to arrive a few minutes early for evening study. The students were used to it, but Zhou Yu, who was still pondering his father-in-law's preferences, was suddenly struck by the sight of Zhang Xia. He knew that Zhang Xia had been divorced for many years, and was currently single. And his future father-in-law was a widower who had lost his wife years before. They were the same age. So what a match made in heaven. I'm just an ordinary little genius. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu's face suddenly broke into a bright smile. At the same time, his father's teaching surfaced in his mind. If used properly, everyone around you can become a useful resource. And right now, his homeroom teacher Zhang Xia was his resource. Chapter 34. In the hallway. As Shin Qiushan passed the entrance to the senior year office, he happened upon Shin Xiangyu, who was carrying a stack of papers. Teacher Chen, do you need any help? Shin Qiushan asked with a smile. Sure. Thank you, old Shin. Shin Xiangyu unceremoniously handed the stack of papers to Shin Qiushan. However, as they handed the papers over, Shin Qiushan gave them a rather unceremonious squeeze. Shin Xiangyu responded with a charming glance, and then the two of them, maintaining a normal social distance, walked together to the classroom. Although there was no eye contact or physical contact, they did communicate verbally, albeit quietly. Shin Xiangyu stared straight ahead and said, the QQ pajamas I bought on Pinduoduo have arrived. There's a flight attendant set, a nurse set, and a Chongsam set. Which one would you like for English class tonight? Shin Qiushan remained calm. With black stockings? Shin Xiangyu, black stockings, white stockings, and fishnet stockings. Shin Qiushan, I like them all. Shin Xiangyu, so, are we staying up all night for class tonight? Shin Qiushan's legs trembled. I still have to go home. Teacher Chen, have you arranged for evening study? Just then, math teacher Sun Xing emerged from class 3 to 4, his presence helping Shin Qiushan out. I take 2 periods. Shin Xiangyu prepared one for the exam and one for the lecture. That's perfect. Give me the last 2 periods, and a real exam from number 2 middle school. Okay. Old Shin, do you want to try it? If you do, I bring you a test. Sun Xing smiled again at Shin Qiushan. Okay. Thank you, teacher Sun. Shin Qiushan agreed immediately. He also wanted to see what level he was at. No big deal. Sun Xing smiled and waved his hand, then nodded to Chen Xiangyu before returning to class 3 to 4. You should be fine with the English test, right? Chen Xiangyu pointed at the test paper Shin Qiushan was holding in his arms. Give it a try. I don't know how many points I get. Despite memorizing a ton of vocabulary and grammar, Shin Qiushan had no idea what his level was. You know in a moment. As they spoke, the two entered the classroom. Shin Qiushan placed the test paper on the desk and returned to his seat. Shin Ishiu and Wang Yupeng were both diligently memorizing vocabulary. It was clear they were both taking next Monday's competition very seriously. It seemed like they weren't the type to just give it a passing glance. Seeing his son working so hard, Shin Qiushan was relieved, thinking to himself, this brat finally has some sense of shame and hasn't completely given up. There's still no listening and writing in this English test. 50 minutes until you have to hand it in. Wu Ruhan, get someone to pass out the papers. At this moment, Chen Xiangyu's commanding voice rang out from the podium. Oh, and one more thing. Those with lower scores than Old Shin will have to rewrite every wrong question 10 times. Just as Wu Ruhan was handing out the papers, Chen Xiangyu added. Hearing her words, the students' eyes subconsciously turned to Shin Qiushan, who sat in the last row. A few of the struggling students even had a hint of pleading in their eyes. And Wang Yupeng, sitting to Shin Qiushan's right, expressed their thoughts. Uncle Shin, please go easy on me. Shin Ishiu also tilted his head to look at his father, but he couldn't bring himself to say such words. How could a genius beg for mercy from his father? Besides, a large vocabulary doesn't guarantee a high score on the English test. Shin Qiushan hadn't expected his old lover to pull such a trick. This was his way of inspiring his classmates to strive for success. They had to take this test seriously. If they couldn't beat a master like him, how could they face the world? As expected, after Chen Xiangyu announced the rules, the atmosphere in the class suddenly became tense. Clearly, no one wanted to be defeated by a master like Shin Qiushan. And Shin Qiushan was truly like the giant catfish among the sardines. Any slow sardine would be devoured by him in one gulp. When the test paper arrived, Shin Qiushan examined it with curiosity. It felt like being 18 again. It was a pity he hadn't been reborn, and was still sitting in the classroom in this 38-year-old body. He glanced at the first multiple-choice question. Thanks to his extensive vocabulary, Shin Qiushan quickly found the correct answer from the 4 options. Interesting. Back in school, Shin Qiushan only found exams dull and boring. Now it was different. He felt like he was playing a game. Each time he answered a question, it was like completing a level. In this way, Shin Qiushan cut through the levels and unknowingly reached the reading comprehension questions that followed. He didn't know the answers to all the questions. When he encountered uncertainty, he simply chose the one he liked. He didn't feel any pressure at all. However, Shin Qiushan's speed in answering the questions made Shin Ishiu feel stressed. Dad's done answering the first page. Dad's flipped it. Fuck, I've even gotten to reading comprehension. No, Dad. Can you slow down a bit? Shin Ishiu wasn't very good to begin with, and now, distracted by his dad's speed, he felt even more panicked. Wang Yupeng, sitting on Shin Qiushan's other side, felt much the same way. He occasionally sneaked a peek at Shin Qiushan's answers, only to notice that Uncle Shin was answering much faster than him. Was Uncle Shin really that good, or was he just pretending? Is he just bluffing? What if his score isn't as high as Uncle Shin's? Anxiety, nervousness, and worry welled up in Wang Yupeng. As he answered, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Shin Qiushan hadn't paid any attention to the 2 brats to his left and right. As he finished the last few questions, he felt a slight upset in his stomach. It must be something in the hot pot they'd just eaten that wasn't fresh. Thanks to the delivery service, Shin Qiushan had been eating at irregular times, and his stomach wasn't working well. So, after finishing the paper, he handed it in without checking it. Going to the bathroom, Shin Qiushan whispered as he handed the paper to Chen Xiangyu, then left the classroom. But there were still 10 minutes left before the 50-minute deadline Shin Xiangyu had stipulated, and 50 minutes was already tight, and Shin Qiushan had handed it in early. This sudden move immediately created a sense of pressure. Even when he handed in his paper, there were faint gasps of surprise in the classroom. Some of the poor students were already screaming in their hearts, "Old Shin, give the kid a chance." Chen Xiangyu was quite surprised that Shin Qiushan had handed in his paper so early, and she immediately picked up the paper. Question 1, correct. Question 2, correct. Question 3, correct. Shin Qiushan got 3 questions right off the bat. Chen Xiangyu, who had originally just wanted to let Shin Qiushan test it out, suddenly became serious. It seemed like this old lover of hers really had something. Chapter 35. Ding! The host has completed a test. Student index increased by 200. As soon as Shin Qiushan left the classroom, the system notification chimed in his head. There's this kind of thing. Shin Qiushan was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that answering tests could also earn him academic index. So, when there aren't any renowned teachers teaching, doing some practice tests is a good option. Xiao Huang. While squatting in the toilet, bored Shin Qiushan called out to the system. Go to the system lottery page. Shin Qiushan issued another command. The host has been redirected to the lottery page. The host's current academic index is 1,538 points. One entry is available. Does the host want to enter the lottery? Yes, one entry. Previously, Shin Qiushan had been reluctant to enter the lottery because accumulating academic index was too slow. But now, the situation was different. He had discovered 2 methods to increase his academic index: listening to renowned teachers and doing practice tests. 1,000 points of academic master index equals just 5 exams, so it's totally worth a gamble. What if the bicycle really turns into a motorcycle? Ding! The host consumes 1,000 points of academic master index to enter a lottery. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, the virtual lottery wheel in front of Shin Qiushan began to spin rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a novel from Spacetime Z. It has been automatically saved to the system backpack. The host can read or download it anytime. Note: Spacetime Z is a world highly similar to the current world. If the host wins a literary or musical work from Spacetime Z, it can be used without worrying about plagiarism or copyright issues. Spacetime Z. So parallel worlds really do exist. Shin Qiushan sighed, then quickly opened his system backpack to check. There lay a single book inside titled, I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn. Online novel? While driving a taxi, Shin Qiushan enjoyed listening to books and had read a fair share of online novels, with rebirth novels being his favorite. Perhaps this was because his current life hadn't been so fulfilling. Shin Qiushan also dreamed of living a second life like the protagonist in the novel, redeeming his past regrets. However, rebirth didn't come, but a system did. Now, he had drawn another online novel from the Z time period from the system. Curious, Shin Qiushan clicked on it to check. In the resplendent private room of the Jianya International Hotel, a group of well-dressed men and women were toasting, their faces flushed with alcohol. Mr. Chen, please continue to take care of your business in the future. Mr. Chen, I toast you another glass. Please feel free to drink. I take it. Mr. Chen, I wish you continued prosperity and success. The protagonist at the table was Chen Hansheng, and toasts and flattery were almost always associated with him. The opening of this seemingly ordinary rebirth novel is remarkable, but the author's writing is powerful and fluent, making it a delight to read. Shin Qiushan read over 20 chapters in one sitting, and only realized he was still squatting in the toilet when his legs went numb from squatting. It's all Chen Hansheng's fault, slutty man. Since his legs were numb from squatting, Shin Qiushan had to hold onto the wall when he emerged from the toilet, trudging back to the classroom. At this moment, the second evening study session had begun. Chen Xiangyu glanced at her old lover in confusion, silently complaining, how could going to the toilet be so much more awkward than taking 2 rest breaks at home? My legs are numb from squatting. Shin Qiushan explained quietly, as he passed the podium, then returned to his seat. Wu Ruhan, pass out the papers again. At this point, Shin Xiangyu addressed the class monitor, Wu Ruhan. This was already a standard procedure. The papers the students had handed in were shuffled, and after they were redistributed, everyone would receive a random paper. While Shin Xiangyu was lecturing, the students graded their papers. This way, the scores would be more accurate. Wu Ruhan divided the papers between 2 students, and the 3 of them quickly distributed them. In the past, at this time, young men and women, newly in love, would always hope that their sweetheart or someone they had a crush on would hand them a paper. It was a unique kind of fate. But today, everyone was silently praying for Shin Qiushan's test paper, especially Zhang Yuding, the gossipy girl from class 5. She even clasped her hands together and silently chanted Shin Qiushan's name in her mind. Perhaps it was her powerful will that had taken effect, for Zhang Yuding actually did get Shin Qiushan's test paper. Wow! She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, immediately drawing the attention of her classmates and the stern gaze of her homeroom teacher, Chen Xiangyu. Zhang Yuding quickly lowered her head, pretending nothing had happened. She was incredibly excited. For a gossipy girl like her, knowing that Shin Qiushan's English test paper came from her hand was truly rare gossip material. Especially if Shin Qiushan scored high, she would be the first witness, or perhaps the second. Since Shin Qiushan had handed in his paper early, it seemed that homeroom teacher Chen Xiangyu had already finished reading it. However, in Zhang Yuding's heart, she was still number one. Chen Xiangyu wasn't a student. She couldn't possibly gossip about something like that. It wouldn't affect her first-hand information. Shin Qiushan also received a test paper, belonging to class monitor Wu Ruhan. The girl's handwriting was beautiful, and the paper was immaculately kept, with no corrections. Next, Chen Xiangyu began to discuss the test paper. She simply gave the answers to simple questions, and then passed them by. She only explained the slightly more complex ones in detail. She quickly finished explaining half of the test paper. Wu Ruhan had only gotten one question wrong. While grading the papers, Shin Qiushan silently reviewed his own answers. If memory serves, he had gotten 2 wrong. Even on the other side, Zhang Yuding, holding Shin Qiushan's test paper, was initially quite excited, but as Shin Qiushan got more and more questions right, she began to panic. Because Chen Xiangyu said that anyone with a lower score than Shin Qiushan on this test would have to rewrite every wrong question 10 times. After reviewing half the test, Zhang Yuding remembered that she had gotten 4 questions wrong, 2 more than Shin Qiushan. If this trend continued, she would be among those punished. "Old Shin, how are you?" At this moment, while everyone was flipping through the papers, Zhang Yuding's deskmate, Lu Xiuxiu, whispered. "Only 2 wrong questions so far," Zhang Yuding replied dejectedly. "Huh? I've already gotten 4 wrong." Lu Xiuxiu's English level was similar to Zhang Yuding's, and after half the test, they both tacitly got 4 wrong. "4 wrong too," Zhang Yuding echoed, then whispered a prayer. "Please, please, Jesus, Buddha, and the 3 pure ones, please let old Shin get a few more wrong questions from now on." Chapter 36. Perhaps the gods heard Zhang Yuding's thoughts. Shin Qiushan did get 1 more wrong on the second half of the test than at the beginning, totaling 5 wrong. 3 of those were 2-point multiple choice questions, and 2 were 4-point reading comprehension questions. He scored 86 out of 100. This score was already in the upper middle range for class 3 to 5. Zhang Yuding felt a little depressed after calculating her scores, as she estimated hers to be between 80 and 84. No matter how she calculated it, it was lower than Shin Qiushan's. So, she couldn't avoid the punishment of rewriting the wrong questions 10 times. "Have you all calculated the scores? Who has Mr. Shin's test?" After explaining the test, Chen Xiangyu asked. "Teacher, it's with me." Zhang Yuding raised her hand. "How many points?" Having already looked at Shin Qiushan's test, Chen Xiangyu had a rough idea of his score. However, she had previously stated that Shin Qiushan's score would be used as a benchmark, so Shin Qiushan's score would be announced publicly first. 86 points. Zhang Yuding announced Shin Qiushan's score directly. The classroom erupted in excitement upon hearing this score. "Oh my god, it's so high, doesn't that mean most of the class couldn't have scored lower than Mr. Shin?" Instantly, all the students turned to look at the last row. Shin Qiushan wasn't surprised by this score. He even thought it was a bit low. His extensive vocabulary made the English test almost as easy as a Chinese one, so he didn't find it particularly difficult. However, his grammatical knowledge wasn't yet comprehensive, and he lacked experience translating English sentences. Shin Qiushan felt that if he were given 2 more days, he should be able to get a perfect score on this test. Meanwhile, his son, Shin Yixiao, who sat next to him at the same table, had a look of despair on his face. The score his father had gotten was already unattainable for him, let alone a perfect score of 100. Even on a test with a perfect score of 150, Shin Yixiao would hardly get 86. It can only be said that his father was simply too amazing. In comparison, he, the son, looked like a loser. After all these years of studying, he couldn't even outperform his father on an English test. What a shame. Wang Yupeng, sitting to Shin Qiushan's right, felt similarly devastated. While feeling devastated, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "My future father-in-law is truly cruel. Hand in those papers with scores higher than 86 to me first." At this moment, Chen Xiangyu spoke again. Upon hearing this, more than a dozen people immediately stood up and handed in their papers. "Teacher Chen, what about those who also scored 86? Someone asked. "Bring them up too." Chen Xiangyu, perhaps feeling that there were fewer people with higher scores than Shin Qiushan, replied somewhat reluctantly. After collecting all the papers with scores of 86 or above, Chen Xiangyu counted them, exactly 20. Of these, 18 had scores higher than 86, and 2 had the same score of 86. So, Shin Qiushan's score on this exam was tied for 19th in the class. For a 38-year-old man, this was an impressive result. Besides, Chen Xiangyu knew Shin Qiushan intimately. She knew all too well what his grades were like in school. As it turned out, 20 years after leaving school, Shin Qiushan was even stronger than he was back then. It was clear that his earlier promise to study hard wasn't a joke. Those with scores below 86. You should reflect on yourselves. How old is Mr. Shin? He doesn't have the time to sit in the classroom and study every day like you do. And yet, 38 people in the class don't even get as good as Mr. Shin, and yet they still feel so good about themselves. Chen Xiangyu's face was sullen, and she began to scold him harshly, her lines changing every few minutes. This is probably a skill many homeroom teachers possess. Luckily, after Chen Xiangyu had finished her scolding, the bell rang. She immediately slammed the test paper on the desk and said, "Take your test paper back after class. Those with scores below 86 will be punished by rewriting the wrong questions 10 times. Hand them over to Yan Lei, the English class representative, tomorrow." With that, Chen Xiangyu strode out of the classroom. After she left, the class erupted in wailing. "I got 85. I got 84. Fuck, I have to write it 10 times too." Ding! Congratulations to the host for beating 38 people in the English exam. Reward: 3,800 points of academic mastery. Is that even possible? Shin Qiushan was just about to ask who had his son Shinishia's test paper when the system notification chime rang in his head again. Shin Qiushan was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. 3,800 points of academic mastery. For him, that was a huge sum. After the previous draw, he still had over 500 points of academic mastery left. Last class, he earned another 400 points from Chen Xiangyu, the intermediate teacher, for a total of over 900. Now, with a bonus of 3,800 points, Shin Qiushan's academic master index had skyrocketed to over 4,700. For a moment, Shin Qiushan felt like a wealthy man. This was the first time he earned so many academic master index points since activating the system. Just as Shin Qiushan was happily contemplating how to spend these academic master index points, several underachieving students from the class came up to him. "Uncle Shin, can we discuss something?" A tall, thin boy in the lead asked with a mournful expression. Shin Qiushan knew this guy. His name was Guijuanrui. He had a good relationship with Shinishiu's son, and had met him several times before. "Well, what's up?" Shin Qiushan asked casually. "Uncle Shin, next time something like this happens, can you please let us off the hook? 86 is too high. We never get it," Guijuanrui said pitifully. "Yes, Uncle Shin. Please have some mercy on the kids. We really can't do better than you." The other poor students chimed in. They come to Shin Qiushan because Chen Xiangyu had set this rule, and poor students like Guijuanrui were the biggest victims. For example, Zhang Yuding, who scored 82, didn't actually make many mistakes. Even copying each question 10 times wouldn't be a big deal. But poor students like Guijuanrui were different. Their scores were generally around 50 or 60, and they made a lot of mistakes. If you have to copy every question 10 times, it's a massive undertaking. Shin Qiushan glanced at Guijuanrui and the others and said earnestly, "Juanrui, as the saying goes, a good blacksmith must forge iron himself. You can't pin your hopes on others, right? Counting on me to get a low score, why not improve your own? As long as your scores are high, there's no need to worry about being punished by copying. Isn't that right?" Guijuanrui and the others looked at each other, each complaining inwardly, "If I could get a high score, why would I bother with you? The problem is, I can't." "Alright, go back and study." Shin Qiushan smiled and waved his hand. If the system hadn't just awarded them 3,800 points of academic excellence, Shin Qiushan would probably have agreed to let them off. We're all kids, and it's not easy. But things are different now. What kids? These are all experience packs. How can you gain experience if you don't eat them? Just go back and be your experience packs. Chapter 37. Uncle Shin, this is Shinishia's test paper. After Guijuanrui and the others left, Wu Ruhan handed Shinishia's paper over. "Wu Ruhan, you." Seeing the other party hand his paper directly to his father, Shinishia was speechless. He didn't seem to recall ever offending the class monitor. How could he do such an immoral thing? At this moment, Shin Qiushan had already taken his son's paper. The first thing that caught his eye was the number 56 written in red ballpoint pen. Because they frequently graded each other's papers, the students all had special red pens for marking. The 56 on Shinishia's paper was written in a flamboyant style, standing out clearly. Shin Qiushan frowned at the score. It turned out that his son was the most reliable experienced pack. He was a full 30 points behind him. Shinichio only glanced at the score on the paper, and then buried his head in the pile of books on the table, like an ostrich. Shin Chioshan knew his son's level, and wasn't surprised by his score. If you're not good, practice more. Ask me if you don't understand anything. Shin Chioshan angrily threw the test paper at his son. Uncle Shin, don't be angry. Brother Xiao has already performed exceptionally well this time. Usually, he only scores in the 40s out of a 100, and 50 is rare. Wang Yupeng said from the side. He might have meant to say that Shinichio had done quite well this time. But, clearly, no one was as persuasive as him. Shin Chioshan and Shinichio were both speechless. Wang Yupeng, shut up. Just worry about your own score. Shinichi glared at Wang Yupeng angrily. The bell rang. Math teacher Sun Xing entered the classroom, carrying a stack of papers. 2 periods. Raise your hand if you need to use the restroom. With that, he handed out the papers. By the way, give one to Mr. Shin too. Sun Xing added, as the students distributed the papers. After hearing this, the students who hadn't passed Shin Chioshan in English subconsciously grew nervous. They feared that math teacher Sun Xing, like homeroom teacher Chen Xiangyu, would use Shin Chioshan as a role model. Thankfully, Sun Xing simply handed Shin Chioshan a paper, and didn't say anything else. After receiving the paper, Shin Chioshan began to examine it carefully. Although he recognized the numbers and words on the paper, he couldn't quite grasp their meaning when put together. Math is still hard. Shin Chioshan sighed silently inwardly, but after looking over the entire test paper, he realized he didn't completely fail to answer any of the questions. Hadn't he attended Sun Xing's math class this morning? Several of the questions on this test paper were quite similar to those taught that day, with just a few changes in the data. Shin Chioshan pondered for a long time, finally answering 3 questions. He didn't leave the others blank, but diligently completed the entire test paper. Ding, detected the host has completed a test. Student Mastery Index plus 200. As expected, the system notification sounded shortly after Shin Chioshan put down his pen. That was why he diligently completed the test paper, even though he didn't know most of the questions. Shin Chioshan just wanted to see if diligently working on the test would increase his Student Mastery Index, regardless of whether he was right or wrong. The result was just as he guessed. All he needed was a serious attitude. Evening study ended. Sun Xing left the classroom, carrying the collected math papers. The students packed their bags while chatting about the difficult questions on the previous math test. Xiao, you go home with your sister first. I'll be back later. Shin Chioshan informed his son, who had already packed his bag, and then left the classroom alone. Xiao brother, are you going home with Uncle Shin? Seeing Shin Chioshan leave on his own, Wang Yupeng asked curiously. He said he'd be back later. Shinichio shrugged. He's so mysterious. I don't know what he's been up to. I'm leaving now. I have to find Shin Yanren. With that, Shinichio left the classroom through the back door and scurried off to class 2, grade 3. Although they disliked each other most of the time, the siblings had to go to and from school together every day. This was a fatherly rule from Shin Chioshan. Because the siblings went to school together, they could have someone to look after them after school, which was safer. Where's Dad? Shin Yanren had thought it would be her father, Shin Chioshan, and her brother, Shinichio, waiting for her in the hallway today. The 3 of them would leave school together. Instead, it was just Shinichio. He said he'd be home later. Let's go home first. Shinichio relayed her father's words truthfully. Didn't Dad say anything? Shin Yanren frowned slightly. No. Shinichio shook her head and muttered softly, Dad's been so secretive lately. I don't know what he's been up to behind our backs. He must be delivering food. The price is higher in the evening. Shin Yanren sighed softly, then glared at her brother. Shinichio, can't you just be more competitive? Let Dad worry less. Shinichio curled his lips in indignation. You're talking as if you're making Dad worry less. Better than you. Shinichio snorted. It's just that my grades are slightly better. That's because I didn't want to study before. If I just put in a little more effort, I could surpass you in no time. Then why don't you try harder and show me? Let me see. Okay, I keep my eyes peeled. Just as the siblings were bickering, Shin Chioshan had already mounted his electric scooter and swiftly left the school gate. He was about to go to his old lover's house for extra lessons, when someone suddenly called out from behind. Brother Shin, how did you get out of school? Shin Chioshan stopped his scooter and glanced over. The person speaking was Luo Yao's mother, Luo Mimi. Obviously, she was here to pick up Luo Yao from school. Brother Shin, I remember parents weren't allowed inside to pick up their children. How could you get in? Luo Mimi took a few steps forward and scooted closer to Shin Qiushan. I've applied to come to school to accompany my child. Xiaxia's grades are terrible, so I want to keep an eye on him. Shin Qiushan brought up his old excuse again. Parents can apply to accompany their children to school? Luo Mimi was surprised. She had never heard of such a thing. Sister Mimi, why don't you apply too? We could even sit at the same table. Shin Qiushan jokingly chuckled. Forget it. Luo Mimi laughed and cried, shaking her head. I'm not like Brother Shin, who can take months off to spend time with the kids. I still have to work. But since you're here with Yao Yao, if anything happens, please help keep an eye on her. Okay. Shin Qiushan nodded readily. By the way, if you're tired of accompanying her, you can go get a spa treatment at the spa. My card's fully charged anyway. Luo Mimi said with another smile. I definitely go when I have time. Sister Mimi's technique is incredible. Shin Qiushan wasn't saying this as a compliment. The spa treatment he had last time was truly pleasurable. I have even more powerful, intimate techniques. Next time, let Brother Shin experience them. As she spoke, Luo Mimi reached out and patted Shin Qiushan's firm lower back twice. Since they were so close, Shin Qiushan could smell the faint scent of Luo Mimi's perfume. It goes without saying that even mature women have their own charms. Private techniques? Then I must experience them next time. Shin Qiushan laughed heartily, chatted a little more with his mother-in-law, and then rode his electric scooter to Chen Xiangyu's residence. Since Sun Xing had called her to attend the third and fourth evening self-study classes, Chen Xiangyu had returned home early. By now, she had already prepared for her makeup classes and changed into her flight attendant uniform. As soon as Shin Qiushan entered the room, she immediately smiled and asked, Sir, how may I help you? Shin Qiushan glanced at his old lover, who seemed to be so different. Who could have imagined that Teacher Chen, so serious and earnest on the stage, had such a private side? Chapter 38. We agreed that tonight's tutoring would be automatic. Even so, 38-year-old Shin Qiushan was severely depleted after 3 tutoring sessions in one day, and his legs felt weak when he walked. But Teacher Chen was in a completely different state. Her skin was moisturized, and tiny beads of sweat on her forehead shimmered like dew on morning petals, making her skin look even more translucent. Qiushan, you're in excellent shape. If you didn't know me, you'd think you were a 20-year-old. Chen Xiangyu handed Shin Qiushan a cup of goji berry water, and said with a smile. Well, there's no comparison with a 20-year-old. 25, I guess. Men, after all, are incredibly competitive in this regard. Even though he's become a weakling now, he still refuses to admit defeat. By the way, Qiushan, when did your English become so advanced? After finishing her business, Chen Xiangyu asked the question that had been lingering in her mind. I heard you became an English teacher and learned it secretly. Shin Qiushan said seriously. Smooth talk. As long as you like it. When I was young, I was attracted to your mouth. All these years have passed, and it's the same cycle again. That's different. When I was young, you were humorous, and now you're just talkative. Chen Xiangyu was stunned for a moment before she understood the implication of Shin Qiushan's words, and rolled her eyes seductively. Shin Qiushan slurped down the goji berry water, draining it in 2 gulps, but he still felt a sense of exhaustion. By the way, there seems to be a supplementary essence and chi pill in the system store. Shin Qiushan remembered that this Jing Yi Chi pill could quickly restore energy and stimulate physical potential, with its effects lasting 2 hours. Let's give it a try. Shin Qiushan was already a wealthy man, with a nearly 5,000-point academic master index, so he didn't feel the slightest bit sorry about giving away 1,000 points to try out the pill. Ding! Jing Yi Chi pill redemption successful. The effect lasts for 120 minutes. As the system beeped, Shin Qiushan suddenly felt a mysterious power infuse his body. Instantly, the feeling of fatigue vanished. It felt as if a tingling electric current coursed through his body, and his blood seemed to boil, flowing with fiery energy through every limb. At the same time, Shin Qiushan felt his brain like a beacon illuminated by a strong light. His thoughts raced at breakneck speed, sparks of inspiration constantly flashing, and ideas collided and combined in his mind, forming a clear and coherent structure. Ah! System products are truly top-notch. Shin Qiushan sighed silently in his heart. Just then, Shin Xiangyu suddenly handed him 2 thick stacks of red bills. Qiushan, if you accompany me to school, you won't have any source of income. Take this money and spend it. Looking at the red bills in front of him, Shin Qiushan was stunned. What is this? Labor fee? Sure enough, the title of born to be a gigolo is not undeserved. Despite his age, he can still make money with his body. Thank you for your kindness, Xiangyu. But I'm not short of money right now. Shen Qiushan didn't want his relationship with Chen Xiangyu to become impure. Being just a simple poker partner was fine. But once money was involved, the nature of the situation changed. Nothing special, just a loan. Chen Xiangyu held out the money again. No need. Shen Qiushan waved his hand firmly. He knew Chen Xiangyu was quite wealthy, even a moderately wealthy woman. Although teacher salaries weren't high, Chen Xiangyu, as a homeroom teacher, earned over 100,000 or 200,000 yuan in red envelopes every year from Women's Day and Teacher's Day alone. And that was just a small part of her income. As a seasoned English teacher, Chen Xiangyu taught extra classes during the holidays. If she wanted, she could easily earn 200,000 or 300,000 yuan in a single vacation. That way, when you need money, I definitely ask for it. Considering his former lover's kindness, Shen Qiushan added, "All right. Just let me know when you need it." Considering Shen Qiushan's pride, Chen Xiangyu didn't insist. "Xiangyu, if you really want to help me, please give Xiao Xiao and Yanren extra lessons. Right now, their grades are just around the edge of the undergraduate entrance line. If their English scores can be improved, they should be able to secure admission." Shen Qiushan stated his request. The reason he agreed to come over tonight for extra lessons was actually to help the two children. "I'm fine with extra lessons, but they only have time on weekends." Chen Xiangyu thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I give them 2 hours of extra lessons every weekend, and then 1 hour after school on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays." "That's great. Thank you for your hard work, Xiangyu." Shen Qiushan was overjoyed and embraced his old lover. Using the entire afternoon after school, he couldn't have worked so hard if they didn't know each other so well. "Xiangyu, since you're giving your child extra lessons, then I give you some extra lessons. Don't move this time." Shen Qiushan, the effects of the drug taking over, felt like he had endless energy. "Qiushan, you." Chen Xiangyu wanted to say, "Stop it. What a body. It can withstand this." But before she could finish her words, Shen Qiushan's strong arms had already lifted her up. Balhinia Garden. This residential complex is located in Sanjiang City's most prosperous Jiangkou district. Although the complex is relatively old, having been built only 15 or 16 years ago, it is a commercial residential complex rebuilt after the demolition of the Municipal Party Committee family quarters, and the composition of the residence is complex. As a result, the property management services here are considered the best in Sanjiang City. While other residential complexes generally have a dominant position, the Balhinia Garden Property Management Company is the undisputed leader. Because the residents here are true gods, the kind who can have their property management company removed from Sanjiang City with a single word. Lin Xiaomao lives in this complex. She is unmarried and currently lives with her parents. Her home was in Building 5, Unit 101, in the Western-style building area. The first floor had a basement and a courtyard of 60 to 70 square meters. The house had a floor area of 146 square meters, but with the extra space, the actual usable area exceeded 200 square meters. The basement on the first floor wasn't completely underground, but rather partially, leaving little room for daylight. This meant that the Lin family's home, while seemingly an ordinary Western-style house, was actually a 2-story duplex. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening, and Lin Xiaomao was sitting in front of the TV watching the evening news on the Sanjiang Education Channel. At the Sanjiang City Higher Education Symposium, Director Lin Moshwan attended and delivered an important speech. Click. With the sound of a lock being unlocked, the front door swung open from the outside. Lin Moshwan, dressed in a gray mouse suit, was driven home by the driver. Lin Xiaomao quickly stood up and went to the door. Seeing her father reeking of alcohol, she subconsciously frowned and asked the driver, Xiao Zhang, "How much did my dad drink?" Director Lin drank about half a pound. "I'm fine, Xiao Zhang, you can go back." Lin Moshwan waved to the driver, Xiao Zhang, as he changed his shoes. "Chief Lin, I'd be leaving now." The driver said hello to Lin Xiaomao and closed the door. "Dad, the doctor told you to drink less. Why are you still drinking so much?" Lin Xiaomao said helplessly, as she helped her father into the house. If he had listened to the doctor, his gout wouldn't have come back. At this moment, Lin's mother, Chen Qingju, emerged from the bedroom upon hearing the noise. Though nearly 60, she looked only in her early 50s, in excellent spirits, her voice full of energy. "We're old comrades I haven't seen in ages. I had a couple of extra drinks." Lin Moshwan, who frequently socialized, had a good alcohol tolerance. In his youth, he could drink 2 kilograms of baijiu. Even now, despite his age, He could easily manage half a kilogram. Momo, your transfer order has arrived, hasn't it? Lin Moshwan asked, sitting down on the sofa. Yes, it has. Lin Xiaomon nodded gently. You insist on being a vice president? Why not just transfer to Sanjiang University? While I'm still here, I'm paving your future. Lin Moshwan didn't support his daughter taking a high school position. He had many options for helping his daughter secure a full-time position, and a vice presidential position at a municipal high school wasn't the best option. Momo isn't just doing this for Xiao Xiao and Yanran. If she becomes vice principal, the teachers will definitely give those two children extra attention. Don't underestimate your position, but as the saying goes, a county magistrate is not as good as a local leader. Momo will be their direct supervisor, and that's when she have more power. Chen Qingju explained for her daughter. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you're the principal or not. Lin Moshwan waved his hand confidently. As long as the difference in their scores isn't too extreme, I can find a way to fix it. They're all going to withdraw anyway. If it really doesn't work out, send them abroad. That's enough. Chen Qingju rolled her eyes. Don't ruin your reputation over this. I know what I'm doing. Lin Moshwan waved his hand impatiently. I know what to do, and what not to do. Everything is within the rules. By the way, Momo, an old comrade of mine said today that his son just got transferred to the Sanjiang Evening News as a column editor. You should get to know him. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. You should get some rest too. Lin Xiaomo yawned and quickly returned to her room. Look at me! It's all your fault. Lin Moshwan complained angrily. You still have the nerve to blame me. Chen Qingju immediately retorted, if you weren't so strict, Momo wouldn't have rebelled so much. She's already in college, and you're putting pressure on the school to make friends, and you're even sending her abroad as an exchange student. Alright. Lin Moshwan slammed the coffee table, sending the tea set clanging loudly. If it weren't for Chushua's experience, would I be so nervous? Having one daughter deceived isn't enough, are both going to be deceived? Seeing the old man bring it up again, Chen Qingju fell silent. She knew this had always been a thorn in his heart. It couldn't be touched, or the thorn would only grow deeper. Early morning. Shen Qiushan tiptoed back home. Who would have thought there was still a light in the living room, accompanied by the sound of his father snoring? Brothers, please give me some votes. Don't let my sister lose so badly, okay? Although old Shen had fallen asleep, his phone was still playing a live stream of a female streamer who was slacking off. She was currently competing against a major internet celebrity and was being crushed in the vote count. To solicit votes, she acted cute and twisted her body. Her long legs, enhanced with filters, glowed white. Even though he knew they were fake, Shen Qiushan couldn't help but take a second look. He turned off the live stream, intending to wake his father, and have him go back to his room. However, perhaps because the voice of the female streamer suddenly faded, old Shen suddenly woke up. Qiushan, you're back. Old Shen yawned. Dad, why are you still asleep on the sofa? Go back to your room. Shen Qiushan sat down on the sofa and pulled his father up. Dehua made wontons. Yanran said you were out delivering food, so I thought we cooked them together when you got back. Old Shen said, getting up and heading for the kitchen. I cook. Looking at his father's hunched back, Shen Qiushan quickly called out, then added, your sister Xiangcai is going to lose. I'm sure the punishment will be pretty good. Really? Then I have to see. Old Shen had wanted to hold out a bit, to show off his fatherly love. But when he heard that Sister Cilantro was going to give a punishment, he immediately sank back onto the sofa. The punishment given to the female streamer who lost the PK was a feast for the eyes, and old Shen didn't want to miss it. Shen Qiushan smiled and went to the kitchen to cook wontons. When the wontons were ready, father and son sat across from each other at the dining table and ate. Old Shen had stopped watching the live stream, saying that Sister Cilantro had finished her punishment and gone off. Qiushan, I found a job as a security guard at the resettlement building next door. I make 2,200 yuan a month. I think it's a good job. It's not tiring and I get paid. After taking a few bites of wontons, old Shen spoke. Dad, if you're looking for Xiao Xiao and Yanran's college living expenses, forget it. We don't need the money. You've worked all your life and finally retired. Take a good rest. Shen Qiushan knew his father hadn't waited this long just for the wontons. Sure enough, the old man had something to discuss with him. Shen Qiushan couldn't remember when it started, but his father always sought his opinion on everything. And he valued it very much. It wasn't like that before. This change made Shen Qiushan realize that his father was truly old, and the family was now in his hands. He had become the pillar of the family, the true head of the household. With him at the helm, the Shen family, A small ship struggling amidst the throng of 1.4 billion people would continue its journey forward. I'm just tired of being alone. I'm just looking for some fun, said Old Shin, eating a wonton. Then try it for a few days. If you don't adapt or aren't happy, we quit. Your son has a way to make money. He really doesn't need your 2,200. Shin Qiushan said solemnly. What way to make money? You're not going to invest again, are you? Old Shin glared. I'm telling you, investing is absolutely not an option. In Old Shin's eyes, all investing was a shady business. He didn't believe in it at all. Invest what? I'm writing a novel. Zero cost. Just a bit of time. Shin Qiushan explained his plan, although he had no idea if I really don't want to be reborn would make him any money. But the system reward novel looked good to him. At least it wouldn't be a dead end. Even if he could earn 1,000 or 2 a month from uploading it, enough for groceries, that would still be good. Chapter 39. Write a novel. What kind of novel can a high school graduate like you write? Old Shin rolled his eyes in disdain. A diploma doesn't indicate educational attainment. Besides, I'm writing an online novel. The story is what's most important. As long as it's engaging enough, that's all. Shin Qiushan picked up the wonton bowl in front of him, gulped down the remaining broth, and then went into the small room he partitioned off from the living room. Besides a single bed, his small room contained a small computer desk, on which sat the laptop he usually used to browse porn movies. He pressed the power button on the laptop, and after waiting for about a minute and a half, the computer finally booted up, only to be greeted by a web page titled Sexy Dealer Dealing Online. Shin Qiushan clicked away, and another page appeared for local service, nationwide flights available. The promotional image featured a woman in sultry clothing. However, Shin Qiushan, who had 4 crammed school classes per day, dismissed the idea. He clicked away again, and the computer's homepage finally returned to normal. Shin Qiushan immediately opened a website called Penguin Novels. This website is the top paid fiction website in China. There had been news reports that some of its authors were earning over 100 million yuan annually. Although Shin Qiushan found it a bit unrealistic, writing online novels could earn over 100 million yuan a year. It was too good to be true. But even if you squeezed out the inflated numbers, an annual income of tens of millions was still quite impressive. Shin Qiushan registered an author account according to the website's instructions. When it came to choosing a pen name, he thought for a long time. He originally wanted to use Old Shin or Uncle Shin, but found that both were taken. Finally, remembering that he had just finished making up for his studies, he entered Shinbuku. As expected, this pen name wasn't already taken. Thus, the online writer Shinbuku was born. After filling in his author information, Shin Qiushan followed the website's instructions and uploaded the first 20 chapters of I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn. The work immediately entered the review process. At this moment, a sudden wave of drowsiness overtook him. Shin Qiushan, who had been so energetic, felt his body hollow in an instant, his eyelids drooping involuntarily. Ugh, the drug's effect wore off. A second before he fell asleep, a thought crossed Shin Qiushan's mind. When he woke again, it was already past 8 o'clock the next morning. Shit, I was late for school the next day. Shin Qiushan rushed to the bathroom to wash up, but as soon as he opened the sliding door, a woman's coquettish voice reached his ears. Brothers, give me some likes. 1 million likes means you have talent. Shin Qiushan glanced over and saw Old Shin sitting on the toilet, frantically tapping his phone screen, a smile plastered across his wrinkled face. Dad, why didn't you call me? Xiao Xiao and Yanran are gone, right? Shin Qiushan asked, frowning. Xiao Xiao left a little after 4. Yanran left a little after 6. Old Shin poked at his phone screen and said, they're really going to college, and you aren't. It doesn't matter what time you go to school. How can it be the same? I'm setting an example. I can't be late. Puff. Old Shin paused tapping the screen, a relieved expression on his face. Shin Qiushan quickly took his toiletries and went to the bathroom in his daughter's master bedroom. Sanjiang Senior High School. Class 5, Grade 3. Today's first class was English. Chen Xiangyu stood at the podium, her face flushed. She glanced at the empty seat next to Shinishu and felt a pang of self-reproach. I guess I shouldn't have to make up lessons too often in the future. But he was so full of energy last night. Shinishu read the first paragraph. Chen Xiangyu gathered her thoughts and began explaining the reading comprehension section in the workbook. Shinishu, who had been dozing off, suddenly perked up when the teacher called his name. The physical education students had agreed to meet at 5:30 to memorize words, and he had arrived at school at 5:20, having already spent the entire morning memorizing English words. His morning's hard work was now paying off. Memorizing more words creates an open mouth effect. Shinichio at least dared to speak aloud when reading the reading comprehension passages. He paused for words he didn't recognize, and Shin Seongyu would remind him. Shinichio's reading of this passage surprised not only Shin Seongyu, but also his classmates. They all felt that Shinichio seemed to have made progress today. Yeah, very good. Sit down. Shin Seongyu nodded in satisfaction, but at the end, she couldn't help but ask, by the way, where's old Shin? Isn't he coming today? When I arrived at school, he was still sleeping at home, Shinichio replied truthfully. Shin Seongyu nodded. This was pretty much as she expected, probably due to exhaustion. Elsewhere, Shin Chioshan rode his electric scooter out of the house. However, since he was already late, he didn't go to school immediately. Instead, he went to the Chianda Mall near the school. Since it was still early, he had breakfast at KFC before the mall opened. Shin Chioshan walked with familiarity to the little talent watch store on the third floor of the mall. Yesterday he had planned to give each of his 2 children a watch for easy communication. Sir, would you like to buy watches for your children? The female salesperson greeted him with a smile. Customers who come in right after the store opens are usually very motivated and have a high conversion rate, so the female salesperson was naturally enthusiastic. 2 of the latest little talent watch models. Shin Chioshan stated his request directly. Yes, sir. The female salesperson beamed. She loved such straightforward customers. Sir, how old are your children? We have several colors to choose from. Which one would you like? The female salesperson pointed to a row of watches on the counter. Pink and silver, please. Shin Chioshan selected 2 suitable colors. Although this watch's primary target audience is children, after years of iteration, the current generation has become quite stylish, and Shin Chioshan felt it wouldn't look out of place on his own children. Yes, sir. How old is your child? I help you adjust the watch strap. The saleswoman asked again. 17. Shin Chioshan hadn't wanted to answer the question, but when the saleswoman mentioned adjusting the watch strap, he couldn't avoid it, so he answered truthfully. And just as he expected, the saleswoman was stunned after hearing Shin Chioshan's response. 17? The saleswoman had worked at the little talent store for over 2 years, and this was the first time she'd seen a parent buy this watch for a 17-year-old. My child's grades aren't great, and isn't your slogan, with a little talent watch, Dad doesn't have to worry about my studies anymore. So I wanted to try it. Shin Chioshan explained, barely daringly. However, the moment he said this, the saleswoman's expression suddenly became even more peculiar. After a brief silence, she nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. I go get the invoice. How do you want to pay? Scan the QR code with WeChat. Shin Chioshan pulled out his phone and scanned the code. He spent over 4,000 yuan on 2 smartwatches. But with $1 million in cash on his card, Shin Chioshan remained unfazed. Leaving the little genius store and taking the escalator downstairs, Shin Chioshan suddenly spotted an advertisement for the BBK reading machine nearby. Just click on the part you don't understand. Dad doesn't have to worry about my studies anymore. So easy. Chapter 40. Shin Chioshan finally realized that he had mistaken the advertisement for the reading machine for the slogan for the Xiao Xiankai smartwatch. No wonder the saleswoman looked strange. Who told you to use someone else's slogan in their store? The key is that the saleswoman had no choice but to agree. What if you bought the smartwatch just because of the slogan? Alas, it's not easy for workers. When a customer calls a cat a dog, you just have to accept it. Leaving the mall, Shin Chioshan returned to school. However, by the time he arrived, it was already past school hours, and the gates were already closed. Uncle Wang, please open the door. Shin Chioshan called to Uncle Wang, who was sitting at the gate. The other party had stopped him yesterday, and it was only after Su Desai called that he was allowed to pass. Uncle Wang glanced at Shin Chioshan and smiled. Isn't he the oldest student in our school? Why, you're late on your second day. Uncle Wang emerged from the gatehouse. According to regulations, late students must register. Uncle Wang, I'm just here to accompany you, not a serious student. Shin Chioshan said, slipping a pack of cigarettes through the crack in the gate onto the windowsill. How pitiful are the hearts of parents. Grandpa Wang casually pocketed the cigarettes on the windowsill and, as he opened the front door, said, Xiaoshen, you're already old, and yet, you still have to come and help your child with his studies. It's not easy. It's the child's fault for not studying well. I can't help it. Shin Chioshan sighed. Grandpa Wang, I'll be back to the classroom. Okay, get up earlier next time. Grandpa Wang waved his hand. After Shin Chioshan rode his electric scooter into the shed, he pulled the cigarettes out of his pocket and unpacked them, muttering to himself, adults are the ones who know better. Those little brats are clueless. In fact, what gatekeepers and security guards, like Uncle One, crave most is respect. If you're willing to offer small favors, they likely reciprocate by offering conveniences within their purview. When Shin Qiushan was delivering food, some neighborhoods wouldn't allow delivery drivers to enter on electric scooters. However, these neighborhoods were so large that relying on foot was inefficient, and they could easily overrun their time limits. When he encountered such neighborhoods, Shin Qiushan would establish a good relationship with the security guards, occasionally buying them a pack of cigarettes or a bottle of water, and then he could ride his electric scooter freely. Society is ultimately made up of individuals, and the enforcers of rules are also people. Thus, learning to build good relationships with all kinds of people is a survival skill. When Shin Qiushan entered the teaching building, the bell for the second period rang. Instead of returning to class 3 to 5, he went to class 3 to 2. In the hallway, he happened to run into Zhang Xia, class 3-2's homeroom teacher. "Mr. Shin, are you here to see Yanran?" Zhang Xia stopped and asked. "Yes." Shin Qiushan nodded with a smile and asked, "Teacher Zhang, how has Yanran been doing lately?" "Still the same. I always feel like she's not putting her all into her studies." Zhang Xia had always said this about Shin Yanran. As they were talking, Shin Yanran and Luo Yao walked out of the classroom arm in arm. There was a long break after second period, but the senior students didn't have to do exercises, so they usually took a nap in the classroom. Some students, who hadn't had time for breakfast, would go to the on-campus supermarket to buy some food. Shin Yanran and Luo Yao were heading to the supermarket. "Dad. Uncle Shin." Seeing Shin Qiushan in the hallway, they both stopped. "Old Shin, you two can chat." Zhang Xia gave him a heads up and headed towards the office. "Teacher Zhang, take care." Shin Qiushan made a polite remark and waved to Shin Yanran. "Yanran, Dad has prepared a small gift for you." "What gift? Any special occasions lately?" Shin Yanran looked skeptical. "A smart watch." Shin Qiushan handed the little pink watch to his daughter. Of course, this little genius watch came packaged, and it was quite exquisite, considering it cost over $2,000. When Shin Yanran heard it was a smart watch, she was genuinely excited. But when she saw the Little Genius logo on the shopping bag, she was stunned. "Dad, you call Little Genius a smartwatch?" "Of course it's a smartwatch. It has dual cameras, front and back, 8 megapixels, and can monitor your health and download various apps." In the store, the saleswoman explained the watch's features, and Shin Qiushan repeated almost everything she said. "There are many more functions. Discover them yourself. Anyway, this watch will make it easier for us to communicate as father and daughter. I bought Xiao one too. You can call and text each other." "Okay, I'm going home now." Shin Qiushan gave some instructions, and then headed towards class 3 to 5. "Yanran, open it and take a look. From what Uncle Shin said, it seems like it has some really powerful functions." After Shin Qiushan walked away, Luo Yao said with a smile, "I think you just want to see a joke." Shin Yanran rolled her eyes at her friend. "How could that be? Little Genius, he's a big name, right? Then why are you laughing?" "I don't have one." "You do?" Although Shin Yanran was a little disdainful of the Little Genius phone watch her father had given her, she felt it was ultimately a sign of paternal love. She returned to the classroom and stealthily unwrapped it. The adorable pink watch caught her eye. "Wow, so cute." "Yanran, once you put this watch on, you look 10 years younger." Luo Yao teased with a smile. After seeing the watch, Shin Yanran's disdain faded. She even felt like a childhood dream had come true. She remembered how popular Little Genius watches were among her classmates in 5th and 6th grade. But the watch was expensive, and being sensible, she didn't dare ask her father for it. She unexpectedly turned 18 next month, and received this gift from her father on the countdown to adulthood. "I really think it's quite cute." Shin Yanran carefully removed the watch from the box, and slipped it onto her fair, slender wrist. A lively, innocent smile graced her delicate face, and 2 shallow dimples rippled like water gently touched by a spring breeze. Class 5, Grade 3. As Shin Qiushan entered the classroom, he noticed everyone was looking at him, intentionally or unintentionally. He paid little attention to the children's glances. He swaggered back to his seat, and noticed his son's chest puffed out, his neck held high, as if he had accomplished something truly remarkable. "Are you feeling psyched, kid?" Shin Qiushan rolled his eyes at his son. "Dad, what did you say?" Shin Ishia pretended not to hear. How did you know I got a 73 on the math test?" "That's it?" Shin Qiushan's mouth twitched. He had thought his brat had truly achieved something remarkable. So, he gotten 73 points on the math test. Granted, This was a significant improvement for Shinichio, who always been at the bottom of the class, but it wasn't something to brag about. Just then, Shinchio-san stumbled upon the math test paper on his desk. The bright red 13 stood out. Shinchio-san finally understood the reason. One gain, the other loses. He gotten 13 points on the math test, while that brat Shinichio had gotten 73. He was finally getting cocky. Chapter 41. At this moment, the saying the pot calling the kettle black was embodied in this father and son. The math test had a perfect score of 150. Shinichio, that brat, got 73, and he's already showing off. Shinchio-san glared at his poor achieving son and said, mimicking his previous tone, "What? The perfect score in math is 150. 73 isn't even half of that?" After hearing his father's retort, Shinichio's smile abruptly faltered. Getting 73 out of 150 isn't exactly impressive, but it's still an improvement. This is a reward. Shinchio-san tossed the little genius shopping bag to his son. "What is it?" Shinichio took the reward from his father, with a suspicious look on his face. Wang Yupeng, standing beside him, also came over curiously. Then, in the presence of his best friends, Shinichio unwrapped the rather elegant packaging. But the next moment, both of them were petrified. A little genius phone watch? Shinichio looked up at his father, and said with a bitter face, "Dad, have you ever seen a senior student wearing a little genius?" "Of course I have." Shinchio-san nodded with conviction. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Shinichio shook his head like a rattle. "Who's still wearing a little genius in their senior year?" Shinchio-san replied calmly, "Class 2, Senior 3, Shinyin ran." Shinichio was speechless. No wonder his father was so sure there was a senior student wearing a little genius. It turned out to be his sister, who shared the same fate. "Brother Xiao, this watch is actually pretty cool. Look how cool this watch looks. The dial can even be turned upright for photos. Most importantly, this watch will make it easy to contact Uncle Shin during training." Wang Yupeng wanted to laugh. A high school senior wearing a little talent watch was almost like an older man like Shinchio-san drinking a bottle of decalcium milk. However, this watch was a gift from his future father-in-law, so Wang Yupeng had to show his support. This opportunity to please his father-in-law was definitely not to be missed. Shinichio was initially speechless, but when Wang Yupeng mentioned that he could use the watch to contact his father, he immediately thought of using it to contact his girlfriend, Luo Yao. In an instant, the little talent phone watch, which had been so disdainful just now, suddenly became attractive. Who cares if it's childish or not? A cat that catches mice is a good cat. Besides, this watch has many functions. It can even play music with Bluetooth headphones. Shinichio began to study his new toy. Shinchio-san picked up his math test. He got 2 multiple-choice questions right at the beginning, earning 10 points. He got the steps for the next big question right, but got the key data wrong, earning him 3 points. A total of 13 points. If his math scores didn't improve, Shinchio-san's chances of getting into a 985 university would be extremely difficult. After pondering for a moment, Shinchio-san decided to talk to his math teacher, Sun Xing. He pulled 2 boxes of huazi from his backpack, stuffed them into his jacket pocket, and headed straight for the senior class office. Recess time was long, and senior teachers would make different decisions based on their needs. Some would use this time to continue teaching, a practice students hated. Some teachers would take advantage of this time to relax and stroll around the playground, breathing in the fresh air, stretching their muscles, and relieving the fatigue of teaching. For this reason, only a few teachers were in the senior year office at the moment, including his old lover Chen Xiangyu and math teacher Sun Xing. "Mr. Shin, what's up?" Seeing Shinchio-san actually come to the office on his own initiative, Chen Xiangyu's heart instinctively clenched. She thought something had happened. "Mr. Chen, I'm not looking for you. I want to talk to Mr. Sun." Shinchio-san looked at Sun Xing, who was flipping through a math workbook. "Me?" Sun Xing looked up at Shinchio-san with a suspicious expression. Mr. Sun, are you free to go out for a chat?" Shinchio-san pointed to the corridor, outside. "Yes, I'm free right now." Sun Xing was quite curious about Shinchio-san, the older accompanying student, especially since the rumors at school had been circulating for the past few days that he was an English genius with excellent English grades. However, yesterday's math test wasn't very good, or even abysmal. Getting 13 out of 150 points clearly shows he knows nothing about math. Sun Xing followed Shinchio-san into the hallway, but he ended up at the corner at the end. "Teacher Sun 1? Shinchio-san took out the cigarettes he had prepared and handed them to Sun Xing. Yesterday, when he registered, Sun Xing's class was grade 3 to 5. As he passed by, Shin Qiushan could smell a faint scent of tobacco. The scent of a constant smoker is undeniable, and as someone like him, Shin Qiushan is particularly sensitive to it. So yesterday, he knew Sun Xing was also a heavy smoker. Was he? I need one. Sun Xing took the cigarette with a smile. It was then that he realized why Shin Qiushan had brought him to the corner of the corridor, to smoke. This place was secluded, with windows for ventilation, so Sun Xing and the other male teachers who smoked would come here when they felt the urge to smoke. Shin Qiushan took the initiative to light up Sun Xing's cigarette, then lit one for himself. After the smoke began to drift between their sightlines, Shin Qiushan finally spoke. Teacher Sun, I like to ask, with almost no foundation like me, how can I quickly improve my math grades? Rapid improvement isn't realistic. Sun Xing shook his head, puffing away as he spoke. High school math isn't difficult, but it's not easy either. If you want to improve your math grades, you have to start in your freshman year, memorizing the basic concepts and formulas. If math is like building a tall building, then the basic concepts and formulas are like the foundation. Only with a solid foundation can the building be built. So, do I have to read all the textbooks from freshman to senior year? Shin Qiushan asked, flicking the ash from his fingers. Sun Xing shook his head. Just reading it once isn't enough. You need to at least memorize all the concepts and formulas. For example, what we learned in freshman year of high school. What is a set? What are sufficient and necessary conditions? What is a function, and how are functions represented? Once you've mastered the basic concepts and formulas, you can apply them to solve problems. Old Shin, you've been out of school for ages. It's normal for you to have trouble solving math problems. No need to compete with those brats. Sun Xing thought Shin Qiushan had come to him because his pride was hurt by getting 13 points, and he finally offered a comforting smile. I don't compete with others, but I have to outdo that bratty kid of ours. Otherwise, he'd get all cocky and brag to me about getting 73 points. Shin Qiushan didn't want to tell Sun Xing about his college entrance exams, so he used his son as a shield. Old Shin, you're the most dedicated father I've ever met. I've been a teacher for so many years, and I've seen many parents who prioritize their children's learning, but I've never seen one who leads by example like you do. Sun Xing sighed heartily. Shin Qiushan smiled and ignored the conversation. After finishing his cigarette, he shoved the unopened packet of cigarettes at Sun Xing. No more cigarettes, huh? Your pockets are all empty. I'm leaving now. Go back and memorize the formulas. Without waiting for Sun Xing to respond, Shin Qiushan strode back to class 3 to 5. This old Shin. Sun Xing smiled and shoved the cigarettes into his pocket. Of course, the packet of cigarettes meant nothing to him, but it somehow brought the two older men closer together. Sanjiang Science and Technology Park. This is home to many well-known domestic internet companies. Penguin Fiction is one of them. On the 15th floor of Building A in the Science and Technology Park, at the Penguin Fiction editorial department. At that moment, at a window desk, a wide-eyed, cute girl was sipping coffee while finding books in the library. Finding books means searching for promising titles among the vast sea of new titles that haven't yet been signed by other editors. This kind of work is basically done by new editors who have few author resources. Because they have no author resources and few submissions, they can only rely on making money by selling books to boost their performance. This adorable girl with big eyes was a new editor who had just been employed for 2 months. Her online name was Wudong. After abandoning her previous novel, she began searching for her next target. Soon, a novel titled I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn caught her eye. 20 chapters had already been uploaded, but the cover wasn't yet available. If nothing unexpected happened, the author must be a newcomer. Because established authors often have the cover ready before they even start writing. Newcomer. The title is quite standard. Wudong already had 2 pieces of information about this book in her mind. She glanced at the synopsis. Unexpectedly, Chen Hansheng, a social elite and a bachelor, was reborn, waking up as a high school senior. Chen Hansheng, at a crossroads, was also hesitant. Between the treasure girl Shen Yuchu and her white moonlight Xiao Rongyu, who should he choose? It was mediocre. Or rather, lacking any sparkle. Among the vast number of rebirth stories, this synopsis was at best passable. So, for now, Wudong had this: average title, average synopsis, and new author. After seeing these 3 messages pile up, Wudong was about to delete it outright. However, since this newbie had already written 20 chapters, Big-Eyed Cute Girl decided to give this hard-working newbie another chance. So, she unenthusiastically clicked on the first chapter. The opening was normal, uninspired, a typical, over-the-top rebirth plot. But to her surprise, this newbie had excellent writing skills. He wrote the cliched rebirth opening so smoothly, making it incredibly tempting to read on Chapter 2, Chapter 3. Big-eyed cute girl's right hand scrolled the mouse slower and slower, while her left hand unconsciously put down the coffee cup. As the story unfolded, the corners of her mouth lifted, revealing 2 shallow dimples. A dozen minutes later, a to-be-continued message appeared on the web page. That's it, that's it. The big-eyed cute girl slumped back in her chair, as if the energy that sustained her had suddenly been drained away. No, this is a new, unsigned book. The big-eyed cute girl sat up straight with a start, and with a jolt of energy, she clicked on the book's information. Thankfully, the book hadn't been submitted by another editor yet. She quickly sent a private message inviting them to sign. After the message was sent, she breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had secured a treasure. She picked up her coffee cup from the table again, only to find it had long since gone cold. But the big-eyed cute girl remained cheerful. She thought this book definitely had the potential to be a masterpiece. Maybe it would become her first book to reach 10,000 subscriptions since she entered the industry. There's still gold in the library. It just depends on your patience and dedication to discover it. The big-eyed cute girl sipped her cold coffee as she silently summarized her thoughts. After a short break, she plunged back into the library, beginning her book-hunting quest. But even during lunch break, she hadn't found anything comparable to I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn. Sure enough, finding a book of this quality is like finding a needle in a haystack. The cute girl with big eyes sighed silently as she checked the back-end messages. The author nicknamed Shinbuku hadn't contacted her yet, nor had she filled out the contract information. No, brother, you don't even check the back-end after publishing a book. The cute girl with big eyes couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Just then, her colleague Yao Xuejing approached her workstation and said, "Let's go, Ming Ming, to the cafeteria." Yeah. The cute, wide-eyed girl Tao Ming nodded and quickly closed the web page on her computer screen. You're so secretive. Did you find some great book and worry I snatch it away? Yao Xuejing, noticing Tao Ming's little trick, teased with a smile. The two of them had joined Penguin Fiction together, and were both still in their 3-month internship, so they were actually competitors. No. Where would those good books be in the library? Tao Ming decisively shook her head and changed the subject. What would you like to eat today? Rice noodles, maybe? Yao Xuejing replied casually, but her mind was still reminiscing about the computer screen she had just seen. The book's title seemed to have the word rebirth in it. All Penguin Fiction editors choose a nickname upon joining, and Yao Xuejing's was Green Tea. And her nickname inadvertently revealed her character. She was indeed quite a green tea, and quite scheming. Actually, she just casually asked, but Tao Ming's answer was so decisive, even a bit flustered, which was a bit unusual. Which meant she might have guessed right. Tao Ming had discovered a good book. After forming her suspicions, Yao Xuejing, after lunch, didn't chat with the fish in the pond as usual. Instead, she sat down at her computer to work overtime. She quickly found a matching new book based on the keyword rebirth. I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn. As she clicked on the book, she felt a wave of disdain. The title was average, the synopsis was average, and it was just another cliché about rebirth. What good could it possibly be? However, given Tao Ming's attention, she patiently read the full text. As a result, once she saw it, she couldn't stop. When the words "to be continued" appeared before her eyes, Yao Xuejing subconsciously clenched her fists, then glanced at Tao Ming's desk, where she was taking a nap. After a moment's hesitation, she still sent a contract invitation to Shinbuku. This kind of high-quality new book is hard to come by, and Yao Xuejing naturally didn't want to miss it. However, under normal circumstances, she couldn't sign a book that had been submitted by another editor. This was the unspoken rule within the editorial department. However, since there were no explicit rules, occasionally 2 editors would sign a book, leaving the author to choose which one to contact first and click on the link to fill out the contract. Even after sending the contract invitation, Yao Xuejing still felt uneasy. She simply checked Shinbuku's profile in the back end, then went to a quiet corner in the hallway and called him. On the other side, Shin Qiushan, after lunch, was exercising with his old lover to digest his food. He hadn't actually planned to come today, but Shin Xiangyu said she wanted to discuss tutoring for the 2 children. For the sake of the children, Shin Qiushan had no choice but to go. After dinner, Shin Xiangyu said she wanted to rest for a while. Shin Qiushan couldn't resist the temptation and took the initiative to start working. The phone rang at a critical moment. Shin Qiushan glanced at the phone on the bedside table, saw it was an unfamiliar number, and didn't intend to answer. Instead, Shin Xiangyu picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Chapter 42. Hello, are you the author of I Don't Even Want to Be Reborn? A gentle female voice came from the phone. Shin Seong-yu knew it was definitely the wrong number. When had her old lover become a novelist? But it didn't matter. Since they didn't know each other, this would be a perfect opportunity to be part of their play. Shin Seong-yu gasped uncontrollably. Penguin Fiction Headquarters. Hearing the voice on the phone, Yao Shuejing was stunned. She glanced at the phone screen in shock. Wrong number? What kind of author is this? Can you please leave me a reliable number? She was about to hang up when a man's voice suddenly came over. Hello, Who are you? Yao Shuejing's mouth twitched, and she rubbed her forehead. Was I hallucinating? Or was this man watching a porn movie? That's a possibility. I heard many online authors are just sleazy, fat nerds. Yao Shuejing cleared her throat and replied, Hello, I'm Green Tea, the editor at Penguin Fiction. I'm very excited about your work, and have already sent you a contract. Whenever it's convenient for you, you can sign the contract online, or download our Penguin Fiction Writer Assistant app. Oh sure. The man on the phone was clearly excited. But the next second, the woman's voice she heard earlier came through the receiver again. This? Yao Shuejing, having had several boyfriends before, was absolutely certain this wasn't some pornographic film. Aren't all authors these days so frivolous? Yao Shuejing, forcibly dragged into the game, was speechless. She replied coldly, Don't bother me anymore. Goodbye. On the other side, Shin Seong-yu had thought Shin Chioshan was just trying to be nice, but when he hung up, she felt a bit unsatisfied. Shin Chioshan, on the other hand, quickly resolved the current battle. Seong-yu, can you lend me your computer? After taking a shower in the bathroom, Shin Chioshan said, wrapped in a towel. Shin Seong-yu was still savoring the wonderful moment. When Shin Chioshan sat down in front of the computer, she curiously leaned over and asked, Chioshan, you're not really writing a novel, are you? Just writing something. Shin Chioshan hadn't intended to hide the fact that he was writing novels. He was hoping to launder the system bonus money with the income from writing novels. I never realized you could actually write novels. Shin Seong-yu was surprised. In her impression, Shin Chioshan was a student with poor academic performance, just like Shinichia is now. Father and son are of the same generation. You naturally learn to write if you see enough. Actually, the formulas for online novels are all similar, but I don't know if this will make money. Shin Chioshan explained as he opened his author profile. However, he discovered 2 invitations to sign contracts. Chronologically, the editor named Wudong was the first to send him a contract invitation. The second was the green tea girl who had just called. But since they had called him proactively, it showed their sincerity. Shin Chioshan was about to click on the link she had sent. Shin Seong-yu beside him suddenly called out, Order Wudong. What's wrong? Shin Chioshan looked at his old lover in confusion. Green Tea is the editor who just called. I thought she had the wrong number. It'd be so awkward if you ever meet again. Shin Seong-yu said with a bitter face. I guess so. Shin Chioshan also felt awkward, especially if they did meet, and the other person was a female editor. Forget it. Let's choose Wudong. The name sounds masculine. It also make communication easier. Shin Chioshan immediately clicked on the contract invitation link sent by Wudong, and filled in the contract information according to the prompts. A few minutes later, all the contract information was completed. The contract entered the review phase. Penguin Fiction Headquarters. Back at her workstation, Yao Jingxue stared at her back-end messages. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. When she opened I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn Again, she found it had changed to awaiting signing. This meant the author had completed the contract documents, and all that was left was for the contract team to review. Oh my god. Yao Jingxue cursed. So all her hard work had been for nothing. Just then Tao Ming, who had just taken a nap, woke up and immediately opened her work profile. A look of surprise crossed her face. The contract has been signed. That Shin Tutoring finally saw the contract invitation I sent. Yes, Tao Ming excitedly waved her chubby little fist. This was her favorite new book she had found in the library since joining the company. She opened her work WeChat account again. Sure enough, someone nicknamed Work Hard Again had added her as a friend, with a note, Shinbuku, author of I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn. She quickly confirmed the friend status and sent a message, Hello, I'm your editor, Wutong. Feel free to contact me with any questions about the book. Work hard again. Hello, Brother Shu. Work hard again. In class, let's talk after school. Seeing Shinbuku's reply, Tao Ming's mouth twitched subconsciously. Brother Shu? Who is Brother Shu? This guy isn't calling me Brother Shu. Also, what the hell is in class? Don't tell me you're a student. You're so pretentious. Old dang. Your writing and the content of your novel betray you. Is this something a student could write? What a joke. Just as Tao Ming was silently complaining, the other person sent her a picture of a class in the classroom. No, you're serious. This author is actually a student? Tao Ming was shocked. She had never imagined such brilliant writing could come from a student. So, the back-end information belonged to his parents. Those under 18 couldn't sign a contract with the website. Only their parents' information was available. It truly is true that heroes emerge from youth. I never expected I discovered a young genius. Tao Ming suddenly felt she had accomplished something truly remarkable. She felt as if she had witnessed a rising literary star. And after learning the author's identity as a student, the WeChat nickname Work Hard, Work Hard, Work Hard Again, and the pen name Shintuition suddenly made sense. Because he was a student, he had to study hard and take tutoring classes every day. Aside from his heavy academic workload, he still found time to write a novel, and he managed to produce such an excellent work. Hardworking and talented all in one. This kid is definitely something special. Tao Ming was overwhelmed with emotion. After thinking for a moment, she quickly replied, Then I won't disturb my brother's class. Good luck. Chapter 43. In class. After seeing Wudong's message, Shin Qiushan subconsciously frowned. No, just keep going. Why add an O? You pick-footed guy. What's with all that cuteness? Dad, don't use your phone in class. Just as Shin Qiushan was silently complaining, Shin Yixiao, who had been staring at him for a long time, whispered. Shin Qiushan turned to look at his son, but the boy was staring straight ahead, as if he was listening intently. But come to think of it, the brat did perform quite well today, listening attentively and reviewing. Shin Qiushan immediately put his phone away. As a father, you should set an example. The first period of the afternoon was Chinese. The Chinese teacher for class 3 to 5 was an elderly woman named Hao Hongmei, who was due to retire in a few years. Teacher Hao was a junior teacher, so attending her classes would definitely boost your academic performance. However, what Hao Hongmei was discussing conflicted with Shin Qiushan's own review plan. He stuck to his plan, exchanging a memory capsule, and immediately starting with his math textbook, starting with the first semester of his freshman year. With a sufficient academic aptitude, Shin Qiushan spent the entire afternoon and evening study session studying math at his own pace. By the end of evening study, he had already finished all 4 math textbooks for his freshman and sophomore years, though this had also cost him 4,000 academic aptitude points. Yesterday, he was a wealthy man, but now he was back to poverty, with less than 1,000 academic aptitude points remaining. Shin Qiushan somewhat regretted exchanging the essence-boosting and chi-invigorating pills last night. Although his physical condition had returned to peak form, it was his old lover who felt the relief. He was thus praised as still sharp. Vanity is a killer, as expected. If you can do it, it's fine, and if you can't, it's not. You can't force yourself to do it just to save face. Just as Shin Qiushan was reflecting on himself, his phone suddenly rang. It was a WeChat message from his old lover. Teacher Chen, are you still coming to make up class tonight? Teacher Chen, if not, forget it. I was already exhausted by lunch. Seeing the word not, Shin Qiushan suddenly felt an inexplicable desire to win. Not? Who said not? Half an hour later. Shin Qiushan quietly lit a cigarette. I've been a little tired lately. This isn't normal. Of course I understand. Chen Xiangyu expressed her understanding. I really want to help you with your English. Your English foundation is already so strong. If I help you with it, maybe you can get over 140 out of 150. Xiangyu, I really want to give you extra lessons. How about this? From now on, when you give Xiao and Yanren extra lessons, I listen in. An intermediate teacher's lecture can boost your academic score by 10 points per minute, and Shin Qiushan didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Okay, of course. Chen Xiangyu smiled and nodded. As long as Shin Qiushan came to her for extra lessons regularly, this would be a small matter. Wangjiang Garden. The Shin family. When Shin Yishu and Shin Yanren returned home, their aunt Shindahua had already prepared a midnight snack for them. 2 dishes and a soup. Braised pork ribs, mushu fungus, and kelp soup. Wow, smells so good. Auntie is truly the best in the world. Shin Yishu tossed her school bag onto the sofa, sniffed her way to the dining table, and immediately grabbed a pork chop and stuffed it into her mouth. Wash your hands first. Shindahua glared at his nephew, then asked, Where's your dad? He said something. But Shin Yenren said she was secretly delivering food. Shinichio said, chewing on the pork chop. He was secretly delivering food. Where else do you think you'd get the money to buy us smart watches? After washing her hands, Shin Yenren came to the dining table and showed her aunt the brand new Little Genius smartwatch on her wrist. Did your dad buy this? Shin Dahua asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, he gave it to me today. One for each of Shinichia and me. Shin Yenren nodded. This watch was bought by your uncle for Little Potato's birthday. It cost over 2,000. Shin Dahua frowned and asked, did your dad let loose after taking the money? Maybe he just wanted to keep us in touch, and he didn't want Shinichio and me to carry phones. Shin Yenren said as she poured herself a bowl of rice. Sister, give me one too. Shinichio, who was washing her hands, called out. TSK. You only call me sister when you need something. Shin Yenren pouted, but still poured Shinichio a large bowl of rice. At this moment, old Shin, having heard the noises in the living room, came out. Hadn't he found a security job? Today was his first day on the job, and for old Shin, a lifelong laborer, security was a damn easy job. Besides watching short videos and beautiful anchors dance in the security booth, he also chat with the middle-aged woman selling hand-pulled pancakes at the entrance to the community. By the time he got off work, he was still a little reluctant to leave, so old Shin was in a particularly good mood today. Xiao Yenren, you two just focus on studying. If you can get into college, I reward you each with a new phone. Old Shin had calculated that if his grandchildren got into college, school wouldn't start until September, nearly 6 months away. Even if they took 5 months' salary, that would still be over 10,000 yuan. For old Shin, that was income in addition to his pension. So, he decided to use this 10,000 yuan to buy each of his grandchildren a phone. Grandpa, you've made a fortune. Shinichia teased. Not really. Didn't your grandfather get a job? Very free. Old Shin said with a grin. Grandpa, then save some more money. I want the latest trifold phone. As long as you can get into college, not to mention the trifold, but the fivefold, the eightfold, whatever you want. Old Shin waved his hand domineeringly. Grandpa, don't listen to Shinichia's nonsense. Trifold phones are expensive. Shin Yenren took a sip of kelp soup and looked up. As long as you two can get into college. What's wrong with a more expensive phone? Grandpa's going to pay for it. With his new job, old Shin was full of confidence. Shin Dahua couldn't bear to listen anymore. She rolled her eyes. Dad, that trifold phone Xiao mentioned is over 20,000 yuan. How much? Old Shin's eyes widened. Over 20,000. Shin Dahua repeated. Grandpa, you're not going to regret this, are you? Shinichio chimed in. Old Shin glared at his grandson. What regrets? I never promised you that. You too, study hard. If you get into college, I let your grandpa buy you each a new phone. Any folded phone will do. After a late-night snack, Shinichio and Shin Yenren each returned to their rooms to study by lamplight. Usually, Shin Yenren would study until around midnight, then turn off the lights and go to bed. The lights in Shinichia's room would also stay on until around midnight, but it was unclear what he was doing there. However, Shinichi wasn't slacking off today. He was diligently memorizing English vocabulary. The other athletes were similar, diligently memorizing English vocabulary whenever they had the time. The reason, naturally, was that they all wanted to defeat Shin Qiushan in the English vocabulary competition next Monday and defend the honor of the athletes. In fact, at first, Gao Bin, Su Jishui, and the others were just in a moment of anger because the words on the school forum were so offensive. However, as the incident escalated, it had a huge impact on the school. Now, almost everyone in the school knows that the athletes will compete with Shin Qiushan in an English vocabulary competition in the school cafeteria next Monday. If they lose, the athletes will be humiliated. They probably won't be able to hold their heads up until the college entrance examination. Not only that, but this story will probably be circulated from generation to generation. So, athletes like Shinichi really can't afford to lose. After all, no one wants to be nailed to the pillar of shame in school history. Chapter 44. It was already 11:30 when Shin Qiushan got home. Upon returning to his little room, he immediately turned on his computer and opened the back end for I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn. In just one day, he had added 185 favorites and over 20 reader comments. A masterpiece. Currently at the level of a god of magic grass. How did the author manage to be so impressive? It's been ages since I've seen such a good rebirth story. It's so good, but there aren't many. Update quickly. Sleepless nights. Shin Qiushan glanced at the comments section. It was all positive reviews, and 2 readers had even tipped him 500 penguin coins. Converted to our coins, it's only 5 yuan. But this was real money, a testament to the book's support. It truly deserves to be a system-selected book. It truly has something to offer. Shin Qiushan sighed inwardly, then uploaded 3 more chapters at once. After completing the contract at noon, he observed the update frequency of other new books. They were almost all updating at 2 chapters per day. Since Shin Qiushan had plenty of drafts saved, he simply added an extra chapter. After uploading the latest chapter, he used the scheduled function to upload all the next 10 days' worth of updates at once, eliminating the need to update daily. It was already past midnight when he finished dealing with the book. Shin Qiushan habitually squatted before bed. But worried about disturbing others' rest, he kept the lights on. Just as Shin Qiushan was sitting on the toilet, pondering his future study plans, the bathroom door swung open from the outside, followed by his son Shinichia's narcissistic muttering, "Mirror, mirror, who's the most handsome man in the world?" Normally, Shinichia would whisper, "Of course it's Shinichia." However, today, before he could even begin, the magic mirror suddenly had an answer, "Your dad." Fuck. Still lost in his own world, Shinichia shuddered with fear and flicked on the bathroom light. Then he saw his father sitting on the toilet. "Dad. You don't even turn on the light when you go to the bathroom. That's terrifying." Shinichia pouted. "I thought everyone was asleep. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Shin Qiushan glanced at his son with surprise. "Just reading a book." Shinichia shrugged casually, then bared his teeth and said, "Dad, can you hurry up? I can't hold it any longer. Close the door." "Wait." Shin Qiushan rolled his eyes. After the bathroom door closed, the brat's voice rang out from outside. Shin Yanren said you were delivering food after evening study. "I don't think that's necessary. When I get to college, I work part-time as a trainer at the gym. I've already asked, and I can earn 3,000 or 4,000 a month. I even cover Shin Yanren's living expenses. Let's see if she dares to give me the cold shoulder again. A few days ago, when we were at school, she said she wanted to be a waitress after the college entrance exam. With her bad temper, she must get 8 complaints a day. Besides, she's a woman, and she's not bad-looking. What if she runs into a drunkard who's desperate and wants to eat anything?" Swish. Shinichia was rambling on when her father, Shin Qiushan, pulled open the bathroom door. "Let's get into college first. Otherwise, all your talk is empty." Shin Qiushan said this, but his heart still warmed. His son had grown up and was now thinking about him and his sister, Shin Yanren. "It's just the college entrance exam. Having hands is enough." Shinichia muttered softly, brimming with confidence after a day of hard study. The next day, at dawn, Shin Qiushan, half asleep, was awakened by a noise in the living room. He grabbed his phone and checked the time. It was only 4:40. Just as he was wondering who was making a fuss in the living room, the door slammed shut, and the living room returned to silence. Shin Qiushan then realized that his son, Shinichio, had left the house. The athletic students had organized a daily vocabulary memorization session at 5:30 a.m., and today was the second day. Hopefully, these brats aren't just short-lived. Shin Qiushan changed his position and continued sleeping. For the next few days, Shinichia would leave home around 4:40 every day. After evening self-study, he would study until around 12 o'clock, and would catch up on his nap at school during lunch break. Sunday. The seniors rarely had a day off. But most students had already scheduled extra classes. 10 a.m. Shin Qiushan brought his 2 children to Shin Xianyu's house. The extra classes had been scheduled, as they had agreed, starting this weekend. While Shin Xianyu was teaching the children, Shin Qiushan sat in on the lesson. After 2 hours, he not only improved his English test-taking skills, but also gained 1,200 points in his academic mastery score. Killed 2 birds with 1 stone. After finishing his English extra classes, it was lunchtime. It would be strange if Shin Xianyu invited the 3 of them to dinner, so after tutoring, Shin Qiushan took the 2 children to the nearby Qiandao Mall, and bought a 3-person set meal from a barbecue restaurant through a group by online. While waiting for their meal, Shinichio said mysteriously, "Dad, Shin Yanren, do you know what? I've discovered a secret." He then waited for their response. If Wang Yupeng were present, he would definitely have followed up with, "What secret?" But at that moment, Shin Qiushan was checking the data for his uploaded book, I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn, on the Penguin Writer's Assistant app, and paid no attention to what his son said. Shin Yanren wasn't interested in the secret Shinichio mentioned. Knowing her brother, she figured it must be something incredibly boring. Like world peace. Seeing no one paying attention, Shinichio pouted and continued, "Teacher Chen has a boyfriend. And he's probably about my height." "Huh?" How did you know? This topic piqued Shin Yanran's curiosity, because almost everyone in the grade knew that Shin Xiangyu, the head teacher of class 3 to 5, was single and divorced. The reason this became known to the entire grade was because, in her sophomore year, Shin Xiangyu's ex-husband had come to school to harass her, even holding up a banner begging for a reconciliation, but she refused. It was only after that incident that the students learned that the still charming teacher Chin was actually single and divorced. Some details in life often reveal a person's current state. Shinichi began slowly, but paused after a few words. Continue? Shin Yanran, waiting to see what she was about, urged. Shinichi shrugged. I think this should have a background music. Something exciting? TSK. Shin Yanran rolled her eyes at her middle school brother. Say it or not. Then I won't. Shinichio raised her head proudly. As if anyone wants to hear that. Shin Yanran pouted and drank the barley tea in front of her. Chapter 45. The sudden silence shifted Shin Qiushan's attention from his phone to his two children. Xiao Xiao, what did you say? Shin Qiushan looked at his son, whose neck was cocked like a rooster. Dad, I've discovered a secret. Our teacher Chen has a boyfriend. Shinichio, already unable to contain himself, immediately said. Huh? Shin Qiushan was stunned, shocked. How did you know? Accident. Shinichi chuckled, then glanced smugly at Shin Yanran before saying, Didn't I go to the bathroom during tutoring? I noticed a pair of men's slippers by the bathroom door at teacher Chen's house. They were probably a size 43, so I guess the man was about my height. Also, there were two towels hanging next to the bathroom sink, one light and one dark. This means teacher Chen's boyfriend often visits her. Dad, do you think I'm right? After making his guess, Shinichi cast a pleading look at his father. Well, maybe. Shin Qiushan replied vaguely, then said sternly, Can't you focus on your studies? I brought you here for tutoring, but you're focusing on these insignificant things. Do you know how much I've sacrificed to get teacher Chen to tutor you? Shinichi lowered her head in silence, thinking what her father said made sense. She was there for tutoring, so why would she pay attention to these gossips? Teacher Chen was single, so even if she had a boyfriend, that was perfectly normal. Dad, isn't Mr. Chen's tutoring expensive? Shin Yanran whispered. Don't worry about that. Attention is better than anything else. Of course, the old lover's tutoring for the two children was free. However, Shin Qiushan had no intention of getting it for free. He planned to wait until his novel became profitable, then use the royalties as an excuse to buy Shin Xiangyu a slightly more expensive gift. After lunch, Shin Yanran and Shinichi continued their math tutoring. This time, Shin Qiushan didn't join them because their math class was a large one with 20 students. The small classroom was already crowded, and there was no room for parents. However, Shin Qiushan had already planned his afternoon schedule. He and Luo Mimi had made an appointment for a whitening spa. After a week of hard study, the weekend had finally arrived, so he had to relax. With familiarity, they arrived at the medical beauty center where Luo Mimi worked. Zhang Shui, the receptionist, immediately recognized Shin Qiushan. Brother Shin, you're here. Shin Qiushan still remembered that the last time he'd been there, he called him Uncle Shin. While it was perfectly acceptable for 19-year-old Zhang Shui to call Shin Qiushan uncle, in a service-oriented industry like this, calling him uncle was considered rude. This time, Zhang Shui took the initiative to correct the address. The reason was simple. Shin Qiushan had topped up his membership card for 10,000 yuan. He was a distinguished VIP member of their medical beauty center. Brother Shin, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you look better and better. At this moment, Luo Mimi greeted him with a smile. The last time they met was at the school gate, where Luo Mimi had invited Shin Qiushan to come to her spa when he had time to experience her intimate techniques. School's a great place to grow. Shin Qiushan sighed. Compared to his previous delivery job, school was a paradise. Interacting with energetic young men and women every day, Shin Qiushan felt a lot younger. Brother Shin, let's go upstairs and talk. Luo Mimi led Shin Qiushan to the same beauty salon as last time. She didn't rush to work, but instead asked, Brother Shin, do you know how your Xiao Xiao and our Yao Yao are doing lately? Xiao's been focusing on her studies lately, and the two children seem to have very few opportunities to see each other. Shin Qiushan had naturally been secretly observing his own brat. These days, Shinichio had spent almost every spare moment memorizing English vocabulary, even though he still appeared carefree and unconcerned. But Shin Qiushan knew no one wanted to win more than he did. Well, you should focus on studying. After all, the most important thing for them right now is the college entrance exam. Luo Mimi nodded, then smiled and changed the subject. Brother Shin, Are you still doing that whitening spa today? Sure. Shin Qiushan had originally planned to relax with the same treatment as last time. Although the price of 998 was higher, Shin Qiushan was a different person now, and 998 was nothing to him. Okay. Brother Shin, you know the procedure. Lie down first. I go wash my hands. The 998 treatment wasn't something you do every day, so Luo Mimi was naturally delighted. Shin Qiushan, on the other hand, skillfully laid down on the massage bed. After a while, Luo Mimi returned to the salon, closed the door, and dimmed the lights. Then began the same service as before. Luo Mimi's technique was truly impeccable. After all, she was a beautician with over a decade of experience, and her control of pressure was just right. Unconsciously, Shin Qiushan fell asleep again. When he woke, he was just in the process of applying whitening oil. Luo Mimi's fingertips gently spread the silky oil over his body. She applied the oil with just the right amount of pressure, neither too light nor too heavy, precisely following the muscle texture. Each kneading seemed to penetrate the flesh, gradually relaxing the tense muscles. However, as she moved from the upper to the lower body, Luo Mimi's fingertips would inevitably touch sensitive areas, intentionally or unintentionally. As Shin Qiushan closed his eyes in enjoyment, his body inevitably reacted. Brother Shin, would you like to try my secret technique? I've told you before. Suddenly, Luo Mimi whispered. What technique? Shin Qiushan hesitated for a moment, then asked. Dragon hand. Shin Qiushan asked, puzzled. I've only heard of dragon claw hand. Then today, I let you experience what dragon hand is all about. Luo Mimi giggled, and the next moment, Shin Qiushan's legs tensed. Sister Mimi, this isn't a good idea? We're our age. What's good or bad about it? I'm not charging you. Luo Mimi whispered as she performed her dragon hand. Since she said that, Shin Qiushan stopped being pretentious. After all, he was the one enjoying himself. After a moment, Shin Qiushan whispered, Sister Mimi, can I use my secret technique too? You have a secret technique too? Luo Mimi glanced at Shin Qiushan suspiciously. Yes, I can hold your hand. Chapter 46. Shin Qiushan always felt awkward if he didn't hold something in his hands at this moment. There was a lack of interaction. Luo Mimi, a generous person, gave Shin Qiushan a coquettish look and immediately pulled down the collar of her work clothes. Then, the two engaged in a round of sparring. After several rounds, Long surrendered, defeated. Shin Qiushan felt that this was mainly because he hadn't been to Shin Xiangyu's tutoring for the past few days, and his internal energy had already reached a critical point. Brother Shin, you're in great health. Come home when you have time to discuss the children's studies. Luo Mimi said with a smile, as she cleaned up the battlefield. Okay. As a widower who had been single for over 20 years, Shin Qiushan's greatest hobby was pile driving. Of course, he wasn't picky about food. After all, his appearance and physical fitness were there, and he was no mere talk of being born to be a gigolo. So, at the very least, he'd be attracted to a beautiful young woman like Shin Xiangyu or Luo Mimi, someone with a lingering charm. That's a deal, Luo Mimi said, flirting at Shin Qiushan. Shin Qiushan smiled and began to get dressed. This spa treatment focuses on clarity. Blissful for both body and soul. After leaving the salon, the two chatted and laughed as they walked downstairs. Mom, Uncle Shin? What are you doing? In the first floor lounge, Luo Yao, who had just finished her vocal lessons, came to wait for her mother to get off work. She then saw her boyfriend's father and her mother walking downstairs, chatting and laughing. Your Uncle Shin is a customer here for a whitening treatment, Luo Mimi explained calmly. Yao Yao, have you finished your makeup classes? Shin Qiushan asked with a smile. Although he didn't think Luo Yao would eventually become his daughter-in-law, the young woman had both good looks and a pleasant personality. However, from the perspective of someone who had experienced this, the fact that she and his brat met at this age meant they were destined to be passing visitors in each other's lives. After all, they were only 17 years old. Going from school uniforms to wedding dresses was incredibly difficult. The most likely scenario was that they would become fond memories of their youth. Years later, when they thought of each other, their lips would still curl slightly. Yeah, I just came from the music room. Luo Yao nodded obediently, then asked, Uncle Shin, is Shinichio taking makeup classes? Math with his sister. Shin Qiushan checked the time. Oh, get out of class is over. The whitening spa lasted 2.5 hours, and Shinichio and Shin Yanron's math class was only 2 hours long. However, the advantage of the child being older is that Shin Qiushan no longer has to wait around to pick her up. Of course, that's also because of that brat Shinichio. If it were just Shen Yanran on her own, Shen Qiushan still wouldn't be at ease. His daughter is as beautiful as a fairy. What if she gets abducted by a yellow-haired person? After all, her mother was abducted by a yellow-haired person in the past. And as a seasoned yellow-haired person with successful experience, he must nip such a thing in the bud. Thankfully, Shen Yanran has Shen Yixiao, her sword-wielding bodyguard, by her side, which makes Shen Qiushan feel more at ease. Just then, Luo Yao's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and looked at it, then subconsciously glanced at Shen Qiushan and whispered, "Mom, I'm going to answer a call." Luo Yao took the phone and went to the tea room. "It must be your Xiao Xiao calling," Luo Mimi whispered. "It should be. That brat just finished his math cram school." "Does Xiao Xiao have cram school now?" Luo Mimi asked. "No." Shen Qiushan shook his head. "Are they going on a date?" Luo Mimi frowned and whispered, "It's best not to give them a chance to be alone together right now." "What should we do then?" Shen Qiushan wasn't as nervous as Luo Mimi, he was her son, after all. But if it was Shen Yanran who was in a relationship, that would be a different story. Most people are just so hypocritical. After all, we're all just ordinary people, not role models. "I have a client coming in soon. How about you take Xiao Xiao home?" Luo Mimi suggested. "I promised to go to the movies with Yanran. How about taking them along?" Shen Qiushan suggested. "I think so. As long as they're not alone together." Luo Mimi nodded. Just as the two of them had reached an agreement, Luo Yao emerged from the tea room. She grabbed her mother's arm and coquettishly said, "Mom, a classmate asked me to go shopping. I be home before 8 o'clock, okay?" "Which classmate?" Luo Mimi asked knowingly. Luo Yao glanced at Shen Qiushan out of the corner of her eye. She knew she couldn't hide it, so she confessed, "It's Shinichio." "Mom, I promised to be home early." Fearing her mother wouldn't approve, Luo Yao continued to pull Luo Mimi's hand and act coquettishly. "If it's Xiao Xiao, that's easy. Brother Shen, didn't you just say you wanted to take Xiao Xiao and Yanran to the movies? That's perfect. Take Yao Yao with you." "Sure, no problem." "Yao Yao, then you go with Uncle." Shen Qiushan and Luo Mimi echoed each other. After hearing this plan, Luo Yao was stunned. How could you go on a date with your boyfriend and bring his dad and sister? How could you even kiss, hug, and lift him up? But the good news was, her boyfriend's sister was her best friend. "Yao Yao, if you don't want to go, just wait here for me to get off work. I have a guest." Just as Luo Yao was struggling, Luo Mimi spoke up again. "I go." Although the date was a bit complicated, at least she'd be able to be with her boyfriend. It was much better than staying here playing with her phone while waiting for her mom to get off work. "Then go. Listen to Uncle Shen." Luo Mimi urged again. "Okay, I got it." Luo Yao responded, then turned to Shen Qiushan, "Uncle Shen, I'm sorry to bother you." "What's the trouble?" "Let's go." Shen Qiushan smiled and waved his hand. Just as he was leaving, he led Luo Yao out. A customer walked into the medical beauty center from outside. Their eyes met. Both were stunned. "Xiaomo?" The person who walked into the medical beauty center was Lin Xiaomo, who had just had hot pot with Shen Qiushan a few days ago, and had offered to lend him 20,000 yuan. She was wearing a light apricot knitted cardigan today. The fabric was soft, and the hem fell casually, gently brushing her waist. Several pearl buttons shone brightly. She wore a pure white t-shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing a slender, white neck. Because the t-shirt was so close-fitting, it inadvertently outlined a graceful curve across her chest, the perfect hug, showcasing her delicate curves. "Why are you here?" The second sister-in-law spoke in a cold voice, her lips tightly pursed. A hint of coldness lingered in her brows and eyes, her clear, spring-like eyes now seemingly covered in a thin layer of ice. Chapter 47. Lin Xiaomo's tone was like a wife who had caught her husband getting a foot massage at a foot spa. If Shen Qiushan hadn't been single for so long, he would have mistaken the person before him for his wife. However, Shen Qiushan could understand his second sister-in-law's feelings at the moment. She had just given him 20,000 yuan a few days ago, and now she was meeting him at a medical beauty center. She probably felt she had squandered the money recklessly. "Yao Yao, you've met her. This is Yao Yao's mother. I came to talk to her about something." Feeling somewhat guilty, Shen Qiushan subconsciously concealed the fact that he was having a spa treatment. "Ms. Lin, do you know Brother Shen?" The customer Luo Mimi was waiting for was Lin Xiaomo, a regular. However, Lin Xiaomo was a quiet person. She always came to complete the treatment and then left, and the two of them didn't interact much during the process. Thus, they couldn't really be considered familiar with each other. Luo Mimi, on the other hand, was very perceptive. If a customer wasn't interested in chatting, she automatically shut up. Yeah. Lin Xiaomo simply nodded slightly. She was also a little surprised that Luo Mimi was Luo Yao's mother. A few days ago, while eating hot pot, she and Luo Yao had a brief conversation and thought her nephew's girlfriend was quite cute. However, since they were both still in high school, they shouldn't be focusing on a relationship, so of course, she didn't support their relationship. She hadn't expected the beautician who frequently gave her spa treatments to be her nephew's girlfriend's mother. This world is really too small. Xiaomo, you go ahead and get busy. Xixia is still waiting for us. Shin Qiushan informed her, and quickly led Luo Yao out of the medical beauty center. After the two left, Luo Mimi asked with a smile, Ms. Lin, what's the procedure today? Facial spa. Lin Xiaomo replied calmly, her eyes fixed on Shin Qiushan, who had just mounted his electric scooter outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Sister Luo, did he come to talk to you about the child? Lin Xiaomo took the initiative, a rare opportunity to ask. Yes. Luo Mimi was quite astute. From Shin Qiushan's response, she had already determined that her brother Shin didn't want Lin Xiaomo to know that he was here for a full-body whitening spa, so she simply helped to keep it a secret. Oh! Seeing that Shin Qiushan had only come to discuss the child, Lin Xiaomo felt a little guilty. She felt that her attitude had been too aggressive. It seemed that past prejudices had become a huge obstacle in her heart. Instinctively, she assumed that his presence was a waste of money. She had actually forgotten that he was a man. Why come to a place like a medical beauty center? Lin Xiaomo silently reflected on her feelings. Ms. Lin, excuse me. Are you familiar with Brother Shin? Arriving at the beauty salon on the second floor, Luo Mimi couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm Shinishia's second aunt, Lin Xiaomo replied calmly. Huh? Ms. Lin is actually Shishiu's second aunt? Luo Mimi was surprised. She hadn't expected this familiar customer to have such a connection. If her daughter really ended up with Shinichio, wouldn't she and this Miss Lin become in-laws? Luo Mimi knew that Shinichio had no mother. So, according to the older generation, after a child loses their mother, aunt and auntie can both serve as half a mother. That's why the terms auntie and auntie exist. So, in a sense, this Miss Lin is Shinichia's half-mother. I met Yao a few days ago. The little girl is very cute and likable. I don't object to her and Xiao dating, but now's not the right time. The college entrance exam is in less than 3 months. Lin Xiaomo took the initiative to speak. Yes. We feel the same way. And since Yao is a girl, I'm even more worried. However, if we use coercive measures, I'm worried it will provoke rebelliousness in the two children, which would be even more difficult to handle. Luo Mimi said, shaking her head slightly. Lin Xiaomo nodded slightly. Shin Qiushan had just said something similar to her a few days ago. She also felt that taking coercive measures at this time wasn't the best option. I do my best to keep an eye on them. Tomorrow is Monday, and Lin Xiaomo will officially assume the position of vice principal of Sanjiang City High School. Being at school every day from now on will naturally make it easier to keep an eye on Shinichio and Luo Yao. Luo Mimi, unaware that her guest would become vice principal of her daughter's school, smiled and agreed, I keep an eye on them too. Shin too. Just now I was keeping an eye on them. So that's how it is. Hearing Luo Mimi's words, Lin Xiaomo felt even more guilty. It seemed she really had a strong prejudice against her brother-in-law. Qiandao Mall. Shinichio and Luo Yao, the young couple, successfully reunited. However, they were accompanied by 2 powerful electric light bulbs. While watching the movie in the cinema, the young couple were separated like the cowherd and the weaver girl. From left to right, the 4 seats were Luo Yao, Shin Yanran, Shin Qiushan, and Shinichio. 2 mountains separated the young couple. During the movie, Shinichio instinctively reached out to hold his girlfriend's hand. Instead, he grasped his father's heavily calloused hand. Shinichio felt like crying, but she couldn't. Whose date is like this? Dad, can we discuss something? Take advantage of a lull in the movie, Shinichio said in a low voice. Go ahead. Shin Qiushan stared at the big screen, his eyes fixed on the screen. After the movie, can you take Shin Yeren home? No. Shin Qiushan flatly refused. Dad, am I your biological child? Can we still have a happy relationship? Shinichio said with a sad face. After I get into college, you can talk about it however you want. Let me manage it. I don't even bother with you. Shin Qiushan remained firm. Dad, if that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless in tomorrow's English vocabulary competition. Shinichio gritted her teeth. No mercy. The competition field is like a battlefield. Tomorrow there will only be opponents, not father and son. Shin Qiushan shrugged lightly. Does our previous bet still stand? If I win, will you stop accompanying me to school? Shin Ishiu had had enough of sitting at the same table with her father every day. Of course it does. That's good. Shin Ishiu silently clenched his fists, already looking forward to tomorrow's English vocabulary competition. It wasn't just a chance to defeat her father and redeem herself. It was also a test of the results of his and the other athletes' recent intensive training. Don't forget one important thing tomorrow morning. Just as Shin Ishiu was silently gathering his strength, his father's voice rang in his ears again. During the flag-raising ceremony, you will have to go on stage and review your mistakes. Chapter 48. After hearing his father's words, Shin Ishiu's defenses were instantly broken. Self-reflecting in front of the entire school was undoubtedly humiliating. Even if Shin Ishiu had a thick skin, it was still a considerable test for him. However, Dean Su Desai had said that one of Shin Ishiu and Luo Yao had to represent him on stage. So, Shin Ishiu naturally had to take the blame. He couldn't push his girlfriend out in front of him. The next day, Shin Ishiu left home around 4:40 as usual. He pedaled his bike as fast as he could, arriving at the breakfast shop at the school gate a little after 5 o'clock. After breakfast, he went to the school playground as usual to meet up with the athletic students. Perhaps because it was competition day, the athletic students were very excited and had arrived early. At that moment, Gao Bin was giving a passionate speech. Brothers, today is the day of the final battle. After this week of training, everyone's vocabulary has grown tremendously. Today, we show those gossipers on the school forums and behind our backs what we, the athletes, are capable of. I believe victory will ultimately be ours. With that, Gao Bin waved his arms vigorously. The other athletes immediately erupted in cheers. We must win. We must win. The athletes must win. Down with Shin Qiushan. Shin Ishiu's blood was boiling with excitement when someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, down with Shin Qiushan. Shin Ishiu's mouth twitched, and he immediately rushed over to the person shouting, Su Jishui, what are you yelling about? Brother Xiao, I'm sorry. Su Jishui scratched his head awkwardly. The atmosphere was perfect. Gao Bin leaned over and grumbled. No wonder people always say we athletes are uneducated and can't even chant a slogan. Today's an English vocabulary competition, not a fight. Gao Bin then turned to Shin Ishiu. Brother Xiao, how's your dad doing? Aside from helping Shin Yanran and me with English lessons lately, he doesn't seem to have even opened an English book. Shin Ishiu had naturally been observing his father, and from what he could tell, he'd been cramming math for the past week. He first read through all his math textbooks from his first year of high school, then started working through various math workbooks. As for English, it seemed like he hadn't done much. Underestimating the opponent is a big deal. We're in this game. Gao Bin felt Shin Qiushan was underestimating the opponent, and he immediately felt more confident about the afternoon match. The English training camp for the athletic students usually lasted from 5:30 to 7:30. Gao Bin led everyone in memorizing vocabulary words for the first hour, and then, taking advantage of the rule that athletic students could skip morning self-study and train in the playground, they continued memorizing vocabulary words while training. After 6:30 every day, the students flooded into campus, and the athletic students worked especially hard at this time, each one like a peacock with its feathers spread, trying to exude charm and attract the attention of the girls. At 7 o'clock, Lin Xiaomo entered the school. Today was her first day of work. She could have arrived at 8 o'clock, but Lin Xiaomo wanted to get familiar with the school environment and observe the students' morning self-study, so she arrived an hour early. As soon as she entered the campus, her attention was drawn to the resounding sound of students memorizing words on the playground. The athletes weren't even memorizing words while training. What a great study ethos, Lin Xiaomo pondered. Before arriving, she had actually researched Sanjiang High School. It was a key city high school, not particularly outstanding among Sanjiang's high schools, but considered above average. But the dedication of the athletes surprised her. Wow! Beautiful! What a stunning figure! Is she the new, beautiful teacher? If she's our teacher, then I'm so lucky. Just say you have a new target for inspiration. The athletes also noticed Lin Xiaomo and immediately began to chatter. Shin Ishiu followed their gaze and froze. Why is second aunt here? Is she here to see me? Shin Ishiu pondered silently. Meanwhile, the physical education teacher, Yang Wei, had arrived at the playground. He had originally intended to give the gym students some extra physical training. But after hearing the chatter, his gaze fell on Lin Xiaomo, and his initially listless demeanor suddenly perked up. Today, Lin Xiaomo was wearing a slim-fitting white shirt. The fabric was soft, and the flowing lines flowed from the shoulders to the hem, perfectly framing her slender waist. The shirt was actually a conservative style, but it couldn't hide her exquisitely curvaceous figure. It seemed as if two beasts were about to burst out from beneath the garment, outlining a breathtakingly beautiful curve that would make your heart race. She wore a pair of dark gray, straight-leg trousers that perfectly framed her long, straight legs, flowing smoothly from the hips without a trace of excess fat or a single bend, their lines tight and sharp. She wore a pair of black high heels, a classic stiletto design, simple yet elegant. She stood at the edge of the playground, facing the rising sun, emanating an invisible aura. She possessed the decisiveness of a professional woman, yet also the softness and gentleness of a traditional woman. Yang Wei's eyes widened. He swallowed hard, then strode towards the beautiful woman, who was most likely his new colleague. A beauty like this would surely be sought after by single male teachers like him at school, so he had to strike first. "Beautiful lady, are you here to meet someone?" Yang Wei found an excuse to start a conversation. "To work." Lin Xiaomo glanced at Yang Wei. Due to her outstanding appearance, she had encountered similar approaches countless times. If it weren't for the school where she would soon be working, she wouldn't have bothered to talk to Yang Wei. But upon hearing that Lin Xiaomo was indeed the new teacher, Yang Wei was overjoyed. "We be colleagues from now on, the closer you are, the better. Hello, my name is Yang Wei. I'm a senior high school physical education teacher and a national second-level track and field coach." Yang Wei quickly introduced himself. According to normal social etiquette, if one party introduces themselves, the other party should also introduce themselves. However, the beautiful teacher before them didn't follow the usual protocol. Pointing at the gymnastics students on the playground, she asked, "Do they usually memorize words while training?" "It wasn't before. It's only been this way for the past week." Seeing the beautiful teacher seem interested in the athlete's vocabulary memorization, Yang Wei immediately introduced them with a smile. "Let me tell you, there's a 38-year-old accompanying student at our school. I've never heard of someone that old attending high school. That's the first I've heard of either." Gossip is a relatively effective way to build rapport, so Yang Wei decided to use it as a breakthrough. The story of the Shin family father and son was novel, and anyone working in the education system would likely be interested. To Yang Wei's surprise, the beautiful teacher didn't even show any surprise or curiosity. It was as if she already knew about the matter. What does this 38-year-old accompanying student have to do with these athletes' vocabulary memorization? After their last hot pot dinner, Shin Qiushan had told Lin Xiaomo about his accompanying student at the school. So of course, Lin Xiaomo knew who the 38-year-old accompanying student Yang Wei was talking about, and naturally, she wasn't interested. However, she was curious about how her unreliable brother-in-law was connected to these athletes memorizing vocabulary. Seeing the beautiful woman in front of him show interest, Yang Wei chuckled and explained, "It's quite interesting. His son, Shinixiao, is an athlete on our school's track and field team. Last week, father and son had a vocabulary competition in English class. Guess what happened?" At this point, Yang Wei kept the topic a secret. Lin Xiaomo raised an eyebrow. She didn't see the point in keeping things a secret, so she didn't respond. Seeing the beautiful woman's indifference, Yang Wei gave a wry smile. "The father wins. He only got 5 of the 50 required words for the college entrance exam wrong. It said he cheated." The news spread, and it caused a sensation throughout the school. At first, everyone just said Shinichia was a wimp, but then it spread to the entire athletic community. Of course, these athletes weren't convinced, so they collectively challenged Old Shin. Old Shin is the 38-year-old accompanying student, Shin Qiushan. Yang Wei continued, "Old Shin is also a tough guy. He accepted the challenge directly. Today at 5 p.m., the two sides will have an English vocabulary competition in the cafeteria. These athletes are memorizing words during training precisely for this competition." After listening to Yang Wei's explanation, Lin Xiaomo said thank you and headed towards the teaching building. Yang Wei was a little frustrated. He had thought he could at least add the other person on WeChat or something. In the end, he didn't even get their name. But it doesn't matter. Since we all work at the same school, we get to know each other sooner or later, right? The athletes had actually been keeping an eye on Yang Wei and Lin Xiaomo's situation. Seeing Lin Xiaomo leave, the athletes immediately started to murmur. "Do you think Old Yang succeeded? It was obvious he didn't even take out his phone. Old Yang is just a toad trying to get his hands on a swan." But they seemed to be chatting for quite a while, and Old Yang was beaming with joy. They did, but it was Old Yang who was doing all the talking. "Didn't you see? Haha, Lao Yang's a real slacker. He was always chasing that music teacher from sophomore year, But now he's got a new target. The athletic students privately called Yang Wei Lao Yang, and their coach's love life was a frequent topic of gossip. Brother Xiao, why did that woman look so familiar to me? Have we seen her somewhere before? Wang Yupeng, who was running at the end of the line with Shen Xiao, whispered. Of course you've seen her. She even treated you to a pizza once. Shen Xiao shrugged lightly. Did you treat me to pizza? Wang Yupeng was stunned for a moment, then a look of realization crossed his face. It's your second aunt. She used to have long hair, but now it's short. Why does she look so familiar? Shen Xiao made a hushed gesture. Don't tell anyone else. What if that sycophant Lao Yang finds out? He keeps pestering me to introduce him to my second aunt. Ha, of course. Wang Yupeng jokingly said, look at Lao Yang. He's still reluctant to leave. He's like a giant teddy bear. He can't even walk when he sees a beautiful woman. In the teaching building, Lin Xiaomao first walked around the first and second grade floors, then headed up the stairs to the third grade floor. As she was ascending, she heard the clatter of stairs behind her. Students who were clearly late for morning self-study were scurrying upstairs, accompanied by the sound of a father and daughter talking. Dad, could you please come earlier next time? Otherwise, I won't go with you. You're already late for morning self-study. I don't know if Teacher Zhang is gone yet. If he catches us, we might end up standing in the hallway. Your Teacher Zhang is such a jerk. We're already in our third year of high school, and he's still punishing us by making us stand. Don't worry, I go and explain for you. You should have been the one to explain. Who told you to stay in the bathroom? You knew you had to go to school, but you didn't go early. Can you blame me? Your grandfather was in the bathroom watching a female anchor dance, and I can't pull him out. The speakers were, of course, Shen Qiushan and Shen Yanran, father and daughter. Ever since Shen Xiao started training with the athletes, they've been going to school together in the mornings. They left home a little late today, and as a result, they were both late. Second aunt? Shen Yanran, running ahead, almost bumped into Lin Xiaomao. She wanted to apologize, but she was shocked to discover that the person she almost bumped into was actually her own second aunt. I've been transferred to your school. Don't call me second auntie anymore. And don't tell anyone about our relationship, Lin Xiaomao whispered. Huh? Shen Yanran was startled at first. She hadn't expected her second auntie to be transferred to her school. But she quickly nodded. Yes, I understand. Hurry up and get to class. Earlier next time. Lin Xiaomao waved her hand gently. Yes. Then I'd be leaving first. Shen Yanran replied, then ran to class 2, grade 3. After watching her niece leave, Lin Xiaomao turned to look at Shen Qiushan behind her. I heard you're going to compete with the athletes in English vocabulary? Shen Qiushan smiled and nodded. You're doing a very competent job as principal. You've just arrived at school, and you already know about this. Do you speak English? When Yang Wei had just told her the story of Shen Qiushan and the athletes, a big question mark had appeared in Lin Xiaomao's mind. In her mind, this unreliable brother-in-law was practically illiterate. So when she heard he was going to compete with the athletes in English vocabulary, Lin Xiaomao thought it was ridiculous. Shen Xiao and the other athletes were, after all, still in their third year of high school. How could their vocabulary be inferior to that of Shen Qiushan, this old illiterate? Chapter 49. That noodle shop was on Linjiang Road before, and there were a lot of foreigners there, so I just picked up some English. Shen Qiushan made up an excuse. It wasn't entirely fabricated. When he ran the noodle shop, foreigners would occasionally visit, so he learned some basic English, but it certainly wasn't comparable to his current level. A jerk once said that when telling a lie, it's best to mix lies with the truth, half-truths are more genuine. Shen Qiushan had learned a bit. Lin Xiaomao was skeptical of this answer. She planned to go to the competition site during the afternoon session. As they were talking, the sound of climbing stairs rang out again. From the sound, it was clear that the person coming up was most likely a female teacher wearing high heels. But what Shen Qiushan didn't expect was that it was Chen Xiangyu. At this moment, from Chen Xiangyu's perspective, a tall, stunningly beautiful woman stood on the stairs, chatting with her old lover on the landing. Chen Xiangyu considered herself attractive, both in appearance and figure. Although a bit older, she was still among the best female teachers at the school. However, in front of this woman, she felt a sense of inferiority. But this woman couldn't be a faculty member, as this was the first time Chen Xiangyu had met her. Parent, this is the teaching area. Are you looking for someone? Chen Xiangyu naturally mistook the unfamiliar woman, Lin Xiaomao, for a student's parent. She assumed she was a student's sister or aunt. At the same time, she glanced at her old lover from the corner of her eye. He couldn't walk anymore at the sight of a beautiful woman. I had no idea what he was chatting up. I'm not looking for anyone. It's my first day at work today, just checking things out. Lin Xiaomo replied calmly. So you're a new colleague. I'm Chen Xiangyu, the head teacher of class 3 to 5, and the English teacher. Chen Xiangyu took the initiative to introduce herself. He was thinking that with such a troublesome female teacher, the single male teachers at the school would probably go crazy. Lin Xiaomo. Please take care of me, Teacher Chen. Facing Teacher Chen, Lin Xiaomo was no longer as cold as she had been to Yang Wei, and she also took the initiative to give her name. It should be about looking out for each other. Teacher Lin, I'm going to morning self-study first. It's getting late. Old Chen, let's go together. Chen Xiangyu winked at Shen Qiushan, who was standing nearby. Yeah, I was just about to go up. Shen Qiushan nodded, and immediately walked towards class 35 with Chen Xiangyu. Lin Xiaomo raised her eyebrows slightly as she watched their backs. She had a cold exterior, but a thoughtful and considerate person. Although Teacher Chen hadn't spoken much to Shen Qiushan the entire time, save for a final word, her gaze lingered twice on her brother-in-law. A high school teacher with such charm shouldn't have looked down on him. Lin Xiaomo thought she was overthinking it. In the hallway. Although Shen Qiushan and Chen Xiangyu were walking together towards class 35, they tacitly maintained social distance. That teacher Lin was so beautiful. Are you tempted? Chen Xiangyu whispered. No. She just asked for directions. Shen Qiushan was prone to making up stories. He naturally didn't want anyone to know he was related to the new vice principal. It's normal to be tempted. Even as a woman, I think she's incredibly beautiful, though a little cold. Is she pretty? I think she's just average. Nothing compared to you. Shen Qiushan replied with a desperate desire to survive. Really? Then go home for extra lessons at noon. You have a competition with those athletes this afternoon, right? I give you some intensive practice. Okay. What else could Shen Qiushan say? His ex-lover was thinking about him. The two of them walked into the classroom, one after the other, but Chen Xiangyu went through the front door, while Shen Qiushan went through the back. The class seats were adjusted weekly, shifting horizontally based on vertical rows. This week, Shen Qiushan happened to be next to the back door. Everyone, bring out your scrap paper. Dictation? Chen Xiangyu stepped up to the podium and spoke directly. Clearly, she wanted to help her old lover practice beforehand. After hearing Chen Xiangyu's words, many people subconsciously glanced towards the corner where Shen Qiushan was. In fact, everyone in the class was looking forward to the afternoon's English vocabulary competition. For these hard-pressed high school seniors, eating melons was a rare form of leisure and entertainment. Old Shen, do you want to come to the front and write? Chen Xiangyu took the initiative to ask Shen Qiushan's opinion. Sure. Shen Qiushan knew his old lover wanted him to get a feel for it, so he didn't refuse. He walked to the blackboard and casually picked up half a piece of chalk. Chen Xiangyu glanced around the classroom. She was looking for a sparring partner for Shen Qiushan, and the requirements for this sparring partner were specific, neither too strong nor too weak. Zhang Yuding, you come up and write. Chen Xiangyu ultimately chose Zhang Yuding, whose English grades were above average. Oh! Zhang Yuding, who had been whispering with her desk mate about the afternoon competition, suddenly became a sparring partner. She glanced at Shen Qiushan, who was already standing to the right of the blackboard, then quietly moved to the left. However, compared to Shen Qiushan's relaxed demeanor, Zhang Yuding, known as the president of the Gossip Association, was nervous. Because if she lost, she would become the subject of gossip. The rest of the class, on the other hand, was just watching the fun. Since his last show of force, Shen Qiushan had gone dormant, not showing any signs of strength. Every day, he would hunker down in his corner, reading books and working through his workbooks. And often, he'd be reading material from his freshman and sophomore years of high school, seemingly relearning high school material from scratch. The students didn't pay much attention, thinking this older accompanying student was simply bored. After all, the life of a senior year of high school was incredibly dull. This time, however, was Shen Qiushan's second appearance since his initial appearance. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Chen Xiangyu began the word dictation. Prophet. Accompanied by Chen Xiangyu's voice, the students all began to write. Shen Qiushan calmly wrote down the English word prophet. Zhang Yuding, on the other hand, perhaps out of nervousness or a genuine lack of knowledge, left the first word blank. This time, Chen Xiangyu completed the dictation for a total of 60 words. Shen Qiushan wrote out the first 50 words. Of the last 10, he left 5 blank and got 1 wrong. Shen Qiushan had done this on purpose, having suddenly remembered the demands of Wang Yupeng and other struggling students after the last word dictation. If his ex-lover used him as a reference again, and he got all the answers right, wouldn't the entire class be punished by writing words? It was better not to let this hatred go unchecked, leaving these little brats a way out. On the other side, Zhang Yuding, the gossip club leader, left 4 blank and got 2 wrong. A total of 6 wrong words. This meant she and Shen Qiushan were tied. Upon learning the result, Zhang Yuding breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she didn't lose. Otherwise, she would have been the subject of gossip. Old rules. If you get 6 or more wrong, write each word 50 times. As expected, Qin Xiangyu used her ex-lover as a reference again. But she had already seen that Shen Qiushan had deliberately made 6 mistakes. But those 6 mistakes were just the right amount for Qin Xiangyu. 6 mistakes out of 60 words was a perfect punishment. With just over 2 months until the college entrance exam, and 6 mistakes out of 60 words, Qin Xiangyu thought that error rate was quite high. The first 2 classes today were math. The bell hadn't even rung yet. Math teacher Sun Xing walked into the classroom carrying a stack of test papers. Exam, 2 consecutive periods. Wu Ruohan, pass out the papers. Sun Xing handed the stack of papers to Wu Ruohan, then asked Shen Qiushan, Mr. Shen, are you going to take the test papers today? Answer. Shen Qiushan replied in the affirmative. He had been studying math for a week, and it was a good time to review his progress. Dad, don't waste your time. Go for a walk in the playground. It's good for some exercise. Shinichia muttered softly, as he returned to the classroom after morning training. Just do your own test. You might not even get as many points as me. Shen Qiushan rolled his eyes at his son. Oh, I finally know where my insane self-confidence comes from. It's genetic. Shinichia muttered. Shut up. Get ready. Shen Qiushan scolded softly. Shinichia pursed his lips in frustration, silently muttering to himself. This is just the last half day of my glory. After the competition, I'd be free again. The test papers were handed out. Shen Qiushan began to answer the questions seriously. Before that, he had already done many workbooks and practice tests. After thoroughly mastering all the basic concepts and formulas, Shen Qiushan consistently scored above 80 on mock exams. Adding to this recent extensive practice, Shen Qiushan felt his problem-solving skills had significantly improved. The exam Sun Xing handed out this time was a mock exam for a key high school in the neighboring province, and it was quite challenging. Shen Qiushan answered the basic questions smoothly and managed most of the advanced ones, but he struggled with the more demanding questions later on. After completing the entire exam, Shen Qiushan felt he could score above 100, perhaps even 110. This is the power of the cheat. You have to remember that a week ago, Shen Qiushan was practically a complete math novice. And now, a week later, on a rather challenging mock exam, he's already scoring over 100 points. Shen Qiushan was a quick learner. After finishing all the questions, he still had 15 minutes left to turn in his paper. He glanced at his son next to him. The boy was scratching his head, thinking, and it looked like he had no idea how to answer the remaining questions. What left Shen Qiushan even more speechless was that the boy tore 4 slips of paper from scratch paper and wrote A, B, C, and D on them. After folding the slips together, he shook them in his hand, muttering something incoherent, and scattered the slips on the table. He picked up one at random. After unfolding it, the boy's face lit up with a broad smile, and he picked up a pen and filled in the answer chosen by heaven on the paper. Shen Qiushan rolled his eyes. The end of mathematics is science. The end of science is metaphysics. So math equals metaphysics? This brat has found a shortcut. Shen Qiushan didn't bother watching him continue. After handing in his test paper, he went straight to the bathroom. Wait until he finished squatting comfortably. The bell rang for the end of the second period. This period was recess. The flag-raising ceremony was on Monday. The seniors, who didn't normally have to do break exercises, also had to participate. So, the students left the building by class. Shen Qiushan didn't go downstairs, because his brat was going to make a self-criticism in front of the entire school. As a father, he was embarrassed. However, Shen Qiushan wasn't completely oblivious. He found a window in the corridor with a good view, just in time to catch a glimpse of the flag-raising ceremony on the playground. About 10 minutes later, almost all the teachers and students had assembled on the playground. Accompanied by the majestic national anthem, a vibrant red flag slowly rose. After the flag-raising ceremony, Director of Education Su Desai stepped onto the podium. He took the microphone and said solemnly, "Today, there are 86 days left until the Gaokao. Less than 3 months left, the crucial final stretch. Giving speeches during the flag-raising ceremony is a tradition in every school. The students listened with boredom, hoping the director's speech would end quickly. To the left of the podium, Lin Xiaomao was whispering with Principal Wang Guangqing. She pointed at Xiao, who was waiting in the audience, and asked, "Is that student going to give a speech?" The flag-raising ceremony is considered a school's most important ceremony. Being able to give a speech during it is considered a privilege reserved for top students. Or perhaps it's because they've achieved outstanding results in provincial or municipal competitions. On her first day at work, Lin Xiaomao spotted her nephew standing at the podium, a draft in hand, clearly about to speak. She was naturally curious. She wondered, had my nephew won a good place in some sports competition? Why didn't Shan say anything? "Hey, what speech?" Wang Guangqing smiled and waved his hand. "It's a self-criticism. The school caught him in a premature love affair, to make an example of him." "Huh?" Lin Xiaomao's slender eyebrows rose slightly, and the corners of her mouth twitched subconsciously. She hadn't expected her nephew to give her such a welcome gift on her first day. What a surprise! Director Su caught this kid in the act of premature love. It said that when he was caught, his hand. At this point, Wang Guangqing subconsciously glanced at Lin Xiaomao beside him, but the rest of his words trailed off. If Lin Xiaomao were just an ordinary female teacher, Wang Guangqing wouldn't mind a few dirty jokes. But he couldn't afford to offend Vice Principal Lin, let alone show any frivolity in her presence. Lin Xiaomao, being so clever, naturally guessed what Wang Guangqing's unspoken words might be about. It was nothing more than the usual teenage affairs. She frowned and glanced in the direction of Class 35, trying to find her unreliable brother-in-law. Unfortunately, he wasn't anywhere near the Class 35 camp. That's how you teach your children, like father, like son. Chapter 50. Su Desai laid the groundwork for a few words. Then it was Shinichia's time to self-criticize. He walked up to the podium with his self-criticism in hand, and took the microphone from Su Desai. "Hello. Hello." Before he spoke, Shinichia tested the microphone. It was a subconscious move. But the students on the playground couldn't contain themselves, and many of them burst into laughter. "Brother, you're self-criticizing? I thought you were singing karaoke." Shen Yanran, in the Class 2 formation of Senior 3, instinctively held her forehead. Out of 365 days a year, she probably didn't want to acknowledge this younger brother for 300 days, and now she didn't want to acknowledge him more than ever. Luo Yao's eyes were full of stars, thinking her boyfriend looked so handsome when he took on the challenge. Su Desai, standing behind Shinichio, had a dark face, thinking if it weren't for the red envelope, he would have expelled you long ago. "Just self-criticize, don't go through the motions." Su Desai scolded softly. Shinichio nodded, holding an open letter of apology in his left hand, and a microphone in his right, and began his self-reflection. "Dear teachers and students, hello everyone. I am Shinichio from Class 35 of Senior High School. I would like to express my deep reflection and apology for my misconduct regarding premature love. As a student, I fully understand that my current priority is studying, and I should focus all my energy on my studies rather than prematurely engaging in romantic relationships. However, I failed to realize this and failed to live up to the expectations of my teachers and parents." The letter of apology was a template Shinichio found online, and slightly modified himself. But the words were still very sincere. After he finished reading the letter of apology, Su Desai nodded with satisfaction, and took the microphone from Shinichio. Student Shinichio's self-reflection is quite profound. Since this is a first offense, the school's academic affairs office has decided to give Shinichio from Class 35 of Senior High School and Luo Yao from Class 32 of Senior High School a serious warning. Everyone, take this as a warning. If similar incidents occur again, they will be dealt with severely. After announcing the results, Su Desai immediately changed his tone and said, "Next, please welcome the newly appointed Vice Principal Lin to speak." Originally, there was no speech by Lin Xiaomao at today's flag-raising ceremony. Wang Guangqing had added it specifically to give the newly appointed Vice Principal a chance to show her face in front of the entire school. The students thought the flag-raising ceremony was over after Shinichia's self-criticism. Who knew another leader was going to speak? A sudden groan echoed across the playground. Students hated speeches from school leaders because most of them were as long and boring as an old lady's foot binding. What a waste of time. However, when Lin Xiaomao stepped onto the podium in her stilettos, the sighs from the playground suddenly turned into exclamations of wow. Is this our vice principal? Oh my god. Isn't this some celebrity? No, I'm almost graduating. Why is the vice principal here just now? Principal Lin, please talk a little longer. I love it. It's the vice principal. If she were a teacher, it would be great. I asked my dad to transfer me to her class, no matter how much. Maybe your dad wants to come to school. The boys, thriving in their teenage years, their hormones raging, whispered to each other. Yang Wei, standing at the back of the formation with several physical education teachers, was stunned. Vice principal? She was the new vice principal. Before the flag-raising ceremony, Yang Wei had been asking his colleagues if they knew about the new, beautiful teacher at the school. It turned out to be the vice principal. Old Yang, the female teacher you were talking about is not Vice Principal Lin, is she? Guoming Wei, the physical education teacher standing next to Yang Wei, pursed his lips at the podium. That's her. How would I have known she was the new vice principal? Yang Wei's face was doleful, as he silently replayed his behavior when he approached her that morning. Thankfully, he hadn't said anything frivolous, nor had he proactively asked for her WeChat ID. Behind the formation of Class 3 to 5, Chen Xiangyu was stunned when she saw Lin Xiaomao. She had never imagined the beautiful teacher she met that morning was actually the new vice principal. But this vice principal looked so young, maybe under 30? Well, she probably just looked young. To be the vice principal of Sanjiang High School, her qualifications must be impeccable. Upstairs, Shin Qiushan first witnessed his son's self-reflection. Followed by this, his second sister-in-law, the vice principal, gave a speech. Look, everyone in our family is the star of the show. It's just that some are portrayed as positive, while others as negative. Lin Xiaomao's speeches are always concise and to the point, and this time was no exception. Her speech took less than 3 minutes. Students love school leaders like this, so after Lin Xiaomao finished her speech, there was a spontaneous round of applause on the playground. The flag-raising ceremony concluded. The students returned to the classroom in an orderly manner. If it weren't for the appearance of the beautiful vice principal Lin Xiaomao, the students' discussion would likely have focused on Shen Yixiao, who was publicly self-criticizing. At this moment, the students were talking more about Lin Xiaomao, the incredibly beautiful vice principal. Yanran, your second aunt is now our vice principal. Luo Yao leaned over to Shen Yanran and whispered. Shen Yanran quickly made a hushed gesture. Don't tell anyone about this. I don't want anyone else to know. Yeah. I understand. Luo Yao nodded repeatedly, then whispered, Yanran, didn't you think Shen Yixiao looked so handsome when he was doing his self-criticism just now? TSK. Shen Yanran rolled her eyes and quipped, love-brained. By the way, Uncle Shen is going to compete with Shen Yixiao and the other athletes this afternoon. Do you want to go? Luo Yao asked again. Of course I am. Is that even a question? Shen Yanran shrugged slightly. Luo Yao added, I heard the competition venue has been moved from the cafeteria to the gymnasium. The school seems quite supportive. I think the gymnasium will be packed during the competition, so we have to get there early. Then let's skip lunch after school and go straight there. Okay. The two besties agreed. However, what Shen Yanran and Luo Yao didn't know was that there were many people who shared their thoughts. After the flag-raising ceremony, the English vocabulary competition between Shin Qiushan and the athletes became the most talked about topic among the students after dinner. After all, this kind of thing was unheard of before. A 38-year-old accompanying student actually wanted to compete in an English vocabulary competition with the current seniors. It was truly novel. Besides, there was the gimmick of a father-son showdown. The previous battle between the Shin family father and son in English class had long been known throughout the school. However, except for the students in class 3 to 5, everyone else had only heard the story. Shin Qiushan was being touted as a master, but many people were skeptical, finding it ridiculous. It must be a conspiracy between the parents and the school to give these students a sense of danger. Just look at it. You 38-year-old parents are so impressive, and you, 17 or 18 years old, have no reason not to work hard. In the midst of the tedious study life, this incident suddenly occurred. It was hard not to become the most searched topic at Sanjiang High School. So, when the afternoon bell rang, a magical scene occurred. The crowds that used to frantically flock to the cafeteria now headed for the gym instead. Isn't this true? Are these people crazy? Aren't they going to eat? Shen Yanran and Luo Yao had originally planned to go to the supermarket to buy some bread, biscuits, and other snacks. But as soon as they left the teaching building, they were stunned by the scene before them. I'm so impressed. Are you still high school students? Why are you all so gossipy? Shen Yanran frowned and complained. Yanran, let's run too, or we won't be able to fit into the gym. Luo Yao tugged at Shen Yanran's arm. Yeah. Shen Yanran, regaining her composure, quickly followed the crowd towards the gym. Yanran, Wait for me. At only about 1.6 meters tall, Luo Yao's legs weren't as long as Shen Yanran's. As she started running, she was quickly left behind by the long-legged Shen Yanran. But by the time the two of them arrived breathlessly at the gymnasium, it was too late. The front was already packed with people lining up to enter. Did they all fly here? Luo Yao said, panting heavily, clutching her chest with one hand. It seems like a lot of them are from the first and second grades. Shen Yanran glanced at the line. There weren't many familiar faces, indicating that they were almost all from the first and second grades. If they were from the third grade, even if Shen Yanran didn't know them, she probably recognized their faces. No wonder they arrived so quickly. The third graders were on the third and fourth floors of the teaching building. The first and second grades were on the first and second floors. So, by the time the third graders left the building, the first graders would probably already be at the gym. What does this competition have to do with them? The first and second grades. Why are they just joining in the fun? Luo Yao complained, standing on tiptoe to look ahead. Senior, we're curious too. A sophomore boy standing in front of Luo Yao said with a grin. He thought the two seniors behind him were both very pretty, one petite and adorable, the other a stunning beauty. Both were stunning beauties. Anyone would be fine with him as his girlfriend. Luo Yao, too lazy to bother with the younger brats, turned to Shen Yanran and asked, "Is Uncle Shen here yet? He'd definitely be able to get in. We can just sneak in with him." Shen Yanran slapped her thigh. "Yeah. Just sneak in with my dad." That's when the little genius watch came in handy. Shen Yanran quickly called her father. "Dad, where are you? Have you reached the gym?" "Huh? You're eating in the cafeteria?" Elsewhere, Shen Qiushan was munching on a chicken wing in the cafeteria with relish. The game was at 5 o'clock. School was dismissed at 4:20 in the afternoon. 40 minutes, of course, he had to eat first. However, Shen Qiushan wasn't eating in the student dining area, but in the small cafeteria where the teachers ate. The so-called small cafeteria was actually the second floor of the cafeteria, which was much smaller than the first floor. In addition to the public dining area, there were also several private rooms. Teachers could choose to take their meals from the first floor to the second floor, or they could order stir-fries there. The reason Shen Qiushan was able to eat on the second floor wasn't because of Chen Xiangyu's influence, nor was it a privilege granted by the newly appointed vice principal's second sister-in-law. It was because, when he enrolled, Su Desai had done him a favor and issued him a faculty meal card. He ordered 2 dishes, a cola chicken wing and stir-fried lamb with scallions, just for the faculty and staff. After hanging up his daughter's phone, Shen Qiushan ordered another order of braised pork ribs, a mixed stir-fry, and 2 servings of rice. He was packing these for his daughter, Shen Yanran, and his daughter-in-law, Luo Yao. Just as Shen Qiushan was enjoying his meal, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. It was clearly the sound of high heels hitting the marble floor. And Shen Qiushan was quite familiar with the sound, even the rhythm and frequency. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Sure enough, it was Vice Principal Lin, who had just taken office that day. She was holding a tray, having obviously picked up her meal from the first floor. Lin Xiaomon naturally noticed Shen Qiushan and headed towards him, but she didn't sit at the same table as him, instead taking the adjacent table. Clearly, she was intentionally keeping her distance from Shen Qiushan, yet she also had something she wanted to say to him. As expected, after taking her seat, Lin Xiaomon slowly wiped the table in front of her and said, "I referee the game later. Principal Wang said you act like a catfish, so he wants you to win. That way, the athletes won't get too cocky and can continue to strive for you. I have all the words you need to compete. Do you need a copy?" After hearing what his sister-in-law said, Shen Qiushan, who was munching on chicken wings, licked the grease from the corner of his mouth and said, "Are all you leaders into shady dealings?" Lin Xiaomon paused in her wiping and said expressionlessly, "It's not the top students who determine a high school's admission rate. It's not the students at the top, but the weaker students at the back. This kind of competition can motivate those weaker students, so it's not some shady operation. The goal is to help them improve their grades." Shen Qiushan finished the last of his chicken wing, and then finished his bowl of rice mixed with stir-fried lamb and scallions. Then, he picked up the food he had packed for his daughter and daughter-in-law and walked towards the stairs, saying, "I see how hard Xiao Xiao and the others are working, even though I don't think they can beat me. But I have to give them a fair chance." Lin Xiaomon chewed her rice in small sips, her eyes following the tall figure as it gradually disappeared down the stairs. Suddenly, the corners of her lips curled up slightly, a smile slowly blossoming across her tender pink lips, like a snow lotus blooming at dawn, quiet and elegant. In the distance, Yang Wei, also eating in the faculty cafeteria, had been silently watching Lin Xiaomo. Catching that smile, his eyes widened. Perhaps, this is what is called a smile that can conquer the whole city. Chapter 51. She smiled. She smiled. Old Gua, did you see that? After recovering from his shock, Yang Wei nudged Gua Mingwei, who sat beside him, his head bent over his food. Old Yang. I advise you to stop before it's too late. Don't get too caught up in it. To put it mildly, this is wishful thinking. To put it bluntly, it's like a toad dreaming of swan flesh. Gua Mingwei patted Yang Wei on the shoulder and said earnestly, look at Principal Lin. She's got the looks and the figure, and at this age, she's already vice principal. Her background must be extraordinary. What do you have? What does she want from you? Yang Wei was speechless. He looked up at Lin Xiaomo again, muttering to himself, it's too late, old Gua. You're already in it. Gua Mingwei rolled his eyes. You said the same thing when you were pursuing Teacher Fang. This time is different. This time you're really in it. As Yang Wei spoke, Lin Xiaomo suddenly stood up and walked towards him and Gua Mingwei. Old Gua, old Gua. Look, is she here to see me? Yang Wei excitedly tugged at Gua Mingwei's arm. Yes, she wants you to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get your marriage certificate. But, the Civil Affairs Bureau is closed now. Oh my, Gua Mingwei never expected that Yang Wei would take his sarcasm seriously. Teacher Yang, Teacher Gua. There's an English vocabulary competition going on at the gymnasium soon. If you two have time, please go over and help maintain order. Lin Xiaomo had indeed come to see Yang Wei, simply to conscript a man. We have time, we all have time. I be there after dinner. Yang Wei's face was filled with a frivolous smile. Thank you both for your hard work. Lin Xiaomo nodded slightly, then carried her plates to the cutlery recycling area. It's not hard, not at all, it's my job. Yang Wei shouted at the slender figure. Gua Mingwei, standing beside him, was completely speechless. He pinched Yang Wei's thigh hard. No, old Yang, don't drag me into this, you licker. I've already told my wife I'd pick her up after dinner. Old Gua, you're so narrow-minded. Yang Wei argued, is it more important to pick up my wife or to maintain good relations with the boss? You just said it. Principal Lin must have a special background. I'm giving you a chance to curry favor with him. Then I have to thank you. You're welcome. Oh no! It's hopeless. Gymnasium. When Shen Qiusha arrived, there was still a line at the entrance. His daughter and daughter-in-law, having learned their lesson, realized they could get in by following him. They were now sitting on a bench next to the gymnasium. Dad. Shen Yanran, who had been waiting for a long time, waved excitedly upon seeing her father. Uncle Shen. Luo Yao also greeted him. Come with me. Shen Qiushan waved to the two and led them around to the gymnasium side entrance. Since the school was particularly supportive of this competition, several English teachers from the senior year group were directly responsible. Chen Xiangyu was forced to work overtime and arrived at the gymnasium early to set up the venue. After reaching the side entrance, Shen Qiushan called his old lover. A moment later, Chen Xiangyu opened the door from the inside, which was reserved for Shen Qiushan and other contestants. I just received notice that the person in charge of this competition has been replaced by Vice Principal Lin, who just joined today. After meeting, Chen Xiangyu immediately informed Shen Qiushan of the news. Originally, the person in charge of this competition was Zhao Jinping, the head of the Senior English Teaching and Research Group and also the English teacher of the Golden Class. It doesn't seem to matter who's in charge. Shen Qiushan shrugged nonchalantly and handed his daughter the food he had packed from the cafeteria. Yanran, you and Yao Yao should find a place to eat first. There's a lounge over there. Chen Xiangyu immediately pointed to a nearby room. This side door is normally used as a player's passage, so the locker rooms, lounges, and other rooms are on both sides of the corridor, and there are quite a few empty rooms. Dad, Teacher Chen, let's go eat first. Shen Yanran was already hungry, so before the game started, she dragged Luo Yao into the lounge. By the way, Xiangyu, have you eaten yet? After the two children left, Shen Qiushan remembered that his old lover seemed to have been busy already. Yes, we ate first before coming here. Chen Xiangyu said as she walked, there's a new person in charge, and the format of the competition has changed too. Vice Principal Lin had 100 desks set up in the gymnasium. He said they're upgrading the competition to a school-wide English vocabulary competition, open to all students in grades 10, 11, and 12. This is the first edition, and it will be held every semester. Winners will receive certificates and prizes. This time, due to the tight schedule, contestants registered on site. In the future, the spots will be allocated to each class, and then the English teachers will recommend them or conduct internal exams to select candidates. Shin Qiushan hadn't expected the competition to escalate. However, this was exactly the outcome he hoped for, according to the system's reward system for defeating opponents. Theoretically, the more people he defeated in a competition or exam, the richer the reward. For example, in his last English exam, he defeated 38 people. He directly earned 3,800 points in the Academic Master Index. So, this time, the competition had over 100 participants. If he took first place, wouldn't he be able to earn over 10,000 points? The thought of this made Shin Qiushan excited. For the past week, Shin Qiushan had been studying like crazy, and the Academic Master Index he gained each day barely covered the cost. If his Academic Master Index remained around 1,000 for a long time, he might not even be able to afford medicine, and now was a chance to get rich. Did Vice Principal Lin come up with this competition system? Shin Qiushan asked. That should be. Chen Xiangyu nodded. After becoming the person in charge, she created a WeChat group and discussed the competition format, rules, and rewards. I have to say, Vice Principal Lin is quite capable. She figured out all the plans in such a short time. No wonder she became vice principal at such a young age. Chen Xiangyu couldn't help but sigh. Shin Qiushan also silently lamented. As expected, the women of the Lin family are his benefactors. Back then, his wife, Lin Chuxue, gave birth to a pair of children. Now, his second sister-in-law, Lin Xiaoma, has launched a school-wide English vocabulary competition practically tailor-made for him, just in case he needs to improve his academic performance. I wonder if Vice Principal Lin is married. What kind of man would be worthy of such an outstanding woman? At this point, Shin Xiangyu sighed again. No, she's single. Shin Qiushan replied casually. Huh? Shin Xiangyu looked at her old lover in surprise. How did you know? Shin Qiushan, realizing he said something wrong, paused for a moment, and quickly explained, she asked me for directions this morning, and I noticed she wasn't wearing a wedding ring. You even remember whether she was wearing a wedding ring? You're quite observant. Shin Xiangyu rolled her eyes, and headed towards the competition venue. Chapter 52. Shin Qiushan sighed silently. He thought to himself that poker friends shouldn't get too close, otherwise a purely physical relationship could easily become complicated. Look, Teacher Chen is actually starting to get jealous. It must be because I've been taking extra classes too often lately. It seems the saying love grows over time is true. Emotional dependence often begins with physical dependence. Entering the gymnasium, Shin Qiushan was startled by the scene before him. The nets between the badminton and volleyball courts had been removed, and the courts were completely connected, now filled with individual tables and chairs. More than a dozen white writing boards were lined up facing the spectators. If nothing unexpected happened, these writing boards would be the battlefield for Shin Qiushan and the athletes. The individual tables and chairs were reserved for students who had registered for the competition on short notice. The gymnasium only had one side with spectator seating, about 500 or 600. It was almost full, and students were still trickling in. The scene was much larger than Shin Qiushan had anticipated. He hadn't anticipated the students' enthusiasm for the competition. That's old Shin. Yes, that's the one. Old Shin doesn't look too old. 38 isn't old, he's almost as old as my dad. As soon as Shin Qiushan appeared in the gymnasium, the students in the audience immediately started pointing and talking. The high level of attention this English vocabulary competition garnered was primarily due to the participation of Shin Qiushan, an older accompanying student. It could be said that Shin Qiushan was currently Sanjiang High School's current traffic driver. School beauties, school idols, and other campus celebrities all had to step aside. Because Shin Qiushan's status was so unique, he was both a 38-year-old accompanying student and the father of Shin Yanran and Shin Yixiao, both seniors. He simultaneously held the dual roles of student and parent. Furthermore, this English vocabulary competition featured the gimmick of a father-son competition, so it was hard not to attract attention. At this moment, Shin Yixiao, Gao Bin, and other athletes were gathered under the basketball hoop. Perhaps to highlight their status as athletes, these guys had even adopted a uniform. They all wore sports vests emblazoned with Sanjiang City High School's logo, which the school had issued for their participation in the Sanjiang City High School sports meet. Qiushan, you and the athletes will write your answers on a separate blackboard later. Shin Xiangyu wasn't truly angry. She even felt a little regretful for having gotten a little carried away earlier. She had already made an agreement with Shin Qiushan when they were together. No marriage, no dating, no emotional connection. Shin Xiangyu was hurt by her ex-husband, and was the type of woman who had completely given up on men. Furthermore, she was financially independent and had a stable job, so she had no need to rely on a man. Thus, Chen Xiangyu and Shen Qiushan remained card-playing partners, simply satisfying their sexual needs. To put it bluntly, at first, Shen Qiushan was just a tool for her sexual gratification. She chose Shen Qiushan because, firstly, they had a past friendship, and secondly, his appearance was acceptable to her. Also, Shen Qiushan was in excellent shape. For this reason, Chen Xiangyu didn't dislike him, even though he was just a delivery man, because she had no financial demands on Shen Qiushan. However, as time went on, they spent more and more time together, becoming more familiar with each other. Shen Qiushan actually helped her solve some common problems faced by single women, such as changing light bulbs, fixing pipes, and lifting heavy objects. Over time, Chen Xiangyu's original intentions changed. The last time she offered to lend money to Shen Qiushan, she had already reflected on herself and decided not to break the rules. And yet, today, she even showed jealousy, realizing that she had gotten a little carried away. Chen Xiangyu repeated to herself, "Men can't be trusted, men can't be trusted." Just then, there was another commotion in the gymnasium. It was Lin Xiaomao who had arrived. In this age of appearances, after her appearance at the flag-raising ceremony that morning, the beautiful principal, Lin Xiaomao, had been the focus of students' discussion all day. Every time get out of class ended, students would always bring up things like Vice Principal Lin. At this moment, Lin Xiaomao was accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses. He was Zhao Jinping, the head of the senior English teaching and research group, and the person in charge before the English vocabulary competition. "Vice Principal Lin is here," Chen Xiangyu whispered. "Xiangyu, I actually think you and Vice Principal Lin have your own strengths. You each have your own charms." Shen Qiushan, unaware that his former lover had reflected on himself, took the opportunity to add a comment. Women love to hear sweet nothings, even if they know they're fake. Chen Xiangyu was the same. She quietly complained about Shen Qiushan's lies without blushing, yet she felt utterly delighted. At this moment, Lin Xiaomao happened to glance over at Shen Qiushan and Chen Xiangyu. She caught the change in Chen Xiangyu's expression, and couldn't help but recall the look she'd given Shen Qiushan that morning. Something seemed off. Lin Xiaomao had originally thought it was impossible for a beautiful teacher like Chen Xiangyu, still full of charm, to fall for her unreliable brother-in-law. But then she thought again. My sister was much more outstanding than Chen Xiangyu back then, and what happened? She was seduced by the yellow-haired Shen Qiushan. As expected, even when a yellow-haired man gets old, he's still a yellow-haired man. Some men are just born to be gigolos. Lin Xiaomao silently grumbled inwardly. At this moment, Zhao Jinping handed her a microphone. "Principal Lin, the sound equipment has been adjusted. Please try it." Lin Xiaomao nodded slightly, took the microphone, and said directly, "Students, please be quiet. I am the person in charge of this school-wide English vocabulary competition. Some of you may not know, but this competition has been upgraded from a small group competition of a dozen people to a school-wide competition. In addition to the original participants, 100 more places have been added. Just now, 75 people signed up at the registration counter at the gymnasium entrance, which means there are 25 spots left. If anyone else wants to sign up, just raise your hand. Seniors are given priority. By the way, there are scholarships available for this school-wide English vocabulary competition. First prize is 2,000 yuan, second prize is 1,000 yuan, and third prize is 500 yuan. In the event of a tie, the scholarship will be divided equally." Lin Xiaomao specifically applied for the scholarship from Wang Guangqing. This school-wide English vocabulary competition was the first event organized by Vice Principal Lin Xiaomao since she took office. Wang Guangqing was quite generous, providing both money and people whenever needed. After hearing Lin Xiaomao's introduction, the audience erupted in excitement. As they entered, they noticed a new registration booth at the entrance, but they had no idea there were scholarships available. "I'm signing up. I'm signing up too. Me. Principal Lin, I'm a senior." Everyone came for the fun, and even after seeing the registration booth at the entrance, most weren't interested. It was finally break time. Who wanted to be tested on English vocabulary, but now it was different. If they got a place, they could win money. Take a chance and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. What if you win? Chapter 53. In the corner of the first row of the stands, Zhao Dongmei, cheering on Shen Yixiao, held her beloved shot put. To her left sat a girl with a mushroom-shaped haircut. Her jet black hair was neatly tied to her ears, curling inward at the ends, making her face appear rounder. A pair of black-framed glasses rested on her nose, and the look behind the lenses was a little evasive, as if she wasn't used to being in such a crowd. However, after hearing Lin Xiaomo's words, her eyes, hidden behind the lenses, suddenly lit up. Dongmei, Dongmei! I want to sign up! The girl with the mushroom-shaped haircut immediately said to Zhao Dongmei beside her. What a money grubber! You didn't even want to come before, and now you want to compete. Although Zhao Dongmei complained, she immediately stood up, dancing and waving her arms at Lin Xiaomo. Her dramatic movements immediately caught Lin Xiaomo's attention. Since there were still 25 spots short, Lin Xiaomo immediately waved to Zhao Dongmei, signaling her to come down and compete. Loquat, let's go! Zhao Dongmei held the shot put with one hand, and rubbed her friend Su Loquat's mushroom-shaped head with the other. The two of them then walked from the audience to the competition venue. Principal Lin, that mushroom-shaped head is Su Loquat. She's in the Tianju class. She ranked second in the grade in the last mock exam, and got a perfect score in English. If she participates, she'd definitely get first place. Seeing Zhao Dongmei pulling Su Loquat down from the audience, Zhao Jinping quickly whispered to Lin Xiaomo. Second in the grade? Lin Xiaomo's eyes subconsciously fell on Su Loquat. The girl was thin and petite, no taller than 160 centimeters, and her school uniform looked incredibly large on her. Since it's a school-wide English vocabulary competition, naturally all students can participate. This class is a last-minute registration, so the levels of the participating students are uneven. Next class will be filled with top students like Su Piwa. Lin Xiaomo had assumed that top students in her senior year wouldn't come to join in the fun. To her surprise, even the second-best student in the grade was here. She couldn't help but think of Shen Qiushan's arrogant demeanor in the cafeteria. Although he hadn't accepted her manipulation, Lin Xiaomo was impressed. But she still wanted to say, what's with all that arrogance? You're already 38, and yet you're still trying to compete with 17 or 18-year-old high school students in academics. I don't know where that confidence comes from. So, after learning that Su Piwa was second in the grade and had scored full marks on the last English mock exam, Lin Xiaomo had her own plan. After the competition, she was going to slap Su Piwa's score in Shen Qiushan's face. Isn't that impressive? Then let's experience what it's like to be crushed by a kid. Principal Lin, everyone's here. Just as Lin Xiaomo was imagining the sequel, Zhao Jinping's voice rang out again. Perhaps because they heard there were scholarships, the students were incredibly enthusiastic. The 25 spots were filled in an instant. All 100 participating students took their seats. Lin Xiaomo looked at Shen Qiushan and the athletic students, who were all standing in front of the movable whiteboard. Teacher Zhao, we can begin. Seeing everything was ready, Lin Xiaomo nodded to Zhao Jinping. The dictation of the words fell to Zhao Jinping, the head of the English teaching and research group, while Chen Xiangyu and the other English teachers were responsible for on-site supervision. As for Lin Xiaomo, she naturally did whatever she wanted. Although she held the title of person in charge, she wasn't the one actually doing the work. However, if this English vocabulary competition was successful and had a positive impact on the students' English scores, the credit would be hers. The competition officially began. Zhao Jinping took the microphone and began dictating the words. Appetite, stomach. The vocabulary for this competition was compiled by Zhao Jinping and several other English teachers, including Chen Xiangyu. They were mostly words that students tend to make mistakes with on exams or find difficult to remember. Shen Qiushan was placed in the center. He faced the audience, with a standing whiteboard in front of him, and in front of him stood a square formation of 100 students, their backs facing him. Perhaps to highlight the selling point of father and son sharing the stage, Shen Yixia was placed to the left of his father, Shen Qiushan, while to his right was Gao Bin, the athlete with the best academic performance. After hearing the first word, the three of them almost simultaneously wrote on the whiteboard, appetite. Clearly, the training for the athletes had paid off. Shen Yixia wrote it down easily. Had he done this before the training, he would have likely failed at the first word. Shen Yanran and Luo Yao, who had just finished their meal, had already squeezed into the front row of the auditorium. Although they couldn't quite see the word Shen Qiushan and the others had written on the whiteboard, they could still tell they had written them. My baby wrote it. Amazing. Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with hearts as she excitedly shared it with Shen Yanran beside her. It's just one word. Shen Yanran rolled her eyes, silently muttering to herself, love-brained, hopeless. Lin Xiaomo casually stood behind Shen Qiushan to his left, perfectly positioned to see both his and Shen Yixiao's answers on the whiteboard. Seeing both father and son get the first word right, Lin Xiaomo was surprised and relieved. Of course, her relief was primarily due to her nephew, Shen Yixia. This brat had always been a poor student. Lin Xiaomo had already prepared for 100 words, expecting him to get half wrong, and yet, he got the first one right. However, Shinichia's posture was still quite cocky. He leaned slightly, his left foot forward, his toe tapping the ground, his heel swaying rhythmically, and he seemed to be humming a tune. Lin Xiaomo frowned, silently complaining, that brat still got it the same old habit of getting cocky just by getting a little achievement. Just getting one word right, and he was already acting so confident. In contrast, Shin Qiushan, standing beside him, was much more composed. He stood poised in front of the whiteboard, a marker in his right hand and his left in his trouser pocket. Lin Xiaomo's brows furrowed even further. So there you have it. This father isn't as frivolous as his son. But what's with one hand in your pocket? Are you trying to tell everyone here that you've been unbeatable this year? As expected, like father, like son. Lin Xiaomo's rosy lips twitched slightly, and she wanted to yell, "Stand still, both of you." But the competition was in progress, so she couldn't speak. Improve, improve. Zhao Jinping's voice rang out again. Within Lin Xiaomo's sight, the Shin father and son simultaneously raised their right hands and, in near synchronous fashion, wrote, "Improve." Right again, Lin Xiaomo, having received the test papers in advance, had already reviewed all the words. Plus, having taken the CET8 during her graduate studies, her English foundation was excellent. She knew the answers to all the English words she was supposed to be tested on. At this moment, the Shin family father and son wrote the second word correctly at the same time. Chapter 54. My baby wrote it again. Amazing. In the first row of the audience, Luo Yao said with another smile. This time, Shin Yanran didn't even bother to roll her eyes, pretending she hadn't heard anything. However, she was still a little surprised. She knew her brother Shinichi's ability well. It should have been good for him to write one of the first two words. He actually wrote both. It seems the recent training has paid off. Untrustworthy, unfaithful. Zhao Jinping came up with a third word. Although there were over 100 people competing, the students in the audience would silently spell out the words Zhao Jinping had asked them to see if they knew them. The first two words had already stumped many first and second year students. After the third word came out, many students in the audience stared in amazement. Yanran, how do you spell this word? Luo Yao, with only a vague recollection, whispered to Shin Yanran beside her. Treach. Shin Yanran spelled out the first half of the word, but couldn't quite remember the second half. What's the last part? I just remember it was quite long. Luo Yao instinctively glanced at Shinichio, then exclaimed again, Wow, my baby is amazing. He even knows this word. Shin Yanran also looked at Shinichio. He had indeed written the third word on the whiteboard, but she was too far away to see what he had written. She then glanced at her father's answer sheet, which also had the third word written on it. I've become a drag on the family. Shin Yanran frowned slightly. For the first time, she felt threatened by her useless brother, Shinichio. In her studies, Lin Xiaomo, like all students, silently went over the word treacherous in her mind. Treacherous. Then, she compared her answer with the answers written by the Shin father and son. The third word. Both father and son got it right again. The score was 3-3. Lin Xiaomo suddenly found this match quite interesting. The father-son competition had really motivated her nephew, Shinichio, to memorize words. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to imagine this. Of course, what surprised her even more was her unreliable brother-in-law, Shin Qiushan. In the cafeteria, he was so arrogant, he claimed he could beat the athletes without cheating. Now it seemed he had really put in the effort to memorize words. A veteran yellow-haired man, at 38, suddenly started working hard. For the sake of his child's academic performance, he not only quit his job to accompany him to school, but also set an example by memorizing vocabulary and using provocation to encourage his son to strive for progress. This was a perfect example of a prodigal son returning home. Lin Xiaomo never dreamed of this before. Next, Zhao Jinping slightly increased the frequency of the vocabulary tests. This reduced the time for everyone to think, invisibly increasing the difficulty of the competition. This increased speed was less favorable for students with weak vocabulary proficiency. For example, athletes like Shinichio, who relied on intensive training to memorize vocabulary, might have remembered some of the words if they had been given more time to think. But as the pace picked up, it was easy to make mistakes with unfamiliar words. Shinichio, who had gotten the first 10 words right, got stuck on the 11th. He wasn't sure if the word in botany was bonce or bounce. And just as he was trying to recall, Zhao Jinping had already started on the 12th word, forcing him to temporarily give up on the 11th. Lin Xiaomo, watching intently, sighed silently, feeling sorry for her nephew, who had fallen behind. Father and son were tied on the first 10 words. Shinichio was only off by one letter on the 11th. Wait a minute. My unreliable brother-in-law had already gotten 11 words right in a row. Lin Xiaomao was silently marveling at her nephew's progress. She was happy for his progress, but she had overlooked that Shin Qiushan had also gotten every word right. He had gotten 11 right in a row, no 12. Lin Xiaomao glanced at the figure standing nearby. He remained steady, one hand in his pocket. So arrogant. I finally understand where that Shinichio gets all that energy from. At the stairs below the auditorium, Yang Wei and Guoming Wei were also watching the match. However, Yang Wei's gaze remained mostly on Lin Xiaomao. Because this goddess's gaze lingered on the Shin father and son for so long, he also passively paid attention to Shin Qiushan. Shin Qiushan's rather arrogant stance irritated him somewhat. To be precise, it wasn't his posture that was the problem. It was that his goddess, Vice Principal Lin, had been keeping an eye on this old man. He inexplicably felt a twinge of jealousy. Old Shin is so confident. They should show these little bastards some color. Guoming Wei was very supportive of Shin Qiushan, even fittingly inserting an English word into his remarks. As a physical education teacher, he interacted with these athletes almost daily. He knew these bastards well. Most of them were arrogant and domineering. Guoming Wei really hoped someone would dampen their spirits. Although these athletes had fought hard for this English vocabulary competition, if they really won, they would be so proud of themselves during evening study, not even tomorrow. So, Guoming Wei hoped Shin Qiushan would win. Especially winning the game with one hand in his pocket. Aren't you brats so arrogant? Old Shin is even more arrogant than you. What do you mean by confident? I think he's just trying to attract Principal Lin's attention. He wants Principal Lin to be Shinichia's stepmother. Pissed. A toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Yang Wei rants indignantly, already regarding Shin Qiushan as his rival. Old Yang, you have such a vivid imagination. It's a shame you don't write a novel. Guoming Wei is speechless. Shin Qiushan just made a one-hand-in-pocket gesture, and Yang Wei expands it into a short essay. As expected, love is something you can't touch. It makes you lose your mind. Luckily I'm married. I'm long past the point of letting my emotions get the best of me. Unknowingly, the competition is already halfway through. Xiao Jinping got the 56th word, artificial, fake. Lin Xiaomao, who had been silently spelling it in her head, suddenly froze. She had forgotten how to spell it. Artificial, fake, it was right on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't remember it. Lin Xiaomao frowned, trying to recall it. But by then, Xiao Jinping had already gotten the 57th word. Ugh, I got one wrong. Since her nephew Shinichio had already lost, Lin Xiaomao quietly took over, secretly competing with Shin Qiushan, but by the 56th word, she couldn't keep up. She glanced at Shin Qiushan's answer sheet again. 56, artificial. Yes, that's right. Lin Xiaomao's face was filled with frustration. She hadn't remembered the word right on the tip of her tongue. She had lost to her unreliable brother-in-law, Shin Qiushan. He hadn't gotten a single one wrong. And he's got all the answers right. At this rate, isn't he going to take first place? A 38-year-old accompanying student beat over 100 high school students to win first place in the school's English vocabulary competition. This is too good to be true. It's not a good thing for the school at all. If they just beat a few athletes, it would be fine. It would serve as a motivator. But what if they wiped out all the high school students? Wouldn't that indirectly prove that Sanjiang High School as a whole is weak? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaomao quickly scanned the 100-person formation, finally landing on Su Piba, the girl with the mushroom-shaped haircut. If nothing unexpected happens, this little girl will be the hope of the entire village. Chapter 55. For the first time since the competition began, Lin Xiaomao moved. She stepped on her stilettos and headed straight for Su Piwa's position. After seeing Su Piwa's paper, she breathed a sigh of relief. Second in the grade, a perfect score in English was still quite valuable. So far, Su Piwa hadn't made a single mistake. And her handwriting was beautiful and neat, a real pleasure to read. Lin Xiaomao glanced at the papers of the other students around her. They all had blank spaces. The girl who had accompanied Su Piwa down from the stands had even more blank spaces. She seemed to be a gym student too. What was her name? Dongmei. For the next English vocabulary competition, there would definitely be a need for class screening, and the exam format would need to be more diverse. Lin Xiaomao already had a rough outline of the next school-wide English vocabulary competition in her mind. The competition had unknowingly come to an end. Lin Xiaomao returned to her original position. She first glanced at Shin Qiushan's answer sheet, which was densely packed with words, leaving no blanks. Nephew Shinichio's answer sheet had 3 blanks. Although it wasn't as good as his father's, it was still a very good result among the over 100 test takers. Lin Xiaomao felt greatly relieved. At the same time, her eyes subconsciously fell on her unreliable brother-in-law. When Shen Qiushan had previously told her that he wanted to accompany her to study, Lin Xiaomao instinctively thought it was another unreliable decision. But judging by the results so far, this seemingly absurd decision has actually had a positive impact. The last word is calm, tranquility. Zhao Jinping answered the last word in the English vocabulary competition. Shen Qiushan wrote down the answer without hesitation, tranquility. Then he casually dropped his marker into the pen holder on the whiteboard stand. Life with cheats is awesome. At 38, he could still beat these 17 and 18-year-old high school students. This gave Shen Qiushan the thrill of punching the nursing home and kicking the kindergarten. In fact, before Lin Xiaomao joined Sanjiang High School, Shen Qiushan had planned to let Shen Yixio and the other athletes win the competition. Shen Qiushan saw their hard work and had intended to let them win, letting them savor the joy of their hard work. But now the situation was different. His second sister-in-law, Lin Xiaomao, had joined the school and was the organizer of this competition. Then Shen Qiushan would definitely Yang wearing a waistcoat, show off his skills. All his efforts over the years were actually just to make the Lin family look up to him. This is probably the obsession of the less privileged spouse in all unequal marriages, especially when the woman is superior to the man often cares more about this. As for Shen Yixio and the other athletes, Shen Qiushan felt that it wasn't a bad thing for young people to experience a few setbacks. Young people, after all, are meant to become more courageous with each setback. Next, Zhao Jinping, Chen Xiangyu, and several other English teachers collected all the contestants' answer sheets. According to Lin Xiaomao's arrangement, the results and rankings would be announced live. So, Shen Qiushan and the athletes went to the audience to await the results. Lin Xiaomao, Zhao Jinping, Chen Xiangyu, and other teachers were on hand to grade the papers. Since there were quite a few teachers, the workload wasn't particularly heavy. In particular, many participating students left more than 10 words blank. Such papers didn't even need grading, and were immediately eliminated from the possibility of winning. "Dad, did you write down all the words?" Shen Qiushan, who had arrived at the audience, sat between his daughter, Shen Yanran, and his daughter-in-law, Luo Yao. He drank his mineral water with a carefree expression, seemingly unconcerned with the outcome of the competition. In response to his daughter's question, Shen Qiushan replied calmly, "I've already written it down, so I don't know if it's correct." "Uncle Shen, you're already impressive for even writing it down. I think Shen Yixio left a few blanks. And when Teacher Zhao was giving the questions, I was silently thinking about the answers, but I didn't know a lot of the words. So, Uncle Shen, you're truly amazing for writing it all down." Luo Yao smiled and flattered her future father-in-law. Elsewhere, the athletes were whispering to each other. "Brother Bin, did you write it all down?" Su Zhishui asked Gao Bin. "No, I left one blank." Gao Bin sighed. "Old Shen is next to me, and he seems to have written every word down." "Holy crap. So impressive. Doesn't that mean we're going to lose?" The athletes looked at each other in bewilderment. "Just because you wrote everything down doesn't mean it's all correct. There's still hope." Shen Yixio, also standing next to his father, could sense that his father didn't seem to have time for a single word. But he still held out a glimmer of hope. As he said, just because he wrote everything down doesn't mean it's all correct. During the exam, Shen Yixio would also try his best to fill out the paper. But filling it up and getting it right are two completely different things. "Brother Xiao, what about you?" Su Zhishui asked Shen Yixio again. "I left 3 blanks." Shen Yixio was actually quite satisfied with his performance. If this had been before the training camp, he would have been lucky to get half of the 100 words right. "Wow, that's awesome." Wang Yupeng gave Shen Yixio a thumbs up. Although the athletes had been training during this period, Shen Yixio was undoubtedly the one who worked the hardest. And his efforts paid off. Wang Yupeng himself left 9 blanks, and although he had written a few other words, he couldn't quite pronounce them correctly. "Brother Xiao, you're truly amazing. I missed 5. There are still 2 words I'm not sure if they're correct." Su Zhishui shook his head. "The words on this test are too difficult. They're really hard. I missed over a dozen. I missed 8. I don't know 9. The athletes were sharing their experiences. At this moment, Zhao Jinping's voice rang out again. He took the microphone and walked to the front of the audience. As everyone knows, this school-wide English vocabulary competition originated from a bet between Mr. Shen and the athletes. So, I announced their results first. At that, the crowd instantly fell silent. The vast gymnasium was hushed. Su Zhishui scored 94. Wang Yupeng scored 87. Shinishu scored 97. After hearing Shinixiao's name and score, the crowd erupted in excitement. The biggest attraction of this English vocabulary competition was the fact that Shin Qiushan and Shinixiao, father and son, were competing on the same stage. My son Shinishia's results are now in. 97 points. That means he only got 3 words wrong out of 100. To the students present, this was an impressive result. When Zhao Jinping tested words, almost all students would silently spell out the answers in their heads. And most students didn't know more than 10 words. In the end, Shinichio only got 3 wrong. Who said P was a waste? Isn't that impressive? Chapter 56. My baby is so awesome. He only got 3 wrong. Luo Yao beamed, her eyes radiating affection as she gazed at her boyfriend, who was still a long way off. Xin Yanran was also surprised by this score. Although she had been keeping an eye on Shinichio's answers, and knew he only got 3 wrong, leaving 3 wrong didn't mean he only got 3 wrong, and so it turned out. My useless little brother, who had always been crushed by her academically, actually got a 97. Xin Yanran silently spelled out all the words in her mind. She roughly estimated that she gets 7 or 8 wrong. In other words, if the test consisted of just these 100 words, she was actually going to lose to Shinichio. It seems like getting up past 4 a.m. every day isn't completely useless. Guess I have to work harder too. It would be embarrassing if Shinichio surpassed me in grades, Xin Yanran thought silently. Then he glanced at his father sitting next to him. Shinichio had only made 3 mistakes. From that perspective, it seemed like his father's chances of winning were quite high. At this moment, Shin Qiushan remained remarkably calm, even nodding with satisfaction. 97 points, that's truly impressive. You know, this brat of mine doesn't have any cheats. Among the 100 participating students, Xiao Dongmei was also stunned. No, is this true? Shinichio actually got 97 points. Well, he's worthy of being the man I've chosen. With just a little effort, he's so outstanding. After sighing, she turned to the mushroom-headed guy next to her. Look what, you won't be worse than Shinichio on the test, will you? Are you insulting me? Su Pipa pushed his black-framed glasses up and curled his lips slightly. Monster! Xiao Dongmei rolled her eyes and looked in Shinichio's direction. Perhaps hearing the admiration and chatter around him, Shinichio, who had been lowering his head, immediately raised his chin, his gaze tilted 45 degrees upward toward the gymnasium ceiling, and shoved one hand into his trouser pocket. When you're awesome, hands in pockets are a must. At this moment, Shinichio felt the exhilaration of good grades for the first time. Zhang He 88 points. Gao Bin 98 points. Zhao Jinping continued announcing the athletes' scores. Gao Bin's score of 98 once again caused a stir. Out of 100 such difficult words, he only got 2 wrong. Amazing. It feels like Old Shin has no hope. There's no way he could get less than 2 wrong. Yeah, Old Shin is doomed. They say P is a slog. But now there's a 97 and a 98. The students murmured. Gao Bin wasn't entirely satisfied with his score. He only missed one, which meant he got one of the 2 uncertain words wrong. Besides, English was Gao Bin's strength, and after a week of intense training, he had originally planned on getting a perfect score. But he still got 2 wrong. I can only say this result is just average. However, feeling the admiring gazes from the younger students in the audience, he felt quite satisfied. He immediately struck a similar pose to Shinichio. Guiming Wei, who had been keeping an eye on the P. students, curled his lips and nudged Yang Wei next to him. See? These brats are getting cocky just by getting a little bit of success. Yang Wei withdrew his gaze from Lin Xiaoma and nodded. These bastards really shine with a little sunshine. Wu Ping scored 91. Zhang Qiangliang scored 85. Above are the scores of all the athletes. Next is Old Shin's. Xiao Jinping paused, and the room fell silent. Shinichio, Gao Bin, and other athletes pricked up their ears. Zhao Jinping deliberately raised his voice. Shin Qiushan. 100. Wow, holy crap, perfect score. As Shin Qiushan's score was announced, the gymnasium erupted. The sudden roar threatened to rip the roof off the gymnasium. A perfect score. Beats all the athletes. He beats them all. He beats all of us. Isn't he 38? How can he still be so strong? The god of English, his reputation is well deserved. I used to think those seniors were just bragging. Didn't I tell you, all the English teachers at school go to him for help with any questions? I thought Old Shin was a sure loser, but I didn't expect this. 100 is the total score for this exam, but it's not Old Shin's upper limit. I can only say, Old Dingxiang is formidable. The students chattered endlessly. The athletes were stunned. Holy crap, perfect scores. Not a single word wrong. 100 points? Does that mean we lost? No way. Brother Bin lost even with 98 points. Brother Xiao, didn't you say your dad hasn't been studying English lately? How can he get a perfect score? Brother Xiao, is your dad cheating? This is too perverted. Shen Yixiao's face was doleful as he glanced in his father's direction. During the competition, he had felt his father was incredibly calm and composed, as if no word could stump him. At the time, Shen Yixiao had thought his father was playing mind games, projecting a calm demeanor to put pressure on him and Gao Bin beside him. It turned out to be no mind games at all, but rather a display of confidence from his father. Dad, you actually got a perfect score. That's incredible. Shen Yanran excitedly gave her father a big hug. Having experienced this competition herself, she knew how difficult it was to get a perfect score. Of the 100 words tested, most were either difficult to remember or easily confused with another word. She herself got 7 or 8 wrong, and yet, her 38-year-old father actually got a perfect score. It was simply unbelievable. Of course, there was another reason Shen Yanran was so excited. That was because her father had powerfully suppressed her younger brother, Shen Yixiao. If her father had lost this match, Shen Yanran could foresee how Shen Yixiao would swagger when he got home. So, her father Shen Qiushan's 100 points was incredibly significant. It was like the 5-finger mountain of the Buddha, suppressing that stinking monkey. Shen Yixiao, stop letting him get too arrogant. Uncle Shen, you're absolutely amazing. You're my idol. Beside her, Lu Yao smiled with a smile, flattering her future father-in-law once again. For her, if her boyfriend, Shen Yixiao, won, of course, it was great. If he didn't, it wouldn't have much of an impact on her. Uncle Shen, I wish my mom were half as good as you. Forget 100 words, she doesn't know a single one. Lu Yao then casually complained about her mother. Hearing her say this, Shen Qiushan immediately waved his hand and said earnestly, Yao Yao, you can't compare like that. Everyone has different areas of expertise. Your mother may not know a word of English, but she's a highly skilled beautician. Chapter 57. Among the 100 participating students, 100 points. Uncle Shen is amazing. Zhao Dongmei exclaimed, then looked at the mushroom-haired girl next to her. Loquat, what do you think about this? Su Loquat, with her mushroom-haired face, frowned. She raised her small face and glanced toward the audience, muttering softly, if there are 2 perfect scores, the prize money will be reduced by half. Are you sure you got a perfect score too? Zhao Dongmei thought her friend was overconfident. Can you throw the shot put 5 meters? Su Loquat asked. 5 meters? Zhao Dongmei rolled her eyes. Who are you looking down on? Su Loquat reached out his slender, white index finger to push his black framed glasses against his nose, and said nothing more. Half a minute later, Zhao Dongmei finally came to her senses, and cursed in frustration, monster. Next, Principal Lin will announce the winners of this school-wide English vocabulary contest and present their certificates. When the noise in the gymnasium died down, Zhao Jinping handed the microphone to Lin Xiaomao. Then, hearing the final list of winners, the noisy gymnasium suddenly quieted down. Lin Xiaomao unfolded the list of winners and announced loudly, 5 students have won 3rd place in this English vocabulary contest. They are Chong Meiqi from Class 9 of Senior 3, Su Lingling from Class 7 of Senior 3, Tang Lin from Class 6 of Senior 3, Shen Yixiao from Class 5 of Senior 3, and Jiang Xiao from Class 1 of Senior 2. Congratulations to these 5 students. Please come and receive your certificates. After Lin Xiaomao finished speaking, the students in the audience immediately applauded. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the corner of the auditorium, where the athletic students were gathered. Holy crap! Brother Xiao won a prize. 3rd prize, Brother Xiao is awesome. Brother Xiao, you have to treat us. A group of athletes rushed to Shen Yixiao's side to congratulate him, all with beaming smiles. Perhaps because they frequently participate in various competitions, athletes have a stronger sense of collective honor than ordinary high school students, and they have a deeper understanding of the saying prosperity is shared, adversity is shared. Because when competing outside, opponents rarely know your name, they just say so-and-so from Sanjiang High School is a loser or so-and-so from Sanjiang High School is a killer. This is one reason why, after Shen Yixiao lost to his father, Shen Qiushan, in class, a few mocking posts on the school forum sparked such a strong reaction from the athletes. So now that Shen Yixiao, the athlete, had won an award, it was a source of pride for all athletes. Shen Yixiao, the person involved, scratched his head. He had never imagined he could even win 3rd prize. From childhood to adulthood, He had won numerous awards at various sports meets, both first and second place. But those first and second place prizes were nowhere near as exciting as this third prize. This was an academic award. He had never imagined he would one day win an award in an academic competition. So, when he heard his name, he froze for 2 seconds, as if his breathing had stopped for a moment. Then, his pupils began to dilate, and a smile gradually spread across his face, finally blossoming completely. He jumped up excitedly, but when he landed, his feet felt light and airy, as if he were stepping on clouds. "Brother Xiao, go claim your award." "They're all there." While Shinichi was still a little confused, Wang Yunpeng gave him a push from behind, and Gao Bin patted him firmly on the shoulder. Across the audience, Luo Yao's palms were nearly red from clapping. If they hadn't just been criticized at the flag-raising ceremony that morning, she would have rushed over to give her boyfriend a hug. Shen Yanran, standing nearby, curled her lips. Her mind was already picturing Shinichi showing off to her grandfather, aunt, uncle, little potato, and the neighbors. "Yanran, you have to work hard. If your brother's grades let you surpass him." "Absolutely impossible." Before Shen Qiushan could finish his sentence, Shen Yanran interrupted him. She said with a look of conviction, "Let him get a perfect score on the mock exam next week. Then I wait and see." Having successfully repelled the siblings, Shen Qiushan smiled brightly. "Just keep rolling like this. No need to worry about not getting into university." At this moment, Shinichi had already rushed down from the audience and accepted the third-place award certificate and a brown paper envelope with the word scholarship written on it from her second aunt. The envelope naturally contained the scholarship. The third-place prize was 500 yuan, split equally among the 5 of them, 100 yuan each. While the money wasn't much, it was a symbol of honor. "Well done. Keep up the good work." Lin Xiaomo praised her nephew with a smile as she handed him the certificate. She hadn't expected to have the opportunity to present an award to her nephew, especially one for his studies. She was already thinking to herself that she would tell her sister about this the next time she visited her grave. Next, as is customary in all competitions, the 5 third-place winners lined up in front of the audience for a group photo. Shinichi, the tallest, stood in the middle, his smile radiant, his eyes curved into crescents. At that moment, the young man's eyes seemed filled with stars. The third-place prizes had been awarded. Lin Xiaomo took the microphone again. 3 students have won second place in this English vocabulary competition. Gao Bin from Class 8, Grade 3, Xing Haoyu from Class 1, Grade 3, and Pang Na from Class 1, Grade 3. Congratulations to the 3 students. Please come and receive your certificates. As Lin Xiaomo finished her words, the audience erupted in applause again. The students couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As expected of the Tianju class, they actually have 2 second-place winners. That's because the Tianju class doesn't like to join in the fun. Only a few of them showed up, otherwise they have swept all the prizes. The Tianju class is impressive, but Old Shen is even more impressive. He scored 100 points, a guaranteed first-place winner. Yes, Old Shen is truly incredible. He single-handedly crushed the Tianju class. I call him the strongest Old Ding. Old Shen truly became a legend this time. No one will ever question his English prowess again. Gao Bin's second-place win was met with another round of enthusiastic cheers from the athletic students. Although they didn't defeat Shen Qiushan, they proved in this English vocabulary competition that the athletic students were no slouch. For an athletic student to win a second place and a third-place prize in a competition involving over 100 participants is undoubtedly a remarkable achievement. The 3 second-place winners accepted their awards and took a group photo. The sight of the dark-skinned Gao Bin standing next to the 2 fair-skinned, bespectacled Tianju class prodigies was a strange yet somewhat amusing sight. Finally, let me announce the winner of the first prize in this English vocabulary contest. As Lin Xiaomo's voice rang out again, the gymnasium immediately fell silent. Simultaneously, the students in the audience all turned their gazes toward Shen Qiushan, who sat in the first row. Zhao Jinping had already announced his results. 100 points, perfect score, so, naturally, he was the undisputed winner of this competition's first prize. Chapter 58. Lin Xiaomo glanced at Shen Qiushan, who was sitting in the first row of the audience. Her unreliable brother-in-law had actually triumphed in an English vocabulary contest against a group of high school students. Even though she had witnessed the entire process firsthand, she still found it all too unreal. It felt as if she were in a dream. Lin Xiaomo bit her lower lip hard, and the stinging sensation immediately traveled through the trigeminal nerve to her brain. This wasn't a dream after all. Everything was real. She gathered herself and raised her voice slightly. Two people won first prize in this English vocabulary competition. They are Su Piba from Class 1, Grade 3, and Shin Chioshan, a student accompanying her in Class 5, Grade 3. Wow! The final results were announced. The gymnasium erupted in deafening cheers. Interspersed among them were shouts of "Old Shin is awesome!" and "Old Shin is mighty!" Shin Chioshan stood up and waved to the enthusiastic students, then walked down the auditorium under the bright gazes of the young men and women. Su Piwa, who also won first prize, didn't receive nearly as much attention. Only Zhao Dongmei excitedly rubbed her mushroom-shaped head. When the little girl with the mushroom-shaped head and Shin Chioshan stood together to receive their awards, everyone remembered that two people had won first prize. Another one from the Tianjia class. The Tianjia class leader is truly impressive. This girl looks so dumb, I didn't expect her to be so impressive. Come on, her name is Su Piwa. The perpetual second best student in the senior year. Perpetual second best? Then who's first? You don't even know that? Gu Huaisong, the school hunk. Su Piwa, dressed in a baggy school uniform and sporting a mushroom-shaped hairstyle, looked ordinary, but her name was still very well known in her senior year. She was a renowned academic achiever, placing second in her grade on almost every exam. Lin Xiaomo personally handed the certificate to Su Piwa, along with the envelope containing the scholarship. Old Shen, you're not a registered student at our school, so the first place scholarship goes exclusively to Su Piwa. Lin Xiaomo explained as she handed the certificate to Shin Chioshan. She was quite unaccustomed to calling him Old Shin. Although they didn't see each other often, Shin Chioshan had never remarried. She still recognized her brother-in-law, though she often silently complained about his unreliability. It's only right. The scholarship should be given to the child. Shin Chioshan smiled and nodded. He wasn't short of money right now, so there was no need to haggle over 1,000 yuan. Furthermore, the young woman receiving the award with her didn't look like she came from a well-off family. Her school uniform was faded from frequent washing, and her white sneakers were a bit yellowed. 1,000 yuan should help her solve a lot of problems. After hearing the conversation between Lin Xiaomo and Shin Chioshan, Su Loquat's eyes lit up behind her black-framed glasses. In fact, she had been quite depressed since she learned Shin Chioshan had scored 100 points, because that meant she had to share the scholarship with another person. Now, she wouldn't have to share the scholarship with this old man. 1,000 yuan was truly a huge sum of money for her. It would go a long way toward helping her save for college. After receiving the certificates, it was time for a group photo. When they won second place, the dark and thin Gao Bin stood next to the two students from the Tianji class, making him look quite awkward. Now, Shin Chioshan and Su Piwa standing together, it wasn't awkward anymore, it was abstract. Shin Chioshan was tall and strong, while Su Piwa was thin. Shin Chioshan wore a gray shirt and straight-leg casual pants. Su Piwa wore a loose, baggy school uniform. Shin Chioshan was 38, and the traces of time were evident in his eyes and eyebrows. Su Piwa was 18, his eyes bright behind black-framed glasses, his face brimming with collagen. The contrast between the two standing together was stark. If they hadn't been holding the same certificate, no one would have guessed this was an award ceremony. Click. The teacher in charge of taking pictures pressed the shutter of his digital camera. This strikingly contrasting scene was captured. Principal Lin, I suggest we take another group photo with all the winners. At this point, Zhao Jinping suggested with a smile. Yes, okay. Lin Xiaomo nodded. Zhao Jinping immediately called Gao Bin, Shin Xiao, and the other winners over. Principal Lin, why don't you take a photo with us? You're the person in charge of this competition. As everyone was arranged for the photo, Zhao Jinping suggested again. Lin Xiaomo hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. As a leader, she naturally had to stand in the center. So, she was invited to sit between the two first prize winners, Shin Chioshan and Su Piwa. Everyone, stand a little closer together. Otherwise, the people on either side won't fit into the picture. The teacher in charge of the photo session waved his hand, directing them. Everyone immediately squeezed together, forcing Lin Xiaomo into physical contact with Shin Chioshan. Their scents instantly exchanged, inadvertently mingling in each other's nostrils. Lin Xiaomo must have been wearing perfume. One could smell the faint scent of iris and white musk, a delicate scent tinged with a hint of unbridled wildness. Shin Chioshan, on the other hand, exuded a strong masculine scent. To be precise, it wasn't scent, but the flurry of emotion that came with the unintentional brush of her arm against his solid chest. 3, 2, 1. Click, the shutter clicked. The frame froze. The first English vocabulary competition at Sanjiang High School concluded successfully. Uncle Shen, we lost. You're truly amazing. After the photo, Gao Bin approached Shin Qiushan to greet him. He accepted the defeat with conviction. After all, he had trained for a week before the competition, yet still failed to win. I think I'm awesome too. Shin Qiushan smiled and shrugged, not being polite at all. After this competition, he finally come to understand that athletes, like Gao Bin and his son, were suited to a repressive education. You absolutely can't flatter them, or they become cocky. Just like Shinichio at this moment, he practically had his award certificate plastered on his forehead. Do you brats still want revenge? Shin Qiushan asked again. Of course I did. Gao Bin nodded, then said with a sad face, but Uncle Shin, we really can't beat you in English. Not English this time. Shin Qiushan waved his hand and said, aren't there mock exams next week? Let's compare our scores. What? Gao Bin glared at his boss. Compare mock exam scores? Uncle Shin, you've got to be kidding. I admit you're good at English, but there are 6 subjects in the mock exam. Being good at English alone isn't enough. Shinichio, who had overheard the conversation, came over. Dad, stop it. Comparing mock exam scores with you is bullying. Hearing his son's words, Shin Qiushan burst into laughter. Don't you want me to accompany you? If you get a higher total score than me in the mock exam next week, I go to class 2, grade 3, to accompany your sister. Really? Shinichio's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt fatherly love for so long. Shin Yanran had to feel it too. That's fair. When has your father ever broken his promise? Then it's a deal. Brother Bin, be a witness. Forget it, you're not strong enough. Shinichio's gaze shifted, subconsciously landing on his second aunt. Chapter 59. Second, Principal Lin. Wait a minute. Lin Xiaomo was about to leave, when she heard her nephew calling her. She stopped and turned around in confusion. Brother Xiao, are you crazy? How dare you ask Principal Lin to be your witness for such a trivial matter? Gao Bin tugged at Shinichio's arm, and whispered in his ear. After Vice Principal Lin Xiaomo's appearance at the flag-raising ceremony, she became the unanimous most beautiful teacher in the eyes of the boys. Before, the boys would often argue about this topic, focusing on Fan Wan, the sophomore music teacher, Ji Meilin, the junior politics teacher, and the still charming Chen Xiangyu. But Lin Xiaomo's appearance put an end to the discussion. The boys no longer had any objection to the title of most beautiful teacher. If there was one thing to find fault with, it would probably be that Lin Xiaomo wasn't a teacher, but a vice principal. Gao Bin and his group of teenage boys, still in their 20s, could only feel a secret thrill of excitement, even a sense of awe, when faced with the beautiful and aloof Vice Principal Lin Xiaomo. Shinichio actually called out the aloof Vice Principal Lin Xiaomo for such a small matter, which genuinely startled Gao Bin. What surprised Gao Bin even more was that the Vice Principal, whom he hadn't dared look directly at, actually waved at Shinichio, motioning him over for a chat. Brother Bin, let go. Shinichio patted Gao Bin's hand, then trotted off to catch up with Lin Xiaomo. Second aunt, I want you to be the referee. The students were leaving, and the gymnasium was filled with a cacophony of activity. Those in the distance couldn't hear the two of them talking, so Shinichio simply stopped calling out Lin Xiaomo's position. What kind of referee? Lin Xiaomo glanced at her nephew in confusion. Isn't there a mock exam next week? My dad wants to compare his total score with mine. He said if he loses, he'd go to class 2 to sit with Shin Yanran. I'm afraid he won't keep his word. Second aunt, please be my witness. Shinichio said with a broad smile. In his opinion, there was no way his dad could beat him in a mock exam total score comparison. The thought of his dad going to class 2 to sit with Shin Yanran nearly made Shinichio laugh out loud. Lately, Shin Yanran has been asking him a lot about how it feels to sit next to his dad. This is clearly gloating. Shinichio has already made up his mind. After his dad goes to class 2, he asks Shin Yanran every day how it feels to be in the same class with him. After hearing his nephew's words, Lin Xiaomo subconsciously glanced at Shin Qiushan, who was standing in the distance. He was chatting with the boy who had just won second prize. Does he really want to compete with you on the mock exam total score? Lin Xiaomo had probably guessed what her unreliable brother-in-law was thinking. He probably thought the English vocabulary competition had really motivated Shinichio, and he wanted to replicate that. It was a form of provocation. But there was a key factor in this approach. Shin Qiushan couldn't lose. If he did, Shinichio's pent-up energy would be lost, and he might even let himself go if he won. With the Gaokao drawing ever closer, it was absolutely necessary to hold back. Once he had that urge to let himself go again, there would be no turning back. I go ask him. Lin Xiaomo felt that this shouldn't be done blindly. She mustn't destroy her nephew's hard-earned enthusiasm for study. Lin Xiaomo, treading on her stilettos, walked toward Shin Qiushan. By this time, Xiao Jinping and several other teachers had already left the gymnasium with the students. Only Yang Wei and Shen Xiangyu hadn't left yet, because each of them had their own crushes. Yang Wei wanted to see the goddess a few more times, and was even thinking of finding a reason to go over and chat. Shen Xiangyu, on the other hand, wanted to wait for Shen Qiushan to return to class for evening self-study, and ask if he wanted to come home for extra lessons tonight. Then, they both witnessed Vice Principal Lin Xiaomo approach Shen Qiushan. "Excuse me for a moment." Lin Xiaomo, not wanting Shenixia to overhear their conversation, immediately winked at Shen Qiushan. "Xiao Xiao, go back with Yunpeng and the others for evening self-study first. Don't worry, your father keeps his word." Shen Qiushan simply sent his son away, having probably guessed what his second sister-in-law, Lin Xiaomo, was thinking. The conversation between the two of them was not something his son should overhear. After Shenixiao, Gao Bin, and the other athletes left, Lin Xiaomo immediately asked, "Xiao Xiao said you wanted to compete with him on the mock exam. Are you sure you can win? Are you sure you can win?" "A high probability." Shen Qiushan didn't say anything definitive, leaving himself some wiggle room. Xixia's total score on the last mock exam was only 385. As long as you perform normally, it won't be a problem to surpass him. "So to motivate Xiao Xiao and Yin Ran you studied all the subjects?" Lin Xiaomo asked curiously. 385 points might not be a lot, but if you asked any middle-aged person around 40 to take a high school mock exam, it would be hard to beat that score. Almost finished?" Shen Qiushan hesitated for a moment, then added, "Actually, the reason I'm studying so hard isn't just for Xiao Xiao and Yin Ran. I'm also going to take the college entrance exam." Last time they ate hot pot, Shen Qiushan had only mentioned the accompanying tutoring. He hadn't said he was actually going to college. But this matter couldn't be kept secret, especially since his second sister-in-law had become the school's vice president. Maybe Su Desai would just sell her out during a casual chat one day. So, rather than passively being exposed, it would be better to confess proactively. As expected, upon hearing Shen Qiushan's shocking statement, his second sister-in-law, Lin Xiaomo, was stunned. Her willow-like eyebrows shot upward, and her beautiful eyes widened. "You're also going to take the college entrance exam? What do you mean? If you pass, will you go to college?" Lin Xiaomo peppered Shen Qiushan with questions, her emotions so intense that she, who had previously maintained a social distance from him, took an aggressive step forward. Shen Qiushan, having anticipated Lin Xiaomo's reaction, remained calm. He explained calmly, Chushua's biggest regret back then was not finishing college. "I just want to finish college for her. So not only am I going to college, I want to apply to Sanjiang University, where Chushua studied." Shen Qiushan's words came from the heart. At first, he wanted to apply simply to complete the system's task and claim the 100 million yuan reward, but as he continued studying, he had a new idea. Since the system task was to get into a 985 university, why not apply to Lin Chushua's alma mater? Shen Qiushan even had an even bigger goal, to get both of his children into Sanjiang University. To take them on the same roads his wife had walked and see the same scenery she had seen. Together, the three of them would complete his wife's unfinished education. That, in itself, would be a deeply meaningful endeavor. Chapter 60. Lin Xiaomo stared at the man in front of her for a long moment. Applying for college at 38 seemed absurd, but after hearing Shen Qiushan's explanation, Lin Xiaomo found it strangely reasonable. She was even a little moved. Whether Shen Qiushan's idea would succeed or not was not up for debate. At least, he had the intention. And he was working towards it. Otherwise, how could he have memorized so many English words? This was definitely not something that happened overnight. It was a premeditated effort toward the goal. It's just that no one knew about it before. I understand how you feel. That's a good idea. But have you ever thought about what would happen if you, Yanran, and Xiao Xiao all got into college? What would happen to the tuition and living expenses for all three of us? Lin Xiaomo asked a more practical question. It's already difficult for an average family to support one college student, let alone three. Furthermore, if Shen Qiushan actually went to college, the family's income would be completely cut off. How about you pay for us to finish college first? Shen Qiushan asked with a smile. Me? Lin Xiaomo hadn't expected Shen Qiushan to have the nerve to make such a request. As expected, unreliable is unreliable. She had assumed Shen Qiushan had his own plans, otherwise, how could he have dared to make such a decision? So, she was also part of his plans. Just kidding. I have my own way of paying for tuition and living expenses. Shen Qiushan stopped teasing his second sister-in-law and shrugged lightly. Lin Xiaomo rolled her eyes in response, but she said, If you really can get into Sanjiang University, I pay for your Shixiao's and Yinhan's tuition and living expenses. With that, she trudged toward the gymnasium entrance, her high heels clacking. Gazing at his second sister-in-law's slender figure, Shin Qiushan couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you planning to embezzle money to support us?" Lin Xiaomo didn't respond, and simply walked out of the gym. It was already 6:30. Faculty members, like Lin Xiaomo, usually get off work at 5 o'clock, so today was already considered overtime. In the parking lot at the school gate, she found her white Audi A4L, got in, and drove straight out of the city. About 40 minutes later, she parked outside a performance venue called Fuel Depot. She pulled a small 24-inch suitcase from the trunk and, with familiarity, entered the backstage area through the actor's passage. After walking through the winding corridor, she pushed open the door to lounge 106. "Momo, you're finally here. We're opening today." By then, there were already 3 women in the lounge. 2 of them sat in front of a makeup mirror, applying their makeup. A woman with blue bleached hair and a low-cut, tight skirt was playing on her phone. Seeing Lin Xiaomo enter the lounge, she immediately came over to greet her. "Something happened at school, and I'm late." Lin Xiaomo walked straight to the mirror and sat down. "Momo, you're the principal now. It would be crazy if the students knew you were also the lead singer of a band." The woman applying her makeup next to Lin Xiaomo had a buzz cut and dyed her hair yellow, a classic little yellow. She went for an androgynous look, wearing a black blazer with a sharp, clean-cut silhouette, and a simple white short-sleeved shirt with a slightly open neckline, giving her a casual, uninhibited vibe. She wore a pair of black straight-leg trousers with a sleek, flowing feel. She wore a pair of black ankle boots with a shimmering upper and a row of rivets at the ankle. The overall look was very cool and "They won't know," Lin Xiaomo replied as she opened her makeup case. "Momo, you can't be so decisive. What if we become famous one day? What if we become famous?" Another woman, who was applying makeup, said with a smile. She was slightly plump, with long, wavy chestnut brown hair. She wore a thin, sheer white shirt, through which her black bra was faintly visible, giving off a hazy, alluring vibe. "Let's wait until we become famous." Lin Xiaomo opened her suitcase, selected a pink wig, and applied a matching flaming red lipstick. In an instant, the aloof Principal Lin transformed into the sexy and alluring Red Rose. The name of the 4-member band was Red Rose Band. Lin Xiaomo was the lead singer and rhythm guitarist. The handsome, blonde girl was the lead guitarist, Fang Di. The slightly plump, wavy-haired girl was the drummer, Zhu Xinyue. The busted, blue-haired girl was the bassist, Hu Tingting. The 4 of them met in college. The band also formed during their college years, but after graduation, everyone went their separate ways, and the band disbanded. 2 years ago, with their lives now relatively stable, the 4 reunited. However, all 4 of them were part-timers, and had their own jobs. Girl bands are rare, and since lead singer Lin Xiaomo is both stunningly beautiful and well-groomed, the band has a lot of performances. The income is also quite good. This is why Lin Xiaomo had the guts to promise Shin Qiushan that he, Shin Yixiao, and Shin Yanren would go to college. Although her family could afford it, Lin Xiaomo had become financially independent long ago, and had long since stopped asking her parents for money. It's better not to become famous. Otherwise, our band would have to disband. How could Momo's dad let her do this? Hu Tingting continued the topic of fame. Director Lin is so hypocritical. Momo's mother was a singer in the art troupe, so why isn't she allowed to sing? Zhu Xinyue took over. Aunt Chen was a singer in the railway art troupe when she was young. How can she be like us? Fang Di said, as she put on her earrings. The 3 of them chatted back and forth. Lin Xiaomo was busy putting on her makeup, not joining in the conversation. Naturally, her father, Lin Moxuan, was strongly against her singing. Speaking of which, Shin Qiushan also had some credit for this, because he had abducted her sister, Lin Chuxue. Her father, Lin Moxuan, completely escalated his discipline. In Lin Moxuan's view, the entertainment industry was too chaotic, and there were probably more yellow-haired people like Shin Qiushan. Therefore, he absolutely refused to let his daughter enter that circle. Thus, Lin Xiaomo could only sing in secret, rehearsing and performing after get-off work. But she actually enjoyed this state of mind. During the day, she was the aloof section chief Lin, Principal Lin. At night, she was the voluptuous and sexy lead singer of a band, Red Rose. Such a colorful life better matched her expectations of life. At school, Shin Qiushan opened the Penguin Writer's Assistant app. In the gym, he had actually wanted to tell Lin Xiaomo that he was writing a novel. This would allow him to clean the money in his bank account, allowing him to spend freely in the future. Then Lin Xiaomo wouldn't have to worry about his university tuition and living expenses. However, Lin Xiaomo didn't give him a chance to speak. She even boasted that if he got into Sanjiang University, she would cover his tuition and living expenses. But, as a university president, how would you get the money to support 3 university students without resorting to corruption? Chapter 61. Shin Qiushan habitually checked the back-end data for I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn. Collections, 35,086. Readers, 19,652. Having only read and listened to books before, Shin Qiushan had no idea of the online writer community and the significance of this achievement for a new work by a new author. However, on Penguin Fiction's new book rankings, this book has already reached number 3. This is after only 2 rounds of recommendations. According to editor Wudong, this ratio of readers to collections is quite remarkable. If this momentum continues, it's likely to exceed 100,000 collections by the time the book hits shelves. Shin Qiushan had no idea what these figures were. He simply asked one question: how much money could be made? Wudong didn't offer a specific answer, simply saying it depended on the number of subscribers after the book was released. Also, income is linked to the number of words updated, so it's impossible to estimate at this point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating 113 people in the English vocabulary contest. 11,300 points of Academic Master Index reward. Just as Shin Qiushan was reading the reader's comments with great interest, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Sure enough, competitions are just like exams. Both can increase Academic Master Index. Ding! Host's Academic Master Index has reached 10,000 points. Activating the attribute panel. Just as Shin Qiushan was delighted, the system's voice rang out again. Xiao Huang, I'm here. Shin Qiushan quickly called out to the system page. Sure enough, the system page, which originally only contained basic information, now had an attribute panel. Basic attributes: appearance, 85. Build, 85. Strength, 75. Speed, 78. Endurance, 70. Health, 82. Advanced attributes: lifespan, 84. Martial arts, 9. Medicine, 1. Metaphysics, 0. Note: every 10,000 points of the Academic Master Index increases a basic attribute by 1 point, and every 100,000 points of the Academic Master Index increases a high-level attribute by 1 point. After reading the introduction to the attribute panel, Shin Qiushan was stunned. He had thought he'd become rich instantly, but 10,000 points of the Academic Master Index only increased a basic attribute by 1 point. Advanced attributes required 100,000 points of the Academic Master Index to redeem 1 point. Poor, so poor. In fact, Shin Qiushan had recently carefully considered how to quickly gain Academic Master Index. Currently, the most effective way is to participate in various exams and competitions. Another way is to connect with masters or experts in different fields, as learning different fields of knowledge has its rewards. If you happen to meet a senior teacher, attending their lectures is also a way to increase your Academic Master Index. But all of this takes time. Shin Qiushan's current priority is preparing for the college entrance exam. Although he can study hard, there's simply too much to learn, and time is tight. So Shin Qiushan plans to wait until he gets to university before visiting renowned teachers. After all, there's much more time in college. After evening self-study, Shin Qiushan goes to his old lover's house for a makeup lesson. Studying is intense right now. You still need to relax when you need to. Besides, his old lover tutors Shin Yanran and Shinichia every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. He doesn't accept money for it. But this favor had to be repaid. Shin Qiushan could only work harder during their tutoring. It was all for the children. Poor parents. Bearing the chill of early spring, Shin Qiushan rode his electric scooter back home. He was thinking, after receiving his manuscript fee, he'd buy a car. That way, he could save some time getting to and from school. Back home. It was already 11:30. And, as it turned out, the lights in both children's rooms were on. That brat, Shinichia, must have been shoving himself together, hoping to get a high score on next week's mock exam. Shin Yanran must have been feeling the pressure from her brother. After all, Shinichia had won 3rd place in today's English vocabulary competition. His study attitude has been exceptionally positive lately, and he's been working very hard. Shin Yanran was a little worried. What if her grades were surpassed? That would be humiliating. This kind of involution was exactly what Shin Qiushan wanted to see. Curl it, the clearer the better. Shin Qiushan changed into his pajamas and prepared for bed. On the coffee table, he spotted a brand new box. He picked it up and took a look. It was an electric razor. Xiaoxiao, I bought this for you. Just as Shen Qiushan was puzzled, his father's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Dad, you walk without making any noise. Shen Qiushan shuddered with fear. He turned around and saw that old Shen also had an identical razor in his hand. He said proudly. Xiaoxiao said he won third prize in an English competition. He got a 100 yuan scholarship, and he used it to buy each of us a razor. He said it was 39 yuan for one, 70 yuan for two, and it was quite useful. As old Shen spoke, he flipped the switch on his razor. A buzzing sound suddenly echoed through the quiet living room. That's enough. Don't disturb the children's studies. Shen Qiushan quickly stopped his father. His feelings were understandable. But making such noise so late at night was not a good idea. What Shen Qiushan didn't know was that old Shen had already been showing off the razor for a while, taking photos and posting them to the entire family group. Even though it was past 10 p.m. when he got the razor, he still ran downstairs to his daughter's house to show it off. And Shen Yishu didn't play favorites. After buying the razor, he used the remaining 30 yuan and bought 2 hairpins in different styles. The more mature style was given to his aunt Shen Dehua. The more youthful style was given to his sister Shen Yanran. When he gave the hairpin to Shen Yanran, he said, buy one, get one free. That's a steal. There were only 10 yuan left of the 100 yuan scholarship. Shen Yishu bought an 8 yuan box of hard gold sand at the supermarket and gave it to his uncle. With 2 yuan left, he bought 2 lollipops, one for himself and one for little potato. Just like that, the 100 yuan scholarship was gone. After listening to his father ramble on about how his son had allocated the 100 yuan scholarship, Shen Qiushan nodded with satisfaction. He silently sighed. That son has really grown up. He unwrapped the electric shaver in his hand. For something over 30 yuan, the packaging couldn't possibly be exquisite, and the workmanship looked relatively crude. But Shen Qiushan couldn't help but smile. The smile even spread from the corners of his mouth to his ears. He subconsciously pressed the power button. A buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Old Shen immediately glared and shouted, turn it off. Don't disturb the child's studies. Shen Qiushan thought the line sounded familiar. He quickly pressed the power button again, and the living room returned to silence. Old Shen sighed, well, my grandson is much more sensible than you. When you were his age, you were asking me for money every day. Shen Qiushan couldn't really refute this. He hadn't received a single cent in scholarships in school. But Shen Qiushan wasn't convinced either, and retorted, without me, there wouldn't be a sensible grandson like you. At this, old Shen's eyes widened. Without me, there wouldn't even be a kid like you. Chapter 62. Shen Qiushan was speechless and yawned, feigning sleepiness. I'm sleepy, time to sleep. He lay down on the bed. He silently called out Xiao Huang twice. A virtual system page suddenly appeared before his eyes. Current academic index, 12,854 points. If one chooses to redeem attribute points, they can only redeem one elementary attribute. Shen Qiushan felt it was unnecessary. Just 1 point wouldn't have much impact anywhere else. But after all, it was a quick fortune, and it would be tempting not to spend some. After much deliberation, Shen Qiushan decided to try his luck by entering 2 prize draws. The Z-Time novel he won last time looked promising. Ding! The host consumes 1,000 academic index points to enter a prize draw. Accompanied by the system prompt, the virtual lottery will begin spinning rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the commemorative prize, a bottle of charming perfume. Note: using charm perfume increases charm points by 20%, lasting 12 hours. This? Shen Qiushan was speechless. As expected, the first draw was protected by a novice. That's why he was able to hit the jackpot and win a novel set in the Z time frame. Now, trying again, he got a commemorative prize. Charm perfume? Increase charm points by 20%. For Shen Qiushan, this thing is useless. He's in school all day. What good would a 20% increase in charm points mean? One more time. I don't believe it. Reluctantly, Shen Qiushan clicked one more time on the lottery wheel. Ding! The host consumes 1,000 points of academic mastery index to enter the lottery once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a lucky gel pen. Note: the lucky gel pen increases your luck by 20%. That's a good idea. Shen Qiushan's eyes lit up. A 20% increase in luck means that when you encounter a multiple-choice question you don't know, your chances of guessing the right answer will be greatly increased. This thing is a perfect tool for poor students. It's practically tailor-made for my little brat. If I could get a few more of these pins and save them for the college entrance exam, maybe with the added bonus of luck, I could score an extra 10 or 20 points. For ordinary students, the college entrance exam is all about skill and luck. Although the first draw was disappointing, the second one turned out well. Shin Chioshan stopped drawing and entered his system backpack. Sure enough, in addition to the copy of I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn, there was also a bottle of blue perfume and a black gel pen. Both items had the retrieval symbol on them. Shin Chioshan chose to retrieve the gel pen. The gel pen that had been in the system's backpack immediately appeared in his hand. Wow, how magical! Shin Chioshan cursed silently. He felt that this pen, besides answering questions, could also be used for magic tricks. This was far more impressive than those magicians on the Spring Festival Gala. However, conjuring a pen out of thin air. Shin Chioshan couldn't help but think of a crosstalk piece he heard before. Suddenly, this magic trick seemed bloody. And through today's lottery, Shin Chioshan had confirmed one thing. That was, his current understanding of the system's development was extremely limited. As long as he had enough academic aptitude. Besides maxing out all your attributes, there will definitely be even more amazing rewards in the future. So, ultimately, the most important thing is to build up your academic aptitude, and the mock exams are the best opportunity to raise your academic aptitude. So, for the next week, Shin Chioshan embarked on a frantic practice session. Seeing his father working so hard, Shinichio didn't dare slack off, and continued to wake up at 4 o'clock every day. The large-scale training camp for the athletes was cancelled, but Gao Bin organized a small one with a few athletes, who were willing to continue. As the top athlete, he was able to provide guidance to Shinichio, Wang Yupeng, and the others. Sunday arrived again. Shin Chioshan first took his two children to his old lover's house for English lessons, then had lunch together. In the afternoon, Shin Yanran and Shinichio attended a math cram school. Shin Chioshan then had his weekly treat. It was the same beauty salon. The same 998 full-body whitening spa. Brother Shin, I heard you won first prize in the school's English vocabulary competition, beating out a bunch of high school students. That's incredible, Luo Mimi said with a smile, as she applied whitening essential oil to Shin Chioshan's body. I was lucky. I just happened to know all the words on the test. Shin Chioshan said modestly. Brother Shin, you can't fool me about this. Luck alone won't work. If I were there, I wouldn't be able to write a single word. Luo Mimi continued to praise him. She was a master at providing emotional value. Shin Chioshan closed his eyes, and didn't say anything else. By the way, Brother Shin, Miss Lin is your sister-in-law, right? After a moment's silence, Luo Mimi spoke again. To be precise, it's my second sister-in-law. She also has a younger sister. Shin Chioshan's mind involuntarily flashed back to the last time he met Lin Xiaoma here. The look in her eyes was like that of a wife who had caught her husband cheating. She didn't have an appointment with you today, did she? Shin Chioshan asked casually. Yes. She's meeting after you. Luo Mimi said with a smile. If nothing goes wrong, you see each other again later. Shin Chioshan was stunned for a moment and asked, do you have a back door? Yes, there is. But no guests go through the back door. I'm leaving. Shin Chioshan didn't want to run into Lin Xiaoma here again. Last time, he managed to get away with it by saying he was here to pick up Luo Yao, but this time, he had no excuse. Brother Shin, then, should I not mention your visit? Yes. Don't mention it. Okay. Luo Mimi was curious as to why Shin Chioshan was avoiding Lin Xiaoma. Since Shin Chioshan didn't bring himself to speak, she didn't ask. Everyone has things they don't want to discuss. That's perfectly normal. It would be rude to delve into the details. Especially for someone like Luo Mimi, who works in the service industry, it's crucial to pay attention to details like these and avoid discussing things the client doesn't want to discuss. Even though they exchanged techniques before, Luo Mimi still didn't think they were close enough to be friends. So, when they chatted, they maintained a sense of boundaries. The service was over. Shin Chioshan dressed and slipped out the back door of the beauty salon. A moment later, Lin Xiaoma laid down on the beauty bed where Shin Chioshan had just been. Ms. Lin, what's the service today? Facial spa, Lin Xiaoma replied calmly. Okay. Luo Mimi replied, skillfully applying cleanser to Lin Xiaoma's face. Lin Xiaoma had her eyes closed, but as Luo Mimi's fingers touched her face, she suddenly smelled an indescribable scent. She didn't like it, so she said bluntly, Sister Luo, can you wash your hands? Chapter 63. Monday. There are 69 days left until the Gaokao. The third mock exam for the senior year begins at 7 a.m. Students from all 12 classes were randomly assigned to different exam rooms. However, this reshuffling only occurred within the liberal arts and science classes. Sanjiang High School has a total of 12 classes in the senior year, 7 of which are science classes, and 5 are liberal arts classes. Class 1 of the senior year, also known as the Golden Class, is actually a science class, accepting only science students. The emphasis on science over liberal arts is a common phenomenon in high schools nationwide. There are many reasons for this phenomenon, but the primary one is employment. Science and engineering majors are typically related to fields like computer science, technology, and engineering. These industries offer higher salaries, greater career prospects, and more job opportunities after graduation. The Shin family likely lacks a science-oriented gene. Neither Shin Yanran nor Shin Ishu excelled in physics, chemistry, or biology, so both siblings chose liberal arts. Shin Qiushan sat in the exam room before he realized that since he had also chosen the liberal arts section, even if he took first place in the liberal arts section of this mock exam, he would only have beaten about 300 people. Since there were 5 liberal arts classes in the senior year, with an average of 60 students per class, that meant exactly 300 people. Besides, Shin Qiushan didn't have the skills to take first place in the liberal arts section at the moment. It seemed that the path to sudden wealth still depended on the college entrance examination. I just wondered if the college entrance examination would be calculated the same way as regular exams. Students from the 5 liberal arts classes were randomly assigned to 10 different exam rooms. Shin Qiushan was assigned to room 9, and coincidentally, his daughter Shin Yanran was also assigned to the same room. However, the father and daughter were quite far apart. Shin Qiushan's seat was in the last row, while Shin Yanran was assigned to the second. There were 2 other familiar faces in the exam room, Wang Yupeng and Zhou Yu, who had openly pursued his daughter. A chubby boy, his hair combed into an adult look, sat just to Shin Qiushan's left. "Uncle Shin, I heard you're going to compare your mock exam scores with the athletes again. My math and Chinese scores are pretty good. Would you like to take a look?" Before the exam began, Zhou Yu whispered to Shin Qiushan. Clearly, he still wanted to please his future father-in-law. "No need." Shin Qiushan waved his hand casually. I knew Uncle Shin wouldn't bother with such petty tricks." Zhou Yu gave a sheepish smile, then lowered his voice. "Uncle Shin, I heard Yanran's mother passed away a long time ago, and you've been single all this time. I have an aunt who's quite attractive in every way. Do you want to meet her?" Zhou Yu had long been thinking about trying to impress his future father-in-law, Shin Qiushan, through women, but he never had the chance. Now that they were assigned to the same exam room, it was a godsend. Although Zhou Yu felt it was a bit abrupt to bring up this matter now, he figured that as long as Shin Qiushan was interested, the timing wouldn't matter. After hearing the chubby guy's words, Shin Qiushan was speechless. "Are you trying to introduce me to a girlfriend?" "Yeah." Zhou Yu nodded quickly, mimicking the tone of a TV matchmaker, and offered counsel. "Uncle Shin, Yanran's about to go off to college. Your mission is largely accomplished. You should think about yourself next, right?" Shin Qiushan was amused by the chubby little guy, thinking that he'd come up with anything to woo his daughter. He even thought of using a honey trap on his future father-in-law. "Then tell me, what are the other party's requirements?" The invigilator hadn't arrived yet, and Shin Qiushan had nothing else to do, so he just chatted with the chubby little guy. Seeing Shin Qiushan's genuine interest, Zhou Yu perked up. He said mysteriously, "Uncle Shin, my aunt is divorced. She's been married for years. She has a child, but she's not with her. Of course, that's not important. What matters is that she's a very nice person, very knowledgeable, and a teacher." "What about her looks?" Shin Qiushan asked with interest. "Very elegant, intelligent, and generous. She's one of those beautiful women with a charming demeanor who's worth looking at," Zhou Yu said solemnly. Shin Qiushan rolled his eyes slightly. This little chubby kid was clearly a good conversationalist. If it weren't for his extensive social experience, he'd have been fooled. What about elegance, intelligence, and attractiveness? These are all just embellishments for a less than perfect appearance. Let's not even talk about distant past events. Let's just take my second sister-in-law, Lin Xiaoma, for example. When people describe her, the first words they bring up are definitely not elegance or attractiveness. "Uncle Ka Yin, I don't like ugly ones," Shin Qiushan replied with a smile. His verbal trap exposed, Zhou Yu scratched the back of his head and said with a bitter face, "Teacher Zhang isn't ugly, is he?" "Teacher Zhang? Your homeroom teacher, Teacher Zhang?" Shin Qiushan was completely speechless. He glared at the chubby kid, Zhou Yu, and thought furiously, "Do you think you can use a honey trap? A beauty trap? First, you need a beauty, right? Teacher Zhang? How dare you come up with that? Shin Qiushan was silently cursing inwardly when two invigilators walked into the exam room, one after the other. One of them was Zhang Xia, Zhou Yu, and Shin Yanran's homeroom teacher. She looked to be about 42 or 43 years old, with a round face and brown glasses perched on her nose. She was short, around 160 centimeters, but weighed a good 140 pounds. Shin Qiushan glared at the chubby Zhou Yu again, mentally cursing. You call that elegance, intelligence, and attractiveness? Zhou Yu didn't dare meet his future father-in-law's gaze. He silently reflected. Judging from Uncle Shin's reaction, introducing him to a girlfriend was the right move. It's just that he chose the wrong person. Uncle Shin didn't like Teacher Zhang's type. Well, then Teacher Chen from class 5 should be his cup of tea, right? Or maybe Teacher Feng, who taught music in the second year of high school. At this time, Zhang Xia and another invigilator had already handed out the exam papers. The first subject was math. The time limit was 120 minutes. Lately, Shin Qiushan had been spending 2 or 3 hours every day reviewing math workbooks and exam papers, and he had accumulated a vast database of math problems in his mind. As a result, he found answering the questions much easier than other students, especially since he had already practiced some of them several times, knowing the answers halfway through. While answering the questions, Zhou Yu silently observed his future father-in-law, Shin Qiushan. He was mainly curious. Could his father-in-law still solve math problems at such an old age? Math isn't like English, where you can get a good grade simply by diligently memorizing vocabulary and grammar. To do well in math, you need not only solid basic skills, but also strong problem-solving and logical thinking skills. At Shin Qiushan's age, these were weaknesses. Swish. Zhou Yu had only finished halfway through the front of his paper when he heard the sound of Shin Qiushan flipping through the pages. Huh? Finished? Finished the front already? Zhou Yu tilted his head, looking at Shin Qiushan in disbelief. His father-in-law wasn't paying any attention to him, instead continuing to focus on the second half of the paper. Chapter 64. Will there be no blanks? Yes, that should be the case. Otherwise, his speed is too fast. Zhou Yu's math score was considered good in the liberal arts class, at least in the top 5 in class 2, grade 3. He had only finished half of the test when Shin Qiushan finished the entire front section. This speed was probably only possible for the top students in the Tianju class. And he had to be the small group of students with the best math scores in the Tianju class. To ensure a realistic effect, mock exams are usually strictly supervised. 2 invigilators stand at the podium, and the other in the last row. And Zhang Xia was the one standing in the back row. She had actually come to the back row on her own initiative, because she had spotted Shin Qiushan sitting there when she entered the classroom. A few days ago, the class monitor, Zhou Yu, politely asked her what she thought of Shin Yanran's father, Old Shin. Zhang Xia had actually dealt with Shin Qiushan before. After all, he was the parent of one of her students. But Zhang Xia hadn't thought much of it before, treating him as just an ordinary parent. However, after Zhou Yu tactfully expressed his desire to bring the two together, Zhang Xia began to take notice of Shin Qiushan. She greatly admired this father, who had accompanied his child to high school for his academic success. Of course, admiration wasn't the most important thing. She thought Shin Qiushan had a great appearance. Tall, well-built, and energetic. Very manly. He was Zhang Xia's type. So, she had actually been paying extra attention to Shin Qiushan these past few days, even taking extra care of Shin Yanran. However, Shin Qiushan usually accompanied her child to class 5, so she hadn't had much opportunity to interact with him. Today, the two of them were quite fortuitous, unexpectedly being assigned to the same exam room. Seeing Shin Qiushan so focused on answering the questions, Zhang Xia approached him curiously. She taught Chinese and knew very little math, so she had no idea whether Shin Qiushan's answers were correct or not. But judging by his speed and manner in answering the questions, he didn't seem to be filling in his answers randomly. I heard he made a bet with his son to compare their total scores on the mock exams. Perhaps he'd been reviewing math specifically to motivate Shin Ishiu. Such a dedicated and responsible man is truly rare. Zhang Xia nodded slightly. Looking at Shin Qiushan again, a hint of tenderness lingered behind his glasses. She felt that such a man was quite a match for her. With 40 minutes left until the deadline, Shin Qiushan had already finished the entire paper. There were 2 major questions for which he had no idea how to answer them. The last one, in particular, was completely impossible to tackle. This must be the legendary advanced question, reserved for the most advanced students. Shin Qiushan reviewed the paper again, then turned it in first and walked out of the exam room. The students in the exam room were stunned to see him hand in his paper. With half an hour still left until the deadline, almost no one had finished their papers. And yet, Shin Qiushan had already handed in his paper and left. Shin Yanran, sitting in the front row, twirled her gel pen, silently thinking that a walk was better than struggling with incomprehensible math problems. Wang Yupeng, sitting against the wall, was probably the only person in the exam room who, like Shin Qiushan, had finished his paper. However, because he had so many questions he didn't know, he skipped through the paper and finished it. As Shin Qiushan handed in his paper, he was debating whether to turn it in early. In fact, if Shin Yanran hadn't been in the exam room, he would have just handed it in and left. Staying still wouldn't work, so why waste time? But now, he was worried about giving Shin Yanran the impression that he didn't take the mock exam seriously, so he just sat there, scratching his head. Uncle Shin has already handed in his paper. So I do it too. Wang Yupeng also stood up and handed in his paper, but as he did so, he took a special look at Shin Qiushan's. The front was filled with answers, all the questions complete. Holy crap, is this true? Is Uncle Shin that strong? Wang Yupeng pondered silently. After leaving the exam room, he went straight to the 7th exam room, where Shinichio was. In previous exams, he and Shinichio would wait for the other whoever handed in their paper first. This time, it was clear that he had handed in his paper first. Zhou, who had been keeping an eye on Shin Qiushan's progress, glanced at the few large questions he hadn't yet started on. He was certain his father-in-law hadn't finished many of them. Zhou thought this was normal. The math test was quite difficult, even he struggled. Let alone a middle-aged father-in-law. In the corridor, Lin Xiaoma toured the various examination rooms. Having only been in office for a week, she was still getting acquainted with the campus environment. As a result, students often saw this stunningly beautiful and aloof vice principal in various places. Today was the day for the senior year mock exams, and Lin Xiaoma was naturally very interested. After she reported to school, Principal Wang Guangqing tactfully assigned her to oversee teaching duties. The college entrance exam is approaching. Among this batch of students, there are 2 rare prospects for admission to Peking University and Tsinghua University. So, Wang Guangqing is putting Lin Xiaoma in charge of teaching to help her improve her performance and enhance her resume. And the reason Wang Guangqing is so cooperative and willing to help Lin Xiaoma is naturally because she has a good father. It's no exaggeration to say that Lin Xiaoma is the saint of Sanjiang City's education system. Who dares to offend her? No matter where she goes, superiors must give her the full respect. Since she is in charge of teaching, Lin Xiaoma naturally attaches great importance to this senior high school mock exam. Of course, besides work reasons, Lin Xiaoma is also very concerned about this mock exam for personal reasons. After all, her nephew and niece are both taking the exam. Besides the 2 of them, there was also an unreliable brother-in-law, and that brother-in-law had even threatened to apply to Sanjiang University, the top university in the province. She wanted to see how far Shin Qiushan still had to go to get into Sanjiang University. Just as Lin Xiaoma was patrolling the corridor, she saw Shin Qiushan already on the school playground. Handing in the paper already, Lin Xiaoma glanced at Shin Qiushan strolling on the playground and was speechless. That's it? You still said you wanted to apply to Sanjiang University? Lin Xiaoma pouted softly as she arrived at the entrance to the 9th examination room. Knowing Shin Qiushan was in that room, Lin Xiaoma hesitated for a moment before immediately entering the classroom. Principal Lin, Zhang Xia and another invigilator nodded quickly. Lin Xiaoma waved gently, walked straight to the desk, and picked up Shin Qiushan's math paper. To her surprise, the paper was almost completely filled. She had expected much more blank space. Lin Xiaoma frowned and whispered to the male teacher invigilating with Zhang Xia, "Teacher Su, you're the math teacher. Take a look at this paper, and see how it went." Teacher Su had already looked at Shin Qiushan's paper, as he was curious about this older accompanying student. However, he didn't carefully calculate the score, only roughly estimating it. "Principal Lin, I've just looked at this paper. My preliminary estimate is probably over 120 points. If you want the exact score, I can calculate it right away," Teacher Su said in a low voice. After hearing this, Lin Xiaomo's beautiful eyes widened, and her long eyelashes trembled. 120 points? A 38-year-old man actually scored 120. This is math. No, you really want to apply to Sanjiang University? Chapter 65. If it's not too much trouble, let's calculate it, Lin Xiaomo whispered. She was genuinely curious about Shin Qiushan's score. It's not a big deal, it's easy. Teacher Su's full name is Su Jianxi, and he's in charge of grade 3 classes 7 and 8. He pulled his red marking pen from his shirt pocket and opened the WeChat group for the Grade 3 Math Teaching and Research Group. The answers to the mock exam had already been posted. Su Jianxi carefully reviewed Shin Qiushan's math paper while checking the answers. He got every question on the front page correct, but he got one fill-in-the-blank question wrong on the back, so he deducted 5 points. He got the first 2 steps of the third-to-last question correct, so Su Jianxi gave him 6 points out of a total of 15. He left the last question completely blank, so he deducted 15 points. 121 points. Su Jianxi calculated the correct score. Then he handed the test paper to Lin Xiaomo. Principal Lin, the scores are calculated, and they're about what I expected. Lin Xiaomo took the paper again and examined it carefully. Shin Qiushan actually only got 3 questions wrong on the entire test paper. To be more precise, 2.5. Shin Qiushan didn't get any of the relatively basic questions wrong. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. After leaving the exam room, Lin Xiaomo stood by the corridor window and looked out at the playground. Shin Qiushan was still strolling around. But now there was someone beside him, Mr. Wang from the school's reception desk. The two of them were chatting about something, seemingly quite happy, with Mr. Wang dancing with joy. Before Lin Xiaomo reported to school, she had asked someone to inquire about some of the personnel relationships within Sanjiang High School. Compared to the numerous factions within the provincial key high schools, Sanjiang High School was relatively free of internal strife. The previous vice principal, due to disagreements with the principal, Wang Guangqing, had been transferred. As a result, Wang Guangqing held absolute control over the school, employing his subordinates from top to bottom. Even the security guard, Uncle Wang, was an uncle of Wang Guangqing's. This wasn't bad news for Lin Xiaomo, it was actually good news, as it prevented her from being drawn into interfactional struggles. Otherwise, if she, the saintly daughter of Sanjiang's education system, were thrown into a situation characterized by a multitude of factions, she would inevitably become the target of scrambles from various factions, forcing her into the internal friction of interpersonal relationships, something Lin Xiaomo hated most. On the playground, Shin Qiushan and Uncle Wang were indeed chatting happily. Having often offered Uncle Wang cigarettes and water, Shin Qiushan had become familiar with the old man. Uncle Wang had come to him specifically to find him strolling around the playground. The topic of conversation between Old Ding and Old Ding was nothing but women. After learning that Shin Qiushan had been widowed early in life, Grandpa Wang began recommending some of the single female teachers at the school. Chen Xiangyu, Fang Wan, and Ji Meilin, the female teachers often discussed by students, were also among Grandpa Wang's top recommendations. Shin Qiushan then asked Grandpa Wang what he thought of Zhang Xia. Grandpa Wang's assessment was, a gas tank wearing glasses. While the description was a bit exaggerated, it did bear some resemblance. Both men burst into laughter, which was exactly how Lin Xiaomo reacted when she saw them. By the way, little Shin, there's a better option now. If you can get that new vice principal Lin, you have nothing to worry about for the rest of your life. I tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone else. At this point, Grandpa Wang glanced around and said in a low voice, the new vice principal Lin has some powerful connections. Her father is a high-ranking official in the education bureau. Really? Shin Qiushan feigned surprise. He was curious about how old Wang knew his second sister-in-law's background. That's for sure. If she didn't have such a powerful background, how could she become vice principal at such a young age? Grandpa Wang smiled again. So, this is a chance to climb the social ladder. Xiaoshin, you have good looks, but you're a little poor, have 2 children, and are a bit older. Shin Qiushan, Grandpa Wang, have you still not found a new partner? Shin Qiushan changed the subject. What? Is there anyone suitable? Old Wang's eyes lit up at the mention of this topic. Shin Qiushan laughed heartily. Uncle Wang, why don't you try and see if you can get a better match? Even though you're old, poor, and short, what if she prefers mature men? With that, Shin Qiushan took off running. Old Wang stamped his feet behind him and cursed. You kid, are you making fun of me? Don't even think about entering the school gate tomorrow. Seeing this scene on the playground, Lin Xiaomo, upstairs, rolled her eyes. Although she had no idea what the two of them were talking about. One minute, they were laughing. The next they were running away while the other was jumping up and down cursing behind them. This kind of thing would be perfectly normal if it happened to a student. But it happened to Shin Qiushan and Grandpa Wang, who must be 100 years old together. Is this what they call a man who remains a youth until death? How childish. When Shin Qiushan returned to the exam room, the students had already handed in their papers. He glanced around the room, but didn't see his daughter. He probably went to the bathroom. The chubby little boy, Zhou Yu, came up to him with a grin. Uncle Shin, you handed in your paper so early. You must have done well in math. Yeah, not bad. Shin Qiushan nodded and commented, aside from 2 difficult questions, the rest seemed pretty easy. Easy? Zhou Yu's mouth twitched. Compared to the second mock exam's math paper, this one was noticeably more difficult. He estimated that he wouldn't get more than 110 points at most. If he was a little unlucky, he might not even get 100. And yet, Shin Qiushan actually said the paper was easy. Zhou Yu didn't verbally refute his father-in-law, but he silently grumbled in his heart, just like my brother-in-law Shin Yixiao, the king of pretentiousness. The Shin family's genes are truly powerful. Alas, I wonder if Yanran and I's children will inherit the Shin family's pretentious genes. Forget it, for Yanran. It's nothing. In the corridor, outside the 7th examination room. Brother Xiao, how did you do on the test? Wang Yipeng asked Shin Yixiao, who had been sitting in the examination room for the full 120 minutes. It's just SOSO. It felt a bit difficult. Shin Yixiao sighed. I was hoping I could beat Dad in math. It turned out to be such a difficult test. I feel like even getting 70 points is a stretch. If my dad can only guess 20 or 30 points, he'd only be 40 or 50 points off. Uncle Shin's test was completely filled. Anyway, he filled the front section. Wang Yipeng stroked his chin and said, Uncle Shin was the first to hand in his test. I was the second, and I saw his test. The front section is mostly multiple choice, so filling it up is perfectly normal. Shin Yixiao shrugged. Suddenly, he became confident again. If my dad hands in his paper first, it means he doesn't know how to do it. Maybe he get a single-digit score, just like the quiz. Wang Yipeng nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's very possible. I also think Uncle Shin is just too bored sitting there. But the next subject, English, is Uncle Shin's strong point. Shin Yixiao curled his lips smugly and patted Wang Yipeng on the shoulder. Yipeng, have you forgotten who's standing in front of you? Knowing his best friend, Wang Yipeng knew this guy was probably trying to show off. He was about to run when Shin Yixiao chuckled. Now, standing before you is Shin Yixiao, the 3rd place winner of the Sanjiang City High School English Vocabulary Competition and the 2nd place athlete. Chapter 66. Wang Yipeng rolled his eyes in frustration. Brother Xiao, why don't you just stick the certificate on your forehead? Save me from having to repeat it all the time. Shin Yixiao said innocently. That's all we're talking about. I don't really need to bring up that 3rd prize in the school English vocabulary competition. Wang Yipeng was completely speechless. Let's go! Back to the exam. Brother Peng, let's chat a little longer. Shin Yixiao seemed unsatisfied. However, Wang Yipeng walked briskly back to the 9th exam room. Entering the classroom, he glanced toward Shin Yanran's seat. She was chatting with the girl sitting next to her, seemingly reviewing answers to a math test. Shin Yanran's eyebrows knitted slightly, as if she hadn't done well on the test. Wang Yipeng scratched the back of his head in annoyance. As a teenager, he hadn't yet tasted the bitterness of love, but instead had already tasted the bitterness of secret love. At this moment, Zhang Xia and Su Jianxi entered the classroom again. The students immediately took their seats. This subject was English. After the papers were distributed, the listening section began. Shin Qiushan hadn't practiced listening much before, but thanks to his extensive vocabulary and his familiarity with various grammars, he knew them all by heart. The listening section wasn't difficult for Shin Qiushan. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that, with his expanded vocabulary, listening to someone speak English was actually similar to listening to Chinese. It felt a bit like listening to someone from Xinjiang speaking Mandarin. Although it was a plasticized Mandarin, he could still understand what they were saying. The listening section ended. Shin Qiushan felt that those 30 points shouldn't be a problem. Next came the written test. Shin Qiushan answered very smoothly, practically without any difficulty, from the first multiple-choice question to the subsequent reading comprehension section. Then came the final essay. The topic was, imagine you are Li Ming, a senior at Sanjiang High School, and the school is holding a speech-themed low-carbon campus, starts with me. Write a speech. When reviewing English, Shin Qiushan had memorized 2 English composition books. He searched his mind and immediately found similar sample essays. Quickly, he finished the English essay. Shin Qiushan checked the time. Of the 120-minute exam, only a little over 70 minutes had passed. I failed, truly unbeatable. Shin Qiushan sighed silently, then reviewed the paper again. With half an hour left before the end of the exam, he handed in his paper and left the exam room. Holy crap! So fast again. Zhou Yu, sitting next to Shin Qiushan, had just finished his reading comprehension and hadn't even looked at the essay topic yet. The other students in the room subconsciously glanced at Shin Qiushan. When the math exam was handed in early, almost everyone assumed Shin Qiushan was doing it because he didn't know how to do it. After all, asking a middle-aged man to solve high school math problems was a bit too much. But English was different. Last week's school-wide English vocabulary competition had made him a legend. Shin Qiushan was known as the god of English in school, so Shin Qiushan's early submission of his English exam only reinforced his image as the god of English. Zhang Xia glanced at the tall figure exiting the classroom and quickly picked up Shin Qiushan's test paper. She had also graduated from a top-tier university in her youth, and her English was passable. She first flipped over to the essay section and read it over again. She couldn't find any flaws. It could almost be used as a model essay. No wonder the students called him the god of English. He really was quite skilled. Zhang Xia sighed silently inwardly. At the same time, she felt a slight increase in favor for Shin Qiushan. It wasn't his fault that he didn't go to college. It was the fault of the times. It was the fault of the admissions policy to maintain such a high standard even in middle age. You can imagine how incredibly talented he must have been in his youth. Perhaps financial difficulties prevented him from attending university. Guess I should learn more about his family situation. Zhang Xia's gaze subconsciously fell on Shin Yanran. She wanted to learn more about Shin Qiushan's family situation, and Shin Yanran was the most convenient place to start. On the other side, Shin Qiushan hummed a little tune as he entered the school cafeteria. He had handed in his paper half an hour early, so he could eat early, taking advantage of the quietness of the cafeteria before the students left. He also wanted to eat on the first floor without having to queue. Shin Qiushan was getting a little tired of the small stir-fries in the faculty cafeteria on the second floor, but the large pots on the first floor offered a refreshing treat. He grabbed a plate and ordered an order of chicken wings with egg yolk, a plate of braised spare ribs, and a plate of mushroom and lettuce. He then ordered 4 tails of rice and a bowl of the free egg drop soup. Shin Qiushan had been looking for a seat, but as he glanced around the cafeteria, he spotted a mushroom-headed man sitting alone in a corner. Shin Qiushan remembered the mushroom-headed girl. She was a top student in the Tianju class, and had won first prize in the school-wide English vocabulary competition with him. This little mushroom-headed girl had arrived at the cafeteria earlier than him, which meant she had handed in her paper earlier. She was indeed a top student. She was even as good as a cheater. Shin Qiushan sighed silently, then carried his plate to the table where the mushroom-headed girl sat and sat down across from her. Supiwa, chewing her steamed bun, felt her vision obstructed for a moment. She looked up and saw Shin Qiushan. "Uncle, there are empty tables nearby," Supiwa reminded him, frowning. Shin Qiushan hadn't expected this little mushroom-headed girl to be such a prick. He smiled and said, "I prefer quiet corners too." Oh! Supiwa was, after all, just a prickly little hedgehog, not really a particularly aggressive person. After hearing Shin Qiushan's response, she didn't know what to say, and continued to nibble on her steamed bun. Shin Qiushan glanced at the plate in front of her, and was surprised. Supiwa's plate contained only a steamed bun, a bowl of free seaweed egg drop soup, and a handful of pickled mustard greens. The pickled mustard greens were clearly her own, and including the half-eaten steamed bun she had in her hand, she had only bought 2 steamed buns from the cafeteria for her meal. When accepting the award that day, Shin Qiushan had already noticed that the little mushroom-headed girl's family wasn't well off, but he hadn't expected it to be this far. At the same time, Shin Qiushan realized why she had handed in her paper so early. The earlier she handed in her paper, the fewer people there were in the cafeteria, and adolescent boys and girls are at their most self-respecting. So, the little mushroom-headed girl wanted to take advantage of the least crowded cafeteria to secretly nibble on her steamed bun and pickled greens. But she just won first prize in the school's English vocabulary competition last week. Because Shin Qiushan wasn't enrolled at Sanjiang High School, the 2,000 yuan scholarship belonged exclusively to Supipa. With a 2,000 yuan scholarship, she wouldn't be unable to afford a proper lunch. Unless she had some other unspeakable secret. "We're fellow award winners. What's your name?" Shin Qiushan, having forgotten the little mushroom-headed kid's name, asked. "Supipa." The little mushroom-headed kid said his name while chewing his steamed bun. "Supipa." Shin Qiushan silently repeated the little mushroom-headed kid's name. His expression suddenly grew heavy. He'd been reviewing Chinese lately, and reading a lot of ancient poetry. In Xiangji Xianji, a poem by Ming Dynasty writer Gui Youguang, there's a line, "There's a loquat tree in the courtyard, planted by my wife herself the year she died. Now it's standing tall, its branches and leaves lush, like an umbrella. If the person who named Su Pipa knew Xiang Ji Xianji, then this is most likely a sad story. Combined with Su Pipa's family's poverty, Shen Qiushan's speculation is likely true. In other words, Su Pipa's mother died the year she was born. That's why someone gave her this name. Chapter 67. Who gave you your name? Shen Qiushan hesitated for a moment, but still asked curiously. He thought to himself, I hope I'm overthinking it, and that she doesn't have such a pitiful background. Hearing this question, Su Pihua chewed her bun a little slower, then whispered 2 words, my dad. From the subtle change in her expression, Shen Qiushan was almost certain that his guess was unfortunate. It's a unique name, easy to remember and pleasant to the ear. Shen Qiushan didn't ask further, but instead smiled and praised. Su Pihua didn't respond, but continued to nibble on her bun, occasionally sipping the complimentary seaweed egg drop soup. However, behind her glasses, her eyes inadvertently swept over the braised pork ribs on Shen Qiushan's plate, and she subconsciously swallowed. The braised pork ribs in the cafeteria were perfectly cooked, the aroma was fragrant, and it tantalized the taste buds. Shen Qiushan, noticing the girl's subtle movements, said, Actually, I came here to make a deal with you. Huh? Su Pihua swallowed the steamed bun in his mouth, and looked at Shen Qiushan warily and blankly. What deal? Can you spare an hour every noon to go over homework for me and my 2 children? Of course, I won't let you work in vain. You get 100 yuan a day, plus lunch. Shen Qiushan stated his request. In fact, he had been thinking about using his lunch break for the past few days. Finding a teacher for extra lessons wasn't practical. There was a clear rule that in-service teachers couldn't give extra lessons, so those who did were usually done in secret. If teachers were to give extra lessons in school during lunch break, wouldn't that be like looking for trouble? It's like asking for trouble, but there's nothing wrong with students discussing problems with each other. It's a form of mutual help. Shen Qiushan had been searching for a suitable candidate these days, but for high school seniors, time is extremely precious. Especially for those with excellent grades. With only 69 days left until the Gaokao, they're already cramming in. How could they possibly spare an hour a day to help others? And Su Pihua, standing before him, was clearly the perfect candidate. She was the second-ranked student in her grade, and a little teacher with such high grades was hard to come by. Most importantly, she was short on money. So, there was probably room for maneuver. Sure enough, upon hearing the 100 yuan daily salary and a free lunch, Su Pihua's eyes lit up behind her glasses. She quickly calculated in her mind that there were 69 days left until the Gaokao, including 9 Sundays, which made it exactly 60 days. 100 yuan a day, that's 6,000 yuan. Add to that the 2,000 yuan scholarship she received from last week's school-wide English vocabulary competition, and that's 8,000 yuan. That would almost cover her first year's tuition and accommodation. Besides, she could work part-time during the summer after the Gaokao. By the time she officially enrolled at university, she should have over 10,000 yuan saved. If you have any conditions, please share them. Since it's a deal, both parties must be satisfied. Seeing Su Pihua remain silent for a while, Shen Qiushan spoke again. Pay first. Daily payment. Su Pihua looked up, looking Shen Qiushan in the eye. No problem. Shen Qiushan agreed immediately. This wasn't even a request. Even tutoring outside required payment upfront, and in most cases, multiple hours of tuition were charged at once. There's another problem. There's no suitable venue. Su Pihua continued. I find the venue. You just need someone. For Shen Qiushan, finding a place to tutor on campus was a piece of cake. Okay. Su Pihua nodded immediately. Then it's a deal. Start tomorrow. I'll let you know the location later. Shen Qiushan pushed his plate in front of Su Pihua. Lunch starts today. I haven't eaten this one yet. I go find a venue first. Without waiting for Su Pihua to react, Shen Qiushan stood up and strode towards the cafeteria entrance. Su Loquat stretched out her hand, wanting to call out to Shen Qiushan, but for a moment she was at a loss for words. As she hesitated, Shen Qiushan had already reached the cafeteria entrance. Lowering her arm, which had been suspended in the air, Su Loquat's gaze subconsciously fell on the plate Shen Qiushan had left behind. The reddish-brown ribs were enticing, each evenly coated in a thick sauce. Under the cafeteria lights, they shimmered with a glossy sheen, as if adorned with a luxurious coating. Su Loquat swallowed hard and looked back toward the cafeteria entrance. Shen Qiushan had already left, and through the glass door, she could vaguely make out his tall, burly figure. As clever as Su Loquat was, she naturally understood that the uncle had left because he was worried she'd feel awkward and uncomfortable. Putting more effort into her lectures was a way of showing him some appreciation. Su Loquat pondered this, her chopsticks no longer hesitating as she picked up a piece of pork chop. As the thickly sauced chop entered her mouth, her eyes subconsciously narrowed behind her glasses, and her chubby face, slightly chubby, was filled with enjoyment. She chewed gently twice, the aroma of the meat filling the air, the rich flavor exploding across her taste buds. Her cheeks began to rhythmically swell as she savored the delight of the meal. For Su Loquat, this lunch was far too sumptuous. If she had paid for it herself, she wouldn't have been willing to spend it. Outside the cafeteria, Shin Qiushan walked, pondering the topic of the tutoring venue. For him, this matter wasn't really a big deal. He had at least 3 options. First, he could ask his old lover, Chen Xiangyu, for help. She was a teacher at the school, so finding a lab or music room shouldn't be difficult. Second, he could go to the director of the Academic Affairs Department, Su Desai. He already received a red envelope, so even such a small favor wouldn't be a problem. The third option was to ask his second sister-in-law, Lin Xiaomao. She was the vice principal, so finding a place for tutoring wouldn't be a problem. After considering all the factors, Shin Qiushan decided to ask his second sister-in-law for help. After all, she was one of them. Just as he made his decision, Lin Xiaomao emerged from the teaching building, heading towards the cafeteria, clearly on her way to dinner. What a divine providence! Shin Qiushan sighed inwardly, and simply stood there waiting for him. Naturally, Lin Xiaomao also saw Shin Qiushan. Today, this unreliable brother-in-law had left her with a deep shock. Just now, she went back to the 9th exam room and, after discovering that Shin Qiushan had already handed in his paper, she immediately asked Xiao Jinping, the head of the senior high school English teaching and research group, for the English answers from the mock exam. After comparing them, she discovered that Shin Qiushan hadn't gotten a single question wrong, and his English essay was also perfectly written. The only flaw was that his English writing was so poor that he might lose a point or 2 on the final English essay. In other words, Shin Qiushan's English score was at least 148. Add to that his 121 in math. Based solely on these 2 scores, he could have been accepted into the genius class. Chapter 68. An old man who had wasted half his life. He really was in a state of silence, then sudden descent. Lin Xiaomao was genuinely shocked. Even if she, a graduate student, had taken the math and English exams, she wouldn't have gotten scores as high as Shin Qiushan's. Showing off one's talents in public was certainly glorious, but only one knew the hard work that went on behind the scenes. Lin Xiaomao's preconceptions about her unreliable brother-in-law began to crumble. Perhaps I've never truly understood him. Lin Xiaomao thought to herself, subconsciously quickening her pace. She saw Shin Qiushan already standing there, waiting for her. What's up? Although her opinion of Shin Qiushan had improved somewhat, Lin Xiaomao maintained aloof demeanor. I need a place to take extra classes. 1 hour every day at noon. Shin Qiushan didn't mince words, and directly stated his request. Teachers are strictly prohibited from giving private tutoring. Even as the vice principal, I can't cover for it. Lin Xiaomao frowned. No teachers were involved. I simply found a student who was relatively good at studying to help Yan Ran and Xiao Xiao with the questions. Shin Qiushan said truthfully. Is that so? Lin Xiaomao thought for a moment and asked, so that means there are only 3 of us? 4 plus me. Shin Qiushan pointed to himself. Then in my office. It's quiet, and no one will disturb you. As vice principal, Lin Xiaomao naturally had her own office. It was a very large one, specially arranged by Wang Guangqing. This shrewd principal's attitude toward Lin Xiaomao was pure and simple, a word that could be used to describe it. Licking the boots, he knew Lin Xiaomao was only there to gain experience, and it wouldn't affect his position in the slightest, nor was there any competition between them. On the contrary, if he could serve this saint well, Director Lin might even be so pleased that he could even move him up the ladder. So for Wang Guangqing, this was also a rare opportunity to curry favor. Sanjiang City, a metropolis with a permanent population exceeding 10 million, boasted nearly 100 high schools of all types. If it weren't for Lin Xiaomao's arrival, Wang Guangqing, an ordinary principal, wouldn't have had any contact with Director Lin. The disparity in their status was simply too vast. Under these circumstances, Wang Guangqing naturally prioritized all the best resources for Lin Xiaomao. He even chose the largest office. If it weren't for the fear of gossip within the school, he would have willingly given up his own office. Your office? Shin Qiushan had assumed Lin Xiaomao would help him find an empty classroom or conference room. It turned out to be her own office, a place Shin Qiushan hadn't considered. To save time, we might have to eat in your office, Shin Qiushan said. When does it start? Lin Xiaomo asked bluntly. It was clear that in her opinion, eating in the office was no big deal. Tomorrow. Okay. Lin Xiaomo nodded and asked, anything else? You're going to eat? Yes. Then let's go together. Didn't you just come out of the cafeteria? Lin Xiaomo looked suspicious. I just came out of the cafeteria, yes, but I haven't eaten yet. I tell you more later. Shen Qiushan shrugged. Then he followed his second sister-in-law back to the cafeteria. However, this time, he and Lin Xiaomo went directly to the faculty cafeteria on the second floor, ignoring Su Pipa, who was absorbed in his meal. Originally, Lin Xiaomo had wanted to keep a certain distance from Shen Qiushan, to avoid exposing their relationship. But starting tomorrow, Shen Qiushan would be bringing the 3 children to her office for tutoring. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a wall without cracks. Sooner or later, their relationship would be exposed, so they simply let it slide. Teachers who didn't have classes during the 4th period of the morning usually arrived early, so there were already quite a few teachers in the faculty cafeteria on the second floor. Everyone was surprised to see Lin Xiaomo and Shen Qiushan arrive together. At present, both of them are considered influential figures at Sanjiang High School. Shen Qiushan's status as an older transfer student makes him unique within the school, and even within Sanjiang City. Additionally, his first prize in the school's English vocabulary competition further enhances his fame. Lin Xiaomo, the beautiful, unexpectedly appointed vice principal, is the focus of the teacher's attention. Although Shen Qiushan is unique, he is ultimately just a transfer student, and his status will not have any impact on the school's teachers. Lin Xiaomo, on the other hand, is different. As the vice principal responsible for teaching, she holds immense power. Furthermore, Lin Xiaomo's powerful background has spread throughout the school. After all, even the security guard, Mr. Wang, knows her background, so it's natural that the teachers are unaware of it. Such a beautiful vice president with such a powerful background was bound to attract attention. But since taking office, she had mostly kept to herself. Today, she appeared in the cafeteria with Shen Qiushan. Everyone was naturally surprised. In their opinion, the two shouldn't have any contact. And yet, they happened to be together. Ignoring the curious glances around her, Lin Xiaomo took the initiative to order 3 dishes and a soup. Then she and Shen Qiushan found an empty table and sat down. Although they sat at the same table, they maintained social distance, giving the impression that they were sitting together for work reasons. I saw your math test. You got 121 points. That's a very high score. So, did you start studying high school math a long time ago? After taking her seat, Lin Xiaomo asked her a question. Well, since I'm applying to Sanjiang University, of course I have to prepare in advance. Since his second sister-in-law had already prepared an excuse for him, Shen Qiushan followed her line of thought. Lin Xiaomo nodded slightly. This was the only possibility she could think of. She would never believe that Shen Qiushan only started studying high school math after coming to school to accompany her. The time frame was too short, it was simply impossible, but if he'd been planning ahead and quietly studying for a long time, it was still very possible. It could only be said that this seemingly unreliable brother-in-law was actually very scheming and resilient. Once he set his mind to something, he would overcome all obstacles to achieve it. That's a rare quality. So you've studied other subjects too? Lin Xiaomo pressed. Currently, only math, Chinese, and English are doing well. History, politics, and geography are all SOSO, and I'm still working on it. Shen Qiushan honestly described his learning progress. Lin Xiaomo nodded again. If Shen Qiushan had said before today that math, Chinese, and English were his strengths, she would have dismissed him. But now, she had seen Shen Qiushan's math and English scores with her own eyes. So, she no longer had any doubts about his words. Lin Xiaomo silently calculated in her mind. Shen Qiushan's math and English scores combined were around 270. If he could get around 130 in Chinese, that would be 400. Last year, the admission score for history majors at Sanjiang University in the province was 631. This meant that if Shen Qiushan could get around 230 in the remaining 3 subjects, he would have a real chance of getting in. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaomo was shocked again. Previously, Shen Qiushan had said he wanted to apply to Sanjiang University to complete his sister's unfinished studies. Although Lin Xiaomo was somewhat touched, she didn't take it too seriously. Because, in her opinion, it was absolutely impossible, but now, this absolutely impossible thing seemed to be gradually becoming possible. Lin Xiaomo still remembered that if Shen Qiushan could really get into Sanjiang University, she would cover the tuition and living expenses for the 3 of them. For a moment, Principal Lin was really under a lot of pressure. 3 college students. How much would it cost to study for 4 years? Chapter 69. You said you paid for my college education. You won't go back on your word. Shin Qiushan teased with a smile, perhaps guessing Lin Xiaomo's thoughts. I always keep my word. Compared to financial pressure, Lin Xiaomo hoped more for a bright future for her nephew, niece, and brother-in-law, Shin Qiushan. If they lived well, her sister would probably rest in peace. As long as it's your word. Shin Qiushan pushed the already served stir-fried beef toward Lin Xiaomo. Eat more and take care of yourself. Lin Xiaomo rolled her eyes, silently complaining, this man can only be serious for 3 seconds. Take care of yourself now. You're just worried that if you die, no one will pay for your college education, right? By the way, is Jiayu adjusting well in college? If I get into Sanjiang University as I wish, then this girl will become my senior. Seeing Lin Xiaomo remain silent, Shin Qiushan changed the subject. The Jiayu he was referring to was Lin Xiaomo's younger sister, Shin Qiushan's sister-in-law, whose full name was Lin Jiayu. She was currently a sophomore at Sanjiang University, if Shin Qiushan remembered correctly. If he could successfully get into Sanjiang University, Lin Jiayu would be a junior. Sister-in-law becoming a senior. It was quite magical to think about it. Let's get in first, then we talk. Lin Xiaomo rolled her eyes silently again. She finally understood where her nephew Shin Yixiao's gene for showing off his achievements came from. After just 2 good grades in a mock exam, this brother-in-law was already imagining what life would be like after he got into university. I've heard of people popping champagne at halftime, but this is the first time I've seen it during training. The two chatted idly as they ate. To be precise, it was Shin Qiushan who was doing most of the talking, with Lin Xiaomo occasionally responding with him, like a crosstalk performance, just missing the last line of screw you. In a corner of the cafeteria, Yang Wei, Guoming Wei, and several other physical education teachers sat at a table. Ever since Lin Xiaomo entered the cafeteria, Yang Wei's eyes had hardly left her. What baffled him was that Shin Qiushan actually sat at the same table with his goddess. Although they kept a certain distance, they ate together, not with separate plates like the rest of them. Yang Wei still remembered that on the day of the English vocabulary competition, Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo had also eaten in the staff cafeteria on the 2nd floor. But back then, they hadn't sat at the same table. And it had only been a week. It's true that the boldest ones enjoy the world first. Could it be that his goddess has been won over by Shin Qiushan, that older accompanying student? Thinking of this, Yang Wei suddenly lost his appetite, and the braised pork in his mouth lost its flavor. Old Gua, what do you think is the relationship between Principal Lin and that Shin guy? Yang Wei asked Guoming Wei, who was sitting next to him. How would I know? Guoming Wei shook his head. As an older, married man, he wasn't particularly interested in such matters. Wang Lingling, the female physical education teacher next to him, took up the conversation. Maybe old Shin is pursuing Principal Lin, but I don't think it's possible. What are his conditions? What are Principal Lin's conditions? Yang Wei liked to hear this, and his eyes lit up slightly. Lingling, you also think he's not good enough for Principal Lin? Is that even a question? Wang Lingling said with a smile, Brother Wei, if I were Principal Lin, I'd choose you over old Shin. You've got good taste. Lingling, give me a chicken drumstick. Yang Wei was overjoyed, and handed the uneaten drumstick from his plate to Wang Lingling. However, his joy was a little premature, as Wang Lingling continued, but Brother Wei, you only have a slight advantage over old Shin. If I were Principal Lin, I'd definitely choose someone tall, rich, and handsome. Yang Wei glanced at the chicken drumstick he had just given away, and tried to take it back, but Wang Lingling had already grabbed it, and taken a large bite. Even on the other side, Shin Qiushan, who had grabbed a free lunch, left the cafeteria first. After returning to the teaching building, he first visited Class 1 of Senior 3. This so-called genius class was indeed different from the other classes. It was already lunchtime, and more than half the students were still diligently memorizing or practicing exercises. Su Piwa was sitting in the first row, currently scribbling something in her lesson notes. Shin Qiushan whispered her name and waved. Seeing Shin Qiushan, Su Piwa put down her pen and walked out of the classroom. We've found a place for the makeup class. The vice principal's office on the 3rd floor of the office building, Shin Qiushan said succinctly. However, upon hearing the location, Su Piwa was stunned, her mouth opening in surprise. The vice principal's office? Makeup class? Su Piwa had a hard time connecting the principal's office with makeup class. Just go there tomorrow at noon. Shin Qiushan didn't explain anything, but waved his hand, signaling Su Piwa to return to her studies. Afternoon. The mock exams continued. The first subject was Chinese. It lasted 150 minutes. Shin Qiushan's review progress had already covered the three major subjects of mathematics, Chinese, and English. The basic questions in the Chinese paper were essential, requiring rote memorization, and Shin Qiushan made no mistakes. But the reading comprehension questions that followed were very abstract, and many passages were actually overinterpreted. The author of the original text once took the test, and only received half the score. So, Shin Qiushan didn't have high hopes for the reading comprehension section, and simply answered the questions based on his own thinking. Finally, there was the essay. The topic was, blowing out someone else's light doesn't make your own light brighter, and blocking someone else's path doesn't make you go further. A single flower doesn't make spring. 100 flowers in full bloom make spring. Writing essays wasn't Shin Qiushan's strong point, but he had read many collections of selected essays. It was like having a vast library of essays in his mind. He selected several that fit the theme, and then integrated and reorganized them. A single, fluid essay appeared on the test paper. After the Chinese language exam. Then came history, geography, and politics. Shin Qiushan hadn't systematically reviewed these three subjects yet, relying almost entirely on his accumulated knowledge. His score wouldn't likely exceed 50 points. 8:30 p.m. The mock exam ended. The students returned to their respective classes. Shin Qiushan also returned to class 3 to 5. When he entered the classroom, his son, Shin Xiao, was excitedly chatting with the class monitor, Wu Ruhan, and several other high-achieving students. They were probably comparing answers. And judging by Shin Xiao's expression, he seemed to have done well. Seeing his father return, he didn't even falter. Instead, he said, "Dad, you have to keep your word." "So did pretty well?" Shin Qiushan asked with a smile. "Just average. I estimate 430 points." Shin Xiu had really put in a lot of effort on this mock exam, copying down the answers for almost every subject on scrap paper. Just now, he compared answers with Wu Ruhan and the others, and roughly estimated his scores for each subject. The total was around 430 points. Shin Xiu was naturally excited. Remember, he only scored 385 points on the last mock exam. If he really scored 430 this time, it would be a 40 to 50 point improvement, a quantum leap. That's pretty high. Shin Qiushan nodded. If his son could really score 430, it would mean that his tutoring had been very effective. But beating him with 430 points would be quite difficult. Shin Qiushan also silently calculated his own scores. Math, Chinese, and English combined put him around 400 points. In other words, if he only had to score around 50 points in the three subjects of politics, history, and geography, he would have a higher score than his son's total. "Dad, don't just praise me. Remember to keep your word. When the results come out, go accompany Shin Yanran." Shin Xiu said smugly again. "Well, don't worry, your dad always keeps his word." Shin Qiushan patted the brat on the shoulder, thinking to himself that he'd be happy first. "Uncle Shin, how did you do on the test? I heard you handed in your math and English papers early." At this moment, Wu Ruhan asked from the side. The others all turned their eyes to Shin Qiushan, naturally very curious about his grades. Math, Chinese, and English are okay. Politics, history, and geography aren't very good. Shin Qiushan replied truthfully. But his answer was too general, practically the same as no answer at all. "Okay, is it okay or not? Not very good, is it just how much?" The Chinese language is profound and extensive. Just then, math teacher Sun Xing walked into the classroom, carrying a test paper. Seeing this, everyone hurried back to their seats. Sun Xing placed the test paper on the desk. After everyone was seated, he said grimly, "The math scores are out. Although the questions on this mock exam were a bit difficult, that's no excuse for your poor performance. Out of the 12 classes in the grade, our class's average score is second to last. I'm so ashamed of you." Sun Xing excitedly slapped the desk and continued, "Only 5 people in our class scored 120 points this time. The lowest score of any class. I'm handing out the papers now. Come get yours when your name is called. Wu Ruhan, 133. Yan Lei, 129. Zhao Mingcheng, 125. Lu Xiuxiu, 122. At this point, Sun Xing paused and angrily declared, "I just said there were 5 students in our class who scored above 120, and that's even counting Old Shin. If it weren't for Old Shin, only 4 people would have scored above 120 on this exam. Shin Qiushan, 121. Wow, after Sun Xing finished speaking, the classroom erupted in a commotion. Everyone's eyes turned to Shinchyo-shan, standing in the last row. 121. This math score ranks 5th in the class. Remember, during the last math quiz, Shinchyo-shan's score was in the single digits. It's only been half a month, and he scored 121 on the mock exam. That's incredibly impressive. Shinichio, who had been so elated just moments ago, was completely stunned when he heard his father's math score. He turned around and looked at his father, his eyes widening as if they were popping out of their sockets. 121. In all 3 years of high school, he never gotten a math score that high. And didn't Wang Yupeng say his father turned in his paper early? How could he have gotten such a high score? Shinichio looked at Wang Yupeng again. He had the same expression as Shinichio, his eyes wide open and his mouth agape, clearly shocked by Shinchyo-shan's score. Dad, who did you copy that from? No cheating. Shinichio thought his dad's score was unreal. He must have cheated. Besides that, he couldn't think of any other reason. Have you ever seen someone cheat and turn in their paper before everyone else? Shinchyo-shan rolled his eyes at his son and tapped his fingers on the desk in front of him. Just practice more if you're not good at it. What's all that nonsense? Know this? Shinichio was speechless. What his dad said made sense. He turned in his paper over half an hour earlier than everyone else. Who could he have copied from? When he turned it in, everyone else hadn't finished yet. Shinchyo-shan stood up, walked to the podium, and retrieved his own paper. As Sun Xing handed the paper to Shinchyo-shan, he pointed at the students below and continued, "You all should learn from old Shin. He's so much older than you, and he still managed to get 121. Look at you. 4 people in the class scored higher than old Shin. Aren't you embarrassed? Aren't you ashamed? I send old Shin's test to the parent group in a moment, so your parents can see it." After hearing Sun Xing's words, the students were speechless, their faces uglier than each other. When they first heard Shinchyo-shan had scored 121, they were simply shocked. They never expected that, in the blink of an eye, Shinchyo-shan's 121 would become a sharp sword, hanging over their heads. If their parents knew that their grades were worse than that of a middle-aged man like Shinchyo-shan, they would be scolded at best. They might even get a beating. For a moment, the students' eyes changed as they looked at Shinchyo-shan. In their hearts, they were all furiously complaining. "You're just a student accompanying a student. Can't you just focus on studying? What the hell? I took a mock exam and got 121 in math. Are you trying to give others a break?" Feeling the gazes of the children, Shinchyo-shan quickly waved at Sun Xing. "Teacher son, I was just lucky. I was lucky. There's no need to post the results to the parent group." Sun Xing shook his head and said seriously, "Mr. Shin, you're too modest. Math relies on skill, never luck. These kids should take you as their role model. You don't have to worry about them. If you're not good enough, how can you blame others for being better?" After hearing Sun Xing's words, many students blushed with shame. That's right, how can you blame others for being better if you're not good enough? Shinchyo-shan didn't comment on the issue any further. Sun Xing was an experienced teacher with his own teaching methods, and it was not appropriate for him, an outsider, to interfere. This situation was similar to seeing parents educating their children on the street. They're educating their own children, so as a bystander, it's best not to speak carelessly, or you easily be retaliated against. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beating 612 people in the math test. Reward: 61,200 points of Academic Master Index. Shinchyo-shan had just returned to his seat when a system notification suddenly rang in his head. Shit! Shinchyo-shan silently cursed. He had assumed the mock exams would be integrated, with rewards calculated only after the total scores were released. It turned out that each subject was separate. This meant that with one mock exam, he had 6 chances to increase his Academic Master Index. Immortal wealth, isn't it? Here it comes. Chapter 70. Shinichio, 71. While handing out the papers, Sun Xing continued reading out the students' scores. When he read Shinichio's score, a slight commotion erupted in the classroom. Because everyone knew about the bet between father and son, in the English vocabulary competition, Shinichio was double killed by his father. This time, the father and son were at loggerheads again. Originally, the students were optimistic about Shinichio. After all, a simple English vocabulary competition doesn't reveal much. Memorizing words isn't a technical skill. As long as you work hard and devote enough time, you can achieve the same results as Shinchyo-shan. But the mock exam was different. 6 subjects were tested at once, testing overall strength. No matter how good Shinchyo-shan was at English, he could only score 150 at most. The full score was 750. Shinchyo-shan, a middle-aged man, couldn't possibly be so strong in every subject. Based on this consideration, the students naturally favored Shinichio. The battle report sent back from the 9th exam room during the day likely confirmed the students' suspicions. On the math test, Old Shin handed in his paper over half an hour early. This clearly meant he didn't know how to answer many of the questions. However, reality slapped him in the face. Shin Chioshan scored a surprising 121 points, while Shinichio only managed 71. In fact, considering the difficulty of this mock exam, Shinichio's 71 was considered average. But Dad was just too impressive. In math alone, he was 50 points ahead. After receiving his test paper, Shinichio returned to his seat with his head down. He estimated that he would be at least 30 or 40 points ahead of his dad in math. This way, even if Dad scored more in English than he did, their combined scores would be essentially the same. As for the remaining subjects, if nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely crush Dad. This way, his total score on the mock exam would naturally be higher than Dad's. Next, Dad would transfer to Class 2, Grade 3, to accompany Shin Yanran. He would regain his freedom. This scenario was perfect, but, as expected, something unexpected happened. Dad was actually 50 points ahead of him in math. If he fell behind another 40 or 50 points in English, the gap in the two subjects combined would be around 100 points. He had dug himself a huge hole right from the start. Shinichi was a little worried about whether he could fill it later. What if his total score on the mock exam really wasn't as high as Dad's? If nothing unexpected happened, he would become famous in school again. Grade 3 office. Today, the teachers worked overtime to grade the papers. Mock exam results provide a comprehensive assessment of the students' overall level, so the school naturally takes them very seriously. The office was quiet, dominated by the swish of flipping papers. A short-haired female teacher suddenly explained, "Teacher Chen, your classmate, Mr. Shin, actually got a perfect score on the English test." At the mention of Mr. Shin, the teachers, all grading papers, raised their heads. Full marks? Let me see. Zhao Jinping, the head of the senior English teaching and research group, stood up from his seat and walked over to the short-haired teacher. Qin Xiangyu also hurried over. She was, of course, very concerned about Shin Chioshan's results, but with so many papers, she couldn't just pull out Shin Chioshan's. She could only wait and see who else had graded it. Vice Principal Lin looked at Old Shin's English paper in the exam room. Zhang Xia also came over, muttering, "Old Shin had lunch with Vice Principal Lin today. I wonder what their relationship is. Are they dating?" The short-haired female teacher asked with a gossipy look on her face. "No way." Zhang Xia frowned subconsciously. The thought had crossed her mind, but she immediately dismissed it. Because their qualifications are completely incompatible, Qin Xiangyu raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing the short-haired female teacher's speculation. The news that Shin Chioshan and Lin Xiaomo had lunch in the cafeteria had long been circulating among the faculty. The fact that these two seemingly unrelated people could actually eat at the same table was truly beyond the imagination of the teachers. What kind of background and qualifications does Principal Lin have? You're so lucky to have guessed. Most likely, they just know him. Zhao Jinping said, looking at the test paper. All right, let's stop with all the gossip. Old Shin's perfect score is the first ever in English. Now we have something to criticize those bastards. Old Shin, at his age, can get perfect scores, so why shouldn't these bastards work hard? Old Shin did pretty well in Chinese, too, with a score of 129. At this moment, a middle-aged male teacher, who had just calculated Shin Chioshan's Chinese paper, suddenly spoke up. Such a high score in Chinese. Let me see. Zhang Xia hurried over to pick up the paper. All the exam rooms had changed invigilators that afternoon, and Zhang Xia had been moved to room 11. She wasn't in the same room with Shin Chioshan anymore, so naturally, she couldn't see his Chinese work. Teacher Zhang, you seem to care a lot about Old Shin. The short-haired female teacher teased with a smile. Not at all. Zhang Xia quickly denied. I'm just curious how he got such a high score in Chinese. Despite her words, Zhang Xia's expression was noticeably uneasy, the kind of guilty conscience that comes from having one's true feelings spoken to. Qin Xiangyu, observing from the side, frowned slightly. She hadn't expected her old lover to be so popular. He only been at the school for a short time, and already he was rumored to be having an affair with Vice Principal Lin Xiaomo and Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia didn't take him seriously at all. She knew her old lover, Shin Chioshan, and Zhang Xia, who wasn't as good-looking or as beautiful as her, had no chance. But the same couldn't be said for the beautiful and aloof Vice Principal Lin. She was far superior in every way, just as she was to Zhang Xia. Chen Xiangyu thought she had a pretty good understanding of men. A beauty like Lin Xiaomo, with her exceptional qualities and powerful background, would be irresistible if she took the slightest initiative. Including her former lover, Shin Qiushan. However, from another perspective, it seemed that Vice Principal Lin had no reason to be attracted to his former lover. The two were vastly different in every way. Unless Vice Principal Lin simply preferred mature, older men, or perhaps was drawn to his card-playing skills. But there was a paradox here. How could you know if someone was good at card-playing if you hadn't tried it? I haven't told anyone else. Forget it. I just asked during the tonight tutoring session and find out. Just as Chen Xiangyu was brainstorming, Zhao Jinping sighed. Mr. Shen's combined scores in math, Chinese, and English are exactly 400. If we only look at those 3 scores, he'd be in the elite class. After hearing this, the other teachers also realized. Not only does he get into the Tianju class, but with 400 points in 3 subjects, he's already qualified for Tsinghua and Peking University. That's right. Last year, the admission scores for history majors were 668 and 659, respectively. Mr. Shen scored 400 in 3 subjects, so as long as he averaged 90 in the other 3, he'd be qualified. So, our school has another promising student for Tsinghua and Peking University? The teachers looked at each other in surprise. At first, they had assumed Shin Qiushan's scores in the 3 subjects were high, but as they calculated, they realized that they weren't just high, they were actually qualified for Tsinghua and Peking University. Quick, get all of Mr. Shen's politics, history, and geography papers. Let's see how he did. Chapter 71. After searching for a long time, a group of teachers finally found all of Shin Qiushan's papers in politics, history, and geography. Zhao Jinping, Zhang Xia, and the short-haired female teacher each took a paper and began grading it, comparing the answers. After a moment, all 3 frowned, their faces becoming troubled. Soon, they finished grading the 3 papers. Zhao Jinping put down his red marking pen and said with a wry smile, Politics, 32 points. Zhang Xia followed, History, 38 points. The short-haired female teacher sighed, Geography, only 24 points. After hearing Shin Qiushan's scores in politics, history, and geography, the teachers in the office looked at each other in bewilderment. The difference was truly enormous. Mr. Shen's academic imbalance is a bit too extreme. His combined scores in politics, history, and geography are less than 100. Zhao Jinping shook his head, adding, but a total score of 494 isn't bad at all, it's already above last year's undergraduate cutoff. Zhang Xia took over, it's actually quite impressive. Even if I were to take the mock exam, I might not have gotten as high as Mr. Shen. If Mr. Shen could improve his scores in politics, history, and geography, he might even be able to get into a 985 university. Several teachers engaged in a lively discussion. Chen Xiangyu didn't participate, returning to her workstation to continue grading papers. She was naturally shocked by her old lover Shin Qiushan's high scores, but she didn't show it. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinping, back at his workstation, sent Shin Qiushan's mock exam results to Lin Xiaomo. Earlier that day, the vice president had asked him for the English answers to the mock exam. At the time, Zhao Jinping didn't know why Lin Xiaomo wanted the answers, so he didn't ask. Zhang Xia had just inadvertently revealed the answer. Lin Xiaomo wanted the English answers to see Shin Qiushan's English grades. This meant that Vice Principal Lin truly cared about Shin Qiushan, especially since they had lunched together in the cafeteria. Thus, Zhao Jinping suspected that their relationship was definitely more than simple. Since Vice Principal Lin cared so much about Shin Qiushan, sending him first-hand information was a form of flattery. However, this kind of flattery required skill. It wasn't just a matter of simply sending the grades. Simply sending the grades would be like telling Lin Xiaomo, I already know you're not close. So, he had to find an excuse. Zhao Jinping's WeChat message read, Principal Lin, Mr. Shen, a transfer student in Class 5, scored a total of 494 points in this mock exam, with a combined score of 400 in Chinese, Math, and English. Chinese, 129, Math, 121, English, 150. I think he still has great potential. As long as he improves his scores in politics, history, and geography, getting into a 985 university won't be a problem. Currently, our grade only has 1 genius class for comprehensive science. I think we could add 1 for history. This is just a small thought I had after seeing Mr. Shen's grades. It might not be very mature, but Principal Lin, please consider it. Zhao Jinping's short essay seemed to suggest creating a genius class for history. In reality, it was a subtle report on Shin Qiushan's grades, followed by a shower of praise. When Lin Xiaomo received the WeChat message, she was dealing with her mother's pressure to get married. Momo, your Aunt Sue's son just returned from abroad. He holds a master's degree from the University of Chicago. You can meet him when you have time. Chen Qingyu has retired. Like many elderly people, she's currently obsessed with her daughter, Lin Xiaomo, getting married quickly and giving her a grandchild. But her daughter, Lin Xiaomo, has no intention of finding a boyfriend and is busy with work all day. Let's talk about it when we have time. I have work to attend to at school. Zhao Jinping's WeChat message gave Lin Xiaomo an excuse. She grabbed her phone and quickly returned to her room. After reading the WeChat message, Lin Xiaomo wasn't particularly shocked. At noon, Shin Qiushan said his review for math, Chinese, and English was going well. Lin Xiaomo already knew his math and English scores, so she expected his Chinese score to be pretty good. However, she knew the value of 400 points in 3 subjects. Anyone with good scores in politics, history, and geography would have a chance to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. The thought of her brother-in-law, who I had always considered unreliable, actually having the potential to be a Peking University or Tsinghua University student was heartbreaking. Lin Xiaomo found it magical. At noon, Shin Qiushan had also said that he hadn't reviewed much for the 3 subjects of politics, history, and geography. With more than 2 months left before the college entrance exam, there was room for improvement in all 3. So, the possibility of Shin Qiushan applying to Sanjiang University seemed increasingly likely. Just then, Lin Xiaomo's WeChat rang again. It was a message from her younger sister, Lin Jiayu. My dearest sister, are you asleep? After seeing this message, Lin Xiaomo knew what she was going to say next. As expected, her younger sister, Lin Jiayu, immediately sent a cute kitten emoji, but the caption on it was shocking. People with younger brothers or sisters generally encounter similar situations. Especially those who are significantly older than their younger sisters, like Lin Xiaomo, are the main source of coin explosions. Lin Xiaomo has always been generous to her sister, who is 11 years younger than her. She directly transferred 1,000 yuan to her. Then she warned, don't spend too much money on the game. Lin Xiaomo knew her sister well. She was something of an internet addict. After entering college, she completely let herself go, playing games and reading novels being her biggest hobbies. When Lin Jiayu was short of money, she often topped up her money in the game. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of Sanjiang University, Lin Jiayu, already lying in bed, immediately collected the coins her sister had dropped. She then sent another kitten emoji, this time with the text, love you. After receiving the money, Lin Jiayu immediately opened the Penguin novel app, opened the book she had been reading, and generously gifted the character Xiao Rongyu 100,000 penguin coins. The book she was following had 2 female protagonists, both of whom were well developed, so readers automatically divided into 2 camps, the Xiaoyer camp and the Yuchu camp, because her family background and upbringing were similar to Xiao Rongyu in the novel, and both of them had the character fish in their names. Lin Jiayu became a staunch Xiaoyer supporter. She was even the core force of this camp. Before this, she had already tipped Xiao Rongyu 200,000 penguin coins, adding these 100,000 penguin coins, that made it 300,000 penguin coins, equivalent to 3,000 R coins, just enough for Lin Jiayu's monthly living expenses. After making the tip, she immediately checked the star glory points for the character Xiao Rongyu. It had already reached 315,609. It surpassed the 303,985 points of Shinyuchu next door. Lin Jiayu's lips curled up slightly, and 2 shallow dimples appeared on her delicate face, like a blooming light pink flower, its stamens overflowing with sweet honey. She then visited the homepage of the book's author, Shinbuku, and sent another message. Hey, did you even see my message? Is adding WeChat so hard? So cool. Chapter 72. Shin Qiushan certainly wasn't aloof. He'd been so absorbed in his studies lately that he hadn't paid much attention to his uploaded novels. He set a scheduled update schedule, posting 2 chapters daily at noon. The reason he didn't pay much attention to the novel was probably a sense of belonging. It wasn't something he typed word for word, and he didn't feel like he was treating it like his own. Unlike other online writers, who, after uploading a book, eagerly checked the backend data every hour. So, Shin Qiushan had no idea that readers had spontaneously sparked a young fish war over the past 2 days. The Xiaoyer and Yuchu factions were battling it out with relentless enthusiasm. As a result, I really didn't want to be reborn had received tens of thousands of yuan in rewards. As evening study was about to end, Shin Qiushan finally remembered his online novel. He opened the Penguin Writer's Assistant app, which he hadn't opened in days. Then he was shocked by the data. Collections: 78,502. Follow-up reads: 36,856. Both of these key figures have nearly doubled since the last time I checked. According to editor Wudong, a collection to follow-up ratio of less than 5 is considered good. And Shin Qiushan's book has a ratio of almost 2 to 1. Absolutely amazing. And that's just the beginning. Shin Qiushan discovered he received a ton of reader tips. The most recent one was 100,000 penguin coins. Converted to our coins, that's 1,000 yuan. He quickly opened his tip history to check. And then, he was completely stunned. In the past 2 days, he received over 40 large tips of 1,000 yuan each. Among them, a reader nicknamed Uni Bo Bo Meow had tipped 3,000 yuan, the most of anyone. Including other small donations, the total amount of donations he received was over 60,000. Shin Qiushan was completely stunned. Wu Tong had previously said that novels only made money after they were put on the shelves. And yet, before it even hit the shelves, he already received over 60,000 in donations. So rich, these readers are incredibly wealthy. Shin Qiushan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He quickly calculated that the 60,000 plus donations would be split 50 to 50 with the platform. That meant he only get a little over 30,000. After deducting personal income tax, the actual amount he received would probably be less than 30,000 yuan. Shin Qiushan glanced out the window. It was so dark. Looking back at his phone, he saw a surprising number of private messages. Most of these messages were from readers, most of them urging updates. The remaining small amount was a bit more mixed. There were editors from other novel websites, hoping he could publish his book. There was also an author on the same website, who said he add him on WeChat and join the author group. A message from someone nicknamed Uni Bo Bo Meow caught his attention. Shin Qiushan remembered this name. They tipped him 3,000 yuan. A true patron. And Uni Bo Bo Meow had already messaged him 3 times. The first time was a WeChat message, saying they liked his work and wanted to add him as a friend. The second time was a long line of question marks, probably because Shin Qiushan hadn't responded. The third message was a few minutes ago, and it was obvious that the sponsor was a bit annoyed. They called him aloof. Shin Qiushan felt completely innocent. He hadn't even seen the message and had no idea the other party had tipped him so much. 3,000 yuan. What kind of reward? And there's a middleman taking the difference. Judging from the name, the other party must be a female reader. And she must be a wealthy woman. Who among ordinary people could afford to spend 3,000 yuan on a book? So, if you need it, just transfer the 3,000 yuan directly to him. I can provide door-to-door reading service. If this wealthy woman has other ideas, then it depends on her looks and figure. Shin Qiushan isn't a casual man. Not just any woman can have him. At least, he's an author now. I only sell my body, not my art. Pa, I only sell my art, not my body. That's the bottom line for an author. Shin Qiushan copied the wealthy woman's WeChat ID. But when he was about to add her as a friend, he opened his WeChat clone. This was the WeChat he used for his food delivery, and it was also his work WeChat. Shin Qiushan changed his nickname to Shintuk and randomly found a cool online photo as his profile picture. He also deleted a bunch of his zombie friends from his address book. After renovating WeChat, he finally added the WeChat account the rich woman had left behind. The other person's nickname was the same as his penguin fiction nickname. Both were called Uni Bo Bo Meow. Adding a friend required verification, so Shin Qiushan simply noted, "I'm the author of I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn." The message was sent. The other person approved the friend verification in seconds. Uni Bo Bo Meow. Hey, you finally added me. Shin Buku. Sorry, I just saw the message. Uni Bo Bo Meow. It's okay, it's okay. I just love your book so much, especially the character Xiao Yuer. It's so well written. I love it. Shin Qiushan had never communicated with readers before, and for a moment, he wasn't sure how to respond. He just replied thank you. Uni Bo Bo Meow. Hey, can you give me a spoiler? Who is the male protagonist dating? Can he be with Xiao Yuer? I think they're a perfect match. Seeing the message, Shin Qiushan instinctively rubbed his chin, unsure how to respond. He couldn't change the plot. The system reward was a complete book. Shin Qiushan believed he was incapable of modifying the plot. Shin Buku, thank you for liking Xiao Yuer, and thank you for your reward. I seriously consider your suggestion. Sponsors shouldn't be offended, Shin Qiushan replied perfunctorily. Just then, the school bell rang. Shin Buku, it's time to talk again. On the other side. On the bed in the Sanjiang University girls' dormitory, Lin Jiayu, having finally connected with the author, was in high spirits. Her slender fingers danced nimbly across the phone screen, her beautiful eyes, like clear springs, sparkling with joy. The corners of her mouth occasionally curled up, revealing a pair of charming dimples. She was half leaning against the headboard, her jet-black hair casually scattered on the pillow. The collar of her pajamas had casually opened, revealing a delicate, white collarbone and half of her trembling, rounded breasts. Seeing the reply in the chat box, Lin Jiayu's eyes widened slightly. School's out? This author is actually a student, and at this time of day, school should be over for high school students. No way. Such an amazing book was actually written by a high school student? Lin Jiayu was stunned. The two dimples on her cheeks were covered with shock. Yoni Bobo Meow, you're a student? After sending the message, she added another shocked emoji. Shintuk, yeah, I'm busy because the college entrance exams are coming up. On the internet, identities are self-given, and Shin Qiushan's answer isn't considered deception. He's a student now. He's just a little older than a typical student. You and I Bobo Meow. Awesome. Shintuk, what about you? What do you do? Shin Qiushan was curious about the wealthy woman who had tipped him 3,000 yuan, so he asked. Lin Jiayu pondered the question for a moment, then replied directly, Doctor. On the internet, identities are self-given. Besides, she's a medical student, and will likely be a doctor in the future. So, it's not deception, and even if it was, what's the big deal? This WeChat account was just a sham she used to add people online while playing games. Chapter 73. A doctor. Shin Qiushan replied to his sponsor's message as he walked toward the carport. This profession was somewhat unexpected. However, most doctors earn quite a high income, especially those who perform surgery. The amount of unspecified income is staggering. 3,000 yuan. It's probably just a red envelope. Thinking of this, Shin Qiushan felt much more at ease. He asked the other person's last name, so he could note it on WeChat. Yoni Bobo Meow, my last name is Jia, you can call me Dr. Jia. Lin Jiayu, lying on her bed in the dormitory, giggled softly, thinking her reply was incredibly funny. Dr. Jia, I've already told you, I'm a fake doctor now. Shin Qiushan didn't think too much about it, and simply changed the other person's nickname to Dr. Jia. But he felt it wasn't intuitive enough. He changed it to Dr. Jia 3000, that way it would be clear at a glance. All sponsors you add from now on can leave this note. Shin Tutoring, Dr. Jia, I have to go to tutoring. We talk when we have time. Dr. Jia 3000, tutoring so late? You're really working hard. Keep it up, young man. At the sight of the word young man, Shin Qiushan's smile stretched from ear to ear. No problem. A man remains a young man until his death, a 38-year-old old boy. What's wrong with that? 40 minutes later. After finishing his tutoring, Shin Qiushan lay in bed, not wanting to move at all. Although a 38-year-old old boy has accumulated a wealth of experience and possesses excellent skills, his physical fitness is truly no match for a real young man. Xiao Huang, Xiao Huang. Shin Qiushan silently called out to the system page. Right now, his academic master index is over 70,000 points. This is after only one subject's mock exam results have been released. If nothing unexpected happens, his academic master index will see another surge tomorrow. Shin Qiushan stared at the stat panel, lost in thought. Basic stats, appearance, 85. Status, 85. Strength, 75. Speed, 78. Endurance, 70. Health, 82. Advanced stats, lifespan, 84. Martial arts, 9. Medicine, 1. Metaphysics, 0. Tomorrow, his academic master index will definitely break 100,000 points. I won't consider the advanced stats for now, I simply can't afford them. But I can improve the basic stats. Shin Qiushan hesitated, wondering which stat to improve. Should I max out my appearance first? After all, this is an age where looks matter. You can really make a living by relying on your looks. Or, should I max out my health first? The body is the foundation of revolution. Only with a healthy body can you enjoy life. Health is still more important. Max out my health first, then my appearance. Shin Qiushan made a preliminary plan. Qiushan, have some water. At this moment, Shin Xiangyu handed him a thermos. Shin Qiushan instinctively took it, only to discover it was filled with goji berries. Alas, middle age is a chore. Shin Qiushan blew gently away the steam wafting from the cup and took a sip. Qiushan, are you very familiar with Vice Principal Lin? Shin Xiangyu asked, her doubts lingering. She's Yanran and Shishio's second aunt. Originally, I wanted to keep my distance at school to avoid suspicion. But starting tomorrow, I'd be taking Yanran and Xiao to her office every noon for extra lessons. I guess our relationship won't be hidden for long. Shin Qiushan replied truthfully. So that's how it is. Qin Xiangyu's face lit up with realization, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, there was no romantic connection between the two. They were just relatives. I saw you eating together in the cafeteria at noon, and many teachers were speculating about your relationship. Some even speculated if you were dating. Dating? How outrageous. Shin Qiushan smiled and shook his head, taking another long sip of goji berry water from his thermos. By the way, you scored a total of 494 points on this mock exam. 400 points in math, Chinese, and English alone. If your scores in politics, history, and geography weren't so low, you'd be at the top of the history class. Qin Xiangyu returned to the topic of grades. This score was exactly what Shin Qiushan had expected, and his next step in his review plan was to focus on politics, history, and geography. If nothing unexpected happened, his scores in politics, history, and geography would definitely improve on the next mock exam. Shin Qiushan was very confident about this. After all, he had the cheats to back him up. Where's Shinishu? Shin Qiushan was more concerned about his son's grades. From the current situation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get into a 985 university. So, while Shin Qiushan was reviewing himself, he would try to improve both children's grades as well. We don't know yet. Not all the papers have been graded yet, and the scores haven't been compiled yet. Your results are out because your scores in 3 subjects were relatively high, so I specifically found the papers for politics, history, and geography. After Qin Xiangyu finished her explanation, she sat down next to Shin Qiushan. Qiushan, why don't you stay here tonight? Don't bother going so late. Shin Qiushan thought for a moment and decided it didn't seem like a big deal to not go home, so he nodded. Fine. I'm leaving tomorrow morning anyway. Seeing Shin Qiushan agree, Qin Xiangyu smiled charmingly. Then I go change into my pajamas. Do you prefer a flight attendant or a doctor? Shin Qiushan regretted agreeing to stay the night. However, the thought of his already wealthy status, with over 70,000 points in the Academic Excellence Index, reassured him. Doctor? Shin Qiushan replied to his old lover, then quietly spent 1,000 Academic Excellence points to exchange for a sperm-boosting and chi-replenishing pill. The next 2 hours. The outcome would be decided. And life and death, the next day. When Shin Qiushan left, his old lover was still asleep. He couldn't help but sigh once again at the power of the system. The Bujing-Ichi pills were incredibly effective, and without any side effects, waking up refreshed, it felt like he had endless energy. Shin Qiushan had a rough idea of how these Bujing-Ichi pills worked. They supposedly overdrained your energy, leaving you feeling exhausted and almost instantly asleep when the effects wore off. But it was also because the Bujing-Ichi pills' effects put you into a deep sleep, where you unknowingly regained your energy. Of course, this was just Shin Qiushan's speculation. But the effectiveness was undeniable. Shin Qiushan arrived at the classroom. He found his son already sitting in his seat, working on his homework. It seemed he was feeling the effects of yesterday's crushing math score. Dad, where did you go last night? Shinishu asked immediately upon seeing his father arrive. I napped at the takeout stand all night. Shin Qiushan casually replied, then sat down. Shinishu was silently lamenting how hard his father worked, when he caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. It smelled like perfume, but also like shampoo. In short, it definitely didn't belong to a food delivery station. If nothing unexpected happened, it must belong to a woman. Oh my god, could Dad be in love? Shinishu's pupils dilated slightly, and he sniffed his father's scent again. It was the kind of scent a woman often smelled. Dad is definitely in love. After reaching this conclusion, Shinishu immediately sent a message to Shin Yanran on his little genius watch. Dad is in love, and we're going to have a stepmother. Chapter 74. Shin Yanran, who had just arrived in the classroom, was silently munching on a steamed bun, buried under a mountain of books. Her cheeks puffed out like a groundhog, but upon seeing the message from Shinishu, she subconsciously stopped chewing, her beautiful eyes widening into almond-shaped shapes. Now, she was so shocked she turned into a groundhog emoji. Dad's in love. She's going to have a stepmother? This news was truly shocking. It came so suddenly. She had never heard Dad mention it before, and she hadn't noticed anything. Shin Yanran quickly finished the bun in the plastic bag, then wiped her mouth and hands with a tissue and quickly asked Shinishu for details. After learning that Shinichio had drawn this conclusion based solely on Dad's scent, Shin Yanran was speechless. He replied angrily, "Detective Shun, you're such a genius." Because of this explosive news, Shin Yanran hadn't even had a proper breakfast and had forgotten what buns tasted like. And so, feeling unsatisfied, she added, "Detective Shin, the mock exam results will be out today. You should still be concerned about Dad's total score." After seeing Shin Yanran's reply, Shinichio's mouth twitched, and he silently complained that Hairpin should have gone to Luoyao. "By the way, tell your sister. Go directly to your second aunt's office after school at noon, and pick up your math workbook and test paper." Just as Shinichio was grumbling, her father's voice rang in her ears. "Huh? Am I going to?" Shinichio looked at her father suspiciously. "Of course. I found a teacher for you too, mainly for math. Especially you, your math grades are terrible. You're nothing like your father." Shin Chioshan confidently criticized his son. Shinichio hung his head, silently enduring the scolding. If his father had said this before last night, he would have had 800 words to retort. But now, that was no longer possible. The results were there. Dad scored 121 in math. He only scored 71, a difference of 50 points. Pressing against the floor and rubbing him hard, he couldn't refute his father's words. Now, Shinichio only hoped that his scores in other subjects would improve, so that his total score would surpass his father's, so that he could slightly curb his father's arrogance. After scolding his son, Shin Chioshan was in a good mood. He took a memory capsule and started to brush off his history book. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating one person in the history exam. 100 points in the Academic Mastery Index. After flipping through a few pages of the history book, a system notification suddenly rang out in my head. Defeated someone. Shin Chioshan had already learned his mock exam results from his old lover last night. He scored 38 in history. Shin Chioshan had assumed he'd be the last in his grade. I didn't expect someone could even get 38 points after 3 years of studying. He's a real talent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating someone in the politics exam. 100 points in the Academic Mastery Index. Congratulations to the host for defeating someone in the geography exam. 100 points in the Academic Mastery Index. Just as Shin Chioshan was silently sighing, the system notifications rang out again. Clearly, the scores for the 3 subjects, politics, history, and geography, were all in. Shin Chioshan ranked second to last in the grade in all 3 subjects. Now Shin Chioshan was even more curious. Who was so brave that he couldn't even pass the 3 subjects of politics, history, and geography in the senior year office? The teachers were working overtime to grade the papers. Only students who had taken the history-focused liberal arts exam took the politics, history, and geography exam, about 300 of them. Therefore, the results for these 3 subjects came out faster. As for yesterday's math exam, since it was the first subject, the grading process was relatively fast. Only English and Chinese papers remained to be graded. These 2 subjects are major subjects for the entire grade, and both require essays, making them quite time-consuming to grade. Why hasn't Teacher Chen arrived yet? Isn't her class for Class 5's first period? With 5 minutes left before the first period, seeing that Chen Xiangyu's desk was still empty, history teacher Zhou Ling spoke up. "Yeah, why are you so late today? It must be something urgent." "Old Zhao, did they ask for leave?" A few teachers discussed this for a moment, and Zhou Ling looked at Zhao Jinping. He was not only the head of the English teaching and research group, but also the head of the senior year group. "No." Zhao Jinping shook his head. "What's Class 5's second period? Let's go for a while." "My class?" Zhou Ling was concerned about Chen Xiangyu because her class was next, and if she couldn't, she'd take over. "Teacher Zhou, you go first." "I contact Teacher Chen, but even if I do, she probably won't be able to make it to the first period," Zhao Jinping said, grabbing his phone and flipping through Chen Xiangyu's contacts. Zhou Ling then left the office, clutching her history mock exam papers. She walked into class 3 to 5, just as the bell rang. Seeing that it wasn't their homeroom teacher, Chen Xiangyu, but their history teacher, Zhou Ling, the students looked suspicious, many of them subconsciously checking their schedules. The first class was clearly English. The class was skipped, Zhou Ling explained casually, placing the test paper on the desk. Shin Chioshan, sitting in the last row, silently pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message to his old lover, still asleep. Shin Chioshan took a Bujing Ichi pill last night, and the effects were immediate, back to peak form in 2 hours. Dr. Chen was indeed quite exhausted. Just as Shin Chioshan was sending the WeChat message, Zhou Ling, with her hands on the desk, said, "This history exam wasn't difficult, and the overall scores are okay. Let's check the papers this class. Come up and pick up your papers when I call your name." Zhang Yuding, 89. Wang Yupeng, 58. Shenxiao, 70. The papers in Zhou Ling's hand were clearly randomly sorted, and Shenxiao's name was the third one called. A 70 was considered average for Shenxiao. His history scores were generally between 60 and 75. After returning to his seat, Shenxiao began to anticipate his father's score. As the papers were almost distributed, Zhou Ling finally glanced at Shen Qiushan, who was sitting in the last row. Old Shen, 38 points. Wow! The classroom erupted in excitement upon hearing Shen Qiushan's history score. In reality, Shenxiao wasn't the only one paying attention to his father's history score. The other students were too. Because Shen Qiushan's math score had caused so much shock and pressure for everyone. Fortunately, Sun Xing didn't actually send Shen Qiushan's math test to the parents' group chat, otherwise countless people would have been scolded last night. If Shen Qiushan's history score had been even higher, coupled with his strong English score, his mock exam total score would likely have been high. If his mock exam total score wasn't even as high as Shen Qiushan's, he'd be in big trouble. So, naturally, the students were very concerned about Shen Qiushan's results. When they heard that he only scored 38 in history, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's normal. Why would you, an old man, get such a high score? That would be a problem. If we couldn't even beat you, how incompetent we look. 38 is great. It's appropriate for his age. Everyone's happy. And upon hearing that his father only scored 38, Shenxiao's expression suddenly perked up, his neck stretched out like a giraffe. 70 minus 38, a 32-point win in history alone. The 50-point deficit in math was almost completely erased. Relieved, when Shen Qiushan returned to his seat with the 38-point paper, Shenxiao immediately whispered, "Dad, history is actually quite simple. With a little practice and some memorization, passing isn't hard." Shen Qiushan rolled his eyes. "It's not hard. You only got 70? Wait until you get 90 or above before you say that." Shenxiao was speechless after being rebuked by his father. 70 wasn't a high score after all. But he was still unconvinced. 70 is much better than 38, right? Chen Xiangyu still didn't show up for the second class. It was the politics teacher, Tian Chunlan, who showed up. The students in class 3 to 5 couldn't help but whisper among themselves. What's wrong with Teacher Chen today? She's usually so dedicated. She must have taken sick leave. I remember Teacher Chen coming to class even with a 38 degrees Celsius fever. Is she seriously ill? No. I was waiting for Teacher Chen to wear a cheongsam and escort us to the exam room. Shenxiao muttered softly. Teacher Chen was fine yesterday. What's wrong? Dad, don't you think something's happened to Teacher Chen? Shen Qiushan shook his head decisively. That's impossible. Maybe she's just had something wrong. It's normal for her to take sick leave. Hearing the chirping of crickets in the classroom, Tian Chunlan patted the desk and said sternly, "This exam is of normal difficulty. Let's see what you're getting. You still have the energy to focus on other things." Tian Chunlan is in her 30s, with a square, old-fashioned face and a rather conservative demeanor. Her style of dress remains unchanged. There's a saying online about a woman who only knows how to pose in one way. I'm sure she's referring to Tian Chunlan. Shen Qiushan, 32 points. Tian Chunlan began reading out the scores, and the first paper was Shen Qiushan's, who had been specifically found last night. Wow! The classroom erupted in excitement again. The children were all excited. Following his history score, Shen Qiushan suffered another setback, his score hitting a new low. Shenxiao instinctively sat up straight, a surge of joy welling up inside. 32 points. 2 plus 3 equals 6. 6 plus 6 is a lucky number. After his father returned with the papers, Shenxiao cleared his throat and whispered, "Dad, let me tell you, politics isn't difficult. Just read the news to understand national policies, and memorize some textbooks. Passing the exam is easy." Shenxiao, 58 points. As Shenxiao spoke, Tian Chunlan's cold voice rang out. Shenxiao's mouth twitched. He usually scored above 60 in politics. He didn't even get 60 points this time, and it was a slap in the face just when he was bragging. "Dad, there are actually a lot of uncertainties in the political exam, and sometimes it depends on the examiner's mood." Shenxiao tried to save face, then went to get his test paper in a dejected manner. Chapter 75. Although it was only 58 points. But since my dad only scored 32 points, Shenxiao was still in a good mood. He had won back 26 points in politics, and with the 32 points in history, he had 58 points. Not only had he made up for the 50-point deficit in math, but he had also gained 8 points. Shinichio suddenly became more confident. Now there were only 3 subjects left: English, Chinese, and geography. Shinichio silently evaluated himself. He had a high probability of failing to beat his dad in English, but he would definitely crush him in Chinese and geography. All in all, his chances of winning were much better. And the story seemed to be developing in the direction he had anticipated. During break, the geography class representative handed out the geography mock exam papers. Shinichio had scored 64 points. Dad only scored 24 points. In geography alone, Shinichio had built a 40-point advantage. Adding to his previous 8-point lead, with the 4 known subjects, Shinichio was 48 points ahead of Dad. Yunpeng, you didn't do well this time, but keep working hard next time. On the way to the restroom, Shinichio patted his best friend's shoulder. Wang Yuping's scores on the mock exam were completely behind Shinichio's, with a combined score of over 30 points lower than Shinichio's in the 4 known subjects. This made Wang Yupeng feel a little depressed, a sense of betrayal, like we agreed to grow old together, but you secretly got a hair treatment. Brother Xiao, you're really working hard. Keep working like this, and you definitely get into college. Wang Yupeng sighed. I don't want to work so hard, but with Dad sitting next to me every day, who can stand it? But the hard times are finally over. Once all the results are in, Dad can go to class 2 to accompany Xinyanran. When Shinichi mentioned this, his smile grew harder than a smile on his face. While beating his father in the mock exam wasn't exactly a glorious achievement, at least he had sent him to Xinyanran's place. Thinking back to when he said his father was in a relationship that morning and Xinyanran's response, Shinichi felt even happier. A father's love is like a mountain. Experience it, Xinyanran. Brother Xiao, I think it's a good idea for Uncle Shen to stay in our class. Wang Yupeng wanted to continue trying to curry favor with his father-in-law, but he didn't expect Shen Qiushan to leave just like that. Good S. Shinichi rolled her eyes. If you like being in the same class with my dad, apply to transfer to class 2. Wang Yupeng rubbed his chin, suddenly thinking this seemed like a good idea. Xinyanran is in class 2, and my father-in-law. Hey, Teacher Chen is here. Just then, Chen Xiangyu walked over from the other end of the corridor, a black tote bag slung across her arm, clearly new to the school. Hello, Teacher Chen. Seeing Chen Xiangyu approach, Shinichio and Wang Yupeng instinctively stopped to greet her. Chen Xiangyu nodded slightly and strode briskly towards the office. Brother Xiao, have you noticed? Teacher Chen seems very energetic and radiant today. Wang Yupeng whispered after Chen Xiangyu had walked away. Shinichi was currently pondering something. When they had just passed each other, he had detected a scent on her that resembled his father's. Shinichi stood there, his eyes suddenly widening like 2 little lanterns. Holy crap, no way. Teacher Chen is my stepmother, no wonder she's giving Xinyanran and me special treatment. Oh, and there are the men's slippers and towels in her bathroom. I was just wondering, that man's feet are about the same size as mine. He should be about the same height too. So that man is Dad. Shinichi felt like he had to put on some background music right now. Every detail matched up. Absolutely right. Brother Xiao, what's wrong with you? Seeing Shinichi standing there motionless for a long time, Wang Yupeng tugged at his arm with a suspicious look. Nothing. Shinichi shook his head. This matter couldn't be announced publicly just yet. What did you say just now? He asked Wang Yupeng again. I said Teacher Chen was in great spirits today, looking radiant. Wang Yupeng repeated. Another detail. The famous detective Shinichi narrowed his eyes, already seeing through everything. Wang Yupeng looked skeptical. What details? Brother Xiao, what are you talking about? Nothing. Shinichi waved his hand. Let's go, I'm going to pee. As the two reached the restroom, they ran into Gao Bin. Brother Xiao, I was just looking for you. How did your mock exam results go? Did you get more points than Uncle Shen? Gao Bin asked curiously. At this question, Shinichio immediately started to show off again. Bin, you don't believe in my ability? Comparing my mock exam total score to my dad's, you actually think I lose? Gao Bin laughed. You're so confident, it seems like there's really no problem. Of course. I'm already 48 points ahead. Only the English and Chinese scores are out yet. Shinichio shrugged smugly. Do you think my dad can beat me by 48 points in these 2 subjects? Gao Bin nodded in agreement. If that's the case, it's certainly quite difficult. The two were chatting. There was a sudden commotion in the hallway. Someone shouted. The mock exam results are out. The rankings are posted on the bulletin board. Shinichio's eyes lit up. He grabbed Wang Yuping's arm and said, let's go see the big list. Brother Bin, let's go! Gao Bin nodded, his face filled with anticipation. It's a good time to see how Uncle Shen scored. Brother Xiao, can you pee? Wang Yupeng looked disconsolate. He had been holding it in for a while. Go pee. Brother Bin, let's go! Shinixiao didn't want to wait even a second. He and Gao Bin trotted over to the bulletin board for the senior year group. By then, the place was already packed. Shinixiu and Gao Bin couldn't even squeeze in from the back. Brothers and sisters in front, please make way if you finished watching. Shinixiu shouted at the top of his lungs. Hearing his voice, Su Zhishui, who had already squeezed to the front, turned around and shouted, Brother Xiao, you got 421 this time. Awesome. Shinixia's face lit up with a smile when he heard his total score. His last mock exam score was only 385. This time, he had a 36-point increase. It truly is true that hard work pays off. Shinixiu had been working incredibly hard lately, and now all those late nights and early risers had finally translated into scores. At that moment, Shinixiu felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Old Su, can you see how many points my dad got? Shinixiu was concerned about his father's score again. I haven't seen it yet. Su Zhishui was looking from the back of the list. He hadn't seen Shen Qiushan's name yet. At this moment, Zhou Yu, who was huddled in the front, took over the conversation. Shinixiao, I saw Uncle Shen's results. He scored 494. Chapter 76. Huh? How many points? The room was filled with a cacophony of voices, and Shinixiu thought she misheard. Uncle Shen's total score is 494. Zhou Yu repeated loudly, then added pointedly, Shinixiao, I heard you were going to compete with Uncle Shen on the mock exam total score. You lost? In fact, the rumor that the father and son were going to compete on the mock exam had already spread throughout the school. Especially among the senior students, it was practically known to everyone. Some even privately bet on who would win. However, before the final list was released, Shinixiu was the favored candidate. After all, the mock exams focused on overall scores. Although Shen Qiushan was strong in English, students weren't optimistic about his performance in other subjects. He was a 38-year-old man. Can you really expect him to be as strong in every subject as in English? As a result, everyone who saw Shen Qiushan's results was stunned. A total score of 494, ranked 146th on the history list, and there were 318 students in their senior year who had applied for the history exam. Shen Qiushan's score already beat out more than half of the history students. Impossible. How is that possible? My dad's combined scores in politics, history, and geography were less than 100. Shinichi said as he pushed his way into the crowd, and everyone cooperated by making way for him. How is this impossible? Look for yourself. Zhou Yu pointed at Shen Qiushan's name on the list. In fact, he was also shocked by Shen Qiushan's score. The two of them had been in the same exam room, and their seats were next to each other for math and English. Zhou Yu witnessed Shen Qiushan finish his math test at lightning speed. At the time, he'd been thinking his father-in-law must have been clueless about so many questions that he handed it in so quickly. He was completely surprised. Shen Qiushan's early turn wasn't due to a lack of answers, it was the other way around. This math test was known to be difficult, yet Zhou Yu only managed 101 points. Shen Qiushan scored 121, 20 points more than him. It was incredible. Shinichi followed Zhou Yu's finger and saw his father's scores for two subjects that hadn't been released yet. Chinese, 129. English, 150. WTF. Dad is so impressive. Shinichi couldn't help but curse silently. Gao Bin, who had squeezed in, was also stunned. Uncle Shen actually got a perfect score in English. As expected of the first place winner of the English vocabulary competition. Shinichi glanced at his own scores again. Chinese, 75. English, 83. These two subjects combined only beat Dad's English score by 8 points. Brother Xiao, it's not that you didn't work hard enough. Uncle Shen is just too good. Gao Bin consoled him. Zhou Yu added, I just checked. If you only consider the scores in Chinese, math, and English, Uncle Shen would already be ranked third among the history students. And the first place score is only 5 points higher than Uncle Shen. After hearing Zhou Yu's words, everyone was shocked again. Just now, everyone was focused on Shen Qiushan's total score. 494 points for Shen Qiushan was indeed unexpected, but it wasn't that high when taken individually. After all, he could only rank 146th among history students, but Zhou Yu's words gave everyone another perspective. Math, Chinese, and English. Ranked third, this is incredibly valuable. In other words, if Shin Qiushan's scores in politics, history, and geography could match those of the top students, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break into the top 10 or even top 5 in the history class overall. This is terrifying. A middle-aged man. Under the guise of accompanying students, he wiped out all the history students. This is outrageous, unbelievable. In Class 5, Grade 3. Shin Qiushan was still diligently studying his history textbook. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beating 764 people in the English exam. Bonus: 76,400 points in the Academic Master Index. Congratulations to the host for beating 719 people in the Chinese exam. Bonus: 71,900 points in the Academic Master Index. Shin Qiushan's eyes lit up when he heard the system notification. This overwhelming wealth has finally arrived. He immediately called up the system page. His eyes fixed on his current Academic Master Index. 221,556 points. This is truly a sudden wealth surge. In one word, awesome. Shin Qiushan immediately opened the attribute panel again. According to his previous plan, he tried to increase his health. Ding! Academic Master Index 10,000 points. Health plus 1. Current health 83. Shin Qiushan tried it first. His health increased as expected, but his body didn't react at all. He continued the operation a few more times, raising his health to 90. At this point, Shin Qiushan finally felt some changes. The first was his vision. Since he sat in the last row, he could only see the top few rows of the eye chart next to the blackboard. When his health reached 90, he suddenly found that he could see the last row of the chart clearly. Then, there was the listening comprehension test. This week, he sat in the middle row of the classroom. Normally, he couldn't hear people whispering in the hallway. But now, he could hear them clearly. Boy A, holy crap. Old Ding from Class 5 scored 494. That's even higher than me. Boy B, that's insane. Is Old Ding cheating? My mom would kill me if she knew I couldn't even beat Old Ding in the mock exam. Boy C, 494 isn't a big deal. The amazing thing is, if you only count math, Chinese, and English, he ranked third in history. Boy A, insane. Boy B, I just hope the teacher doesn't post the mock exam rankings to the parents group chat. I accidentally heard someone whispering behind my back. Shin Qiushan cursed, little brat, and continued studying his stats panel. He discovered that his health value wasn't as simple as it seemed. Along with his healthy body, his 5 senses seemed to have reached peak performance. And that's only at 90 health. Currently, Shin Qiushan still had over 140,000 points of Academic Excellence Index remaining. Just max it out and see. Determined, Shin Qiushan continued. But then a friendly reminder popped up. Host's health has reached 90. Increasing it further requires 100,000 academic excellence points. Do you want to continue? Oh my! Shin Qiushan couldn't help but curse at the reminder. Why is this system still using Pinduoduo's tricks? It's easy before 90%, but the difficulty increases dramatically after that. Shin Qiushan had thought he'd be able to max out the primary attributes quickly. Now it seems that it's not that easy. He'd probably have to wait until the college entrance exam. Mock exams are just a small matter. The college entrance exam is the true treasure. 100,000 points for only a small increase in health seemed too cost-effective to Shin Qiushan at this stage. He decided to first increase all primary attributes to 90. Thus, judging by the health value reaching 90, 90 should be the ceiling for a normal human. Shin Qiushan glanced at the attribute panel again. Appearance and figure were both 85. He simply raised both to 90 in one go. Warm reminder. Adjusting appearance and figure requires a 30-day transition period. After Shin Qiushan raised both appearance and figure to 90, he triggered another system prompt. This is understandable. Changes in appearance and figure can't be achieved overnight. Even plastic surgery requires a recovery period. After a wave of reckless spending, the Academic Master Index remained at just over 40,000 points, more than enough for daily expenses. Just then, the bell rang for the third period. Shin Ishiu and Wang Yupeng entered the classroom as the bell rang. Qin Xiangyu, who hadn't shown up for the previous 2 classes, followed behind them. After walking up to the podium, Qin Xiangyu subconsciously glanced at her old lover sitting in the last row. She was late today entirely because of Shin Qiushan. She exhausted herself last night, and it was already past 9 this morning when she opened her eyes. However, upon waking, Qin Xiangyu felt remarkably energetic, like a worn-out battery being recharged. And Shin Qiushan was the charging gun. Chapter 77. School was over at noon. Shin Qiushan went to the cafeteria to buy lunch. He asked Shinishio and Shin Yenran to go to Lin Xiaomo's office first. The siblings met in the hallway, both looking hopeless. Out of 5 days a week, they had to take English tutoring classes 3 afternoons after school. Now, even their lunch break was being used. Although it was the final sprint for the college entrance exam, the intensity was still a bit too much for the siblings. Shinishio, do you know which teacher is giving us tutoring? Shin Yenran asked with a bitter face after they met. I don't know. Dad didn't tell me. Shinishio shook her head, then lowered her voice. Remember the message I sent you this morning? Shinishio, you're so boring. It's just that you smell good. That doesn't prove Dad's in love. Besides, he doesn't have the time. Shin Yenran curled her lips in disapproval. What if our dad's girlfriend is also at school? Then we have time. Huh? Hearing this, Shin Yenran finally piqued her interest. You said our dad's girlfriend is also at school? Who? One of the teachers? Shinichi raised his lips smugly. I found evidence. If you want to know, a bottle of Red Bull. TSK. Dream on. Shin Yenran rolled her eyes and quickened her pace. Sprite will do too. Shinichi caught up. Then you tell me first. I need to see if what you're saying is true. Shin Yenran was naturally curious. Her dad's relationship was a big deal. It's just that she didn't quite believe Shinichi. Alright. After all, this matter is closely related to both of us. Shinichi glanced around, making sure he was keeping a safe distance from the surrounding students. Then, he lowered his voice and said, I suspect our dad is dating Teacher Chen. Huh? Teacher Chen? Shin Yenran's beautiful eyes widened, her collagen-filled face etched with disbelief. Shinichi, stop talking nonsense. How is this possible? Let me analyze it for you. Today, I smelled a fragrance on our dad, and now I smell the same scent on Teacher Chen. If this is a coincidence, remember I told you there were men's slippers by the bathroom door at Teacher Chen's house. Those slippers are the same size as the ones I wear. Their slippers are similar, which means the man's height is probably not short, probably around the same height as me. Also, do you think Teacher Chen is tutoring us just to make money? It's the critical period before the college entrance exam. If Teacher Chen really wanted to make more money and open a class, she would definitely open a large class with more than a dozen students. And now she's giving us 2 special lessons. Is that reasonable? Also, you might have forgotten that Dad and Teacher Chen seem to be high school classmates. Based on all that, the possibility that they're secretly dating is very high. If nothing unexpected happens, Dad stayed at Teacher Chen's house last night. After some analysis, Shinichi shrugged complacently. Well, a bottle of Sprite is worth it, right? Shin Yenran didn't object. In fact, when her father had taken her and Shinichi to Chen Xiangyu's house for English tutoring, she was quite surprised. Teachers who offer tutoring are very cautious, and usually don't use the afternoon after school hours. After Shinichi's explanation, everything made sense. Chen Xiangyu's concern for the siblings was purely out of respect for her father. Of course, she might also want to build a good relationship with him. After all, if she and her father were to get together, she would become their stepmother. If that's what you say, it's actually not bad. I think Teacher Chen is a nice person. Shin Yenran had a good impression of Chen Xiangyu. She was intelligent, generous, and beautiful, and unlike their homeroom teacher, Zhang Xia, who was reserved and reserved. I think Teacher Chen is pretty good too. I'm just a little surprised. How did she fall for our dad? In comparison, our dad's qualifications are far inferior to Teacher Chen's, and he has 2 of us as burdens. 1 burden. Shin Yenran corrected. Wow, you're quite self-aware. Shinichi retorted. Get lost, it's you. I'm much less of a worry than you. Shin Yenran snorted softly. Every time our dad gets called to school, it's because of you, okay? The siblings started chatting and started bickering. They were used to it. It wouldn't be their style not to have a few words. Entering the office building, they quickly reached the 3rd floor, where the vice principal's office was located. Hey, isn't that Su Loquat? Still some distance from the vice principal's office, the siblings spotted the mushroom-haired Su Loquat lingering near the office door. She was still wearing her baggy school uniform and a pair of yellowed white sneakers. She raised her hand twice outside the vice principal's office, but she didn't have the courage to knock. Although Shin Qiushan had said the tutoring session would take place in the vice principal's office, Su Loquat felt a little timid upon arriving there. Children who grow up without parental protection often develop 2 extreme personalities. One is introversion and inferiority, while the other is lawlessness. Su Loquat clearly fell into the former category. Shin Yanran and Su Loquat knew each other, though not very well. They had a mutual friend, Zhao Dongmei. So they would occasionally chat when they ran into each other. Loquat, what are you doing? Shin Yanran asked curiously, as they reached the office door. You're here. Seeing the two of them, Su Loquat felt a sense of relief. With the three of them together, she wouldn't have to face the aloof vice principal Lin alone. You knew we were coming? Shin Yanran looked skeptical. Uncle Shin asked me to explain the questions to you. Su Piwa thought Shin Qiushan had already told him. Huh? So you're our teacher? Shin Yanran and Shin Ishu were both surprised. They assumed it was their teacher giving them extra lessons. They hadn't expected it to be Su Piwa, a fellow student. However, neither of them doubted Su Piwa's ability at all. She was the perennial runner-up in her grade, a potential candidate for Peking University or Tsinghua University. On this mock exam, she scored 699. Last year, the admission scores for physics majors at Peking University and Tsinghua University in Zhejiang Province were 690 and 692, respectively. Therefore, Su Piwa has a very good chance of getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University. As the three of them were talking, the office door suddenly opened. It was Lin Xiaoma who heard the noise outside and took the initiative to open the office door. Hello, President Lin. Su Piwa hurriedly and respectfully greeted her. What shocked her was that Shin Yanran and Shin Ishu both called her second aunt. Lin Xiaoma frowned slightly. It's okay when no one's here, but we still have to be careful when people are around. I know, second aunt. Shin Yanran smiled and replied, then affectionately took Lin Xiaoma's arm. Second aunt, how come you don't look old at all? You still look like you're in your early 20s. You got all those single male teachers at our school completely captivated by you. Although Lin Xiaoma was aloof, this kind of compliment was incredibly effective for any woman. She gently pinched her niece's waist and quipped with a smile, You're just like your dad, so smooth talking. I'm telling the truth. Second aunt, I can testify to this. Our coach's eyes widen every time he sees you. Shin Ishu chimed in. The gym students all knew that PE teacher Yang Wei had a crush on second aunt Lin Xiaoma. The three of them chatted and laughed. Su Piwa, following behind, quietly closed the door. She envied this family dynamic and atmosphere. Because she never had one, yesterday at noon in the cafeteria, Shin Qiushan correctly guessed her origins. Her name indeed comes from Gui Yoguang Ziyang Jixuanzi. It was given by her father, as her mother died shortly after she was born. Thus, the line there is a loquat tree in the yard, planted by my wife in the year of her death perfectly fits this context. The following line, now she is tall and graceful like a canopy, expresses her father's hope for her healthy growth. Su Piwa's father was a poet and writer. He was a brilliant young man, but after Su Piwa's mother's unexpected death, he fell into a state of despair. Perhaps the trauma was too great, and he later went insane. He is currently confined to the Zhejiang City Second Mental Hospital. Thus, Su Piwa grew up with her grandparents. When her grandmother was alive, Su Piwa had a relatively good life. Although the family was poor, at least they had enough to eat and drink, and her grandmother was quite caring. However, when she was in the third year of junior high school, her grandmother passed away from illness. Su Piwa's world collapsed. She was left alone with her grandfather, who was unreliable and addicted to lottery tickets and gambling. When her grandmother was alive, there was still some control, and someone could keep her in check. After her grandmother passed away, Su Piwa's grandfather completely let himself go. Any money he made was spent gambling. Su Piwa was forced to live a life of hunger and starvation. When Grandpa won, he had food to eat, but most of the time, he was starving. Gamblers always end up with nothing. How could they ever win? Su Piwa knew she had to rely on herself for the future. So, even if she had received a 2,000 yuan scholarship, she wouldn't have been willing to spend it. If she had enough money, she could apply to the university of her choice. Otherwise, she would have to go to a university that offered her a scholarship and waived her tuition. But with her current grades, a university offering both a scholarship and tuition waiver wouldn't likely be the top universities. So, naturally, she cherished this opportunity for tutoring. According to the agreement with Shin Qiushan, as long as the tutoring continued until the Gaokao, she would earn around 6,000 yuan. Only after she's saved enough for tuition will she have the confidence to apply to her ideal university. Without an umbrella, a child can only strive forward on their own. Chapter 78. Shin Qiushan packed 5 lunches from the cafeteria. Walking around campus, many students would glance at him and whisper to each other. And Shin Qiushan could probably guess what they were saying. It was basically, he must be old Shin. He scored 494, he seems quite handsome. Of course, this was just Shin Qiushan's wishful thinking. The reality was, Boy A, oh it's that old Ding. Boy B, I heard old Ding is trying to hook up with our Principal Lin. Someone saw him having dinner with Principal Lin. Boy a toad dreaming of swan flesh. Principal Lin, how dare he dream? Shin Qiushan hadn't realized that such rumors had spread around the school. Occasionally, when a student's eyes met his, he would nod in a friendly manner. By the time he arrived at Lin Xiaomo's office, the small cram school had already been established. Su Piwa was earnestly explaining a math problem to Shin Ishiu and Shin Yanran. Lin Xiaomo sat at her desk, flipping through a stack of files, but her eyes occasionally flicked to the three people seated around the coffee table. This method of teaching problems was actually more effective than tutoring. It was more targeted. If they didn't understand a problem, they could just ask directly. Another advantage was that both students were students of the same age, making communication smoother. Neither Su Piwa, who was teaching the problem, nor Shin Ishiu and Shin Yanran, who were listening, felt a sense of distance between teacher and student. Lin Xiaomo thought this model could be promoted in schools, but on second thought, it wasn't very feasible. Because top students like Su Piwa are usually quite busy. They barely have enough time to study themselves, so how could they possibly be willing to help other students? And even if he were willing, his parents would likely object if they found out. Let's eat first. Shin Qiushan placed his packed lunch on the coffee table and waved to Lin Xiaomo, inviting her to join him. We'd be done with this problem soon. Su Piwa sniffed the meaty aroma wafting from the lunchbox and quickened his pace on the problem at hand. The reception area in Lin Xiaomo's office was spacious. A three-seater sofa sat against the wall, and two single-seater sofas flanked the coffee table. The five of them sat around the coffee table, making just enough space. Shin Qiushan ordered a stir-fry from the second floor of the cafeteria. There were 6 dishes in total, 4 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. The lunch box was opened, still steaming hot, and the aroma filled his nose and tantalized his taste buds. Su Loquat swallowed silently. Since Grandma passed away, the family hadn't seen so many dishes on the table. Eat it while it's hot. We have to continue after you finish. Shin Qiushan placed a piece of braised pork, a mixture of fat and lean, in Su Loquat's bowl. Loquat, you're too thin. Eat more. Teacher Su, this big chicken leg is for you too. Shin Yanran teased, calling her Teacher Su and placing the largest chicken leg in her bowl. The phrase Teacher Su instantly made Su Loquat blush, a faint blush appearing on her fair face. Teacher Su, another piece of sweet and sour pork. Shin Ishiu joined in the commotion, picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork and placing it in Su Pipa's bowl. Enough, enough, Su Pipa whispered back. But for some reason, the tip of her nose felt a little sore. To avoid losing her composure, she pinched her thigh with her left hand, then picked up the piece of braised pork from the bowl and lowered her head to chew silently. That way, no one could see the expression on her face or the mist in her eyes. After dinner, the small cram school continued. Shin Qiushan sat down to listen in. Ding! Listening to a senior teacher's lecture. Student mastery score increased by 20 points. Ugh! Shin Qiushan looked at Su Pipa, with her small mushroom-shaped head, in surprise. This little girl had actually been rated as a senior teacher by the system, even more impressive than Shin Xiangyu. She was even the only person in Sanjiang High School to be rated as a senior teacher by the system. Of course, this scope only applies to teachers Shin Qiushan has attended. At such a young age, he's already been recognized as a senior teacher by the system. His achievements when he grows up are absolutely limitless. Shin Qiushan listened attentively for a while longer, truly benefiting greatly. Although Su Piwa seemed introverted and not very articulate, his thinking was exceptionally clear when he explained problems, and he had his own set of problem-solving methods and techniques. Compared to Sun Xing, the math teacher for class 3 to 5, he was far superior. So, ability and age really don't correlate. So-called experience is worthless in the face of talent. Shin Qiushan was silently sighing when Lin Xiaomo pouted at him, motioning him to go out and talk. What's wrong? I'm attending class too. The two of them entered the hallway, and Shin Qiushan spoke first. Listening to a senior teacher's lecture. 1 minute can boost your academic aptitude score by 20 points. So, the cost of him and Lin Xiaomo going out is 20 academic aptitude points per minute. This chat consumption reminded Shin Qiushan of certain video websites, where live streaming is charged per minute. Why did Su Piwa agree to tutor Xiaoxiao and Yanran? Lin Xiaomo asked directly. I promised to provide lunch and pay her tuition. How much? 1 hour every day at noon, 100 yuan. Lin Xiaomo nodded slightly. For a top student like Su Piwa, charging 100 yuan an hour was really not expensive. If lunch is at this rate, plus the tuition, it will cost 10,000 yuan in 2 months. Lin Xiaomo naturally wanted to remind Shen Qiushan to be frugal. After all, there would be a lot of money to spend later, but before she could finish her words, Shen Qiushan shoved his phone into her face. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiaomo instinctively took a step back and glared at Shen Qiushan. "Just look for yourself." Shen Qiushan shrugged complacently. He had shown Lin Xiaomo the tip income from the backstage of "I really don't want to be reborn." "Tip income? What do you mean? Did you write this book?" Lin Xiaomo looked at Shen Qiushan in shock. "Of course. Otherwise, how would I have the backing of an author?" Shen Qiushan glanced out the window, giving Lin Xiaomo a sophisticated look. He said slowly, "Since I've decided to attend the school on a temporary basis and have the idea of going to university, I have to plan my future. I haven't thought of relying on anyone else." He looked at Lin Xiaomo again and said with a smile, "I was joking when I asked you to pay for my university education. I've already saved up all the money for university. You saw it too, the tips have already reached 70,000 yuan, over 80,000. The battle between the Xiaoyer and Yuchu factions continued, and the total amount of tips from the backers had already reached 80,000 yuan. After hearing Shen Qiushan's explanation, Lin Xiaomo was stunned. She had never dreamed that her brother-in-law, whom she had always considered so unreliable, had quietly planned so much. She had long heard that writing novels online was quite profitable. Some even earn over 100 million yuan annually from writing online novels. However, she never imagined that Shen Qiushan was also an online novel author, and had achieved remarkable success. Over 80,000 yuan in tips alone. It was truly astonishing. In fact, Lin Xiaomo couldn't understand why someone would tip so much just to read a novel. The small tips were understandable. If you enjoyed reading, you could just treat the author to a cup of milk tea. But those who tipped a few thousand, or even tens of thousands, does anyone have a mind at home? Chapter 79. After dropping a bombshell, Shen Qiushan returned to his office to continue his lecture. 20 points per minute for the top student index. That's 1,200 points per hour. This class has to go. Lin Xiaomo downloaded the Penguin novel app. Without even searching, Shen Qiushan's novel was already prominently displayed at the top of the new book list. Lin Xiaomo didn't usually read online novels, and didn't quite understand the significance of a top-ranked novel, but to be ranked first among so many new books, it must have something special. Clicking on the novel's homepage, Lin Xiaomo first glanced at the comments section, only to find that readers were arguing fiercely with both sides. From the comments, it became clear that this novel had 2 female protagonists, and readers were divided into 2 camps, each expressing their opinions for their favorite heroines. Lin Xiaomo clicked on the book club rankings again, and discovered that the reader ranked first had already donated 500,000 penguin coins, equivalent to 5,000 renminbi in R coins. The second-ranked reader had donated 300,000 penguin coins, equivalent to 3,000 renminbi in R coins, and this second-ranked reader had a rather interesting nickname, Uni Bobo Meow. Judging from her nickname, this second-ranked wealthy reader on the book club rankings was likely a girl, and likely not very old, otherwise she wouldn't have come up with a name like Uni Bobo Meow. To be able to spend 3,000 renminbi on a novel at such a young age, what kind of family background does that require? Lin Xiaomo sighed inwardly, and continued to flip through the pages, discovering that the book already had 68 alliance leaders, meaning that 68 readers had donated over 1,000 renminbi. What was so captivating about this book that so many people were willing to tip over 1,000 yuan? With this question in mind, Lin Xiaomo clicked on the first chapter of the novel. While she had never read online novels before, she was familiar with the concept of rebirth. The text flowed smoothly, but otherwise, there was nothing special. If the author wasn't Shen Qiushan, Lin Xiaomo probably wouldn't have read on after the first 1 or 2 chapters. But since the book was written by Shen Qiushan, she was curious to know what this unreliable brother-in-law had written that had captivated so many readers. So, she gritted her teeth and read chapter by chapter. Unconsciously, she was drawn into the plot. Her once solemn expression gradually relaxed as the story progressed, and a fleeting smile would occasionally curl the corners of her lips. After standing there for a while, she subconsciously leaned against the windowsill. The sunlight filtered through the glass, casting a soft golden glow on her aloof demeanor. Light filtered through her hair, its chestnut-brown strands glistening softly in the sunlight. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly in the shadows. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the phone screen, her brows furrowing and then relaxing as the plot unfolded. Generated by AJ, For reference only, Principal Lin, have you eaten? Just as Lin Xiaomao was engrossed in her novel, a man's voice suddenly pulled her out of the world of the novel. Lin Xiaomao instinctively looked up. Dean Su Desai had walked up to her without her noticing, a smile plastered across his face. Yes, I have. Lin Xiaomao nodded gently. Su Desai's office wasn't far from hers, so he must have just returned from lunch. Principal Lin, I have something to discuss with you. The mock exam rankings are out, and I'm thinking of posting them in the senior year parent group chat so they can get a clearer picture of their children's performance. In reality, such a trivial matter didn't require any discussion with Lin Xiaomao. Su Desai was simply doing this to demonstrate his stance. See, he's even asking Principal Lin for advice on such a small matter. Okay. Lin Xiaomao nodded. This will also put some pressure on the parents of students whose grades are lagging behind, so they take it more seriously. You could also mark last year's undergraduate admission score on the rankings, and compare it to the last mock exam scores, noting the 10 or 20 students who rose the fastest. Lin Xiaomao offered a few more suggestions. Su Desai nodded repeatedly. Principal Lin has thought this through thoroughly. This way, we have both pressure and motivation. I do it right away. Of course, Su Desai wouldn't do the job of compiling the rankings himself. After returning to his office, he handed the task off to a young teacher in the academic affairs office. Soon, the mock exam rankings were sent to the senior year parent group. This senior year parent group, spearheaded by the school, had nearly 1,000 members, including school leaders, senior year teachers, and almost all the parents of the students. The mock exam rankings immediately sparked discussion among the curious parents. Parents familiar with each other exchanged comments in the group, hypocritically praising each other's children. Parents whose children performed poorly tacitly kept their microphones muted, and no one spoke up. Suddenly, a message caught the attention of all the parents. Zhang Yuding's mother at Shen Yanran / Yishia's father, you actually scored 494. That's higher than most of the students. That's incredible. Zhang Yuding is a well-known gossip monger in class 3 to 5. Wherever there's gossip, she's always there. It seems the gossiping gene is hereditary. Of all the parents, only Zhang Yuding's mother paid attention to Shen Qiushan's grades. Hearing her words, the other parents realized that one of their own was on the mock exam list. The news of Shen Qiushan accompanying his child at school had already spread among parents. Such big news was undeniable when the children went home. Some parents had previously raised concerns, believing that an adult like Shen Qiushan accompanying his child at school would affect other children's studies. But after Su Desai was reported, the matter was dropped. After hearing Zhang Yuding's mother's comments, many parents searched for Shen Qiushan's name on the list. Seeing that Shen Qiushan had scored 494 points, parents whose children's scores were even worse were immediately devastated. Parent A, my child's grades aren't as good as Mr. Shen's. This whole education is a waste of time. Parent B, that little bastard keeps telling me high school exams are too hard these days, yet Mr. Shen scored 494. Parent C, I'm going to buy a durian right now. Get down on your knees if you're too sleepy to study tonight. Parent D, my kid is 100 points behind Mr. Shen. I'm going to give him a rip tonight. Parent E, Mr. Shen scored 494, which means our child isn't studying hard enough. Otherwise, how could he have even beaten us? The parents of underachieving students, who had just been mute, jumped out to denounce their children. In reality, these parents had already accepted their children's poor academic performance. Since their children weren't cut out for academics, they stopped pushing them. But now the situation was different. Shen Qiushan, who was the same age as them, had scored 494. He was a middle-aged man whose thinking and energy were declining. What did this mean? Their children weren't working hard enough. They must have been slacking off all day, not studying hard. Otherwise, how could they fail the exam even for a middle-aged man? Medical Beauty Center. Luo Mimi had just finished a facial lift and spa treatment for a client. She grabbed her phone and checked it, then was shocked by the news in the parents' group chat. Brother Shen actually scored 494. That's incredible. She quickly looked up her daughter's name and discovered she only scored 454. That's a full 40 points less than Shen Qiushan. So all the money I spent on tutoring went down the drain. Yao couldn't even get as good as Brother Shen. Luo Mimi complained angrily, rolling her eyes. As a parent, you practically give your all to your child's upbringing, giving them all the best you can. But one day, you suddenly realize your child's grades aren't even as good as your own. You can imagine how she feels. Sister Luo, what's wrong? The client, who had just gotten up from the beauty treatment bed, noticed Luo Mimi's anomaly and asked curiously. She was a regular customer of Luo Mimi's and knew her to be a stable person with a contagious smile, a talent for providing emotional value. And now she actually lost her composure. "Ah, Roland, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me." Luo Mimi sighed. "My daughter is taking the college entrance exam this year. The results for the third mock exam came out today, and she only scored 454. Sister Luo, remember your daughter is studying art? 454 should be enough for undergraduate admission, right?" Zhou Roland casually retorted. "That's true, but Yao's score isn't even as good as Brother Shen's. I'm so sad. All my money wasted." "Who is Brother Shen?" Zhou Roland looked suspicious. "Brother Shen is also a client of mine. His child is also in his senior year of high school. But Brother Shen is a genius. He quit his job to accompany his child to school for his academic success. He also took the mock exam this time. Guess what he scored? How many points? 494. A full 40 points higher than our Yao Yao." Luo Mimi complained bitterly. "Roland, how can I not be angry? I work day and night, maintaining client relationships, just to earn extra money to tutor her and support her college education. And she only scored this low. Do you think she's worthy of me?" After hearing Luo Mimi's story, Zhou Roland was stunned. After a moment's pause, she asked, "Sister Luo, are you saying that Brother Shen is also a parent like you, and now he's accompanying his child at school, and he even scored 494 on the mock exam?" Yes. Luo Mimi nodded. "That's right, but Brother Shen is younger than me. I think he's 38 this year." 38? Back to high school. A surprising 494 on the mock exam. Zhou Roland's eyes lit up as she summarized the key information. She was a reporter for the Sanjiang Life channel, and she'd been struggling with a lack of good news material these days. Well, now the material had come knocking on her door. Chapter 80. "Sister Luo, do you have Mr. Shen's contact information?" Zhou Roland asked. "Yes." "Roland, you're not going to interview him, are you?" Luo Mimi was quick to react, and immediately saw Zhou Roland's intention. "Let's talk about it first. I think it's a good topic." As a journalist, Zhou Roland had a good sense of news. She thought the subject was good, but whether it was suitable for a news report would require a discussion with the person involved to see if there was anything more to uncover. Also, once the topic was chosen, it would depend on the boss's opinion. If the boss thought it wasn't suitable, there was nothing she could do. "Sister Luo, can you give me his contact information? I need to let him know. If Brother Shen doesn't agree to the interview, he'd blame me." Luo Mimi sent a message to Shen Qiushan. "Sister Luo, is your daughter at Sanjiang High School?" Zhou Roland asked again. "Yeah." Luo Mimi nodded. "My daughter is in class 2, and she's good friends with Brother Shen's daughter." "Which class is Mr. Shen in?" "Class 5. Luo Mimi smiled. "She's in the same class as his son. Brother Shen's main reason for going to school is to keep an eye on his son." "What's wrong with his son? His grades are poor?" Zhou Roland was already planning the interview, wanting to get a glimpse into Shen Qiushan's situation. Luo Mimi frowned, regretting her words. But she couldn't say anything about the two children's romance, so she nodded. Brother Shen's son's grades aren't very good. As they were talking, Luo Mimi's phone rang. It was Shen Qiushan, replying, saying he didn't want to be interviewed. "Roland, Brother Shen doesn't really want to be interviewed. Take a look yourself." Luo Mimi showed Zhou Roland the reply. "It's okay. Then I go directly to him?" "Class 3 to 5. Sanjiang High School, right?" "Yes." "Sister Luo, I be leaving now." As a reporter for a lifestyle channel, Zhou Roland had extensive connections, so it wasn't difficult for her to reach the school's leadership. After leaving the medical beauty center, she used her connections to contact Sanjiang High School's principal, Wang Guangqing. When Wang Guangqing heard there was a reporter for the Sanjiang TV station's lifestyle channel, he was naturally delighted. As a high school principal, he rarely appeared on television, so he immediately agreed to Zhou Roland's interview invitation. At 2 p.m., Zhou Roland arrived at Sanjiang High School with a cameraman. She had already reported Shen Qiushan's situation to her superiors, who thought the news topic was a good one and asked her to do an interview to see if it would work. Wang Guangqing warmly welcomed Zhou Roland in his office. After a few pleasantries, Zhou Roland got straight to the point. "Principal Wang, I heard there's an older student on loan in our senior year who achieved exceptional results in the mock exams, even surpassing half the students. I'd like to meet him and chat with him. Is that convenient for you?" Hearing this, Wang Guangqing immediately realized that the man had come specifically for Shen Qiushan. However, Wang Guangqing was hesitant. He wasn't sure what impact this incident would have on the school once it came to light. If it had a positive impact, it would be fine. But if it had a negative impact, he, as the principal, might even face criticism from his superiors. Principal Wang, this is what's going on. I'm doing a special program exploring educational diversity, and Sanjiang High School has made bold attempts in this regard. You're a very courageous principal, daring to be a pioneer and break conventions. I need you to discuss the thinking behind this experiment and the teaching philosophy of Sanjiang High School. Zhou Roland had met many leaders, like Wang Guangqing, and knew what they wanted. Although her primary target for this interview was Shin Qiushan, Principal Wang Guangqing also had to make an appearance and give him an opportunity to showcase his achievements. And Zhou Roland had already thought it through for him. Educational diversity, breaking conventions, trying new models. These words could all be applied to Wang Guangqing, the daring principal. Wang Guangqing's fingers tapped rhythmically on his desk, silently weighing the pros and cons. Zhou Roland's words reminded him of the 3 transformations mentioned in the leadership speech at the city meeting on Monday. Diversified education, flexible education, and personalized education. But this so-called educational reform has actually been advocated for years, with little action. As long as there's no radical change to the college entrance examination system, the current education model won't truly change. But slogans still need to be shouted, and some pretense projects must be implemented. Under these circumstances, Wang Guangqing felt that Shin Qiushan's case was indeed worth discussing. Besides, Shin Qiushan had indeed achieved good results in this exam. And in the previous English vocabulary competition, Shin Qiushan had also played a significant role. Okay, I have him called over. Wang Guangqing immediately called Su Dicai and briefly explained the situation. After he hung up the phone, Zhou Roland said with a smile, Principal Wang, let me do a quick interview with you. Okay. Wang Guangqing subconsciously adjusted his shirt collar and smoothed his hair at his temples. Principal Wang, let's begin. Zhou Roland winked at the cameraman and then began the interview with Wang Guangqing with ease. Even on the other side, class 3 to 5 was in math class. Sun Xing sat behind the desk, spitting heavily as he read the exam paper. 2 students in the first row under the desk held their papers with despairing expressions, shielding themselves from Sun Xing's physical attacks. Shin Qiushan lowered his head to brush his history textbook, reviewing at his own pace. At this moment, Su Dicai knocked on the classroom door. Sun Xing paused. The students, who had been struggling to hold up their papers, finally put them down. Rubbing their aching arms, they looked toward the classroom door. Dean Su, what's up? Sun Xing had been sitting in a chair, but upon seeing Su Dicai approach, he quickly stood. I'm looking for Xiaoshan. Su Dicai's gaze swept around the classroom before landing on Shin Qiushan, who sat in the last row. Shin Qiushan, who had been concentrating on his history textbook, was forced to withdraw from his study mode and follow Su Dicai into the hallway. Xiaoshan, a reporter wants to interview you. Principal Wang asked you to come over. Su Dicai stated his purpose directly. You've actually come to our school? Shin Qiushan hadn't expected the other party to be so persistent. If nothing unexpected happened, it must be the reporter who had contacted him through Luomini. Shin Qiushan had simply refused the interview because he didn't want to waste his time. Besides, he hadn't achieved much at the moment, so there wasn't much to say in an interview. It would be better to wait until after the college entrance examination, when he'd been admitted to Sanjiang University, and then he could brag about it. But now that the reporter was here, and Wang Guangqing was there, he couldn't refuse. He followed Su Dicai to the principal's office. At that moment, Zhou Roland's interview with Wang Guangqing had just finished. Xiaoshan, this is reporter Zhou. Shin Qiushan entered the office, and Wang Guangqing immediately pointed at Zhou Roland and introduced her. Hello, Mr. Shin. Excuse me for interrupting you. I'm Zhou Roland, a reporter from Sanjiang TV's live channel. This is my business card. Zhou Roland greeted politely, handing over her card with both hands, quite politely. Hello, Shin Qiushan. Accepting the card, Shin Qiushan also gave his name. Mr. Shin, I'm here to do a special interview on educational diversity. Would you be comfortable chatting for a few minutes? Reporter Zhou, please feel free to ask anything you want. Shin Qiushan shrugged lightly, silently grumbling inwardly, it's not convenient. You're here too. If he were younger, Shin Qiushan would have directly retorted. But at his age, he wouldn't do such a thing. Principal Wang Guangqing clearly took this interview very seriously, and Dean of Studies Su Dicai had been praising him all the way here. If he didn't cooperate, he would have offended both Wang Guangqing and Su Dicai. While offending them wouldn't matter, it wasn't necessary for such a trivial matter. Besides, Since he was being targeted by reporters, even if he didn't agree to the interview, the matter would still be exposed. It would be better to speak out and brag about it himself. At least he could get some TV time. In his 38 years, Shen Qiushan had never appeared on television. "Mr. Shen, please sit here. The light is better." Zhou Roland pointed to the single sofa by the window in the reception area. Shen Qiushan nodded and sat down. Then the interview officially began. Zhou Roland, "Mr. Shen, how old are you?" Shen Qiushan, 38. Zhou Roland, "Why did you decide to return to high school at this age?" Shen Qiushan, "Because I want to go to college." Zhou Roland was stunned. This didn't align with the information she had previously gathered. Luo Mimi said he was just there to accompany the children and encourage them to study. Wang Guangqing hadn't mentioned his plans for college just now. Zhou Roland, "Going to college? You mean you take the college entrance exam, and if you're accepted, you go there, right?" Shen Qiushan nodded, "Yes." Zhou Roland, "Why do you want to go to college at this age?" Shen Qiushan, "It's to make up for not having gone to college." Zhou Roland, "So what are your goals? Which university do you want to attend?" Shen Qiushan, "Sanjiang University." Zhou Roland was shocked. "Sanjiang University? Are you sure it's Sanjiang University? It's the top-ranked university in our province, and in the top 10 nationwide." In fact, Zhou Roland wasn't the only one surprised. Wang Guangqing and Su Desai beside her were also shocked. Sanjiang University is one of the top 985 universities in China, and several of its majors are among the best in the country. And yet, Shen Qiushan actually wanted to apply to Sanjiang University, and even said that during a press interview. Wang Guangqing and Su Desai were completely baffled. They exchanged a look, both bewildered. At that moment, Shen Qiushan chuckled, "Reporter Zhou, do you know who my favorite historical figure is?" Zhou Roland instinctively asked back, "Who?" Shen Qiushan, still smiling, said, "Emperor Wu of Wei Cao Cao." Zhou Roland raised an eyebrow, silently scorning him. It's common knowledge that Prime Minister Cao is a womanizer. This has become a defining characteristic of him. So whenever a man says his idol is Cao Cao, it always seems a bit unrefined. Just as Zhou Roland was pondering how to continue the conversation, Shen Qiushan continued, "An old horse in the stable still aspires to run 1,000 miles. A martyr in his old age still aspires to greatness." Prime Minister Cao was already 53 when he wrote The Turtle's Longevity, yet he still had such ambitions. "And I'm only 38. Is it too much to apply to Sanjiang University?"